Returning to the day of disgrace in 1987, on the eve of the wedding, the bride fled under cover of night, leaving Li Feng's family without a bride for the nuptials the following day. Having endured ridicule from neighboring villages for many years, he was determined not to experience such humiliation again in this lifetime. That very night, he seized his sister, who had just been accepted into university, and arranged for their marriage. His brother-in-law was unwilling to comply. "Anyone who obstructs me shall face my wrath. After marriage, if she refuses to share a bed, how delightful! I shall not play the role of the good man. She must bear me children." As I launch a spicy snack factory, a motley crew of eccentric relatives seeks to exploit the situation and assume minor leadership roles. Let them attend the defense instead. Years later, upon returning home, the runaway bride is taken aback to see her heavily pregnant sister. Gazing at the successful and affluent Li Feng, she is filled with regret, contemplating how to take advantage of her sister's pregnancy regarding her brother-in-law. Step aside, I am not in the mood. Return my dowry. Chapter 1. The bride's flight on the eve of the wedding? No matter, she has a sister. Li family village. That evening, many villagers gathered at Li Yuanshao's home, assisting in decorating the wedding chamber or washing vegetables and dishes, as tomorrow marks the joyous occasion of Li Yuanshao's son. Naturally, relatives from the village came to lend a helping hand. A bustling crowd engaged in lively chatter and laughter filled the air. Your son is truly fortunate. The bride is exceptionally beautiful. As the aunt, I'll have to prepare a generous red envelope for the wedding tomorrow. Amidst the conversation, Li Feng, who had been dozing by the bed, suddenly opened his eyes, gazing vacantly at the crowd, seemingly unfamiliar with them, until his eyes landed on a gray-haired man in a sleeveless shirt, and he could not help but exclaim in astonishment, "Grandfather, how are you still alive?" The room fell silent momentarily before erupting into laughter. "This lad is utterly confused from exhaustion. Your grandfather is a soldier. He is quite healthy. He could live to be 80 or 90 without issue." A middle-aged man with a square face and dark skin shot him a glare. "What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal?" This was Li Feng's father, Li Yuanshao. The elderly Li Weiguo waved his hand dismissively. "Enough," he simply muddled from fatigue. "Why argue with him?" His gaze softened as he looked at his grandson. "Good boy. If you're tired, you should rest quickly. Don't delay tomorrow's important matters." Important matters? What important matters? Li Feng looked around, bewildered by the shabby room. The walls were peeling, and the table seemed ancient compared to the Chinese furniture he had purchased years ago. Most perplexing of all, his grandfather was still alive. Hadn't the old man passed away over a decade ago? How could he stand before me, alive and well? His parents appeared significantly younger. Auntie, uncle, and the elder villagers were all still alive. This defies logic. Am I dead? Li Feng's mother, slightly shorter and somewhat plump, noticed her son's dazed expression and comforted him. "Do not worry. We will surely arrange your wedding tomorrow without a hitch. There's no need for you to fret over other matters." "Wedding? I'm getting married." Li Feng felt bewildered once more. Indeed, in his teenage years, he had been betrothed in the countryside. Yet on the day of the wedding, the bride had run away, leaving him a laughingstock and his family subjected to ridicule for over a decade. They later moved to the city, and in his 30s, he had only managed to court a widow, but she demanded an exorbitant dowry, and the match fell through. Now, he was to marry again? Suddenly, the calendar on the wall caught his attention. July 20th, 1987, a day deemed inauspicious for marriage. 1987? Li Feng instantly awakened to clarity, glancing again at his parents, grandfather, relatives, and villagers, and it all clicked into place. He could not suppress the tears welling in his eyes. "I have returned to 1987, and it seems to be the eve of my first wedding." Realizing this, he jolted, unable to relish the moment. He urgently informed his grandfather and the others, "Do not pick up the pieces. The bride has fled overnight, and the wedding cannot proceed tomorrow." He vividly recalled what transpired during his first wedding in the 1980s. Due to the bride's flight, his family became a subject of ridicule discussed for years, unable to hold their heads high. Now, returning to the eve of the wedding, how could it be salvaged? "What nonsense are you spouting? The bride has fled? Impossible. Her family has accepted the dowry and betrothal gifts. You must be dreaming, lad." The crowd was incredulous. The wedding had followed all necessary protocols, and they were set to marry the next day. How could the bride possibly escape? Surely Li Feng was merely rambling in his stupor. Grandfather Li Weiguo frowned. "Do not speak such foolishness. To utter such nonsense in front of so many could lead to mockery." Li Yuanshao, infuriated, stepped forward to reprimand. "What nonsense are you spouting at this hour? Child, such words are ominous. Do not speak carelessly." His mother, Zhou Ping, displayed a hint of embarrassment and sorrow. The Li family had painstakingly gathered the dowry, 3 gold pieces, a bicycle, and a sewing machine, along with 500 yuan in betrothal gifts, to secure the marriage with a Yang family from the neighboring village. The Yang family had 1 son and 2 daughters, and although the younger daughter, Yang Qing, had just graduated from middle school, she was beautiful employed at the county textile factory, and well-mannered. Their eldest son was rumored to be somewhat idle, yet the youngest daughter had successfully gained admission to a city university, promising a bright future. To marry such a wonderful daughter-in-law was a tremendous blessing for the Li family. I am not speaking nonsense. That woman, Yang Qing, has run away to the provincial capital for work. Li Feng recalled the incident, gritting his teeth. This woman had absconded with the dowry on the eve of the wedding, only to return years later, acting as if nothing had happened. The thought alone was infuriating. At this moment, everyone in the room were family members, either relatives or familiar villagers, and upon hearing this, they were all taken aback. Such words should not be taken lightly. The Yang family has accepted the betrothal gifts. How could they act in such a manner? How do you know if your information is accurate? It could be false. Li Yuanchao grew anxious. Are you certain? How could the Yang family do this? Impossible. We are set to pick up the bride tomorrow. What will happen to our family if she has truly fled? Zhou Ping, lacking confidence, was suddenly overwhelmed with panic. In rural communities, gossip can be deadly. Villagers not only enjoy watching drama unfold, but also relish discussing it behind closed doors. If a family fails to serve meat during the new year, they might be the subject of whispers for quite some time. If a wedding occurs without a bride, the ridicule that the Li family would endure would be insufferable. It is likely that the entire vicinity is aware of this matter. The Li family has been branded with a mark of shame, destined to be the subject of ridicule and jest, which makes it unbearable for them to continue living. Grandfather Li Weigua's countenance darkened, for the voice of the people is indeed formidable, and where three gather, a tiger may be conjured. How could the Yang family act in such an unscrupulous manner? It is utterly disgraceful. They are driving the Li family to the brink of despair. Father, what do you propose we do? Li Yuanchao exclaimed, anxiously tugging at his hair. I have no idea what to do. We simply cannot allow the Yang family to bully us like this. Indeed, we must confront them. They are obliged to provide us with an explanation. We cannot allow it to be perceived that the Li family village is easy prey. Weigua, whatever you decide shall be our course of action. A multitude of relatives and friends recognized the gravity of the situation, each expressing their indignation. One cannot conduct oneself in such a manner. Accepting a bride price only for the bride to flee is a matter of utmost significance for any household. The Li family, set to marry tomorrow without a bride, would find it impossible to hold their heads high in Li family village and beyond. Such a grave affair cannot be understated. Thus, they understood that today, blood must be shed. Our nation has always been steeped in martial virtue, particularly in rural areas. There have been instances where two villages clashed over water sources, resulting in fatalities. In the 1980s, firearms were still prevalent among the populace, with some factory security units even armed. If the bride has fled, it is only natural to seek accountability. The bicycle and sewing machine have yet to be delivered, but the bridal price of 3 gold items and 500 yuan has already been paid. These must be reclaimed. The other party would certainly be reluctant to relinquish what they have consumed, and thus, it is imperative that blood be drawn. Erguzi, summon the young men from our village. Instruct Sanzai and Daxiao to bring their vehicles. We shall go to Yangmizhuang to demand an explanation from the Yang family. Li Weigua's expression was grim as he commanded a middle-aged man to rally the troops. Erguzi, known as Li Yan, hails from the same lineage as the Li family and served alongside Li Yuanchao in the military. Now stationed in the food factory security department, he was once a troublemaker, known for brawling in the streets, but had mellowed somewhat after military service. Upon hearing the command, he immediately nodded. Rest assured, third uncle, I will arrange for a couple of large trucks to transport our people. If the Yang family does not provide an explanation, I shall not let this matter rest. Li Yuanchao was well aware that this individual tended to act with unrestrained fervor. Do not act recklessly. We must not escalate matters unnecessarily. Let the younger generation take the lead. He was not naive. Today's affair was of considerable magnitude, and bloodshed was inevitable. However, if they were to charge into battle, it would be best to let the village's youth take the forefront. After all, his own brothers were of an age where they might falter, and he would not want to face his siblings if they were defeated. Zhou Ping began to weep. How could such a calamity befall us? How are we to hold our heads high as the Li family from now on? Seeking an explanation was imperative, but what about tomorrow's wedding? The invitations had already been sent, relatives and friends were expected to attend, and the banquet preparations had been completed. All the money had been spent. This turn of events seemed like a cruel twist of fate. Crying? What is the point of weeping at this juncture? Am I not permitted to cry? What shall we do about the wedding tomorrow? The bride has vanished. If she is gone, she is gone. We shall find another. You speak so lightly of it. Our family's honor has been utterly tarnished. What else can be done? The situation has unfolded. Your tears are of no consequence. The couple began to quarrel, while those around them could only offer their attempts at consolation amid the chaos. At that moment, Li Feng interjected, his eyes gleaming with a fierce determination. Fear not. If Yang Qing has fled, does she not have a sister, Yang Shui? We shall propose that her sister substitute as our bride. Should her family refuse, we shall smash their pots, dismantle their beds, and tear off their rooftops. If she does not consent, we shall take her by force. There must be a bride for tomorrow's wedding, no matter the cost. Chapter 2. The Yang family of Yang Muzwang. What? Li Feng, do you intend for your sister-in-law to take your sister's place in marriage? Is that even feasible? Since the elder sister has fled, why not let the younger sister assume her role? I've seen Li Feng's sister-in-law. She is exceptionally beautiful and a university student. It would be ideal to have her as a daughter-in-law. I believe this plan is viable. If their family objects, we should not hesitate to take a hard stance. We cannot allow our uncle's family to face embarrassment by not having a bride for the wedding tomorrow. Li Feng's suggestion left everyone momentarily stunned. The bride has run away, and now they are considering having the bride's sister take her place? To refuse would mean resorting to forceful measures, such as smashing pots and dismantling beds, which seems rather extreme. Some frowned, deeming the plan inappropriate, while others felt it could work, suggesting they should first get through tomorrow's ceremony. Father, what do you think of Xiao Feng's idea? Li Yuanchao, as a father, instinctively thought to oppose his son's proposal. However, upon seeing the fervent determination in Li Feng's eyes, he felt a shift in his own thoughts, beginning to entertain the same idea. The Yang family has 2 sons and 2 daughters. The eldest son, Yang Guang, is of decent appearance but has a poor reputation. The second daughter, Yang Qing, is beautiful, yet her restless nature has led her to commit the disgraceful act of fleeing on the eve of her wedding. The third daughter, Yang Shui, is quiet, lovely, and a university student. For the Li family, marrying into a family with a university student would be a tremendous advantage, especially since in the 1980s, university students were a rarity. Li Feng, who failed to gain admission to university himself, would benefit greatly from marrying a university-educated daughter-in-law, ensuring that their future children would likely have the opportunity to attend university as well. Without further ado, I find this plan acceptable. Old man Li Weiyuo pondered for a moment before turning to Li Feng. How did you come up with this idea? After all, the marriage was originally arranged for the second daughter of the Yang family, and considering that she has now fled, Li Feng's suggestion for the sister-in-law to take her place is indeed an unexpected solution. However, such occurrences are not without precedent. In the old society, rural families often resorted to similar measures for survival or to ensure a continuation of lineage, such as child brides, matchmaking, and marriage exchanges. Hence, having the sister-in-law fill in for the runaway bride is not entirely shocking. Everyone understood that the wedding tomorrow must have a bride, otherwise, the Li family would become the subject of ridicule. Li Feng's idea presents itself as the best solution under the circumstances. Without delay, we must set off now. Yes, we cannot allow the youngest daughter of the Yang family to escape as well. Otherwise, we will gain nothing. After a brief pause and thought, everyone became eager to act. This was not only an exciting affair, but also a rare occurrence in the rural setting, and they were keen to assist their relatives. The Li family must take on this obligation, and thus everyone began to prepare, eager to contribute. They quickly organized a group of able-bodied men and women, and soon had dozens of young laborers, along with a few individuals with distinctive hairstyles. Why is your hair so yellow, boy? Did you get it stained? Uncle, it's a trend. You wouldn't understand. Watch your tongue. I'm your uncle, and you dare to speak to me like that? Oh, it's just a trend. A trend. I didn't mean to offend. Help. Li Yuanchao seized the fleeing youth with the yellow hair, urging him to get into the vehicle. Enough of this frivolity. It's not the time for nonsense. Here, take these cigarettes, and share them among yourselves to keep your spirits up. He tossed several packs onto the vehicle, reminding everyone that sharing is essential. As they took the cigarettes, the group exchanged pleasantries. Uncle, whatever you say, we'll take care of those from the Yang family today. Hey, why are we being polite? Let us see what kind of cigarettes these are. Oh, colorful butterfly brand, my favorite. With the arrival of 2 trucks filled with people, Li Feng was exhilarated. In his previous life, his family had endured countless humiliations. Today, they would reclaim their dignity. Yang Qing, run if you must. But I will use your sister as a substitute bride. Should they refuse, I will tie up my dear sister-in-law and have her pay her respects. Anyone who stands in my way today shall face my wrath. Has Brother Husey arrived? He scanned the crowd and inquired of a young man with yellow hair. Husey is his cousin, working in the county police department, known for his connections in both legal and illegal circles. The local ruffians scatter at the sight of him, and as Yang Muzwang is his domain, it is unwise to venture without police protection. Brother Husey is currently preoccupied with a widow. He'll be driving over shortly. The young man replied with a grin. The crowd rolled their eyes in disdain. A well-meaning elder chuckled. I told you Brother Husey is formidable. Another elder shook his head in resignation. And this is someone from the law. Does he not fear getting into trouble? Li Feng sighed in exasperation. Although Brother Huzi is impressive, he is also known for his numerous vices, including his entanglements with the village widow. After his marriage, he continued to associate with her, leading to conflicts that eventually landed him in trouble with his wife, stunting his career advancement for years. He would be better off marrying the widow to avoid gossip. Li Feng murmured. Having someone in the police force could resolve many issues, and if it weren't for his wife's antics, Huzi would surely have ascended to a position of authority by now. In the future, I should advise Brother Huzi not to marry, or at least to consider marrying the widow. We cannot allow a wife to obstruct his future. All right, let us head out. Men, get the cars ready. After Li Weiguo and the others boarded the vehicle, they wasted no time. With a firm pat on the side of the truck, the engine roared to life as they sped toward Yang Muzhuang. At this moment, the moon shone brightly amidst a scattering of stars. Within the Yang family of Yang Muzhuang, confusion reigned. Several individuals paced anxiously within the house. A fair-skinned girl with an oval face gently suggested, Mom and Dad, perhaps my sister just stepped out for an errand. Let us not panic. This girl was none other than Li Feng's intended sister-in-law, Yang Shui. She had just gained admission to university and was overjoyed at the prospect of her sister's wedding. However, with the impending nuptials, her sister had mysteriously vanished, leaving the family in distress. How can we not be anxious? Your sister took the 3 gold pieces with her. It's clear she intends to elope. An elderly man, his face contorted with fury, clenched his fists in frustration. He was Yang Xiong, the head of the household. The eldest son was poised to marry, yet they lacked the bride price. Thus, a marriage was arranged for the eldest daughter, which included 3 gold pieces, a bicycle, a sewing machine, and 500 yuan. Once the daughter married, they would provide some new bedding, and the remaining items would serve as the bride price for the new daughter-in-law. Yet now, on the eve of the wedding, the daughter has vanished without a trace. What sort of situation is this? This daughter is truly a source of worry. An elderly woman fumed. She was Zhao Wan, Yang Xiong's mother. With only one grandson, she had doted on him since childhood and had longed for great-grandchildren. Now, with her granddaughter's wedding in jeopardy, she feared for her grandson's future as well, causing her distress to the point of physical pain. I've seen enough to know that this eldest daughter has wild aspirations and longs to see the world. However, she shouldn't have pilfered her brother's bride price. Those 3 gold pieces were meant for his future wife. How could she steal them? What a disgraceful, ungrateful child. Another woman chimed in with outrage. That wretched girl should have been drowned at birth. How dare she steal her brother's bride price? Just wait until I catch her. I will not hesitate to teach her a lesson. A tall young man stomped his foot in anger. Those 3 gold pieces were promised to Li Feng's family. They insisted on the bride price before agreeing to the marriage. I was so close to getting married, and now she has stolen my bride price. Mother, this is all your fault for indulging her. This was Yang Guang, the eldest son, known for his idle ways. No one has indulged her. I have always favored you most. The woman, Wang Hongmei, Yang Guang's mother, quickly reassured him. Yang Guang anxiously raked his fingers through his hair. What do you mean favored? I insisted on guarding the 3 gold pieces, but you wouldn't let me. Now look what has happened. The gold pieces are gone, and my marriage is in jeopardy. Do not worry. We will find a way. Our family still has some savings, please. You must think of a solution. I need to gather enough for the bride price to marry. All right, we will figure it out. Seeing her mother comforting her brother, Yang Shui furrowed her brow, pondering. Isn't that meant for the second sister's bride price? How has he become the elder brother? Alas, this household revolves entirely around him. Even if she becomes the most accomplished university student, she will receive but a fraction of the favor he enjoys, were it not for the scholarship and the financial support from both the village and the county to enable her university education. Her family would never have considered sending her to the city for school. In this family, only the elder brother, the sole male heir, is deemed worthy. Daughters? Merely a burden. Ding-a-ling. The landline rings. Hello, who is this? Yang King. How do you call back? Upon hearing the voice of his second daughter, Yang Xiong's fury ignited instantly. Quick, ask her where she is. Is the 3 gold pieces she took from me? Return them at once, or I will beat her to death. The old matriarch and others immediately surrounded him, chattering incessantly. Enough. Step aside. I can't hear. Yang Xiong impatiently pushed aside his son and daughter-in-law, straining to listen to the receiver. All he could hear was his daughter's cold and unfeeling voice. I took the 3 gold pieces. I want to marry. I don't even like that Li Feng at all. It was all you're doing. If anyone wishes to marry, they can go ahead. I refuse. How dare you speak like that? You stole the 3 gold pieces and still dare to argue? Return them immediately, or I will break your legs. Yang Xiong's eyes widened in anger, utterly enraged. This daughter has truly rebelled, daring to admit to stealing the gold and declaring she will not marry. He has indeed spoiled her. He should have dealt with her more harshly long ago. Break my legs? Come on, just try. As long as you can find me. Yang Qing laughed mockingly, a hint of satisfaction in her tone as she hung up the phone. Hello. Damn it, she hung up on me. Yang Xiong slammed the receiver down in frustration. The old matriarch, Zhao Wan, collapsed to the ground, howling, that wretched little beast. She intends to ruin our family. She should have been drowned at birth. Grandma, please don't do this. Get up. The ground is dirty, Yang Shui said, dutifully stepping forward to help her grandmother. The old woman shoved her away. You and your sister are the same, both burdens. You disregarded my wishes and insisted on going to school. What is the point of learning so much if it won't feed you? Sooner or later, you will become a heartless wretch. Yang Shui felt an overwhelming sense of resentment. Is this truly my grandmother? Being a woman herself, why can't she show a little kindness to her granddaughter? Why treat me as if I were a class enemy? Go find your cousin and have someone bring that girl back. I refuse to believe she can run far. Yes, she can't be far, either in the county or the city. The Yang family believed wholeheartedly that Yang Qing couldn't have gone far. At most to the county or city, and once found, they would drag her back for a good beating. Suddenly, a loud noise reverberated from outside as a vehicle pulled up and a throng of people began to disembark, followed by a series of forceful knocks on the door. Yang family, get out here. Chapter 3, blocking the door at night to seize the sister-in-law, or rather the bride. Who is it? What are you knocking for at this late hour? Yang Xiong frowned at the heavy knocking. There's a proper way to knock. It should be gentle and unhurried, not frantic and loud. As the saying goes, that signifies mourning. Knocking so loudly at night is nothing but ill fortune. Get out, Yang family, or I will kick the door down. Li Feng shouted angrily into the courtyard. He had been to this house many times before, often causing a ruckus to demand the return of the 3 gold pieces as part of the betrothal gift. But the Yang family had always refused, leading to fights and lawsuits that consumed several years. This time, he must seize the initiative to intimidate the Yang family. Otherwise, he would lose the chance to reclaim the bride and face a disastrous wedding next day. Stop talking, brother. Let us break the door down, one of the youths suggested. The village elders chimed in. Open the door quickly, or we will break it down. Yang Xiong frowned. Who is it? Why are you causing trouble in my home at this hour? Realizing there were many people outside, he felt a sense of foreboding. He instructed his son Yang Wang. Go over the wall and fetch Wang Pangzi. Wang Pangzi was their relative, a local ruffian. Dad, what if I get caught? Yang Guang protested, realizing the number of people outside and fearing he would be beaten if discovered. Wang Hengmei stomped her foot in frustration. You fool. If they're coming for you, you want to have a chance to run later. She understood her son's character well. He often stirred up trouble and would surely be in for a beating if he didn't escape over the wall. At that moment, a middle-aged man's voice rang out from outside, low and commanding. Yang Xiong, I'm Li Yuanchao. Open the door. I need to discuss something with you. Li Yuanchao, this is bad. The Li family has come looking for trouble. Yang Xiong immediately sensed something was amiss. His in-laws had arrived with a considerable entourage, undoubtedly because they had discovered that his daughter had fled. However, the 2 villages were quite far apart. How could news of her departure have reached them so quickly? Li Yuanchao, why have you brought so many people? Are you here to fight? Do you think our Yang family is without defenders? The old matriarch, Zhao Wan, rushed into the courtyard, her tone fierce yet trembling. At this moment, Li Feng was growing impatient and waved his hand. Step aside, Dad. We're breaking down the door. He charged forward, followed by the other young men who began to kick and ram the door. The Yang family's door, already flimsy, collapsed under the combined force, and a swarm of people surged into the courtyard. Seeing the aggressive crowd enter their home, Yang Xiong's family felt a tightening in their hearts. What do you want? Don't do anything rash, he exclaimed. Yang Guang, go call for help quickly. At that moment, Yang Guang, like a frightened dog, scrambled over the wall while shouting, everyone, come out. The Li family is attacking. Li Feng showed no concern for Yang Guang's cries for help. A hard confrontation was unavoidable today. He glared at Yang Xiong, his reluctant father-in-law. Where is Yang Qing? Yang Xiong narrowed his eyes. You little brat. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you not know how to address your elder? Address what? Is your daughter on the run? Li Feng retorted, showing no respect. He had suffered enough trouble from this old man in the past. He had no intention of giving him any face. Li Weigua, the elder, stepped forward, gesturing for silence, and turned to Yang Xiong. Yang, where's your daughter? Our families are to be joined in marriage tomorrow. Let me see my granddaughter-in-law. She stepped out. She'll be back by morning, Yang Xiong responded, unwilling to reveal too much and hoping to delay matters. If he could buy time, He would find a way to retrieve his daughter before discussing anything else. Oh, she stepped out? And she's getting married tomorrow? How could she do that? Li Weiguo's heart sank at this revelation. Realizing Li Feng had spoken the truth, the Yang family's eldest daughter had indeed fled. The surrounding crowd began to murmur, their expressions growing increasingly hostile. Where has she gone? Bring her back. She hasn't run away, has she? Yang family, you have acted dishonorably. Yang Xiong stole it ferm. How can my daughter run away? She is to be married to your Li family tomorrow. Where could she possibly go? She simply went to the county to buy some things, and will return by morning. The old matriarch, Zhao Wan, anxiously turned to Li Weiguo. Old brother, what is this? Our Yang family has never mistreated your family. When your grandson visited, I even made him a chicken soup. We are to be in-laws. Why have you brought so many people here? Do you intend to fight? Seeing some individuals wielding tools like shovels and hoes, she felt a wave of fear wash over her. She cherished her grandson and son and could not bear to see them harmed. Shut up, old woman. Speak again, and you'll be the first to get hit. Li Feng spat, his expression twisted with disdain. The old matriarch was the most troublesome in their last life. She had feigned madness to turn the tables on him. If his family hadn't been composed of honest folk, she would have been dealt with harshly. But this time, no one would play the fool. If she dared to act up, she would be met with violence. How dare you speak to me like that? I am your grandmother. Grandmother my foot. You think you deserve that title? The old woman's words were met with scorn, and her face flushed with indignation. Previously, they had never behaved in such a manner at home. He appeared to be a polite and rather shy child. So how had he transformed into a ruffian today? You, grandmother, please don't be angry. Yang Shui accompanied the elderly lady beside her, her brow slightly furrowed. She thought to herself, how could this brother-in-law have changed so drastically? Such a lack of decorum. Yet, witnessing her grandmother's fury brought her a shadowy sense of satisfaction. Yang Xiong, where's my daughter-in-law? Has she fled? Give me a straight answer. Our family is set to celebrate a joyous occasion tomorrow, and your family cannot behave in this manner. Li Yuancheo's face was grim as he fixed his gaze on Yang Xiong. A joyous event without a bride. This is nothing short of disgrace for the Li family. This is intolerable. The bride must be produced. Otherwise, this matter cannot be settled today. Naturally, Yang Xiong would not easily concede, insisting that is not the case. She simply went to the county to purchase supplies. You old fool are still lying. You have brought ruin upon our family. Li Feng, unable to contain his long-held grievances, snapped at his father-in-law. During the wedding procession years ago, there had been nothing but deceit, and ultimately, the bride was never brought home. Their relatives had watched in disbelief as the Li family became the subject of ridicule for years. Since then, the Li family had walked with their heads hung low, and matchmakers ceased to visit. Their grandfather had been deeply troubled for years, eventually passing away with regret. In this lifetime, they could not afford to suffer such humiliation again. Yang Qing has stolen 3 gold pieces and taken a bus to the provincial city. Don't think I am unaware. What? The provincial city? How do you know this? The Yang family was taken aback at Li Feng's revelation that their daughter had fled. It seemed the Li family had indeed come with ill intent, seeking trouble. Return the 3 gold pieces to me, along with the 500 yuan bride price. Li's couple demanded angrily of Yang Xiong. If the bride has fled, you must return the bride price before we discuss any further compensation. However, with the 3 gold pieces stolen and half of the bride price taken as well, how could the Yang family possibly produce any money? Yang Xiong's face turned pale, and he remained silent. The elderly woman began to act like a rogue. Who do you think you are bullying? Do you think our family is without anyone? What bride price? Why should we return it? If you have the guts, come and take it by force. Wang Hongmei was still thinking about preparing the wedding dowry for her son Yang Xiong and had no intention of returning anything. We won't return anything. Our eldest daughter is not dead. Just wait for her to come back. Wait for her to come back. She has fled. How could she possibly return? We are getting married tomorrow. What shall we do without a bride? Is this how your Yang family conducts business? Li Yuangqiu, infuriated by the Yang family's insolence, stepped forward, ready to act. Having served in the military, he was not afraid of a fight, especially at the age of just over 40 in the prime of his life, if not now. When? As he moved, the others who had come along also rolled up their sleeves, raising their hoes and shovels. What are you planning? Don't do anything rash. Yang Xiong and the others instinctively took a step back. Faced with such a crowd, it was indeed quite intimidating. Yang Shui, fearing for her parents' safety, hurriedly urged Li Feng. Brother-in-law, you can't do this. My sister has run away. We will find her for you. Please do not do anything foolish. Find her? Huh. I am getting married tomorrow. Can you locate my sister in the provincial city before then? Li Feng scoffed at his brother-in-law's little sister with a mocking smile. Yang Shui fell silent. The provincial city was vast, How could one possibly find someone in such a short time? Indeed, it was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, Li Feng scrutinized his sister-in-law more closely. She had a fine figure and a lovely face, and she was a university student. Rumored to be a chemistry PhD working in a cosmetics company, earning millions annually, she was the most successful one in the Yang family. Marrying her would be far superior to marrying her sister. I must have a bride for my wedding tomorrow. If you do not wish to return the 3 gold pieces and the bride price, then little sister, why not marry me in her stead? Chapter 4. The chaos in Northwest Shanxi brother-in-law. What are you talking about? Yang Shue's face flushed at Li Feng's outrageous suggestion that she replace her sister at the altar. I'm your sister-in-law. How could you even think of such a thing? Several unruly young men from Li's village chimed in. Sister, following my brother would be delightful. You would enjoy a life of luxury. Your sister has fled, so it is perfectly normal for you to marry your brother-in-law instead. Li Feng is not unattractive. Marrying him would not be a loss. Yang Xiong, upon hearing that Li Feng had designs on his youngest daughter, snorted in disdain and scolded. Absurd. Li Feng, what kind of delusion are you under? You are engaged to the eldest daughter, not the second. The second daughter is a university student. She can fetch a good price. I still hope someone will introduce a city dweller for her. The Li family from the countryside is not worthy of my daughter, he retorted. The elderly woman also berated Li Feng. How ridiculous. My daughter is a university student. The bride price should be at least 1,500, along with 3 gold pieces, a bicycle, a sewing machine, and a full set of furniture. Ideally, we should also have a large house made of red bricks and tiles. Li Weiguo scoffed. Are you selling your daughter? Why should the little girl cost more than the eldest? Our second daughter is a university student. Being a university student is nothing special. Does it come with extra eyes or arms? What are you saying? How am I speaking? Seeing that the Yang family was unwilling to agree, Li Feng decided not to waste further words. Grandfather, do not quarrel with them. Addressing his brother-in-law Yang Xiong, he stated, since my wife has fled, you must provide me with another. I am claiming Yang Shui. If you do not wish to face the authorities, do not obstruct me. Are you trying to forcibly take a woman? Just try it. Yang Xiong was not to be trifled with. My 2 daughters are not priced the same. You cannot take my second daughter at a bargain. One has already fled. I cannot allow you to take another. Grandfather, uncles, what should we do? Li Feng looked to his relatives. On the way here, he had declared that as long as the Yang family did not agree, they would take action. Whether they could recover the bride price or gold pieces was secondary. They must have a bride for the wedding tomorrow. The Yang family does not conduct themselves honorably. We will not seek the bride price back from you, but your youngest daughter must come with us. Everyone, let's take action. Li Weiguo was decisive and did not waste words. They would seize the person. The crowd surged toward the Yang family, with a few strong young men quickly capturing Yang Xiong, while another group blocked Wang Hongmei and the elderly woman, and Li Feng led several ants to seize Yang Shui. If you dare to act, I will fight you. The elderly woman, Zhao Wan, was alarmed to see the Li family genuinely attempting to seize someone, and she immediately picked up a shovel that had been propped against the wall and lunged at the crowd. Li Weiguo, noticing this, quickly signaled, get the old woman out of the way. Got it. Several young men, undeterred, rushed forward. After dodging the shovel, they each grabbed an arm of the elderly woman and pulled her aside. The elderly woman screamed, bastards, you will meet your doom for this. Don't touch my mother. I will fight you. Yang Xiong, seeing that his mother had been taken away, felt a surge of panic and was ready to fight back. Yet, those holding him were formidable. A burly man swiftly jabbed an elbow into his side. Keep quiet, or I'll kill you. Yang Xiong cried out in pain, feeling a sharp sting. Meanwhile, Li Feng grasped Yang Shue's arm, his eyes bloodshot as he said, come with me, sister-in-law. No, I won't go. I won't marry you. I will find my sister for you. Let me go. Yang Shui, unaccustomed to such scenes, was terrified and could only struggle frantically. However, her arms were pinned by several ants, and she could not muster the strength to break free. Like a chick being carried, her feet were lifted off the ground as she was dragged several meters, nearing the door. In a panic, she cried out, no, I don't want to marry you. Tears flowed profusely, akin to an unrestrained torrent, under the moonlight, reminiscent of a virtuous woman abducted by bandits to become a captive bride, evoking deep sympathy. Suddenly, a throng of individuals surged through the doorway, led by a youth in his 20s who, upon witnessing the scene, anxiously cried out, release my sister. It was none other than Yang Wang, who had scaled walls to escape and had finally returned with familiar faces from the village. A burly man, menacing in demeanor, pointed at the Li family and shouted, everyone, cease this at once. This individual, known as Wang Pengzi, whose real name was Wang Xiao, was a notorious ruffian and a relative of the Yang family, being the nephew of Wang Hongmei. Mind your own business, Wang Pengzi, came a voice from the Li side. A man in his 30s with a square face and a cold demeanor, named Li Feng, who was also of a rough background and acquainted with Wang Pengzi. Scram, are you looking for trouble in my aunt's place? Wang Pengzi, undeterred by the confrontation, pressed forward to reclaim his aunt. Upon seeing her nephew arrive, Wang Hongmei was filled with joy, exclaiming, Wang Xiao, you must stand up for your aunt. They intend to take your sister. Rest assured, aunt, I will handle this. Wang Pengzi declared, clearing a path as he and the Li family members clashed. The scene erupted into chaos. Li Yuanshao, having kicked a young man from Yang Muzhuan aside, attempted to join the fray, but the elderly Wei Guo restrained him, insisting, let the youth exert their strength. You must not intervene. Having been injured during his military service, Li Yuanshao was now the family's cornerstone and could not afford to be harmed. Father, I'm fine, he protested. Despite being over 40, Li Yuanshao's passion burned brightly, and witnessing the brawl stirred his blood. Yet, a stern glance from his father compelled him to halt. Turning, he noticed his son, Li Feng, surrounded, prompting him to rush forward with fervor. Who dares to bully my son? I will fight you. The elder shook his head in exasperation, lamenting his son's impulsiveness despite his maturity. Stop, stop, cried Yang Muzhuan's village head, Yang Wenlin, as he hurried over, distressed by the disorder. If anything were to go awry, he would bear the brunt of it. He sought out Li Wei Guo, inquiring, what is happening here? Why did you bring such a crowd to my Yang Muzhuan? After all, they were neighboring villages, and the two had known each other since childhood, sharing some familial ties. Tomorrow is my grandson's wedding day, yet the bride has fled. What are we to do? Li Wei Guo offered a cigarette to the village head, explaining the situation. At that moment, the village head dared not accept the smoke, anxiously pacing. Then let Yang Xiong refund your betrothal gifts. But you cannot resort to violence here. Do you see how they are attempting to seize our second daughter? That is easy for you to say. Our wedding date is set, and relatives are coming. Without a bride, our family will be humiliated. Li Baiwu, discerning the village head's reluctance to negotiate, grew less cordial. We have come today to take the Yang family's second daughter, with the elder daughter having eloped. It is only just that the younger sister becomes our bride. This is a matter of principle, and none of you can interfere. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Yang Wenlin was both furious and anxious. Do not overstep your bounds. The Yang family's second daughter is a university student, the hope of our village. Your actions are outrageous. Others from Yang Muzhuan arrived, incensed, declaring, we cannot allow them to take our university student. The Li family's villagers, emboldened, retorted, you dare to cause trouble in Yang Muzhuan? Beat them. The small courtyard quickly filled with bodies, an uproar reminiscent of a modern-day online meme, suggesting that by dawn, some might find themselves expecting. As Li Feng attempted to escort his sister outside, Yang Guang, in a panic, blocked their path. I still rely on this sister to earn me some money. How can you take her away? Infuriated by his uncle's obstruction, Li Feng retaliated with a punch, exclaiming, how dare you? Previously, during the wedding procession, bicycles and sewing machines had been delivered to the family, only for this opportunistic uncle to feign innocence, claiming his sister was merely preparing her makeup while he awaited her. Ultimately, it became clear that the bride had fled in the night, and the gifts had been appropriated by this uncle for his own bride, leading to a protracted legal dispute that revealed his unscrupulous nature. Today, he would receive his due retribution. Ouch! You dare strike me! Yang Guang clutched his eye in pain. Yang Shui, witnessing this, felt a fleeting moment of amusement but quickly feigned concern, calling out, brother, are you all right? Do not hurt my uncle. Do you even deserve the name Yang Guang? Li Feng spat at the ground, aiming to pull Yang Shui away. A few young men from Yang Muzhuan interposed, declaring, Yang Shui, I have come to rescue you. Release that girl. Yang Shui, are you unharmed? Since childhood, Yang Shui's beauty had attracted many suitors. Yet her aloof demeanor and dedication to her studies led her to reject numerous advances. The young men before her were former admirers, eager to play the role of the gallant hero, seeking her favor. Li Feng, aware of their intentions, chastised them. Do not block my path. Otherwise, I will take you all on. Come on, I will take you down. They retorted, brimming with bravado. Let go of Yang Shui. As tensions escalated, Li Feng, unperturbed, retrieved a hammer from his pocket. The would-be heroes recoiled. Why do you have a hammer? That's against the rules. They dared not confront him. He was a formidable opponent. Come on, who is afraid? Li Feng challenged, his eyes ablaze. As he swung the hammer, he commanded, get out of my way. Ah, help. I was wrong. The young men scattered in fear, astonished that he would actually wield the hammer against them. Yet one undeterred, armed with a shovel, shouted, I will end you. Li Feng, undaunted, faced the incoming shovel swing, raising his hammer to strike back ferociously. No, stop. Yang Shui shrieked in alarm. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed, startling everyone into silence. Gunfire? Who has the audacity to shoot? They instinctively recoiled, crouching low, bewildered by the reckless bravery of the shooter. As the commotion subsided, the sound of police sirens approached, and several officers appeared at the entrance, one imposing young officer raising his firearm skyward. He was the one who had fired. Tiger, you have finally arrived, Li Weiguo sighed with relief upon recognizing him. Rest assured, I will ensure justice is served, the young officer, named Li Hu, assured. A notable figure from the Li family, known for his tenacity and widespread connections. Recognizing the authority of Li Hu, the villagers of Yangmen regarded him with caution, their expressions shifting to wariness. Wang Pengzi discreetly slipped back into the crowd, having recently encountered legal troubles, unwilling to fall into Li Hu's grasp. Brother Hu, Li Feng exhaled in relief. With Li Hu present, the situation would undoubtedly be manageable. Li Hu nodded at him, scanning the crowd with a steely gaze. Are you all engaged in a brawl? No, not at all, came the chorus of denials, as everyone shook their heads, eager to avoid arrest. Suddenly, an elderly woman pushed through the crowd, collapsing to the ground and wailing, "Oh, great heavens! You must bring justice for our family. Someone is trying to abduct my granddaughter to make her a bride. Is this not robbery? Enough with the wailing. Your family's petty affairs have left you with a sense of righteousness?" Li Hu is not one to show a favorable countenance. He is well aware of his circumstances. Tomorrow, without a bride, the family of his third uncle will surely face ridicule, and in turn, his own family will be subject to gossip. His younger brother Li Feng might even find it challenging to find a wife in the future. This matter must be resolved with utmost elegance. Young Xiong, has your daughter run away? He directed his gaze toward the battered Yang Xiong. Surrounded by several individuals, Yang Xiong had taken quite a beating, feeling immensely wronged. Li Hu, you cannot show favoritism toward your own kin, he protested. I'm asking you a question. Has your daughter, Yang Qing, indeed fled? Li Hu's tone turned grave. Wang Hongmei quickly interjected, my daughter has not run away. Did I give you permission to speak? Li Hu shot a glare her way, warning, speak again, and I shall seal your lips. Wang Hongmei's face turned crimson, yet she recognized Li Hu's reputation and dared not utter another word. Young Xiong, understanding his wife's intent, adamantly denied the allegation. My daughter has not run away. She has gone out to purchase some items and will return by tomorrow. He thought to himself that if he could delay for a day, it might suffice. At worst, they could let the Li family sue him. After all, the police had connections, and his relatives were in the court. He could stall indefinitely. Nonsense. Your daughter has already taken a vehicle to the provincial capital. Li Feng stepped forward, exposing the truth and pointing an accusing finger at Yang Xiong's family. Brother, Yang Qing has stolen my 3 gold items and run away. This constitutes fraud, does it not? They should all be arrested and imprisoned. What fraud? How dare you say such things? Yang Xiong exclaimed, hastily defending himself. In the 1980s, fraud was a serious crime, and even a decade prior, it could lead to public shaming. He had no desire to bear such a stigma. Li Hu's eyes brightened. Indeed, if this is the case, fraud could lead to imprisonment for no less than 5 years, with severe cases resulting in life sentences. No, we are not committing fraud. Do not speak such nonsense. Yang Wang and his mother Wang Hongmei quickly protested, fearing imprisonment for 5 years or more. Elderly Zhao Wan, sitting on the ground, shouted, who are you trying to scare? You think you can just declare sentences as you please, as if you were a great marshal? Liungria Shuklat, turning his attention to Yang Shui. Old woman, do not try to fool me. I have encountered many like you. Do you not trust my words? Ask your college-educated daughter. She knows the law better than you do. Inquire how many years one could face for fraud. Yang Shui, wiping her tears, urged the elderly woman, grandmother. Fraud is a serious offense. It can indeed lead to several years of imprisonment. Li Hu, feeling triumphant, raised an eyebrow at Li Feng, threatening Yang Xiong. Your family accepted the bride price in gold. Now that the bride has run away before the marriage, how is this not fraud? Come, all of you, return with me to the station for questioning. No, we have not committed fraud. That girl ran away on her own. It is none of our concern. Yang Xiong's expression soured, and just as he was about to seek help from the village chief, his wife Wang Hongmei rushed to shield him, desperately explaining. Li Hu feigned realization. She truly ran away? Excellent. Deceitful marriage, you say, and you claim is not fraud? Arrest them all. The police officers accompanying him immediately advanced to apprehend them. I do not care. We have not committed fraud. You cannot arrest us. Elderly Zhao Wan clung to one officer, unwilling to let go, resorting to petty tricks. Wang Hongmei, frantic, exclaimed, you cannot arrest us. Village chief, do not allow them to take people from our Yangyu village. Village chief Yang Wenlin quickly pleaded with Li Hu, comrade police, let us talk this over amicably. Village Chief Yang, it is not I who wishes to discuss. It is the Yang family who has gone too far. Thinking our third uncle's lineage is easy to bully. The bride has run away, yet they do not wish to give an explanation. What is the meaning of this? Is there no law? No reason? Li Hu delivered a passionate speech, inciting the villagers of Li family village to fervent agreement. Indeed, well said. We must have an explanation. Our Li family village is not to be trifled with. Village Chief Yang Wenlin was in a state of panic. We will have an explanation. We can discuss this. We can negotiate. Negotiate what? What use is your talk? Li Feng stepped forward, showing no courtesy toward the village chief of Yangyu village. He pointed at his brother-in-law Yang Guang, saying, Brother Hu, let us arrest this fellow first. Do not let him escape. No, I'm not trying to run away. Yang Guang, terrified, waved his hands, his anger directed at Li Feng. You wicked brother-in-law, how could you wish to send me to jail? Li Hu understood Li Feng's intent. Capturing Yang Guang, the sole male heir of the Yang family, would be a strategic move. If they could secure him, everything else would fall into place. This was their Achilles heel. Apprehend him. Yes, sir. At the command, several officers surged toward Yang Guang, swiftly pinning the tall man to the ground. Do not move. Otherwise, do not blame us for being rude. They dare not lay a hand on the elderly woman, but dealing with someone like Yang Guang, a young man, was straightforward, and they were considerably rougher. With arms twisted behind his back and a knee pressing into his spine, the discomfort was excruciating. Yang Guang cried out in pain, Stop. Do not do this. I will not run. Father, save me, save me. Oh, my grandson, my precious eldest grandson. Elderly Zhao Wan, hearing her grandson's cries, was frantic and helpless, suspended in the air, unable to rush to him. She could only wail and then turn her ire towards her son. You worthless son, why do you not save your son? My dear grandson, you are suffering. Yang Xiong's eyes reddened, bloodshot with desperation as he gazed at Li Hu, then at Li Yuanchao and Li Weiguo. Uncle, you cannot do this. Spare my son. This address signified his capitulation. Recognizing that while he himself was unafraid of the Li family, his son was now at their mercy. His elderly mother's anguish compelled him to relent, knowing that if this stalemate continued, it might indeed lead to the entire family's imprisonment. Li Weiguo smoked silently, offering no words. Li Yuanchao interjected, You are being unreasonable. My son's wedding is tomorrow, yet there is no bride. What do you intend to do to us? We seek an explanation. If you do not provide one, nothing will suffice. What explanation do you require? I can return the 3 gold items and the bride price. Would that suffice? Yang Xiong, witnessing his son on the ground weeping profusely, his mother wailing, and his wife appearing as a startled bird, could only grit his teeth and swallow his indignation. Contemplating how to resolve this matter, he was fully aware of his own culpability. If his family were in such a predicament, he would be unable to endure it either. It would be a loss of face beyond measure, a disgrace that would haunt him for generations. Unless one were a fool, no one could bear such humiliation. Who wants your 3 gold items or bride price? I demand your youngest daughter to marry me tomorrow. Li Feng pointed at Yang Shui, his tone menacing. Yang Shui's face drained a color. No, I will not marry. Yang Xiong felt an unbearable humiliation. No, I do not consent. Li Feng smirked, glancing at his brother-in-law. If you do not agree, then all of you shall be imprisoned. A childhood friend of mine is already serving time. I will ensure he treats my brother-in-law well, keeping him by the toilet for meals and sleep. As long as you do not mind, I am indifferent. In Chapter 6, Li Feng brought his sister-in-law home, and thus the bride issue would be resolved. No, I do not wish to go to prison. Father, you must agree, you must agree. Yang Guang felt a wave of panic wash over him, engulfed in fear. He had friends who had been incarcerated, and prison was no place for humans. All manner of vices thrive there, and violence was mere childish play. Most crucially, one must not be too good-looking, lest Yang Guang considered himself quite the handsome fellow, but had no desire to be treated like a toilet in prison. Elderly Zhao Wan grew anxious. My grandson cannot go to prison. He must marry and have children. If he goes to prison, how will he find a partner? He cannot go to prison. No family wishes to have a son-in-law who has been imprisoned. Once their grandson entered prison, his prospect for marriage would surely vanish. This was absolutely unacceptable. Since the eldest daughter has fled, let the younger daughter take her place. After all, my precious grandson cannot end up in prison. Wang Hongmei shared the same sentiment. The child's father, Yang Guang, must not be incarcerated, for that is no place for a human being. You must ensure he does not enter. As a mere housewife, she could see that the Li family harbored ill intentions, aiming to coerce her youngest daughter into marriage. If she refused, it would not only be her son facing incarceration, but her entire family would be devastated. Thus, It seemed wiser to allow her daughter to marry into the Li family, especially since she was considered a liability. Yang Xiong realized that the situation was beyond redemption. The village chief and Wang the Fat were too intimidated to confront Li Hu, and even his own family was paralyzed with fear. Their only hope lay with his daughter, Yang Shui. He held a preference for sons and had little fondness for his daughter, yet he wished to secure a good match for her in university. Now, it appeared that this plan was falling apart. Father, I do not wish to marry. Yang Shui, perceptive and intelligent, recognized her impending fate and shook her head in despair. She had numerous dreams to pursue. Marrying would confine her to a life of domesticity and labor. What had been the purpose of her arduous studies if she were to regress to a life of subservience? Make a decision quickly, Li Hu yawned, glancing at the slanted moon. At that moment, Li Feng, feeling that it was indeed too late to disturb brother Hu's rest, was taken aback when this elder brother uttered an astonishing statement. I still need to return to sleep with the widow. Everyone was taken aback. What kind of official was this, utterly shameless? Yang Xiong, now devoid of authority, cast a resentful glance at the smug Li Feng and weakly nodded. Fine, I agree. Take her away. Father, please don't. Yang Shui's tears cascaded down her cheeks, her sobs heart-wrenching. How can you sell me so easily? A glimmer of excitement flashed in Li Feng's eyes. All right, tomorrow we will have a bride. He was elated at the prospect of no longer being the subject of ridicule. Come, let us go, he insisted. No, I will not go. Yang Sui vehemently resisted, crying out for her parents and grandmother, casting desperate looks at her older brother for aid. Yet none met her gaze, not out of guilt, but out of concern for their eldest brother, Yang Guang. Release my son. We have all agreed. Let him go. My precious grandson, have they harmed you? I will lodge a complaint, escalate it to the authorities. In that moment, Yang Shui felt a profound sense of loneliness and injustice. Seeing her resistance wane, Li Feng hoisted her onto his shoulder. Let's go home. Well then, the matter has been perfectly resolved, Li Hu remarked cheerfully to Li Weiguo and Li Yuanchao, raising an eyebrow as if awaiting praise, appearing far removed from the bully he had just been. Li Weiguo nodded approvingly. Well done, Hughesy. Li Yuanchao patted Li Hu on the shoulder. Good job, young man. Later, Uncle will bring you some fine wine to enjoy. The bride from the old Li family had been reclaimed, and even more splendidly, she was a university student. How could the father and son not be overjoyed? Their smiles could hardly be contained. Hughesy was undoubtedly the hero of the day. He deserved to be well treated. Ha, splendid. Li Hu escorted the two to the vehicle, then dismissed the crowd. Finally, he turned to Yang Xiong and the others in the yard, delivering a threat. This matter is settled for today. My great-grandfather's family does not stoop to your level. You had best attend the wedding tomorrow. If there is any disruption, I will not hold back. As he departed, he deliberately touched the gun at his waist, a menacing gesture. What a scoundrel! How can such a person serve as an official? Is there no one else for the job? The irate elder Zhao won cursed Li Hu while cradling her grandson. Yang Xiong's face turned ashen. Today had been a monumental disgrace. His eldest daughter had fled on the eve of her wedding, and his second daughter had been taken away as a substitute bride. The Yang family would become fodder for gossip. Child's father. Shall we attend the wedding tomorrow? Wang Hongmei inquired anxiously. Not a chance. I cannot afford such humiliation. Yang Xiong snapped, biting down hard on his teeth, and kicking a nearby jujube tree in frustration. Inside the truck heading back to Li family village, a group of people were exuberant as if celebrating a victory. I kicked that fool, and he flew 2 or 3 meters. One of those idiots tried to sneak up on me. I simply countered and dodged, throwing a punch. To my surprise, it was an old lady. Together with the fourth and Big Cat, we teamed up against Wang the Fat. He has got some skills, likely trained in martial arts. The three of us couldn't even land a hit on each other. Truly, he is the local tough guy. So what? Did you not see how Wang the Fat cowered when he encountered Brother Hu? He kept a safe distance, terrified of being spotted. Indeed, it's the authority that commands respect. Li Weiguo, seated in the truck, squinted his eyes as he listened to the chatter behind him. He instructed his son, Li Yuanchao, when we return home, don't speak too much to your wife. We wouldn't want to cause her worry. We've prepared some pork, so let us cook half of it for everyone. Tomorrow morning, you can buy more meat. Many have seen blood today. It's a matter of sentiment. We must provide ample wine and meat. I understand, rest assured, Father, Li Yuanchao replied, nodding. He then glanced at the front of the truck, expressing concern. That girl was crying so hard. She may not agree to marry. Not agreeing isn't an option. We can't have no bride tomorrow. Remember? The tongues of others can be lethal, Li Weiguo lamented. Life in the countryside is both simple and intricate, filled with considerations and concerns. For a family without a son, they will be the subject of scrutiny, while widows faced even more slander. Words can sometimes be more damaging than actions, leading to ostracism. Without a strong heart, One cannot withstand the weight of gossip. A single rumor could lead to a family's ruin, driving someone to despair. Marriage is of utmost importance for ordinary folks. Should a scandal erupt on the wedding day, it would haunt the family for years, becoming a source of ridicule, impacting future daily life. At the very least, no matchmaker would consider introducing a suitable bride to them again. Fortunately, the Yang family had a younger daughter, as long as the marriage proceeded smoothly. This incident would eventually fade. Even in the event of a divorce, it would not matter, as long as there were no children involved. What truly matters is avoiding disgrace. For no family would wish to enter their home thereafter. Once we return home, we shall persuade that girl. The Yang family owes us, not the other way around. Li Weiguo thought, his eyes narrowing with a glimmer of determination. The bride was secured, but if the Yang girl resisted fiercely, that would pose a challenge. Chapter 7. The pitiful and aggrieved Yang Shui. Let go of me. You must release me. I refuse to marry you. In the truck, Yang Shui cried, her face a picture of sorrow. She had never anticipated Li Feng would harbor such despicable intentions. My sister has run away. You cannot force me to be your bride. At that moment, the truck sped through the night, roaring like a wild beast. Darkness enveloped the surroundings, with only the moonlight illuminating the gray sky, imbuing it with an exotic atmosphere. Jump if you dare. You might not die from the fall, but you could certainly be injured. Then no one will care for you. Li Feng, holding Yang Shui, grew impatient with her screams and abruptly flung open the truck door, glaring fiercely. I suffered greatly at your family's hands in the past. You are your sister's sister, so don't think you can escape unscathed. If you jump, even if you survive, you will still be obligated to attend the wedding tomorrow. Old grievances and new resentments surged within him, and he shouted furiously, resembling a bandit. The university student, Yang Shui, was taken aback. As she saw the door swing open and felt the rush of wind, an impulse to jump surged within her. Suddenly, the truck hit a large rock. Thud! The entire truck jolted violently. Yang Shui nearly tumbled out of the cabin. Instinctively, she clung to Li Feng, crying out for help. Hey, weren't you eager to jump from the vehicle? I thought you had some guts, Li Feng teased. Though Yang Shui appeared delicate, her temperament was not that of an ordinary woman. Infuriated by his words, she forcefully shoved Li Feng aside and prepared to leap from the truck. Damn it, you crazy woman, Li Feng exclaimed, swiftly pulling Yang Shui back and shutting the door. She truly intended to jump, and he realized he had underestimated her. Let go of me. Let go. I won't. You still have to become my bride tomorrow. No, I refuse. Your parents have already consented. You have no say in the matter. Mentioning her parents only deepened her distress, prompting her to weep even more. Yes, it was true that her parents had agreed to this arrangement, and it was precisely this that shattered her spirit. Did they regard her as mere property? No one consulted her opinion. They simply thrust her into her sister's place without a word of concern afterward. The Yang family not only favored sons over daughters, but also displayed a chilling indifference. Yang Shui cried all the way to the Li household. When Li Feng carried her out of the vehicle, she dazedly asked, Where are you taking me? Where? We've arrived at my home. Tomorrow, we will marry directly, skipping all the customary proceedings. Li Feng tugged Yang Shui toward his house. I won't marry, she protested, struggling against him. You have no choice, he retorted with a scoff. To the women approaching them, he said, Annie's big sisters, please keep an eye on her and prevent her from doing anything foolish. He still had to greet the elders from the village and had no time to comfort this woman. He entrusted the task of psychological persuasion to the aunts and sisters. Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll ensure this girl behaves and follows through with the wedding, one of the aunts assured. A throng of women surrounded Yang Shui as they entered the house. Li Weiguo and Li Yuanchao also disembarked, and Zhou Ping eagerly approached, asking, Is that girl the second daughter, Yang Shui? You really brought her back. How did her family agree to this? After all, the second daughter was a university student, younger, beautiful and promising. How could the Yang family consent to a substitute marriage? Li Yuanchao chuckled. It took some effort, but the Yang family knew they were in the wrong. After friendly negotiations, they ultimately acquiesced to our demands. A group of adorned individuals behind them burst into laughter. Indeed, friendly negotiations. We had quite an enjoyable exchange. Rest assured. Annie, the people from Yang Muzwang are no match for us, one chimed in. Zhou Ping, not foolish, sensed from their demeanor that there had likely been a scuffle. However, bringing the bride back meant they must have emerged victorious. Still, she harbored concerns. Let us hope there are no complications. What if the Yang family reports us? Don't worry, Husey went, and Yang Xiong consented, so there's nothing to fear about police involvement, Li Yuanchao said with a smug smile. Li Weiguo waved his hand, urging, Ladies, stop fretting over this. It's not your concern. Hurry and prepare some pork and lamb for everyone, and bring out those boxes of fine wine for a feast. In the rural 1980s, opportunities to enjoy meat were rare, and upon hearing of good wine and meat, everyone grew ravenous, feigning modesty. "Oh, uncle, there's no need for such formality. We're all family. Just some cold dishes will suffice." Li Feng had already brought out the wine, greeting everyone. "Come, everyone. Thank you for your hard work. Uncle, big uncle, come sit down. Third brother, fifth brother, help move the tables and chairs. Let us set up the round table. Mom, aunties, the meat is being stewed. Please assist." "All right, I'll help," they replied. The crowd busied themselves, and the Li family village, usually quiet, buzzed with activity until 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After consuming food and drink, Li Feng felt particularly jubilant, thinking the bride ran away. And now the sister-in-law will take her place. My family will no longer be the subject of ridicule. As for whether Yang Shui was unwilling, that was no longer a matter of democracy. If she were allowed to refuse, it would only lead to his own family suffering. "No, I refuse." Inside the house, the aunts continued to persuade her, but Yang Shui had cried all her tears away and still shook her head in defiance. After a few drinks, Li Feng entered the room and, upon seeing the scene, frowned. He grabbed some rope and swiftly bound Yang Shui, then told the aunts, "You all go rest. Don't worry about this woman. When the time comes tomorrow, let her directly proceed with the wedding. Isn't that a bit improper? Just give her some more time. I can persuade her. I aspire to be a matchmaker. I can do it." "Time is already too late," Li Feng retorted, unwilling to let anyone meddle further. He urged everyone to leave, handing out bags of noodles and eggs as they departed, insisting they take them as tokens of goodwill. The aunts and sisters were thoroughly satisfied, praising Li Feng for having matured and learned to be considerate. Let me go. Zhou Ping, seeing Yang Shui bound, felt a pang of sympathy. "Child, is this truly acceptable?" Li Feng, unfazed, pushed his mother out of the room, insisting it will be fine as long as she is alive. Everything will work out. "Don't worry, Mom. You should rest. We'll need to tend to relatives and friends during the day. It will be quite busy. Just don't do anything reckless. Rest assured, I'm utterly exhausted and won't fear anything." After closing the door, he turned to his sister-in-law Yang Shui, who was writhing like a worm on the bed. "Stop struggling. Just obediently wait for tomorrow. No, today for the wedding. I want to marry. Yang Shui protested stubbornly. "This is a crime. I will report you to the police." "Go ahead, if you can," Li Feng replied, sitting on the bed, removing his shoes with a sneer. "Your family took 3 gold pieces and the betrothal gifts. The wedding date is already set. Now that your sister has fled, having you substitute is more than fair to your family. Otherwise, your family would be committing fraud and would all end up in jail. Since your parents have agreed, this is a family matter. Reporting it won't help." He yawned, picking up a smelly sock to threaten her. "I need to sleep now. Don't disturb me." No, use something else. I don't want to be stuffed with a stinky sock." Yang Shui, quick-wit, understood his intent to silence her, but the sock was revolting. "You're going too far. I absolutely refuse to let that foul sock touch my mouth." Li Feng sniffed his own sock, proclaiming, "It doesn't smell." "Ha! You just can't smell it yourself. If you dare stuff that foul sock in my mouth, I'll bite my tongue and die." Yang Shui turning away, ready to make a heroic sacrifice at any moment. Li Feng, not wishing to wake up next to a cold corpse the next day, had no choice but to discard the sock and grab the towel from the table, stuffing it into Yang Shui's mouth instead. "Don't scream. Just sleep obediently. We'll discuss everything tomorrow." He was utterly exhausted, having drunk too much, and lacked the energy to engage in further conversation with this unwelcome sister-in-law. Once he lay down, he quickly fell into a deep slumber. Yang Shui, after having the towel stuffed in her mouth, spat it out within moments. Seeing Li Feng asleep, she began to struggle against the ropes, binding her hands and feet. However, it proved to be no easy task. After a long while, without success, she lay helplessly on the bed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Why was this happening to her? "I will not marry. I must escape." Early the next morning, Li Yuanchao set out to purchase pork. The half a pig consumed the previous night had been butchered by Wang the butcher in the village. But today he was not slaughtering any pigs, necessitating a trip to the market, which would be considerably more expensive. However, today was his son's wedding day, and the meat must be plentiful. He couldn't allow anyone to look down on his family's banquet as being meager. Knock, knock, knock. Zhou Ping knocked on the door, asking, "Son, are you awake? Is your sister-in-law up for breakfast?" "Oh, no. Is the new bride awake and ready for breakfast?" Chapter 8. The Mother-in-Law and the New Bride. "Andy, please let me go. I don't want to marry." Yang Shui, still groggy, heard Zhou Ping's inquiries and urgently pleaded for help. Zhou Ping pushed the door open and entered, casting a glance at Yang Shui with a hint of helplessness. "Child, we are not a wealthy family. We gathered the 3 gold items and the betrothal gifts to arrange the marriage between your sister and my son. Now that your sister has run away, if you refuse to marry, my son will have no face to show to the world and cannot let you go. But it was my sister who was engaged, not me. Yang Shui cried, tears streaming down her face. It is obviously my sister who is engaged, yet I'm the one who is to marry. I have hardly met my brother-in-law. I do not like him. Love can develop over time, right? My son is quite good. You will come to know that in time. Zhou Ping, feeling aggrieved for such a wonderful girl. After all, she was a university student with a promising future, thought perhaps she could find someone from the city. Suddenly marrying into a family like theirs must leave her feeling a sense of disparity. Yet, the girl was truly beautiful, far more so than her sister. Any child they bore would undoubtedly be even more stunning. Aunt, please let me go. I've just been accepted into university. I want to study. Rest assured. I want to call the police. Yang Shui pleaded desperately, moving to the bedside in tears. Li Feng opened his eyes and yawned, saying, calling the police 1T help. Your parents have agreed to this, and it's a family matter. The police 1T intervene. Brother-in-law, if I find my sister, will you let me off the hook? No. Li Feng curtly refused. Firstly, the wedding is today, and you 1T be able to find your sister. Secondly, are you not as good as your sister? Marrying a university student is more respectable. Stop struggling. Were you scheming against me all along? Yang Shui was furious, no longer pleading nor afraid, and confronted Li Feng angrily. Li Feng was taken aback. What do you think of me? I never had any such thoughts about you before. Forcing you to take her place is a last resort. You should blame your sister. Ugh, suddenly, Zhou Ping pointed in astonishment at a wet patch on the bed. Did you wet the bed? She glanced at Yang Shui's long dress and her hands and feet. Have you not gone to the toilet all night? Yang Shui's face turned crimson. Mortified and ashamed, she realized she had indeed held her bladder too long and wet the bed. As a university student, an adult, how could she still wet the bed? Hurry, Aunt will untie you. Let us go to the outhouse, Zhou Ping said kindly, busily loosening the ropes around Yang Shui. The ropes were tightly bound, leaving marks on her skin. Li Feng got up, put on his shoes, and fetched a chamber pot from under the bed. You could just use it here. I'll go get the bride's clothes for you to wear. No, I want to go to the outside toilet. Yang Shui was determined to flee, not wanting to use the pot. But as soon as the ropes were untied and she moved, her body collapsed. After being bound all night, her circulation had been cut off, making it difficult to stand. Li Feng shook his head at her state. You'll surely fall into the pit if you go to the outhouse like this. I would want my new bride to be fished out from the outhouse on her wedding day. How dirty would that be? Yang Shui's face burned with embarrassment as she glared at his back, muttering through gritted teeth, you'll fall into the outhouse. Your whole family will fall into the outhouse. Zhou Ping pretended not to hear the girl's curse, urging her to remove her clothes and cover herself with a thin blanket until the bridal attire arrived. At that moment, several village women, aunts, and sisters-in-law entered to see the new bride. Oh, what a beautiful girl. Is this the new bride from the Li family? What's her name? Let us call her Yang Qing. Yang Shui was frightened and kept retreating against the wall. She had just changed out of her dress and wore nothing beneath. If they saw her, even though they were all women, she would still find it impossible to face them again. Zhou Ping understood the girl's feelings and helped shield her. All right, dear aunts, my new bride is shy. Please don't frighten her. Why is this happening so early in the morning? Didn't you hear? Last night, the middle-aged women began chattering about the previous night's events. An elder sat beside the bed and called out to Yang Shui. Girl, what is your name? Her name is Yang Shui. Zhou Ping introduced her to the elder. What? Yang Zi? No, it's Yang Shui. Su Zi? No, it's Yang Shui. Oh, Yang. Hey, dear aunt, have you eaten yet? I have. I had soup with rice. That was clearly heard. Li Feng entered with the wedding attire and saw a group of aunts and sisters-in-law gathered around the bed. While the flustered Yang Shui hid in the corner like an innocent little rabbit, he couldn't help but smile. Ladies, could you step outside for a moment? Let my new bride change her clothes. Oh, we're all women. What is the big deal about changing in front of us? Are we outsiders? I'm Li Feng's sixth aunt. He once urinated in my lap when he was little. Oh, dear aunt, please don't bring up my heroic tales. Just go sit in the living room. There are peanuts and sunflower seeds. I'll bring over the TV from my second brother's house for you to watch later. Once the room was finally cleared, Yang Shui let out a sigh of relief. Zhou Ping smiled and closed the door, helping her change. Come on, let us see if the bride's attire fits. It's still not too late to make changes. Are there no other clothes? Yang Sui hesitated, not wanting to wear the red bridal gown. What is wrong with it? This outfit is beautiful. Just wear it. There are no other clothes. Zhou Ping, kind-hearted yet not naive, pretended not to understand her feelings and helped her into the bridal attire. Then, appealing to her emotions, she explained, my dear girl, every young woman desires to find a good family. My son has a good character and is diligent. Our family is decent, all hard-working farmers. Please don't feel wronged marrying into our family. I assure you my son will treat you well, and I will make sure to prepare meat for you regularly. So don't even think about running away. Aunt, I don't want to marry. I want to go to school. Yang Shui, now dressed in the bridal gown, looked at Zhou Ping with a sense of grievance. Zhou Ping, feeling helpless, replied, please don't make it difficult for me. If you refuse to be the bride, our family will be the subject of ridicule. If your sister hadn't run away, it wouldn't have come to this. You can't blame us. We have no other choice. Yang Shui understood the underlying reasoning and cried, but I just got accepted into university. I have a different future ahead of me. I don't want to be stuck in the countryside. I want to go to the big city. Zhou Ping, seeing her cry so bitterly, felt a twinge of pity. Not knowing how to console her, she thought of her own struggles and their family as helplessness. In this world, one must always choose the side that benefits them. And perhaps it was their family that owed this girl. They would make it up to her by providing her with meat in the future. Li Feng, unburdened by such thoughts, was busy preparing for his wedding in the courtyard. After his bride had fled in the previous life, he was determined to have a proper ceremony this time, with his sister-in-law standing in as the bride. He was set on making this joyous occasion a success. Chapter 9. The male family members rejoice. The female family members look grim. Thank you all for coming to help today. Please enjoy the wedding feast with soup and steamed buns with pickled vegetables. Eat and drink to your heart's content. Early in the morning, the villagers who came to assist had all arrived, and Li Feng busied himself welcoming everyone. In rural areas, it is customary for the village's youth to help with weddings and funerals, and no payment is necessary. A pack of cigarettes will suffice. While the rest of the arrangements follow the orders of the village head. The village head, a rotund man in his 50s, complimented Li Feng, old brother. Your grandson has wised up and knows how to handle things now. That's good, very good. Li Weigua, sipping his spicy and sour soup, nodded appreciatively. You should be sensible now. He getting married. Another member of the Li family remarked, third granduncle, if the new bride misbehaves, don't hesitate to discipline her. Don't be too soft-hearted. Naturally, the Li family members sided with their own. It was only reasonable and lawful for the new bride to take the place of the one who had fled. If the girl was unwilling, she would naturally be made to comply. The remnants of rural thinking persist in abundance. Others nodded in agreement, asserting that if it came to it, they would resort to violence. After all, the wedding must not be disrupted today. Alas, he's a university student. Violence is not an option. Li Weiguo chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. Having traversed a myriad of experiences, he understood the temperament of scholars. Some are as weak as dogs, willing to betray their kin, while others, with blades in hand, would not forsake their youthful ideals, remaining steadfast even under the most severe torture. Physical confrontation is often the least sophisticated means. Winning hearts is the foundation of our strength. That lad, Li Feng, claimed he could persuade the young lady to behave and ensure a smooth wedding. Thus, he placed his trust in him. Observing his bustling grandson, he wore a smile of contentment. What a beautiful girl. Such a lovely young woman. And a university student at that. The Li family is truly fortunate. As noon approached, more relatives arrived, eager to catch a glimpse of the bride. Many had never seen Yang Qing, were unaware of her name, and knew little of the events that transpired the previous night. All they knew was that she was stunning, truly beautiful. The bride was indeed exquisite, and a university student. This made everyone envious of the Li family. Zhou Ping, with a beaming smile, attended to the various relatives while also keeping a watchful eye to prevent Yang Shui from fleeing. She was quite busy. An elderly lady, noticing Yang Shui in tears, inquired, why is she still crying? She has come to her husband's home for her wedding. Surely she should be happy. Though she may miss her family. I too cried when I married. It's quite common. An aunt who understood the situation quickly interjected. The crowd nodded in realization. Indeed, it was so. When I married, I cried terribly, but soon enough, I became accustomed to it. This is my home now, and I travel back and forth. Yes, that's the way of it. My dear, please stop crying. This will now be your home. Rest assured, my aunt is a good person, and my brother is as well. They will treat you kindly. Yang Shui wept even louder, feeling like a woman sold into the mountains, trapped with no way to escape, unable to return home. How tragic, how sorrowful. By the way, why isn't she waiting at home for the groom? Someone else asked. The groom's arrival to fetch the bride is a significant event. Zhou Ping, being honest, was at a loss for how to explain. The aunt again stepped in to smooth things over. Oh, their customs differ. They come early to fetch the bride. Now that they are here, once the time is right, they will hold the ceremony. It is more convenient. Oh, I see. But my uncle is in Yangmuzhuang. Why was I unaware of such a custom there? Have you eaten? Breakfast was had, and now we await the noon feast. You talk too much. Hurry and find a seat to wait for the meal. Let us see if the lavish spread can silence your chatter. At that moment, A police car pulled up to the gate, and Li Hu, clad in police uniform, alighted and greeted the crowd before asking Li Weiguo, granduncle, "Has anyone from the Yang family arrived?" "Not yet. Perhaps they do not wish to come." Li Weiguo scoffed lightly, a smirk gracing his lips. After being beaten, and with the second girl having been taken away, it would be strange for the Yang family to show their faces. If they don't come to cause trouble, that would be a blessing. Li Hu nodded. It's better if they don't come. If they dare disrupt, I will have to arrest them. Ha! Brother, who is indeed imposing, a young man praised. A middle-aged man expressed his envy. Ah, being in service is indeed enviable. I try to pull strings for my son, but he stubbornly refuses to join the police, insisting on becoming a tomb raider. It's quite vexing. Li Feng chuckled. Uncle, that's archaeology, not grave robbing. Same difference. The man retorted. Not all. Li Hu waved his hand dismissively. Being in service is merely a show of prestige. A meager salary is hardly enough. A friend of mine has gone into business and is now making a fortune. Into business? Fishing? No, engaging in commerce. He's gone to Guangcheng, which is close to Xiangyang, where one can profit handsomely from trading goods. Li Feng, listening intently, nodded silently. Guangcheng and Xiangyang are indeed prosperous regions, particularly Xiangyang, a veritable treasure trove for finance, film, and real estate, where even the trade of outdated electronics can yield vast fortunes. For many, it is a paradise, leading to an increasing number of people attempting to cross over. I must also embark on some business endeavors, he pondered regarding life after marriage. If I have the chance to start anew, I shan't aim to rival nations but rather strive for a modest prosperity, setting a small goal to become a 10,000 yuan household. Brother, how is your wife? Have you met her? Li Hungria inkira krakin sumfubishats. Li Feng had donned his groom's attire, looking quite dapper in a Zhongshan suit, distributing cigarettes and greeting relatives. Hearing the question, he smiled. She will agree. Well, be mindful of your approach. Do not push her too hard, for I cannot guarantee your safety otherwise, Li Hu cautioned. He had come early today to gauge the situation, wishing to prevent any foolish actions that might lead to disaster. Li Feng nodded. Rest assured, my eloquence is not to be underestimated. Even if she is a chaste maiden, I can ignite her passion. Haha, splendid. My brother is impressive. Li Hu laughed heartily, clearly amused. Suddenly, a group entered the courtyard, causing his laughter to falter. He turned to Li Feng and remarked, "Look, your dear father-in-law has arrived." Entering were Yang Xiong, Wang Hongmei, and their eldest son, Yang Guang. Their expressions were grim, as if they had stepped in something foul, and their faces twisted with displeasure. "Ah, in-laws have arrived. Please, take a seat." Li Weiguo, being a dignified man, stepped forward to greet the three, ushering them into the inner room. He exchanged a puzzled glance with his son, Li Yuanchao, wondering why the Yang family would come, hoping they were not intent on causing trouble. Li Hu stepped forward, cheerfully greeting Yang Xiong. "Uncle, have you come to see your daughter, or are you here to create chaos?" Yang Xiong's face darkened. "What kind of talk is that? Do you think we came to disrupt?" He wished to, but his strength did not allow it. "We have come to see our daughter. Is that not permissible?" Wang Hongmei replied in frustration. Had it not been for this police officer, her daughter would have been brought to the Li family to marry in place of her sister. Do not argue with him. Come, father-in-law, I will take you to the inner room. Li Weiguo, being older and wiser, gestured for Li Hu to remain silent, and warmly led the three inside. Li Hu shrugged and followed, determined to keep a watchful eye, should they cause any disturbance. He would arrest them on the spot. The three were surrounded by the Li family, standing in the hall like criminals, feeling utterly humiliated as they laid eyes on the bride, Yang Shui, adorned in her wedding attire. Seeing her family again, Yang Shui immediately burst into tears. "Mom, Dad, I don't want to marry." At this point, what more can you say? Yang Xiong huffed. "We are here to support you. Marrying into the Li family is a blessing for them, so stop crying." Zhou Ping felt indignant, but dared not express her anger in front of so many from the Li family. She could only mutter a few words of consolation. Those words fell on deaf ears, as the Li family chose to ignore them. It was a joyous occasion, and there was no need to quarrel with the Yang family. After all, they were the ones benefiting from this union. Allowing them to voice a few grievances would cost them nothing. Li Feng, unable to contain himself, sneered, "Aunt, I believe your family is the one gaining from this. Had the second girl not married into our family, you would not be here today, but rather in custody for fraud. You ought to thank your ancestors for allowing you this stroke of luck, escaping the clutches of imprisonment." Chapter 10, Instigation. "What did you just say? Li Feng, do you seek a beating?" Yang Xiong and his son Yang Guang erupted, pointing angrily at him. Li Feng regarded the two battered men with disdain. "What is the matter? You want to hit me? Cool me. Let us see if you two can walk out of here alive today. In my own territory, you think you can bully me?" Li Hu timely stepped forward, sternly reprimanding Yang Xiong and his son, as if I do not exist, you dare to act violently in my presence? Do you believe I will not have you both handcuffed right now? No, we did not intend to fight. Yang Guang quickly shook his head, displaying evident fear. Yang Xiong seethed inwardly, irritated by his son's timidity. Despite his imposing stature, his courage was akin to that of a mouse. Li Weiguo interjected to diffuse the tension. Enough, the young ones are simply inexperienced with words. Let us not hold it against him, my esteemed in-law. Let us step outside, for the wedding is about to commence. I have arranged for someone to assist you in your preparations, and I have also invited a photographer to capture a family portrait. Wang Hongmei grumbled indignantly. Who wishes to take a family portrait with you? Yang Xiong motioned for his wife to remain silent, then forced a smile towards Li Weiguo. Uncle, this marriage has come upon us rather abruptly. Yesterday, she was brought here against her will. We have so much left unsaid. Her mother has many heartfelt words to share. Might we allow the two of them some private time to converse? Li Weiguo glanced at the group and then at his granddaughter, Yang Shui, nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us all step outside, and you two can have a chat. He wished to avoid any disturbances before the wedding, thinking perhaps that Yang's family intended to comfort his granddaughter, allowing her to adapt to her new life. Underestimating human emotions, he did not foresee the brewing storm. Once everyone had exited the house, Wang Hongmei seized her daughter, inquiring, "The Haven team mistreated you, have they? Oh dear, look at those marks on your hands. I feel so sorry for you, my daughter. This is all your sister's fault. She had the audacity to run off with the dowry. Just wait until I catch her. I'll give her a good beating." Yang Shui, feeling touched yet anxious, grasped her mother's hand tightly. "Mom, please call the police. I do not wish to marry. I am still young, and I want to continue my education." "What do you mean, young? You are of age now. In our village, children are expected to start families." Wang Hongmei scolded her, then shifted her tone, revealing a sinister glint in her eyes. "However, if you truly do not wish to marry, that can be arranged. When the ceremony starts, you simply shout that you have been kidnapped and do not wish to wed. We will rush in and take you away. If they resist, we will cause a scene. Do not worry. Your uncles are waiting outside to assist. As soon as you call out, they will come to your aid and ensure your return home." "Are you suggesting I create a ruckus at the wedding?" Yang Shui was taken aback. Unlike her family, she bore no malicious intentions and was gentle-hearted. The thought of ruining the wedding filled her with concern about the humiliation it would bring upon the Li family. "Our family has received their dowry and gifts, but the promised bicycle and sewing machine have yet to arrive. This is deliberate, meant to punish you for your sister's actions. This simply cannot stand." Wang Hongmei's anger escalated. "Moreover, they came to our home last night with a crowd and assaulted your father and brother. Look at your father's bruised face and your brother's panda eyes. Courtesy of that wretched Li Feng. Your grandmother is so furious she cannot even get out of bed. Do they consider us family? They dared to confront us. The Li family has poor morals. We cannot allow them to have an easy time of it. Just create a scene. And I guarantee the Li family will be the laughingstock today." Wang Hongmei's face twisted with a malevolent satisfaction, reveling in the prospect of orchestrating chaos at the wedding. "If the Li family forces my daughter into a marriage, I will ensure she disrupts the ceremony and brings shame upon them." The Yang family had spent a sleepless night, grappling with the humiliation of having their daughter taken from them. They were not there to celebrate, but to incite turmoil. If their daughter caused a scene during the wedding, the marriage would surely fail, and the Li family would become the subject of ridicule. As for the notion of forcibly taking Yang Shui away, that was merely a deceitful ruse. With their eldest daughter already having fled, their case was not strong enough to reclaim her. Moreover, word had already spread, and no one would be interested in marrying her again. Why waste resources bringing her back home? Yang Shui remained oblivious to her parents' sinister intentions, caught in a moral quandary as she pondered whether to create a disturbance at the wedding. Yet, she feared the consequences. The Li family might retaliate. "What are you afraid of? They wouldn't dare to kill you." Wang Hongmei's words only deepened her daughter's uncertainty. "You're suggesting they might just beat me half to death?" Yang Shui retorted, her heart racing. Seeing her hesitation, Wang Hongmei pulled out her ultimate weapon. "You're a college student. After marrying into the Li family, they will surely not allow you to attend university. Instead, you will be relegated to household chores and childbearing. Your entire future will be obliterated. Do you not despise them for that?" In an instant, Yang Shui envisioned a life devoid of academic pursuits, confined to mundane labor, raising children and fulfilling the expectations of a rural wife. "No, that is not the life I desire." At that moment, Li Feng entered the room, displaying an air of impatience. "Are you done? My bride still needs to get ready. Mother-in-law, please step outside." "Oh, I am not worthy to be your mother-in-law." "What a curse that would be," Wang Hongmei shot back sarcastically. Li Feng scoffed. "Very well, old woman, kindly leave." My bride needs to prepare, and your presence is unwelcome. Who are you calling old woman? Do you have any manners? Is this how your family raises you? I fear calling you mother-in-law will shorten your lifespan. I merely wish for you to live a few more years. Li Feng's mockery was infuriating, and Wang Hongmei found herself momentarily at a loss for words, her breath catching her throat. Enough, Mom. Please step outside, Yang Shui said, feeling increasingly vexed. Her mother's unexpected suggestions had left her feeling anxious and disoriented. When she heard someone call her name, she realized her mother had already exited, leaving her alone with Li Feng. Her heart raced in her chest. What do you want? Li Feng narrowed his eyes and said, I overheard your mother's conversation. Let me be clear. If you dare to cause a scene at the wedding, do not expect me to be courteous. He had been cautious, lingering just out of sight, and had caught snippets of their intimate discussion, which only fueled his anger. How dare they plot against him at such a crucial moment? You will not be courteous? Go ahead, then. Beat me if you must. I will not marry you. Yang Shui shot back defiantly, raising her chin and fixing her tear-filled eyes on him, refusing to submit. Your parents have agreed. You have no choice. You are to be my wife. I'm not. My sister is. Your sister has run away. You will take her place. Your family has consented, and you must comply. Do not force me. I will not marry you. Li Feng's demeanor suddenly shifted, his voice sharp. You will marry me, and it must proceed smoothly without any disturbances. If today goes off without a hitch, you may do as you please afterward, including attending university. What? University? Yang Shui was taken aback, having assumed that marrying Li Feng would mean giving up her studies to labor at home. His words hinted at a different reality, one that piqued her curiosity. Li Feng nonchalantly remarked, What is so surprising? You are a university student. Marrying into our family does not mean you are bound to it. Naturally, you can continue your studies. In fact, I am more than willing to cover any expenses you may incur during your education. As long as you refrain from causing any disturbances today, everything will be amenable. Chapter 11. The Deceitful Tongue of Men. Is what you say truly genuine? Upon hearing that she could continue her university education, Yang Shui's tears ceased, and a glimmer of hope returned to her eyes. She had believed that marrying Li Feng would preclude her from pursuing her studies. But his assertion that she could continue her education, and that he would even bear the costs, took her by surprise. The entrenched beliefs in rural areas dictate that a girl's education is of little value. The emphasis lies on marrying well and raising children, as securing a good marriage is deemed more advantageous than education. Furthermore, the costs associated with schooling, tuition, fees for books, and other expenses accumulate to a considerable sum. And in these challenging times, when families struggle to put food on the table, there is little to spare for a child's education. Moreover, daughters are often regarded as a financial burden destined to be married off, leading many rural families to arrange marriages for their daughters at an early age, collecting a bride price and effectively erasing their existence. Most of Yang Shui's peers had either dropped out of school, married, or had already borne 2 children. Observing her classmates laboring in the fields with their children while managing household duties filled her with dread. She was resolutely determined to pursue higher education to alter her fate. Alas, even if she were to gain admission to university, her marital prospects were not within her control, as she had become a substitute bride due to her sister's elopement. She feared that her dreams of education were extinguished, leaving her resigned to a life as a mere childbearing machine in the countryside, which plunged her into despair. Yet now, Li Feng's promise of allowing her to attend university rekindled a flicker of hope within her. The 1980s heralded a period of vibrant growth, and a spirit of rebellion and self-assertion blossomed across the nation. Women began to seek greater independence, aspiring to share the burdens of society. However, feudal ideologies persisted, particularly in rural areas, where traditional education and patriarchal systems tightly constrained women's rights to progress and freedom. Yang Shui had earned her place in university through her diligence, yet she remained shackled by her parents' wishes, as if she were merely a commodity to be bought and sold. Li Feng recognized that although women of this era possessed a spirit of determination and an optimistic will, their thoughts were still ensnared by limitations. He believed that with sufficient incentives, Yang Shui would suppress her dissatisfaction and obediently comply. Yang Shui, you are a scholar. Achieving admission to university is no small feat. You must discern right from wrong. Your sister abandoned her wedding, and in my desperation, I had no choice but to seek your hand as a substitute bride. Otherwise, I would be left without a bride today, and our family would face ridicule. Thus, asking you to marry in her stead was indeed a last resort. It is not an act of coercion. Rather, your family owes us a bride. Furthermore, your parents consented to this arrangement. So, if you harbor resentment, it should be directed towards them for deciding your fate, not towards me, the victim of this pre-wedding abandonment. Yang Shui, I can assure you on my grandfather's honor that after our marriage, You may continue your studies without hindrance. All I ask is that you refrain from causing any trouble today, allowing us to conduct this wedding smoothly. This would benefit us all. Though Li Feng's words bore an undertone of coercion and emotional manipulation, they were delivered with genuine intent. Yang Shui's eyes flickered, her lips biting in contemplation of the truth behind his words. After a moment's hesitation, she finally inquired, "What if you change your mind afterward?" Li Feng fronat. "Do you not trust my grandfather's promise? Understand that I have no obligation to make assurances to you, but I can guarantee this. Should you disrupt today's ceremony and bring shame upon my family, I will not hesitate to retaliate. In my previous life, I was far too lenient. I cannot allow another farce to unfold today. Mark my words, should you dare to cause a scene. Do not blame me for impeding your future and shattering your hopes." He resolved that his family would not endure such disgrace again. Yang Shui's expression shifted between indignation and humiliation, grappling with the realization that this seemingly advantageous brother-in-law was far more domineering than she had anticipated. Could she trust his words? "You are an intelligent individual. Take your time to ponder this." Li Feng did not wish to drive her too hard. A cornered beast could retaliate fiercely. As long as Yang Shui felt there was hope and a way forward, she would strive towards the light rather than seek destruction. Thus, he had faith that she would ultimately make the right choice. The groom and bride, "What are you whispering about? Come out. The auspicious hour approaches. And the end is knocking." A chorus of laughter erupted. "Yes, don't make us wait until noon for the wedding night. If you proceed to consummate the marriage, I shall cause quite the ruckus." Li Feng stepped out with a smile. "Those who create a ruckus during the wedding, please show some mercy. Otherwise, my brother Husey may not hold back." Rural wedding customs often verge on excessive, and without proper warning, these revelers could become rather rowdy. "Aunt, my wife has just ruined her makeup. Please assist her in retouching. Are the banquet dishes ready? Is it time? Very well, we shall proceed to the altar." In the courtyard, a red cloth platform had been set up where Li Feng's grandfather, parents, and Yang's family sat, exuding joy while appearing as if they owed a monumental debt. At that moment, the officiant called out for the bride and groom to enter. As the sound of the suana and firecrackers filled the air, Li Feng ascended the stage. "Where's the bride?" The crowd, noticing her absence, began to stir restlessly. Li Yuanchao cast a concerned glance at his father, anxiety gnawing at him. "If my son cannot convince that girl to marry, our family will be humiliated." Zhou Ping, too, wore a mask of anxiety, whispering, "What if?" "Enough with the what-ifs. Do not speak." Yang Xiong, realizing his daughter had not joined them on stage, harbored a flicker of delight, casting a triumphant glance at Li's family. He maliciously directed a scornful gaze towards the solitary Li Feng. "You dare to challenge your father-in-law? Let's see how you handle this today." Wang Hengmei sported a smug smile, reveling in the thought of Li's family's embarrassment. From the audience, Yang Guang felt elated at his sister's absence, unable to contain his joy. "This is wonderful. Just as it should be. You brought shame upon us. And now we shall return the favor. Where is the bride? What has happened? Do not be shy. Come forth to greet your in-laws." The officiant called out again. Yet still, the bride did not appear. Those in the know began to feel a sense of foreboding. Could there be another issue with the bride? Meanwhile, Yang's family reveled in their amusement. Li Weiguo observed his grandson's calm demeanor, furrowing his brow, wondering if the boy had truly managed to persuade his sister-in-law. He hoped that his grandson would not leave him and his parents in a precarious position. The crowd began to shout, "Bride! Bride! Bride!" The clamor grew deafening. Just as the noise reached a peak, the bride, adorned in a red veil, finally made her entrance. "Oh, the bride has arrived. What a beautiful bride, covered by veils. How could you possibly discern their beauty? I have previously encountered the bride, who is indeed extraordinarily beautiful and a university student to boot." Yang Xiong cast a glance at his daughter as she approached, his expression darkening momentarily as he glanced at his wife. Wang Hengmei shook her head, maintaining her composure, and remarked, "It's of no consequence. She will surely express her dissent shortly." In her heart, she was convinced that her youngest daughter would not dare defy her, and a commotion was imminent. The ceremonial proceedings unfolded, bowing to heaven and earth, bowing to the elders, and the couple's exchange of vows. As the rituals progressed, the Yang family noted their daughter's unexpected compliance, devoid of any inclination to disrupt the occasion, which stirred their anxiety. During the tea ceremony, Yang Xiong whispered, "Girl, have you been drugged? Why are you not resisting this marriage? At home, you're quite audacious, always arguing with us. Why not challenge the Li family?" Yang Shui offered no response. After completing the tea service, she obediently retreated. It was then Li Feng's turn to serve tea, and with a cheerful demeanor, he quietly warned his father-in-law and mother-in-law, "You'd best behave, or my brother-in-law may find himself in prison today, and you won't even get to enjoy the banquet. What are you saying? Wang Hongmei, trembling with anger at his audacity to threaten them, exclaimed. Yang Xiong gritted his teeth, glaring at the young man before him, nodding in acknowledgement of his ruthlessness. What a wily rascal. How did I not see this before? Li Feng, with a grin, presented the tea, murmuring, It's merely self-defense against your bullying. Why are you so agitated? Come now, Mom and Dad, will you drink the tea? Or shall my brother-in-law find himself in a predicament before the banquet concludes? He deliberately glanced back at Yang Wang, who was seated with his cousin Li Hu, the threat palpable. Yang Xiong and Wang Hongmei clenched their jaws in vexation, but, seeing Li Hu seated with her son, they could only suppress their fury and sip the tea, pondering whether their daughter had secretly taken a liking to her brother-in-law, thus orchestrating this elaborate deception against them. Father, Mother, the tea has been served. The payment for the change of address has yet to be delivered, Li Feng remarked with a smile, observing the distress on their faces. The couple felt a wave of nausea wash over them, realizing the depths of the treachery they faced. Chapter 12. A favor granted. Who would wish to acknowledge Yang Xiong and Wang Hongmei as parents? Li Feng merely feigned respect in public. He had no desire for the so-called payment for the change of address. After mocking them a few times, he stepped aside. The villagers of Li family village were well aware of the situation, but chose not to reveal the absence of the payment. Meanwhile, the confused guests wondered why the tea had been served without the customary payment. Little did they know, the bride was not the original bride, but rather her younger sister. As the banquet commenced, whispers of various rumors circulated. When it was Yang Xue's turn to serve tea, she hesitated, holding the cup as uncertainty flickered across her face. Li Feng leaned in closer, his tone carrying a hint of admonition. Serve the tea, unless you wish to forego your education. Yang Xue bit her lip, contemplating her impudent brother-in-law's nerve, pondering whether to unleash her fury. Yet, the thought of jeopardizing her academic prospects kept her in check. Yang Guang, witnessing his sister's reluctance, grinned and said, Exactly, don't serve them tea. Let them feel the embarrassment. Li Hu, overhearing this, frowned, thinking the boy was asking for trouble and would soon find himself in custody. Yang Xiong and Wang Hongmei exhaled in relief, pleased to see their daughter refusing to serve tea, secretly reveling in the prospect of her causing a scene. In the next moment, Yang Xue respectfully presented the tea to the elder, Li Weiguo, saying, Grandfather, please enjoy this tea. Haha, splendid, he replied, his delight evident. Father, Mother, please partake in the tea as well. Yang Xue, not wishing to provoke Li Feng over the tea issue, served the elders of the Li family with utmost respect. As for her irate parents, she chose to ignore them altogether, having come to terms with her predicament. Her parents had sold her to the Li family, compelling her to marry, thus making a return to Yang Mejuan impossible. From this point forward, she would remain in Li family village, adopting a submissive demeanor to avoid conflict. For the sake of my education, I shall endure. The wedding proceeded smoothly. The elder raised his voice, proclaiming, Let the feast commence. Relatives and friends, take your seats. The banquet is ready. As dishes of fruits, delicacies, and spirits were brought forth, Yang Guang slammed his hand on the table in frustration. He had anticipated a grand spectacle from his sister Yang Xue during the wedding, but the event had unfolded without incident. Hadn't their parents urged her to create a scene? She was ignoring their wishes, an ungrateful wretch, and still a university student. How disgraceful. An elder nearby frowned and shouted, What's the matter? Do you intend to flip the table? The old man had also been present at Yang Mujin during the bride's abduction and was acutely aware of the Yang family's discontent, thus keeping a close watch on Yang Guang's behavior. Yang Guang forced a smile, resembling a scorned individual, unable to express his anger. Li Hu, smoking, squinted in disdain, internally rating Yang Guang as a coward. Inside the hall, after completing the wedding rituals and returning to change her attire, Yang Xue approached Li Feng with a hint of resentment, saying, I have followed your instructions. You must honor your promise. Rest asurat Li Feng. I'm a man of my word. You may continue your studies without fear of reprisal, he replied, his mood buoyant after the successful wedding, which had rectified past regrets. He was pleased that Yang Xue had made the right choice. You should have seen your parents' faces. They were livid. He chuckled at the thought of his in-laws' dismay. Yang Xue sighed, her brow furrowed. I had no other choice. She mused that if a decision had to be made, she would choose education above all. Don't dwell on it. Your parents wronged you first. You merely refused to bend to their will. Do not let this burden you, Li Feng reassured her, employing his persuasive charm to alleviate her mental strain. Yang Xue felt considerably lighter, responding, I understand. At that moment, Li Feng's cousin, Zhou Yong, knocked on the door, announcing, Brother, stop hiding. Your father-in-law requests your presence for the toast. Ah, understood. I'll be out shortly, Li Feng replied, then turned to Yang Shui. Come, let us go toast outside. I think I'll skip it. You're the bride. How can you not attend? Hurry, where you one tea get a drink. Very well. The task of toasting each table was indeed a test of endurance, with numerous protocols to follow. They must first toast the parents at the main table, followed by the secondary tables. After toasting his grandfather and parents, Li Feng proceeded to Yang Xiong and Wang Hongmei. However, as he raised his cup, they pretended to be aloof, refusing to accept the toast. Yang Xiong even mockingly remarked, I wouldn't dare drink your wine. The guests at the main table were taken aback, their brows furrowing. The individuals seated there were all relatives and friends of the Li family, and with the Yang family absent. Yang Xiong and Wang Hongmei's blatant disrespect stirred discontent among the Li clan. A dark-skinned, middle-aged man retorted, the child is toasting you. Why act so haughty? This man was Li Feng's uncle, Zhou Baoqiu. Beside him, his wife, Shui Qin, chimed in, we are all family now. If you have any discontent with the child's actions, address it later. Don't leave the child out in the cold. Yang Xiong's refusal was intentional. He sought to embarrass Li Feng, believing that if his daughter was useless, he would take matters into his own hands to assert his displeasure. Wang Hongmei shot a glare at Yang Shui and remarked with a sardonic tone, what a family we are. A daughter married off is like water spilled. Too many ungrateful wolves turn their elbows outward. My family is truly unfortunate. Listening to such words on a day meant for celebration, one would certainly sense the underlying implications. Those present who understood the context silently acknowledged that trouble was brewing. Yang Shui's complexion turned pale. Although she harbored a desire to resist her parents, she ultimately lacked the resolve, feeling intimidated in their presence. She could not muster the courage to retort. Her heart ached with injustice. As it was her elder sister who should have been marrying, yet they had thrust her into this role, expecting her to create a ruckus at the wedding. Had they considered her feelings and circumstances? This dubious brother-in-law was no good. If she dared to cause a scene, she feared not only for her education, but also for physical retribution. They labeled her an ungrateful wolf, yet she felt herself the true victim. Li Feng's expression darkened as he muttered a curse under his breath. Old fool, you think you're something special. Yang Xiong, Daken Abuk, erupted in fury upon hearing such disrespect in public. How dare he insult him so brazenly? He stood up abruptly, ready to flip the table in anger. Just then, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder, and, turning around, he saw it was Li Hu. Uncle, today is my brother's joyous occasion. When someone toasts, we must drink to show respect. Let us drink and keep the atmosphere amicable. Don't let things escalate too far. Wang Hongmei, snap back. Li Hu, do you think you can meddle in our affairs just because you're a minor public security officer? My cousin is a judge. Yang Xiong ground his teeth and declared, don't push your luck. I refuse to drink this toast. He was ready to cause chaos, determined to ruin the Li family's wedding. He sprang to his feet, resembling a Hulk ready to unleash his fury. Yang Shui, alarmed, called out, Father, don't do anything reckless. Li Feng, with a volatile demeanor, threatened him, Yang, you better sit down. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Yang Xiong shouted defiantly, come on, who is afraid of whom? Is it a crime to refuse your toast? Now that your daughter is married into our family, we're not committing fraud. What can you do about it? I intend to create a scene at your wedding. So let us see what you can do. At the next table, Yang Guang sensed that his father was about to explode and felt a surge of excitement, ready to join in, but someone hastily restrained him, warning, if you dare to stir trouble, I'll make you regret it. Yang Guang pushed back into his seat, thought to himself, Father, I'm silently cheering for you. Keep going. Just as Yang Xiong was about to create a scene, Li Hu interjected with a cheerful tone. Is Wang Pengzi your nephew? He got himself into trouble recently, injuring someone. I happened to run into him this morning in the county and took him into custody. He mentioned that you knew about his crime. Are you deliberately harboring a criminal? What did you say? Wang Pengzi was arrested? Yang Xiong exclaimed in sulk. Wang Hongmei's heart raced. Her nephew was indeed a notorious troublemaker, and his arrest was not surprising. However, the fact that it was revealed today, in front of them, felt like a threat. No wonder they couldn't reach Wang Pengzi earlier. He had already been taken in. We know nothing about it, they hastily declared. His crimes have nothing to do with us. Li Hu smiled, but I heard he often dines at your home. Do you know what happens to those who conceal a criminal? I could arrest you for being accomplices, and you'd face 3 to 5 years in prison. In the 1980s, those who could rise to the rank of squad leader in the police were formidable individuals, and Li Hu was no exception. His ruthlessness was palpable, making him appear more like a bandit than a lawman. No, don't say such things. We have not sheltered him. His crimes are not our concern. Yang Xiong and Wang Hongmei, feeling their legs weaken, realized they were being set up. It's nothing, I'm just joking, Li Hu chuckled. then pressed a glass into Yang Xiong's hand. Come on, uncle and aunt, my brother is toasting you. Drink up. We're not familiar with Wang Pengzi, they protested. We know, we'll drink, they replied, anger and frustration brewing within them. Yet, they dared not resist, feeling ensnared by a venomous serpent, each movement risking a lethal bite. They begrudgingly downed their drinks and returned to their seats, their expressions filled with resentment as they glared at Li Feng. Li Feng sighed in relief, realizing that having his cousin arrest Wang Pengzi was indeed the right decision, anticipating that these two might cause trouble. He had arranged for Wang Pengzi's arrest earlier that day. Without their backup, the Yang family's confidence waned, leaving them unable to create a significant disturbance. Fortunately, their plan to incite Yang Shui to disrupt the wedding had been thwarted, leaving them with no options but to intervene directly. It was unexpected that Wang Pengzi's early arrest would lead to such a swift resolution of the escalating tension, averting a wedding farce. Come, this is your uncle. This is your cousin after a round of toasts. Li Feng's face turned red, swaying unsteadily, while Yang Shui struggled to support him, muttering, Can't you just swap the wine for water? She pondered whether this dubious brother-in-law was clever or foolish. If he had replaced the wine with water, no one would have known, and he wouldn't be in such a state. Suddenly, raucous shouting erupted from the courtyard. Li Feng, you bastard, come out. Tell me, have you had your eye on my youngest sister for a long time? I remember when you came to our house for a matchmaker-esque visit. You kept stealing glances at my little sister. You're really up to no good, plotting to marry your sister-in-law all along, aren't you? How shameless. Li Feng, who had just laid down, sprang up with wide eyes. Yang Wang. It was already past 3 in the afternoon, the banquet nearly over, and most guests had departed. Yet Yang Wang remained. He had consumed a fair amount of alcohol, and, as his anger simmered, he thought, when has my family ever been so humiliated? I must teach Li Feng a lesson. As the saying goes, alcohol emboldens the timid. With Li Hu gone, he felt emboldened. If his parents were not going to make a scene, he would take matters into his own hands. He smashed a wine bottle and began shouting into the main room. What is this big brother trying to do? Yang Shui, hearing her brother's voice, felt a surge of anxiety and stomped her foot in frustration. This brother, though lacking in skill, was full of antics. The wedding was over, and now he was causing a ruckus, instead of returning home with their parents. He was causing chaos in someone else's house, utterly senseless. Shut your mouth. Li Feng, red-faced, stepped out, glaring furiously at Yang Wang. Fueled by alcohol, Yang Wang, feeling brazen, pointed at him and shouted, Look, this guy has his eyes on his sister-in-law. He stole my sister to marry her. How shameless. In a flash, Li Feng rushed over, kicking Yang Wang aside and mounting him, raining down punches like a torrential downpour. This is for your drunken antics, you bastard. You deceived me for the bride price, and today, I'll make you pay. The grievances of the past and present collided, and he was determined to make Yang Wang suffer. Ouch. I was wrong. Please stop. Yang Wang, suddenly sober from the beating, cried out for mercy. Yet, Li Feng only grew more relentless, unleashing his pent-up fury with each blow. Don't stop. You'll kill him. Yang Shui rushed over, hugging Li Feng from behind. However, she was no match for a drunken adult man. In no time, she was flung aside. The onlookers hurriedly rushed to help Li Feng up and assist Yang Shui. All right, that's enough. We can't have you killing your brother-in-law on your wedding day. That would not bode well. All right, Li Feng, cease your assault. Even after being pulled away, Li Feng remained furious and spat at the unconscious Yang Wang lying on the ground. Damn it, coming to my home to cause a drunken ruckus. I'll put you down. Yang Shui, witnessing her brother covered in blood, began to weep. What are you crying for? He wants he die. Li Feng shot a menacing glance at Yang Shui. This piece of work isn't worth your tears. An aunt approached with a towel to wipe Yang Wang's face, exclaiming to Li Feng in astonishment, How much have you had to drink? You cannot just go around beating people. Harming him is unacceptable. The crowd inquired, Aunt, does he still have breath? Yes, he is alive, not dead. The aunt checked his nostrils and nodded. Li Feng scoffed. Not dying is fortunate for him. He turned to a young man with bleached hair and said, Ertzi, I'll give you 50 cents to take him back to Yangmuzhuan on your tricycle. 50 cents? Sure, no problem. The young man eagerly nodded, then hesitated to ask, what if his family asked what happened to him? Just say he accidentally fell. Do I need to teach you this? Li Feng handed over the 50 cents and then entered the house, feeling fatigued and in need of rest. The young man cheerfully took the money and hurried home to fetch his tricycle, then had people load Yang Wang into the cart. At that moment, Li Weiguo and others, who had been outside seeing guests off, returned and were taken aback to see Yang Wang seemingly injured, his face swollen. What happened to him? Is he all right? The young man, Ertzi, shook his head. He fine, just drunk and fell over. I'm taking him home now. It doesn't look like that. He seems to have been beaten, Li Yuo frowned, discerning from the injuries that it appeared as though someone had stomped on him, indicating a beating rather than a mere fall. Oh, don't worry about it, Uncle San. I'll get him home, I'm off. All right, take care. Li Yuo cast a dubious glance at the others. They all laughed heartily, refraining from mentioning that it was Li Feng who had struck him. Where are my son and new daughter-in-law? They are in the house. Don't disturb the young couple. Come, let us have a chat. You've married a fine daughter-in-law. Indeed, she is a university student. Chapter 14. The Yang family was not willing to let the matter rest. This could not be allowed to stand. The heavens have turned upside down. Just look at what they've done to my son. They believed the Li family had gone too far. That evening, at Yangmuzhuan, Wang Hongmei wept uncontrollably, cradling her bruised son. The elderly Zhao Wan was furious, exclaiming, "The Li family are bullies and thugs. That Li Feng has beaten my brother-in-law to such a state. What do they intend to do? This is outrageous. I must go confront them. I will file a complaint." Yang Xiong, feeling frazzled, interjected, "Mother, stop adding to the chaos." Wang Pengzi had been arrested, and the Li family was using this to threaten them, suspecting they were shielding him. If they dared approach the Li family now, they would surely have Li Hu's goons apprehend them all. Li Hu is nothing but a lawless ruffian. It was better not to get entangled with them. "You useless thing, your son has been beaten to a pulp, and you show no courage." The people of Yangmuzhuan are less united than the villagers of Li. Wang Hongmei kicked at her husband in frustration. Yang Xiong glared at her, and she missed, kicking air. Wang Hongmei then resumed crying. Yang Xiong spat, "You know nothing. We, the Yang family, are educated and cultured, descendants of the Yang generals. What is the Li family compared to us? Stop crying. I am already troubled enough. I will go find my cousin to report them." Wang Hongmei could not swallow her indignation and insisted on taking legal action against Li Feng. Yang Guang fervently nodded, "Yes, sue him. My maternal uncle is in the court. With these injuries, he will surely be sentenced to years and make them compensate me, so I can marry Lu Fengxia." Yang Xiong scoffed, "What a dream. You were beaten by the Li family. Who will testify for you? The young man who brought you back said you fell. He will never admit you were beaten. You need evidence to sue him. Otherwise, your words are worthless." Just as Wang Pengzi had beaten someone by ambushing them from behind, the same principle applied here. Now that you've been beaten, where are your witnesses? If they collude to say you fell, with no witnesses, a fall is just a fall. No amount of shouting will change that. Are we to suppose to take this line down? Are you not a man? Your daughter has run away, and what was taken from you has been taken. You are no man at all. Have you lost your mind? Why are you yelling at me? Who else should I yell at? You are the head of the family. If you are cowardly, then I'll scold you. The argument escalated until past 9 o'clock, and silence fell. Only the elderly lady lay on the bed, tears streaming down her face, lamenting, "Why have I sinned so? I bore a useless son, and my granddaughter is a burden. My precious grandson was beaten, and there is nowhere to seek justice. The Li family is truly despicable." Yang Guang had his face treated with medicine and bandaged, the pain lessening, although he could no longer see his features. Gazing at his frightening appearance, he could not contain his anger. "Dad, you must avenge me. What can I do for you?" "Wait until Wang Pengzi is released. I've inquired and found he is willing to pay and has some men willing to help. In a few days, he'll be out, and then he can confront Li Feng for you." Yang Xiong had already made several phone calls to clarify Wang Pengzi's situation. If he was to seek retribution, he must have the backing of Wang Pengzi. Otherwise, it would be ridiculous for an old man like him to confront that worthless son-in-law. "Dad, there is also the matter of the bicycle and sewing machine the Li family promised us. They haven't delivered them yet." Yang Guang, enraged at the sight of his once handsome face now disfigured, sought to stir trouble anew. The Li family never intended to deliver them. It was better not to mention this issue, but once it was brought up, a flicker of anger crossed Yang Xiong's face. During the wedding, he had directly brought it up with Li Guo. The bicycle and sewing machine were part of the betrothal gifts and were supposed to be sent to the bride's family. Since the wedding ceremony had been omitted, when would the gifts arrive? Li Guo had merely laughed it off, claiming the bicycle and sewing machine were broken and would be delivered once repaired. However, Yang Xiong had seen perfectly well in the granary that both the bicycle and sewing machine were in pristine condition, not broken at all. The Li family clearly had no intention of delivering them. After all, the bride had been taken, relations were strained, and what gifts would they still send? Both the bicycle and sewing machine were quite valuable, albeit of lesser brands, but still not cheap. The money saved could be enough to marry another rural bride. The Li family, naturally, feigned ignorance and were unwilling to send them. The Li family has gone too far. I will go to their home. If they do not deliver the bicycle and sewing machine, I will make a scene. Zhao Wan, the elderly lady, intended to resort to her usual tactics. Yang Xiong frowned. "Mother, that approach won't work. If you dare go to the Li family, that young man would truly kill you. The malice and hatred in Li Feng's eyes remained vivid in his memory. If his mother went to the Li family to create a scene, she might well enter on her feet, but leave on a stretcher. Do you think I fear death? I would rather die in their home. The elderly lady, agitated, was determined to avoid appearing weak in front of her son. She got out of bed without shoes, intending to rush towards the Li family. Mother, stop this nonsense. Wang Hengmei, take my mother to bed. Don't let her cause a ruckus. Yang Xiong waved his hand impatiently, clearly disdainful of the increasingly useless elderly lady. As he watched his wife lead his mother into the inner room, he turned to his son Yang Xiong and said, "Your grandmother is becoming more confused by the day." Yang Guang nodded, reflecting on his grandmother's bewilderment. She still could not discern the true nature of Li Feng. This boy was ruthless, and if she ventured to the Li household, Li Feng could very well entomb my grandmother alive. After this thought, he implored Yang Xiong, "Father, this matter cannot simply be brushed aside. My younger sister is a university student. How can her bride price be on par with that of Yang Qing? It should at least be double. Moreover, the Li family has not offered us an adequate bride price. They're withholding the bicycle and sewing machine. What right do they have to do so?" "Indeed, you are correct," Yang Xiong replied thoughtfully. "University students are exceedingly valuable these days. The bride price for our second daughter should not be calculated based on that of the eldest. Initially, it was the eldest daughter who was engaged, and while the bride price was substantial, it was only fair given her beauty. However, our second daughter is not only beautiful, but also a university student. Her bride price should be even higher, at least double the market rate. Now, the Li family is attempting to marry off their second daughter at the price of the first, which is a significant loss for us, especially since they have not fulfilled the full bride price." Seeing his father's agreement, Yang Guang became excited. "Father, you must think likewise. I believe we should demand at least 800, no, 1,000 yuan more, in addition to the withheld bicycle and sewing machine. They should also provide us with 7 chickens, 8 ducks, a watch, and a radio. The watch should ideally be a Shanghai brand, or at least a Zhongshan brand. And we definitely need the radio." "All right, let me contemplate," Yang Xiong interjected. "Yes, father, ponder it well. Our family has only produced one university student, and after she marries, you cannot expect us to have another. We must ensure that the true value of our second daughter is recognized in her bride price." "Go to sleep. Do not trouble me," Yang Xiong replied brusquely. "Very well, just consider it carefully. I still need to marry Li Feng's. If we can secure more funds, it will ease your burdens. Get lost. Do not be angry. I shall take my leave." As Yang Xiong watched his unambitious son depart, he coughed resignedly, lamenting how he had produced such a disappointing offspring. Others were bringing their partners home, while his son was being tightly controlled by a girl, needing to pay such a hefty bride price to gain entry to their home. It was truly a disgrace. With a sigh, he contemplated seeking retribution from the Li family once Wang Pengzi was released. The eldest daughter had escaped, and while they had forced his second daughter to substitute, they must increase their monetary offer. Chapter 15. Death sentences may be avoided, but one cannot escape the consequences of life. Dinner is served, dinner is served. After a long day, everyone must be hungry. That evening, the table at the Li household was laden with delectable dishes, remnants from the grand feast, such as pork and fish, untouched by chopsticks and never having graced the dining table. Li Weiguo was in high spirits, eagerly encouraging his granddaughter-in-law to partake. "All of this is purchased with our own money, not leftovers from the banquet. Those were taken by others. Feel free to eat." "Grandfather, it's quite all right. I'm not so particular," Yang Shui replied. Although her family was not impoverished, the best food was always reserved for her older brother, and she felt satisfied merely to have a taste of meat, lacking any airs of entitlement. The members of the Li family exchanged satisfied glances. "She is beautiful, well-educated, and lacks the pretentiousness typically associated with scholars. What a fine girl she is." In their eyes, Yang Shui's every movement seemed to reflect the demeanor of city folk, and they assumed she must possess some of the associated flaws, such as disdain for less refined meals or concerns over hygiene. Yet, the young lady tended to the inebriated Li Feng and helped Zhou Ping tidy the yard, demonstrating proper etiquette in her comings and goings, much to their delight. Li Feng found it curious that such a delicate flower could bloom in the rural setting of the 1980s. He jested, "You truly do not resemble the typical country folk. Are you really a daughter of the Yang family? You weren't adopted, were you?" Upon the mention of her family, Yang Shui's expression darkened, tinged with sadness. Zhou Ping discreetly kicked her son under the table, admonishing him for bringing up such a sensitive topic. "This girl has been brought here against her will. Do not prompt her to reminisce about her family. I must keep watch tonight to ensure our bride does not flee." At that moment, Yang Shui felt not sorrow, but rather a sense of warmth from the Li family, who treated her like a treasured gem, placing meat and vegetables before her with generosity. This was a stark contrast to her own household, where her grandmother and mother seemed intent on denying her and her sister any meat, reserving it all for her brother, which felt unjust. You see, our neighbor is a young female intellectual who came to the countryside years ago. She is quite beautiful and possesses great poise. My sister and I often visited her, and in time, she began tutoring us and teaching us the ways and habits of city dwellers. Hence, I have always aspired to attend university and move to the city. My sister shares the same aspiration and has always yearned for the big city, which is why she ran away. Yang Shui, hoping to ease the tension at the dinner table, attempted to explain her sister's situation. Li Guo and the others seemed unfazed by her mention of her sister, as they were far more pleased with the new bride than they were resentful of the one who had fled, viewing her escape as a twist of fate that had brought them good fortune instead. Their curiosity was piqued by the mention of the young intellectual, and they inquired further. Li Feng, however, furrowed his brow and scoffed, "Do not mention that wretched woman. If it weren't for her, our family would not have suffered such humiliation." The effects and anguish wrought by Yang Qing's elopement in his previous life were burdens he believed would haunt him eternally. "If I ever encounter your sister again, I will certainly teach her a lesson. Should you dare to bring up your sister again, I will retaliate against you," he warned, glaring at Yang Shui. Her expression soured, feeling a hint of grievance. She thought her brother-in-law far too violent. Perhaps her sister's flight was justified after all. "Xiao Feng, do not speak recklessly," Li Guo admonished. Patting the table, he turned to Yang Shui with a gentle smile. "Child, do not listen to his nonsense. He is too timid to harm a chicken. If he truly dares to strike you, you come to me, and I shall deal with him. Once you're a part of our family, you are one of us, and I will not allow you to be bullied." "Thank you, grandfather," Yang Shui replied, touched, nodding her head. In that moment, she truly felt a sense of belonging. She cast a triumphant glance at Li Feng, feeling a surge of provocation. Li Feng furrowed his brow, bewildered by her newfound confidence. "All right, it is getting late. You should all rest," Li Yuanchao remarked as he noticed the meal nearly finished, a peculiar smile creeping onto his face. Zhou Ping exchanged a knowing glance with Yang Shui. "Child, you need not rise early tomorrow. Sleep well." "Ah, all right," Yang Shui replied, feeling a flutter of anxiety as she stole a glance at Li Feng, who had assured her he would support her university aspirations. Surely, he would not act inappropriately. Would he? Joking aside, just because I promise you university does not mean I will refrain from pursuing you, he thought. In the bedroom, as Li Feng began to undress in preparation for their wedding night, Yang Shui, terrified, hurriedly retreated to the corner, akin to a frightened little rabbit encountering a wolf. "No, I do not wish to consummate our marriage. I want to attend university." "This is not contradictory," he replied, nonchalantly. "And no, it is not like that. You promised me I could attend university. You never said we were truly to be husband and wife." Yang Shui exclaimed, tears welling in her eyes. She had thought that simply agreeing to the marriage would suffice for her university aspirations, never anticipating the requirement of consummation. What further preparation was necessary? They were not seeking a romantic relationship. They had already held a wedding ceremony, thus making them husband and wife. The next logical step was to have children. "Let us proceed. I am familiar with the process and will not cause you pain," Li Feng declared with indifference, ready to approach her. In his previous life, he and Yang Shui's sister, Yang Qing, had been introduced by a matchmaker, leading to their marriage without any emotional foundation, merely driven by superficial attraction. Now, with Yang Shui even more beautiful, and having already wed, it was customary in rural life to consummate the union and quickly produce offspring. Why delay the inevitable? We need not cultivate feelings first. We shall share a bed and have children, 2 within 3 years. And no, I cannot accept this. Yang Shui rolled over, scrambling to the head of the bed, her heart racing as she implored Li Feng, "Please, do not force me. I am truly frightened. If you continue like this, I may run away." "Run away? Do you no longer wish to attend university?" Yang Shui was suddenly deprived of her lifeline, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You cannot use this to force me. I am not prepared mentally at this moment. I am unable to accept our relationship. You know, I only wish to attend university. Can you allow me some time to sort out my thoughts?" Li Feng inquired, "How long do you need?" I don't know. Don't know. Am I to wait 3 years, 5 years, 7 or 8 years? No, I want to share a room. I want to have children." Li Feng could not wait that long, nor did he wish to play the gentleman. He had taken Yang Shui for the purpose of marriage, and naturally, marriage entailed children and a life together, who had the luxury of nurturing feelings slowly. What if, in the meantime, she developed affections for someone else? He couldn't bear the thought of losing his prized cabbage. "Li Feng, please do not pressure me. Otherwise, I might truly harm myself." Just give me a little time to think things over, would you? She clenched her fists, gazing at him imploringly. Li Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating his decision. For he could see that this woman was sincere. If he pushed her too hard, she might indeed hurt herself. Very well, we can refrain from sharing a room tonight. Really? Thank you, thank you. Upon hearing Li Feng's agreement, Yang Shui felt an immense joy swell within her, secretly celebrating her small victory. One of the reasons she was reluctant to share a room was indeed due to her mental block regarding their relationship. Furthermore, she had her own plans. She wanted to ascertain whether Li Feng's promises were genuine. If, upon the start of school, he prevented her from attending, she would find a way to escape. However, if he truly allowed her to enroll in the city university in September, then perhaps she could reconsider the matter of sharing a room. Though the young girl appeared soft and gentle, she harbored her own thoughts. She was resisting this world in the only way she knew how. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. You must give me some time, and do not make me wait too long. Li Feng would not easily let Yang Shui evade the responsibilities of marriage, pressing her further. Yang Shui, having understood Li Feng's style of negotiation, had anticipated this inquiry and quickly replied, 3 months. 3 months will suffice. I believe that will be enough time for me to adjust my thoughts and mindset. Will you wait for me for 3 months? 3 months is too long. I prefer to seize the day. Then 1 month. No, 2 months. Let's settle on 2 months. Agreed. Upon hearing Li Feng readily accept her terms, Yang Shui's face brightened with a hint of pride. Though she felt a twinge of regret for miscalculating Li Feng's willingness, he was far more cunning than she had anticipated. Li Feng was not only cunning, but also brazen, utterly unashamed. However, while he could avoid severe consequences, he could not escape the lesser ones. If she refused to share a room and fulfill her duties as a wife, he had agreed to her request, but he required other compensations in return. What compensation? Extend your foot. Li Feng glanced at Yang Shui's bare feet, licking his lips. Extend my foot? What do you want? Yang Shui instantly led. Team King. Could he possibly want to? Give me your foot. No, please, no. Hurry, or I shall not be gentle with you. All right, here it is. Yang Shui blushed as she extended her foot. Li Feng eagerly embraced it, grinning widely, then looked at Yang Shui's curvaceous figure, secretly contemplating other playful endeavors, though he suspected that such indulgences would likely not be permitted. Chapter 16. Aspiring for wealth, selling spicy strips to Admom. Early in the morning, as Yang Shui opened the door, she discovered Li Feng's parents already laboring in the yard. Shyly, she greeted them. Let me help. Li Yuanchao waved his hand cheerfully. No, it's fine. You don't need to come over. We'll finish up shortly. Don't get your new clothes dirty. He thought to himself, this girl is truly lovely and sensible. My son is quite fortunate. Why are you up so early? You should sleep a little longer. Zhou Ping observed her with a few glances before expressing her concern. Yang Shui shook her head. I'm not one to indulge in sleep. Have you eaten? Let me cook for you. My pancakes are quite delicious. As she headed toward the kitchen, Zhou Ping protested. Oh no, you don't need to. Let me handle it. Mom, it's all right, I can manage. Zhou Ping was gently pushed out of the kitchen, her face beaming with joy as she secretly praised her daughter-in-law to her husband. Li Yuanchao, look how considerate she is. We must treat her well in the future. Indeed, this girl is educated, well-mannered, and capable. She is far superior to our son. Li Yuanchao wore a look of delight, unable to contain his happiness. Yes, she surpasses our son. But look, on their wedding day, the bride is already working in the fields, while our son, he mused, contemplating finding Dr. Wang to prescribe some medicine for him, hoping for a grandchild soon. Were you eavesdropping? You spoke of how our son was exceptional until late into the night, and now you've changed your tune. Ahem, I was not eavesdropping. I merely overheard some noise while using the restroom. Don't say such things. It would make our daughter-in-law laugh at us. During the meal, the family shared laughter and warmth. Li Feng observed the scene with great satisfaction. Yet, upon seeing their dilapidated home, nearly barren of possessions, not even a television in sight, he frowned. Yang Shui, sensing his mood, asked nervously, what's wrong? Are the pancakes not to your liking? No, I was just pondering how to earn money. Having been given a second chance, I must achieve something significant. I do not wish for lofty aspirations, such as becoming the world's richest. At the very least, I want to improve our living conditions. We need sufficient food and clothing, a television, a proper house, and ideally a car. Then everyone will envy us. Oh, so you were thinking about making money? That's wonderful. Li Yuanchao nodded approvingly, affirming that marriage indeed brings maturity and a sense of responsibility to provide for one's family. Zhou Ping was deeply moved. Child, it's wonderful that you have such intentions. There are jobs in the county. You can seek one, or perhaps in the city, although it's far and inconvenient to travel. Working as a mason with your uncle is also an option. Several nearby towns could sustain you. Li Weiguo offered his advice. Li Feng shook his head. No, I did not intend to work for someone else. I plan to start my own business. Your own business? What do you intend to do? Child, it is better to learn a skill. Having expertise ensures you won't starve. The family members expressed differing opinions regarding Li Feng's entrepreneurial aspirations. Meanwhile, grandfather Li Weiguo was curious about the young man's plans. Yang Shui looked at Li Feng with surprise, thinking, he is quite ambitious. Li Feng proclaimed with conviction, I will produce spicy strips and establish a factory, leading the entire village to prosperity. He had contemplated various entrepreneurial paths, but ultimately chose to open a spicy strip factory. Firstly, there was no existing spicy strip culture. It was an untapped market with little competition, making it easier to grow and thrive. Secondly, he had previously sold handmade spicy strips and was familiar with the production process. We do not understand the financial sector, so we shall focus on tangible goods. I will secure a loan to open the factory and become a leader in the spicy strip industry. Wei Long, Wang Zi, and Xiangu are all my competitors. Spicy strips? Were those? And you wish to open a factory? Child, do not act recklessly. The family, being modest folk, approached Li Feng's entrepreneurial ambitions with caution. Upon hearing that he intended to produce spicy strips and establish a factory, they exchanged worried glances. They had never heard of spicy strips, and they knew that starting a factory would require significant funds. Machines, equipment, and labor would all cost a fortune. Mom and Dad, do not worry. I will definitely make money. Li Feng assured them with a smile. Yet, such reassurances were met with skepticism from the adults. Li Yuanchao questioned, where will you get the money? This question subtly implied that the family lacked the financial means to support his business venture and sought to understand how he intended to secure the funds. I will take out a loan. The government is offering interest-free loans now. I will also secure a loan to start the factory. Li Feng had already devised a contingency plan. In the 1980s, the nation encouraged individual entrepreneurship by dispersing substantial sums in interest-free loans, accessible to anyone. However, as many failed to repay their debts, a plethora of bad loans accumulated, prompting the government to wipe the slate clean. Therefore, even if Li Feng's entrepreneurial venture faltered, historical precedent suggested he would not be liable for repayment. This opportunity wasn't merely a stroke of luck. It was a temptation that beckoned one to seize it. Nonetheless, the spicy snack factory was bound to be profitable, ensuring that the loan could indeed be repaid without defaulting to the state. Loans are not a trivial matter. You must contemplate this carefully, Li Weiguo said earnestly, fixing his gaze on Li Feng. In the 1980s, farmers could easily secure loans, even through facial recognition, with no need for collateral. The Li family had borrowed money merely to meet the marriage dowry. As earnest rural folk, they would never default on a debt, especially one owed to a public institution. However, with their own loans still pending, the thought of Li Feng taking out another loan for business weighed heavily on their minds. I have thought this through, Grandpa. Rest assured, I will not act recklessly. This spicy snack will undoubtedly sweep the nation, even reaching overseas, Li Feng declared with unshakable confidence. Yang Shui puffed her cheeks, silently thinking, such grandiose claims. The business is yet to take shape, and he already speaks of international success, just like my unreliable brother. Li Yuanchao and his wife, Zhou Ping, exchanged glances, revealing a hint of skepticism. His ambition seemed excessive. Overseas? We haven't even stepped outside our province. Mom and Dad, grant me a little time. This afternoon, I will prepare some spicy snacks for you to taste, Li Feng said, sensing his parents' disbelief and his grandfather's hesitation. He understood he must showcase his skills by producing some spicy snacks for them. Come on, Yang Shui, let us go buy the ingredients. I will make spicy snacks for you. Where do we buy them? She asked. First, let us check the small shop in the village. Li Feng wheeled out a brand new bicycle, taking Yang Shui along to the shop. The village store was pitifully understocked, and he found none of the ingredients he sought. The essence of spicy snacks lies in cumin and chili powder. What kind of shop had nothing at all? Let's head to the county town. Okay. Seeing he intended to go to the county town, Yang Shui followed, sitting at the back of the bike as the bumpy road jolted her. Wasn't this bike meant for my family? She inquired. It was, but not anymore, Li Feng replied with a cold smile. Had I not cleverly arranged for you to marry me in exchange, this bicycle would have been for your father to ride. Now that we are wed, why would I give you a bicycle? None for you, absolutely none. Yang Shui remained silent, contemplating how her family would surely not take this lightly, knowing their character. She understood that they would eventually confront him. Yet, Li Feng was equally obstinate and unlikely to heed her counsel. Never mind, this is not my concern. If you wish to quarrel, go ahead. All I desire is to attend university. Chapter 17. Today, I'll dismantle your stall, leaving you without corn. How much is cumin per pound? Do you have 5-spice chili powder? How much for a bag of sugar? At the county market, Li Feng managed to acquire the ingredients for spicy snacks for just 80 cents, filling a large bag that made him marvel at the prices of the time. Yang Shui, curiously observing her surroundings, spotted a fish stall in the distance and said, "I'll buy some fish to make soup for Mom and Dad." "Go ahead," Li Feng replied, needing to purchase some plant-based meat, thus allowing her to go buy fish first. Yang Shui approached the fish vendor and asked, "How much for the carp?" $2.50 per pound. $2.50? That's too expensive. Can you lower the price? These are all wild caught. Just look at how lively they are. At that moment, someone from a nearby stall suddenly called out to her, "Yang Shui, is that you?" It was a corn vendor, and the stall owner was a girl of about 17 or 18 with a mushroom haircut, stocky build, and a cunning glint in her eyes. "Wang Erxi, what a coincidence. Are you selling here?" Yang Shui recognized her as a former classmate from middle school who had often bullied her. However, years had passed, and she now considered herself a mature adult, so she feigned friendliness in her greeting. "Yang Shui, I can't compare to your fortune. I heard you got into a city university. Congratulations. I, on the other hand, can only help my family sell corn." Wang Erxi said with a tone that felt somewhat sardonic. Yang Shui frowned slightly. "What do you mean by fortune? How have you been lately? It's been a while." "What can I say? Just helping out at home. I don't have city youth helping me with my homework like you do. Nor am I as pretty or smart enough to get into university. I'm stuck feeding pigs and farming," Wang Erxi replied, foolishly grinning. At this moment, Yang Shui was certain Wang Erxi was trying to provoke her. Anger bubbled within her. How could she blame me for having assistance if she herself didn't strive to learn? What a ridiculous notion. She had no desire to continue the conversation, realizing it would only lead to frustration. "Well, you sell your corn. I have things to do. I'll take my leave." "What? You're not going to support an old classmate by buying some corn?" Wang Erxi stopped her, wielding moral coercion. Yang Shui hesitated, then squatted down to pick some corn. "Fine, I'll buy a few to take home and cook." Having grown up learning politeness and propriety from city youth, she did not wish to create an awkward situation unless absolutely necessary. Thus, she forced herself to suppress her discomfort and decided to purchase a few ears of corn. After selecting 5 ears, she asked Wang Erxi, "How much?" Just as she was about to pay, Wang Erxi declared $1. "Excuse me? How much?" Yang Shui lifted her head, shocked. 5 ears for $1? Are you robbing me? $1 could buy a bag of corn." Wang Erxi feigned ignorance. "That's the price. This is good corn. Good corn wouldn't cost $1 for 5 ears. I'm not buying." Yang Shui stood up angrily, intending to leave. It was clear she was trying to swindle me, and she wouldn't fall for it. Wang Erxi immediately grabbed her, shouting in a panic, "What is this? Now that you're a university student, you think you are better than everyone else? You don't want to pay for corn? You've peeled the husks. If you don't buy, who will I sell to? No, you have to pay." "Wang Erxi, how can you be so deceitful?" Yang Shui was taken aback by how much worse Wang Erxi had become compared to the past. In school, she had teamed up with others to bully her, and now she was trying to force her into a sale. How shameless. Who is deceiving you? You need to clarify that. Wang Erxi CZ Yang Sui S Worist. Playing the rogue. Let everyone see. A university student refusing to pay for corn. Yang Shui from Yangyu village, the only university student, now looks down on us farmers. Doesn't he want to pay for corn? This is absurd. Who looks down on farmers? Yang Shui was becoming increasingly anxious, unable to break free from Wang Erxi's grip. Wang Erxi's eyes flashed with madness. "You think you're something special now that you've entered university? You've always looked down on me, thinking you're pretty, smart, and fair-skinned. So you disdain us rural folk, huh? Bah, you're nothing but a cheap person." Yang Sui felt utterly wronged. It was she who had often been bullied by Wang Erxi, yet now the villain was playing the victim. "Let go of me. Release me. I want to let go." Suddenly, a loud voice rang out, and a figure flew toward Wang Erxi. "Let go of my wife." Ouch! Wang Erxi was sent sprawling, crashing into the neighboring broom stall. Li Feng had no intention of letting this little bully off lightly. He advanced, fists flying. "How dare you bully my wife? Forcing a sale, huh? I'll make you regret it." Wang Erxi screamed like a pig being slaughtered, howling in pain. No one dared to intervene, merely pointing and murmuring, "Stop this. Young man. This isn't right. Don't go too far. I'll call the police." Yang Shui rushed forward, wrapping her arms around Li Feng's waist. "Stop. She is a woman." "A woman?" Li Feng paused, his foot hovering in midair. With a scrutinizing gaze, Wang Erxi, whose face bore the imprint of Shu, spat disdainfully and continued his assault. "Damn it, with a face like that, I thought you were a man. Hell, I won't hesitate to strike a woman. Stop, stop." Though Yang Shui felt touched by Li Feng's defense of her, she was equally fearful of his violent outburst. Clinging desperately to his waist, she implored him to cease. Li Feng, undeterred, relentlessly pummeled Wang Erxi, delivering a kick that sent a corn stall flying and intended to intensify his assault on Wang Erxi. Yet, young Sue, clinging to him like a human pendant, weighed him down, and soon enough, he grew weary, ultimately giving up on beating Wang Erxi. As the crowd of onlookers swelled, he spat at the prostrate Wang Erxi. "Damn it, today I'll spare you, you scoundrel." He pointed at Wang Erxi, who lay like a dead dog, and declared to the surrounding spectators, "This person tried to take advantage of my wife. It is only just that I beat him. Oh, just a little ruffian, I see." People nowadays have no morals. Some bewildered bystanders expressed their newfound understanding. It's for his wife. That is commendable, then. In this era, where values are upheld, if one's wife is wronged, failing to retaliate would bring scorn from all. One could slay Pan Jinlian and Ximen Qing and still be hailed a hero rather than shunned. Li Feng's violent defense of his wife was thus seen as a righteous act, a husband's duty, earning him respect. No one noticed that the unconscious Wang Erxi was, in fact, a woman. After all, with her floral shirt and mushroom haircut, lying there, it was impossible to discern her gender. "Let's hurry and leave," Yang Shui urged, anxious about potential repercussions. Li Feng picked up the seasonings he had purchased and, taking her hand, squeezed through the crowd. Make way, make way. Everyone step aside." Once outside the market, Yang Shui finally felt a sense of relief. "How could you hit someone so brutally? I thought it was a man bullying you." Li Feng shrugged and raised an eyebrow at her, saying, "Don't worry, I don't hit my wife." "Who said anything about that?" Yang Sui replied, both amused and touched, thinking to herself how fortunate it was that he did not strike his wife. Otherwise, she would have fled. Considering Wang Erxi's plight, she felt a mix of satisfaction and concern. "I hope my classmate won't get hurt. Rest assured, I aim for the posterior and abdomen. She won't die." Li Feng assured her confidently. In a previous life, he had worked as a sparring partner at a boxing gym, familiar with where to strike without causing fatal harm. Despite his ferocity, his blows were calculated to land on fleshier parts, which would hurt but not kill. "It seems you have quite the affinity for fighting," Yang Shui murmured. "Otherwise, how would you possess such expertise and know where to strike?" "What did you say?" "Nothing. Have you bought all the ingredients?" "Let us hurry home." "No need. It's still early before noon. Let us go find my brother Husey. I need his assistance." "Brother Husey? What do you need him for?" "To help me secure a loan. I don't know anyone, and I doubt I could get much on my own. Brother Husey knows many people in the county. Perhaps he can help me secure a larger loan." "How much are you looking to borrow?" "To rent a factory, buy machines, hire staff, at least 10,000 yuan." 10,000 yuan? That's quite a sum. A family workshop could work too, as it has lower costs, but spicy strips are easily imitated. If we don't expand at the start, we'll miss out when the trend takes off. Let us go. These are matters I must consider. After Li Feng and Yang Shui departed, Wang Erxi, resembling a lifeless dog, finally regained consciousness, feeling as though her face had been obliterated by pain. Tears streamed down her swollen cheeks as she sobbed. "I will sue you all. Just wait." Chapter 18. Persuading Li Hu to marry the widow at Chengzi Road Police Station. Li Feng entered and inquired, "Is Li Hu here?" "Li Hungria. What do you need our captain for?" "If you're here to report something, just speak to me," replied the receptionist, a woman in her 30s, casting a glance at him before sizing up the beautiful Yang Shui with a hint of impatience. "I'm not here to report anything. Li Hu is my brother. I need to see him." "Oh, your brother? Why didn't you say so?" The receptionist's demeanor softened instantly, and she called out to the office, "Captain, Captain." Li Feng thought to himself how beneficial it was to have acquaintances. In this era, despite the abundance of opportunities, societal issues abound. Corruption, extortion, violence, robbery, and even murder occur frequently. Even the simplest matters require connections to navigate smoothly. Who has been killed this time? Li Hu sauntered out of the office, nonchalantly smoking a cigarette, his shirt unbuttoned, exposing his belly, resembling a wealthy landlord. Li Feng greeted him with a smile. "Brother, you've gained some weight." "Oh, Xiao Feng, what brings you here?" Li Hu, seeing his younger brother and his new wife, broke into a grin. "Sister-in-law." "Hello, big brother," Yang Shui replied, smiling gently, unfazed by the sight of his open shirt. She was accustomed to her brother-in-law's casual demeanor at home. "Look at you, bringing your wife to the county on your wedding day. You're quite the character," Li Hu remarked, adjusting his shirt with a lewd grin. Yang Sui blushed sleekly. "Where are you off to? Do you have time for lunch?" Li Feng asked. "Unfortunately, I need help with a case." Li Hu waved dismissively, his eyes glinting with curiosity. "There has been a massacre in Fengril. A family of 7 has been wiped out, and I must assist." A junior officer interjected, "Captain, we can't discuss the case with outsiders." "What are you afraid of?" "He my brother. What is the harm in sharing?" Li Hu shot back defiantly. Li Feng chuckled nervously. "Brother, please don't tell me these things. I'm easily frightened, and I want to sleep tonight." Li Hu laughed heartily. "All right, I want to mention it. Come on, Let us not linger outside. Let us talk in my office. It has a fan. Xiaozhong, go buy 3 ice pops for me, and get one for yourself too. You'll have to front the money. Watching the officer named Xiaozhong leave with a forlorn expression to buy ice pops, Li Feng thought to himself that he would likely have to pay out of pocket. Now that you're married, my great-uncle has lost interest. What about you, brother? Did you say you were going on a blind date? How did that go? The girl is lovely, quite beautiful, but has a fiery temper. I don't want to bring home a tigress. Work is already busy enough without adding domestic quarrels. Indeed, harmony in the household is paramount. If you choose an unsuitable wife, not only will you suffer, but your elders, children, and grandchildren will also face the consequences. You seem to have quite the insight. Oh, sister-in-law, we're just joking. Don't take it to heart. Yang Shui shook her head. It's nothing. I understand this principle. Marrying the wrong wife can ruin 3 generations. It's an old saying. Sister-in-law, you're quite knowledgeable. A university student knows much more. Brother, I think Sister Wang is quite nice. Why don't you consider marrying her? What? You want me to marry Sister Wang? Li Hu exclaimed in surprise. Sister Wang. The village widow Wang Quiqui had lost her husband 2 years prior in a tragic accident while repairing a waterway, leaving her to raise their daughter alone in hardship. After witnessing her being bullied while selling goods, Li Hu felt a pang of sympathy and had intervened, dealing harshly with the thugs. Since then, they had developed a bond. However, a widow often attracts trouble, especially one as attractive as Wang Quiqui. Even a man passing by would spark gossip in the village. Li Hu had feelings for Wang Quiqui, but marrying her was a serious consideration. It would be quite embarrassing for me to marry a widow, given Li Hu's circumstances. He could have his pick of partners, which is why he hadn't objected to his family arranging matches for him. As for the widow, he certainly didn't want to miss out. Keeping her outside would suffice. They could afford to take care of her. He thought it simply. As long as the main flag at home remains upright, the external affairs could flourish. However, Li Feng was acutely aware that once brother Huzi entered the bonds of matrimony, his wife would undoubtedly be intolerant of infidelity, leading to a considerable uproar that could jeopardize his career. How splendid it would be to marry Sister Wang, who also had a daughter. One would essentially gain a chubby little girl without any effort. Li Feng, akin to a seasoned matchmaker, was earnestly persuading Li Hu to marry a widow. Yang Sui, upon catching wind of the discussion, was taken aback, exclaiming inwardly, "Goodness, you're suggesting your brother marry a widow? Aren't you afraid your 4th uncle might be furious?" Li Feng and Li Hu hailed from the same grandfather, who had 5 children. The eldest perished in military service. The second daughter succumbed to starvation during a famine. Li Feng's grandfather was the 3rd. Li Hu's was the 4th, and the youngest, a girl, married off to a village several miles away. The branch of Li Hu's family still had their grandfather alive, but both his grandmother and parents had passed, leaving only a younger sister. This placed the profound responsibility of carrying on the family lineage squarely on his shoulders. Li Feng's suggestion for Li Hu to wed a widow was, quite evidently, an invitation for trouble. Wouldn't it be far more appealing to marry a virtuous bride and enjoy the joys of family life? Little did Yang Xuan know that Li Feng was contemplating the future. Marrying a new wife would hinder Li Hu's prospects, while a union with widow Wang, who possessed a gentle disposition, would ensure tranquility. With Li Hu's capabilities, he was bound to ascend to a position of authority in due time. Moreover, a widow could still bear children. Marrying her would not preclude the possibility of offspring. Sister Wang was kind-hearted, adept at household chores, and marrying her would bring Li Hu peace of mind. After all, isn't the essence of life to seek comfort and ease? Li Feng provocatively concluded, urging Li Hu to find someone better than Sister Wang if he could. Li Hu found himself swayed by these arguments, acknowledging their validity, yet could not shake the reality that Wang Quiqui was indeed a widow. All right, you've muddled my thoughts, he said, waving his hand to collect his scattered ideas. Then cast a teasing glance at Li Feng. It would be a pity if you didn't play the matchmaker. Flattery, flattery. I simply dislike seeing you miss out on such a fine woman as Sister Wang. What has Sister Wang fed you to make you speak so highly of her? I've never even set foot in her home. Li Feng quickly distanced himself from the notion. I merely sympathize with her as a widow. If it weren't for Brother Huzi, who knows how many ruffians would have tried to take advantage of Sister Wang in previous years. You were like a guardian angel to her and her daughter, Razu. Razu, the daughter of widow Wang, was an endearing little girl who had been quite frail a couple of years prior, but had now grown plump and cheerful under Li Hu's care. Li Hu, upon hearing this, exhibited a hint of pride. Indeed, my heart is kind. Yes, Brother Huzi is chivalrous and benevolent. They chuckled in unison. Yang Shui, however, wrinkled her nose, thinking that while he may possess a degree of kindness, he likely harbored other intentions as well. Oh, by the way, I have something to inquire about. I wish to venture into business. Do you know anyone at the credit union? I want to secure a larger loan. Li Feng finally broached the main topic. Of course. How much do you intend to borrow? At least 20,000. Cough, cough, 20,000? What business are you planning to start? Robbing banks with machine guns. Brother, Husey jest. I intend to open a food factory. A food factory? Brother, are you sure about this? From what I know, establishing a food factory is no small feat. The investment alone could range from 1 to 200,000. I suggest you commence with a smaller venture. Don't overreach and risk failure. Rest assured, I merely plan to rent a workshop and acquire a machine. My investment will hover around 10,000. If renting a workshop proves unfeasible, I can manage with a home-based operation. I just need you to help facilitate this, and I fully understand the rules. I'll ensure you receive a substantial red envelope when the time comes. What nonsense! Why would I need a red envelope? We are family. There is no need for such formalities, Li Hu replied, discontentedly waving his hand. However, if someone assists you with your loan, you should offer them a commission. I estimate you could secure a maximum of 2,000, perhaps more if you go to the city, but that would require connections. All right, brother. You must exert yourself to assist me. I need at least 10,000. Brother, your ambition is quite lofty. Here is the deal. I will contact you this afternoon. In the county, we can negotiate. A few thousand should be attainable, but beyond that, I fear it won't be possible. Therefore, prepare some quality cigarettes and liquor for the negotiations. No, I will procure those. Tonight I'll host a dinner to see if I can leverage city connections to secure additional funds for you. Brother, I love you. Please refrain from that overly affectionate talk. Observing the camaraderie between the two brothers, Yang Shui felt a twinge of envy, reflecting on the unity of the Li family, which starkly contrasted with her own family's disjointedness. At that moment, a mournful wail echoed from outside the office, prompting Li Hu, who had been aware of the cries, to furrow his brow and bellow, "What is happening? Is another family facing annihilation and here to report it?" A voice from outside responded, "Someone has reported an assault. It's quite severe, and we hope you can apprehend the assailants swiftly." Who said we should just apprehend them? How are they assaulted? Li Hu inquired with annoyance. We are not merely servants. You can't expect us to act on command. The decision to apprehend someone isn't yours to make, but ours. Officer, Xiao Zhang interjected. It's a girl named Wang Erxi. She claimed she was selling corn at the market when she encountered a classmate who refused to pay and ended up assaulting her along with her husband. It's truly outrageous. Could they be affiliated with a gang? Chapter 19. Twists and turns Wang Erxi? Selling corn. Li Feng and Yang Shui exchanged glances, both thinking, what a coincidence. Let's see what is going on. It's outrageous that such behavior occurs on my turf, Li Hu declared, stepping out of the office only to find Wang Erxi sobbing, her face bruised and battered. Brother, what happened? Who assaulted you? Woo, I'm a woman. My apologies. Li Hu awkwardly scratched his nose, then pointed angrily at Wang Erxi, addressing the others. Look at this. They've beaten a young woman to such a state. The gangs are becoming increasingly brazen. We had just cracked down on them a few years ago, and now they are resurfacing. We must intensify our efforts to apprehend these miscreants. The gathered crowd, hearing this impassioned declaration, began to applaud. Well said. The chief is wise. Wang Erxi, overwhelmed with gratitude, exclaimed, thank you, officers. You must help me catch those wicked ruffians. Rest assured, leave it to me. I will ensure those scoundrels face justice, Li Hu proclaimed, his chest puffed out with righteous determination. A junior officer asked, do you know the names of your assailants? Yes, the woman is named Yang Shui, and the man? I am unsure. Wang Erxi replied, her eyes filled with animosity. Li Hu's brow furrowed. Yang Shui? That name sounds just like my sister-in-law's. Li Feng, sister-in-law. Isn't this quite the coincidence? He turned to see Li Feng and Yang Shui emerging from the office, both wearing somber expressions. Upon seeing her adversaries exiting the police office, Wang Erxi became animated and stammered. Yes, it was them. They're the ones who assaulted me. Quickly, apprehend them. Onlookers whispered amongst themselves, realizing the alarming connection between the officials and the alleged criminals. Wait, are you certain? Li Hu asked, astonished as he gazed at the trio. The other officers also expressed skepticism. Impossible. They couldn't have attacked you. It was evident to all that the young couple was quite familiar with Captain Li Hu, and both appeared well-mannered and respectful, hardly fitting the mold of thugs capable of such violence. It was them. I have witnesses. Many saw them attack me. Quickly arrest them. Wang Erxi fumed, pointing furiously at Yang Shui. You wicked harlot. May you suffer a miserable fate. Just wait for your time in prison. Then she turned her ire toward Li Feng, shouting, and you little bastard, you'll be joining her. You both deserve to rot in hell. Yang Shui's complexion instantly changed. At that moment, a figure rushed forward and slapped Wang Erxi across the face, cursing, damn you, you've overstepped your bounds today. I'll make sure you pay dearly. Help! Help! Officer, there's been an assault. After being slapped onto the table, Wang Erxi faced a barrage of punches and kicks. As the surrounding police officers reacted, they hurriedly intervened, shouting, "Stop! Cease this at once! How dare you fight in the station?" Li Hu stepped forward, attempting to shield his colleague while discreetly landing a few punches on Wang Erxi himself. "Stop it, brother. Heed my advice. Cease this violence. You dare insult my brother and his sister-in-law? I'll unleash a black tiger's heart on you." "Captain, please refrain from using excessive force," a young officer interjected, unable to bear the scene. "Ahem, who's using excessive force?" Li Hu quickly feigned innocence, pulling Li Feng back as he noted the surrounding gazes. He then declared with righteous indignation, "Stop it, Li Feng. Although this person struck you, your retaliation was an act of self-defense. However, you cannot fight in the station. That is simply unacceptable." The onlookers were taken aback, murmuring among themselves, "Are you all blind?" He didn't lay a finger on him. What self-defense? It was indeed a grim situation, and the mushroom-haired woman had brought this upon herself with her foul language. Yang Shui intervened. "Stop this. If this continues, someone might truly get hurt." She anticipated that Li Feng would dare to engage in violence within the precinct. He ought to be called a madman rather than Li Feng. It wasn't that she thought he shouldn't retaliate against Wang Erxi's slander, but that such behavior in a law enforcement setting was utterly reckless. Her cousin's public defense was also misguided, as it would only invite further scrutiny. Wang Erxi, in a mix of laughter and tears, exclaimed, "Did you all see that? Did you see him strike me? It was him. I want to let this go. Why aren't you arresting him? Hurry and take him away." At that moment, she still hadn't grasped the relationship between Li Hu and Li Feng, convinced of her impending victory to send Li Feng to prison, especially since this incident occurred in the station, with numerous witnesses present. Li Hu's expression turned troubled. The situation was indeed complicated with so many witnesses. Even his attempts to assist Li Feng were met with considerable difficulty. Nevertheless, he was determined to protect his family. Just as he prepared to concoct an excuse, Li Feng spoke up, pointing at Wang Erxi. "She has slandered me and insulted my wife. You all heard it. I want to press charges against her. Apprehend her at once." The crowd fell silent, as if caught in a moment of disbelief. It was clear that he had struck her, and his claims of slander were futile. They had witnessed everything. A young officer frowned, displeased. "Comrade, do you think we're blind?" Others subtly nodded in agreement, realizing they had seen everything clearly and would not let him distort the truth. Li Hu coughed softly and murmured, "Brother, don't worry. It's just a matter of compensating a little. There's no need to be afraid." "Compensate? I want her in jail." Li Feng raturta defiantly. "You're quite bold. My brother is more formidable than I am." Li Hu scrambled to think of a solution, pondering whether to pin a morally dubious charge on Wang Erxi. Yang Shui displayed a hint of worry, sensing that matters would not resolve easily today. However, she was perplexed as to why Li Feng remained so composed despite having assaulted someone in the precinct. Did he believe that his cousin, Li Hu, being the captain, would shield him from repercussions? Yet, Li Hu's troubled expression suggested that resolving today's issues would not be straightforward. "I'm sorry, Wang Erxi. We are willing to compensate." Summoning her resolve, Yang Shui decided to concede. She wished to prevent Li Feng from going to jail. After all, if her husband were imprisoned just a day after their wedding, she would surely be labeled as a husband killer, making it impossible to face anyone in her family. "Compensate? I want to see you in jail." Wang Erxi, sensing Yang Shui's willingness to settle, couldn't hide her excitement and madness. "I don't want compensation. I want to see you locked up, especially him. He must be arrested." If Yang Shui were jailed, she would likely be expelled from university, she thought, chuckling to herself. Seeing the vindictive expression on Wang Erxi's face, Li Feng couldn't help but smirk and said to Li Hu and the others, "Do you know why I struck her? Because she is a scammer. Yes, she sells corn, but she charged my wife 1 yuan for 5 years and tried to force her to buy more, holding her hand to prevent her from leaving. In my anger, I struck her. 5 ears for 1 yuan. Do you think I was wrong to hit this unscrupulous vendor?" Upon hearing his explanation, the crowd was struck with realization, looking at Wang Erxi with a mixture of disbelief and disdain. Some shook their heads, while others spat in contempt. How shameless. 1 yuan for 5 ears of corn? Outrageous. Li Hu's eyes lit up. "Oh, so there is more to this story. Wang Erxi, is what my brother said true? Selling 5 ears for 1 yuan and trying to coerce a sale? How shameless." His fierce gaze bore down on her, his authority palpable. Wang Erxi, realizing the tide had turned against her, felt her legs weaken, desperately attempting to explain, "No, it wasn't like that. I was just joking with her. But he struck me first." "A joke? Look at the marks you left on my wife's arm." Li Feng pulled Yang Shui's wrist for all to see. Indeed, there were visible marks. The incident had occurred less than an hour ago, and Wang Erxi had gripped Yang Shui tightly, leaving indelible impressions. Witnessing this, the The crowd's sentiment shifted further against Wang Erxi, realizing she was the one distorting the truth. Look at the marks you left. You must have used considerable force. You vile woman. You should be the one arrested. Yes, take her in. She shouldn't be allowed to harm others. Wang Erxi, sensing the collective anger, panicked, pleading, No, we're classmates. I didn't mean any harm. Enough of your excuses. Take her in for questioning. Li Hu commanded, signaling for Wang Erxi's apprehension. Turning to the onlookers, he solemnly declared, Rest assured, we will not overlook any lawbreakers. We will apprehend every unscrupulous merchant without mercy. The crowd erupted in applause, praising, Excellent. Fantastic. The officers of Chengzi Road observed their captain, seemingly illuminated by divine light, and thought to themselves, apprehending unscrupulous merchants isn't our responsibility. Let us not increase unnecessary callouts, just to appear righteous. Wang Erxi was detained for 10 days on charges of fraud, coercive selling, slander, and defamation. How does that punishment sound? Li Hu asked Li Feng with a smile. Wang Erxi, being a rural dweller, had never encountered such a situation before. Terrified, she quickly divulged the entire story, no longer demanding compensation, merely hoping for leniency. That woman was so frightened she nearly wet herself. I could smell it. Li Feng joined in the laughter, remarking, 10 days in detention is already lenient. I think my hand is injured. Perhaps she should compensate me a little? He suggested with a mischievous glint in his eye. Li Hu nodded, All right, but judging by her attire, she likely doesn't have much money. How much do you want? Yang Shui tugged at Li Feng, saying, Enough, let it go. Her family is even poorer than mine. Since my wife has spoken, let us not demand any compensation from her, but I will claim all the corn she has today. Li Feng wasn't truly interested in money. He believed that Wang Erxi, dressed so poorly, probably only had that one pair of trousers. He recognized there was no profit to be made and merely acquiesced to Yang Shui to keep the peace, primarily desiring the corn. If you provoke me, you want to even have corn to eat. Yang Shui, however, thought that Li Feng was being considerate towards her and felt a flicker of happiness. Her brother-in-law wasn't so bad after all. Though he seemed hot-tempered, he did care for his wife, much better than my father. If only Li Feng knew her thoughts. He would roll his eyes and think, Better than your father? Who are you cursing? That's disgusting. Around 5 in the afternoon, he said, Come over then. All right, brother. I'll head back now. Be careful riding your bike. That old two-wheeler is meant for your father-in-law, right? Yes. I want to give it to him since his bride's dowry doesn't match. Yang Shui snorted. So you think you're at a loss? Li Feng waved dismissively. Get in the car. Let us go home. Watching his brother ride away with his beautiful wife, Li Hu couldn't help but mutter enviously, How wonderful. A wife and children to warm the bed. His parents had passed away early, leaving only his grandfather and sister at home, so he yearned for a complete family. Meeting widow Wang had given him a sense of home. Reflecting on this, he recalled Li Feng's words, Is marrying a widow suitable? I need to think this through and gauge my grandfather's opinion. I wish for a home, a place not too large. Riding his bike, singing merrily, with his lovely wife on the back, Li Feng entered the village with pride. The group of elderly chatting beneath the big locust tree at the intersection immediately brightened at the sight. Oh, that must be Li Wei's grandson's wife, truly beautiful. More lovely than her sister. I heard she asked the bride's younger sister. What is going on? I followed along the other day. It was quite the spectacle. The village entrance had always been an information exchange station, so the fact that Li Feng married, not his original wife, but his sister-in-law, quickly became the hottest topic. Discussed and scrutinized repeatedly. Ultimately, everyone reached the conclusion that marrying this sister-in-law was a worthwhile venture. Her status as a university student alone made it profitable. Mom, Dad, we're back. After getting off the bike, Yang Shui hurried inside to greet her parents. Have you eaten? Let me cook for you. Li Yuanchao and Zhou Ping were chatting when they saw their son and daughter-in-law return, immediately rising with smiles. We've eaten. We saved some for you. Let me heat it up. No need, I'll do it. It's fine, you sit down. Zhou Ping smiled, encouraging Yang Shui to take a seat. Then chided her son Li Feng as he entered. You brought her to the county. Why didn't you treat Xiao Shui to something nice? Such a miser. Li Feng, amused, replied, Mom, you're mistaken. It was her choice not to spend much outside, saying we could save on a meal by eating at home. Oh, is that so? Both Li Yuanchao and Zhou Ping were taken aback, looking at Yang Shui with even more approval. Child, don't be so frugal. It's all right, Mom. I'm not hungry. Why spend money outside? Brother-in-law, cough, cough. Li Feng needs to do business. Expenses will be many. Better to save where we can. Yang Shui shyly explained, endearing herself further to the elders. They were even more touched and satisfied, realizing how rare it was to find such a daughter-in-law. Mom saved you a piece of meat. You eat it yourself, Zhou Ping whispered to Yang Shui after not heating the food for Li Feng. Yang Shui glanced at Li Feng and softly said, "Thank you, Mom." "For what?" "Just eat." Once Zhou Ping left, Yang Shui immediately placed a piece of meat from her bowl onto Li Feng's plate, saying, "You eat. Thank you for today. If it weren't for you, I would have faced some grievances." Li Feng, carefree, took a big bite of the meat and said, "I won tea compete with you." The meat was perfectly marbled and tasted delightful. "Tea, is it good?" Yang Shui licked her lips, having not eaten meat for a long time. In the past few days since the wedding, they had enjoyed pork, lamb, and fish, all so delicious. "It's delicious," Li Feng nodded. "Don't worry. Once I earn money, you'll eat well. I'll pay you back with 200 pounds of meat." 200 pounds? We're we pigs? That's a bit excessive. Not pigs. I mean to raise you to 200 pounds. I don't want that. Seeing the couple laughing and teasing, Li Yuanchao looked at them with loving eyes, thinking how wonderful it was. Marrying this daughter-in-law was the right choice. He had feared that bringing her home would disturb the peace. And he didn't know what kind of magic Li Feng had used to keep such a wonderful girl in their family. It was truly miraculous. After dinner, Li Feng wiped his mouth, his gaze intense as he began to prepare spicy strips. Chapter 21. The spicy strip factory is established. Hygiene and safety regulations must be followed. The preparation of spicy strips is quite simple. Once the seasonings like cumin, chili powder, and sugar are mixed, hot oil is poured over them, creating a fragrant sauce for the spicy strips. After blanching the meat, substitute in hot water for about a minute and squeezing out the moisture. A quick stir-fry completes the simple version of spicy strips. Delicious. The flavor is quite good. After tasting the spicy strips, both Yang Shui and Li Feng's parents nodded in approval. The taste was indeed commendable, but how much could it sell for? Opening a factory might lead to losses. Li Feng chuckled. "Don't worry. This is just the most basic spicy strip. To create a timeless classic like Wei Long's Big Gluten, we need to buy beef tendon noodle machines. The spicy strips made then will be far tastier, sure to delight the elementary school kids." "Really? But if you want to open a factory, how much do you need to earn a break-even?" Li Yuanchao was still concerned that his son's spicy strip business might incur losses. With such a large investment, how many spicy strips must you sell to recoup the costs? Li Feng understood his parents' worries and explained his thoughts. The largest expense in making spicy strips is the machinery, followed by the factory. "I don't need a large factory. The abandoned canning factory next to our village will suffice. After all, my grandfather was once part of the production team. I want him to inquire how much it would cost to rent that abandoned canning factory." "Oh, so that's your plan regarding the abandoned canning factory." Li Yuanchao nodded in realization. The canning factory outside the village spans over 1,000 square meters and has been abandoned for several years due to crackdowns on speculation. It's empty and would be free to use without any issues, and renting it would cost very little. "What about my grandfather?" "He is at your fourth uncle's house watching TV, The Legend of the Condor Heroes. The episodes are currently airing on Peach Blossom Island, and he doesn't want to miss it. He really enjoys watching Jin Yong's shows. Your grandfather likes to watch everything. Once I have money, I'll definitely buy a big color TV for the family." "A big color TV? Haha, great. For the next week or so, Yang Shui hardly saw Li Feng, as he was busy every day, hardly stopping for a moment. He had to run to the county to engage in socializing with certain leaders, hoping to secure more loans, while also seeking to purchase beef tendon noodle machines, which were reportedly hard to find new and would cost several thousand. When Yang Shui saw Li Feng returning at night, reeking of alcohol, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy and gently wiped his face while advising, "Don't drink so much. It's bad for your health." She primarily feared that her easygoing brother-in-law might get into trouble when drunk, as her father had that same flaw. "It's all business-related. I have no choice." "But the loan has finally come through," Li Feng said happily. Not only did he secure loans in the county, but he also leveraged connections to acquire funding from the city, totaling over 11,000 yuan. The beef tendon noodle machine was also arranged, with a deposit paid today, to be delivered the day after tomorrow. Although it was second-hand, it was in good condition and suitable for use. The supplies of flour, oil, chili powder, and other materials were also sourced, and the factory was rented at a very low cost, leaving him with 1,000 yuan in funds for future expenses. "I see that you seem to have matters on your mind lately." Li Feng, toying with his jade-like feet, squinted at Yang Shui. It tickled. Yang Shui attempted to withdraw her foot, but his grip was too tight. She had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, it was merely her foot, and as long as he behaved himself, it was tolerable. She sighed helplessly. "I wonder if my admission letter has arrived. Since I'm not at home, I fear my parents might hide it from me. Given the timeline, it should have arrived by the end of July." Yet she was not at Yangmu village to verify if the mail had come, leaving her anxious about whether her family would conceal or even tear up the letter. "They wouldn't dare," Li Feng retorted, glaring. Yang Shui quickly hushed him. Don't disturb my parents. Rest assured, we will return to Yangmu village tomorrow to check if your admission letter has arrived. Ah, no need for that. It might turn into a brawl. Yang Shui expressed her concern. This man seemed to have forgotten how he had spirited her away from the Yang family, which had indeed involved a fierce altercation. Moreover, he had yet to deliver the significant betrothal gifts of a bicycle and a sewing machine, and on the day of their wedding, he had even assaulted her elder brother. The Yang family must despise him immensely at this point. Was he not afraid to return? What is there to fear? I was merely unsatisfied with last time. Should they dare approach again, I'll make them wish they hadn't, he boasted. That is my father. Yang Shui chided with a hint of playful reproach. Li Feng released her foot and yawned, lazily reclining before murmuring, "The Haven Tea treated you poorly, and yet you're not pleased that I would defend you." Observing the slumbering Li Feng, Yang Shui puffed her cheeks and muttered, "I don't wish to see my father beaten. What kind of malicious heart would entertain such thoughts?" Even though she was born into a family that favored sons over daughters, her education had been greatly influenced by the educated youth from the neighboring countryside, allowing her to maintain a sound moral compass, kindness, and gentleness throughout her life. While Yang Xiong had not been kind to her, she merely wished to escape that household rather than desire harm upon her father, who was, after all, her own flesh and blood. Thinking of her family, Yang Shui couldn't help but recall her sister who had fled from an arranged marriage. Gazing out the window at the bright moon and sparse stars, she pondered where her sister might be, whether she was well-fed and warm. She aspired to change her fate through university, while her sister had opted for a more abrupt route, successfully altering her destiny. As she looked at the sleeping Li Feng, she sighed, hoping he would truly fulfill his promise of taking her to the city for school once the term commenced. The following morning, Li Feng finally awoke, washed his face, and said to Yang Shui, "After I finish my tasks, I'll take you to Yangmu village." "Ah, you still remember this?" Yang Shui gazed at him in slight astonishment, fearing he might have forgotten due to intoxication. "Of course, I was drunk, not dead," he replied. "No need to speak of death so early in the day." Li Feng chuckled, finding her superstitious. He turned to his grandfather, Li Yuanchao. "Today, Yang Shui and I have matters to attend to in Yangmu village. The staff training will be your responsibility. Train them according to military discipline. You're of a higher generation, and they will not dare to question you." He had hired 7 employees, all of whom were his uncles and aunts, making management challenge. Thus, he entrusted the disciplinary task to Li Weiguo, who had previously served as the captain of the production team and also held the position of security officer. He could command respect in the village. "They're all your uncles and aunts. Don't call them employees. It sounds inappropriate," Li Weiguo remarked, taking a puff of smoke. He felt a bit uneasy, as if his grandson had become a landlord, part of the exploiting class. Li Feng laughed. "Grandfather, you know how crucial discipline is in the military, right? I've invested over $10,000. You wouldn't want me to go bankrupt over employee issues, would you?" Li Weiguo immediately straightened up. "Of course not. I would be delighted for you to become a wealthy individual, bringing honor to our family. All right then, I'll ensure those uncles and aunts behave. No spitting on the ground, and they must wash their hands after using the restroom." There were numerous rules set by his grandson, no less than those in the military, and some uncles and aunts were displeased. "Wash hands after using the restroom? Your family is too clean. Aren't you all farmers for 3 generations? What else with the bourgeois sensibilities?" In the 1980s, rural areas lacked good hygiene practices. Drinking water came directly from wells, and leaves were used for wiping after using the toilet. Spitting was commonplace, so what was the issue with it at your house? Your family is precious and cannot spit indiscriminately. Li Feng's hygiene regulations and safety standards faced considerable criticism. Originally, 9 individuals were hired, but 2 left immediately upon hearing the various hygiene demands, finding it akin to a prison. Li Feng had no choice. Food safety could not be taken lightly, and it was better for those who want to leave to do so early to avoid creating discomfort for both parties during work. He instructed that anyone who used the restroom must wash their hands. The recipe for the spicy snack seasoning remained confidential, with his mother responsible for the blending. "Dad, if you don't wish to work in the factory, I understand. Just finish your farm work and then assist my grandfather and mother at the factory." Li Feng methodically directed how things should be done, exuding the demeanor of a commanding officer. Yang Shui was somewhat taken aback by his authoritative manner, realizing that perhaps running a factory was no trivial matter, and he might indeed succeed. His grandfather, Li Weiguo, and mother, Zhou Ping, seemed to have a renewed understanding of Li Feng, attentively listening to their boss. Only Li Yuanchao appeared disgruntled, thinking, "You say you don't want to work at the factory, yet you want me to help after finishing farm work. I'm essentially doing both farm work and factory labor without compensation. My son is truly filial." Chapter 22. the third aunt. Let us go to Yangmu village. After a stroll around the factory, Li Feng returned home and beckoned Yang Shui. Aren't you busy? Perhaps I should go on my own, she suggested, concerned about delaying him. It's nothing. You are now my wife. Your matters are our family's priority. Once you're settled, I will attend to other matters. Li Feng was not devoid of romantic sentiments, delivering a melodramatic declaration. Yang Shui felt touched. Thank you. No need for pleasantries. Let us go. Li Feng helped her onto the bicycle and set off. He mused that discipline was what his factory currently lacked. The employees were his elders, making it challenging to manage. He could only rely on his grandfather to instill order before taking charge himself. After all, the machines had yet to arrive, and operations could not commence. Thus he had time to accompany Yang Shui to Yangmu village. Little did he expect that a simple, rustic remark would cause Yang Shui to gaze at him with sparkling eyes, and for the first time, she reached out to embrace his waist from the back seat, sending his heart fluttering. He thought to himself how easily today's girls could be swayed. He should speak more sweetly to ensure she didn't feel like she had been taken away, transforming his sister-in-law into a true wife. I don't want just your foot. I want to hold you while I sleep. I want to share a room. I want to have 3 children. Yang Sui inquired curiously. What are you mumbling about? Nothing, I'm just singing. What lovely weather we have today. In Yangmu village, on a shaded path, she asked. Why not take the main road? As Yang Shui dismounted the bike, she cast him a playful smile. Li Feng pretended to be serious. This path is cooler. Look how hot it is today. It could suffocate a person. Yang Shui stifled a laugh, thinking he was merely afraid of being beaten up. Li Feng indeed feared reprisal. After all, he had previously brought a throng of people to abduct her, bold to the extreme. And there was no guarantee he wouldn't be recognized upon entering Yangmu village and face a group beating. He needed to be discreet. Are you going to stash the bike in the woods? Seeing Li Feng lock the bike, Yang Shui was taken aback. Where else would I put it? If we get beaten up after entering the village, it would be inconvenient for me to push the bike while escaping, Li Feng reasoned. Haha, you're scared too? I thought you were fearless. Yang Shui teased him for his cowardice. Li Feng shrugged. No one is unafraid of death. If it weren't for you, how would be acting so recklessly? Sister Yang Shui and Yang Qing eloped, leaving him and his parents in perpetual shame. If he could relive this moment, he would never allow such a thing to occur again, which emboldened him to cause a ruckus at Yangmu village. Now that the bride has been chosen, there is no need for such reckless actions. Yang Shui mistakenly thought he was professing his feelings once more. Her cheeks flushed, and she teased. Could it be that during the matchmaking, you found no favor in my sister, but instead took a liking to me? My sister's elopement must suit your desires, right? Absolutely not. I'm not that kind of person. If it weren't for the lack of options, I would never have allowed you to substitute for your sister. Li Feng retorted, frustration evident in his voice. If blame is to be placed, it should be on that Yang Qing. I refuse to take the fall. Am I the sort to be tempted by appearances? To be honest, he did think Yang Shui was more beautiful and radiant during the matchmaking. All right, I misspoke. Please don't be angry. Yang Shui quickly apologized, then glanced around the village, pointing to a house. Let us leave the car at my great aunt's south instead of the grove. If we lose it again, it will be a costly affair. Very well, Li Feng nodded, unlocking the car and following Yang Shui to the doorstep of a home. The front door stood ajar, and an elderly woman basked in the sun in the yard. Upon seeing visitors, she croaked, Who is there? Is it you, Xiaoerzi? Great aunt, it's me, Xiao Shui, Yang Shui replied. Oh, Xiao Shui, have you come home? What day of your wedding is this? I heard you were taken by your brother-in-law. What's going on? The elderly woman, upon seeing Yang Shui, became especially warm and held her hand tightly, asking incessantly. It was clear that the elder had a fondness for her. At that moment, Li Feng noticed that the great aunt was missing a leg and thought to himself that it was no wonder she rarely left the house. Perhaps he should get her a wheelchair. Who is this? The great aunt finally noticed Li Feng. He is quite handsome. Yang Shui felt a bit shy and introduced him. This is my brother-in-law. Well, now he is my husband, Li Feng, the grandson of Li Weiguo from Li family village. Oh, it's you. The great aunt's eyes widened as she scrutinized Li Feng, then nodded. You may have a handsome figure, but you should not have taken our little girl and made the Yang family a laughingstock. Great aunt, you must understand my plight. The eldest daughter of the Yang family ran away. What was I to do on my wedding day without a bride? I couldn't allow my family to be ridiculed. Li Feng defended. But you shouldn't have snatched her away, and you even fought the men of the Yang family. Now, how is Xiao Shui supposed to navigate this situation? She was supposed to return home a couple of days ago, but you didn't allow her, did you? Great aunt, you are wronging me. It was Yang Xiong who forbade us from entering their home, telling us to act as if there was no daughter, Li Feng insisted. Did Yang Xiong really say that? Absolutely, Li Feng affirmed with unwavering conviction, his gaze intense, indicating he was not lying. The great aunt turned her attention to Yang Shui. Feeling awkward, glanced at Li Feng before quickly changing the subject. Great aunt, we came back for a reason. We'll leave the bicycle here for now, and we'll return once we finish our business. Very well, very well. You go on with your matters. No one will steal the bicycle if it's here, the great aunt said, eager to help. She then thought to fetch some fruit for them to take along, but was persuaded otherwise by Yang Shui before they exited. Yang Shui cast a wistful glance at Li Feng. Why did you deceive my great aunt? According to tradition, a bride must return to her family on the third day of marriage, dressed appropriately and bearing gifts. The Li family had prepared items, intending for Li Feng to bring the bicycle and sewing machine as an apology to the Yang family to mend relations. However, Li Feng vehemently refused to return, insisting that neither the bicycle nor the sewing machine would be given to the Yang family. Thus, Yang Shui had not returned home, and today marked her first visit back to Yangmu village. Return home with gifts, a bicycle, and a sewing machine for the Yang family? Absurd. After the torment she endured from them in her past life, it was enough that she wouldn't set their house ablaze this time. Given the current tension, only a fool would dare return to Yangmu village. It would be a miracle if they weren't beaten. After Li Feng articulated the various grievances and conflicts to his family, the old man and his wife could only pretend ignorance, opting not to inquire further. Their child could not venture into Yangmu village to face danger. With both families in such turmoil, what dignity remained? To hell with it. None of them were naive. They operated on the principle of repaying kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance, a mindset of ordinary people. With the situation so hostile, there was no need for false pretenses to ease relations. Let things unfold as they may. Are we going directly to your house? Li Feng inquired, poking his head out. What, are you afraid? Yang Shui teased with a smile. Who fears whom? Li Feng puffed out his chest, his demeanor fierce. Let us go to your house and demand answers. Anyone who stands in my way will face my wrath. Wait a moment, Yang Shui sighed. We're here to inquire if the admission letter has arrived, not to confront my family. I have someone keeping an eye on the mailman. We can ask my friend to find out if the letter has arrived. Chapter 23. Drawing the tiger out of its mountain den. In a fence yard at Yangmu village, Yang Shui looked around and softly called, Xiaohong, Xiaohong, are you there? No one responded, so she called again. Xiaohong. Xiaohong, Li Feng thought to himself, are you calling a dog? Just then, the door to the main room opened. A short-haired girl emerged, her clothes patched in several places. Who are you? I'm helping my brother with his studies, Xiao Shui. What brings you here? The girl was Zhou Hong, a classmate and childhood friend of Yang Shui, with whom she shared a deep bond. A little head peeked out from behind the door, and, upon seeing Yang Shui, his eyes lit up. Sister, are you here to help me with my homework? The child was Zhou Hong's younger brother, Zhou Yangyang, who was just in the first grade. Yang Shui had previously assisted him with his studies, and the little one knew well who was beautiful and who was clever. He found his sister unattractive and foolish, preferring the lovely Yang Shui. As he was about to rush out, Zhou Hong quickly pulled him back. Get back in and do your homework. The child wailed and ran back inside. Yang Shui couldn't help but chuckle. Don't be so harsh on your brother. You don't understand. 3 days without punishment means the roof will come down. I must be strict with him. Zhou Hong had her own theories. If I'm not strict, he'll rebel against me, and that's unacceptable. Zhou Hong then curiously eyed Li Feng. Who asked this? Does he look like someone from Yangmu village? This is my brother-in-law, Li Feng. Cough, cough, Li Feng cleared his throat. Yang Shui quickly corrected herself. My husband, Li Feng. Oh, you're the one who took Xiao Shui away? Zhou Hong exclaimed, surprised as she turned to Yang Shui. Did you escape? Or did he bring you here against your will? In her mind, a girl kidnapped by a trafficker could never escape. There was a woman in their village who had been chained and bore 3 children despite her mental challenges. Her husband was quite unattractive and their family barely made ends meet. Even so, he kept her locked away, and now seeing how beautiful and gentle Yang Shui was, she wondered why this bad man Li Feng hadn't imprisoned her. Li Feng, unaware of how poorly his image was being perceived, scoffed. What are you talking about? I'm not a trafficker. You might as well be. You came to Xiao Shui's house, took her as a bride, and even fought her father and brother. You're a big bad guy. That was because they stopped me from taking Yang Shui with me. See, you just admitted it. Yang Shui, wishing to avoid an argument, quickly interjected, Zhou Hong, that's not how it is. My sister eloped, and that's why I'm married into the Li family. He treats me quite well. So please don't misunderstand. Zhou Hong cut straight to the point. If your sister eloped, she should be the one to deal with it, not you. Li Feng rolled his eyes. I had no way to find her sister. If I could marry her sister, I'd be left without a bride, which would be quite embarrassing. The Yang family accepted 3 gold pieces and a bridal gift, but couldn't provide a bride. It was only reasonable for me to have her marry in place of her sister. It's like a business transaction. I paid, so I expect to receive what I was promised. In an instant, Zhou Hong found herself swayed, nodding in a dazed manner. Oh, by your reasoning, that does seem to be the case. The Yang family owes you, and they are indeed in the wrong. Li Feng, thoroughly perplexed, wondered about this girl's fluctuating state of mind. How had she suddenly become so lucid? Indeed, it was only natural for an elder sister to flee from marriage while her younger sister stepped in to take her place. Moreover, I have always treated Yang Shui kindly, ensuring that our family provides her with meat on a daily basis. Daily meat? Zhou Hong's eyes brightened with envy as she gazed at Yang Shui. I truly envy you. You have found yourself a wonderful family to marry into. My mother is also arranging blind dates for me, and there's one fellow who seems quite promising. I wonder if his family could provide me with daily meat as well. Oh dear, this isn't the time for such discussions. Tell me, has the postman come by in the last few days? Yang Shui, fearing an encounter with her family that might stir up trouble, directly inquired about the matter at hand. Zhou Hong nodded. He has indeed come by. I've been keeping an eye out for you. He came yesterday. Yang Shui's expression turned urgent as she smiled and said, You must be wondering if there's an admission letter, right? I honestly didn't pay attention. My younger brother fell into a latrine, and I was too busy rescuing him to check. Ah, I see. Yang Shui felt a mix of anxiety and disappointment. The postman had indeed come yesterday, but had the admission letter arrived? Don't fret. If it hasn't arrived, we can go to your house and take a look. If it's still there, it's surely one had been lost. Li Feng reassured her, noticing her furrowed brow. I'm just worried my grandmother will tear it up. Yang Shui sighed. Her grandmother, Zhao Wan, held archaic beliefs and had a strong preference for males. She often insisted that attending university was pointless and threatened to destroy her admission letter, not knowing if her words held any truth. The admission letter represented all her hard work and held significant sentimental value. She longed to show it to that educated aunt in the provincial city, as her ability to pass the university entrance exam was largely due to the guidance of that very aunt, who had delayed her return to the city for several years. Now that she had fulfilled her promise and achieved her goal of attending university, she wished to demonstrate to that aunt that she had truly changed her destiny. Indeed, it is a matter of concern. Li Feng nodded gravely. In the 1980s, without an admission letter, one could not register for university. However, at this time, attending university was free, with the government providing subsidies and various local assistance, along with the ability to relocate one's household registration to the city. Upon graduation, job placements were guaranteed, presenting numerous advantages. If the admission letter were to be torn or hidden away, the consequences would be dire, affecting many aspects. Seeing that Yang Shui was on the verge of tears, he thoughtfully suggested, Let us not rush. How about we go to your house and inquire directly with my cheap father-in-law about whether the admission letter has arrived? They would surely not speak the truth. Besides, if you go, it will certainly lead to a confrontation. Yang Shui sobbed. I think it's best if I go alone. You would also be beaten. Li Feng rolled his eyes, knowing that even if she wasn't physically harmed, she would certainly face ridicule and scorn. Noticing that Yang Shui was about to cry again, he gestured for her to be quiet and said, It's fine. Let us employ a strategy to divert attention. Huh? At this moment, Yang Xiong and Zhou Ping had gone out to work. For rural folk, their land was their lifeblood, and a single day's delay could not be afforded. So the couple had returned to the fields to toil. Meanwhile, Yang Guang, the eldest brother-in-law, lay in house, shirtless, asleep, while the electric fan whirred, occasionally eliciting a few silly chuckles from him in his dreams, oblivious to the good fortune he may have envisioned. The elderly matriarch, Zhao Wan, did not wish to waste electricity and sat under the grape trellis in the courtyard, fanning herself with a banana leaf and grumbling. That little Shui is truly a worthless creature, wasting time on books when she ought to be helping out. She doesn't even return home anymore. She's turned into a reel in grate suddenly. A stone shattered the glass. A small child peeked in from outside, only to quickly retreat and run off, shouting, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. You little rascal. How dare you break my window? I'll make you pay. The old woman fumed, furious that her window had been shattered and vowing to catch the culprit and exact her revenge. After she stormed out, two figures stealthily entered the house. Chapter 24. Is the brother-in-law in for a beating again? The admission letter, quietly sneaking into the village. Don't fire any shots. Li Feng and Yang Shui slipped into the main room, and he turned to her with utmost seriousness. Let us be discreet. Yang Shui, sweating, replied, Are we sneaking like bandits? Quickly, find out where your admission letter is, he urged. Understood, I'm searching, Yang Shui said as she began to look for hiding spots in the living room. Li Feng moved to the other side of the house and soon spotted a large black and white family photograph hanging on the wall. In the picture, a girl who bore a striking resemblance to Yang Shui stood on the far right, looking youthful, next to a graceful young woman with a ponytail, exuding the charm of an adult woman. It was none other than the runaway bride, Yang Qing. In a previous life, she had caused him great misfortune, but thankfully, in this life, he had become clever enough to devise a plan to outsmart her. Otherwise, Li Feng, filled with animosity, would have wanted nothing more than to drag the Yang Qing in the photo out for a beating. At that moment, a voice emerged from the inner room. Grandma. Keep it down. I was having a good dream, and you woke me up. Ah. Yang Shui inhaled sharply, recognizing her elder brother Yang Guang's voice. With their parents away, and their grandmother lured out, her brother was still inside. She bit her lip, realizing that her parents were working in the fields while her brother was slacking off. Typically, he was lazy and unproductive, leaving all the household chores to her and her elder sister. Today, with one sister fleeing from marriage and the other marrying, neither was home to help. Yet her brother remained useless, while their grandmother did not seem to care either. Why was he so indulged? She'll keep it down. Quickly, find the admission letter. Li Feng signaled to Yang Shui and added, if you can't find it in the living room, check your parents' or your grandmother's room. Yang Shui nodded, cautiously beginning her search in the living room and various rooms, but to no avail. She turned to Li Feng, her expression grim. It's probably in my parents' room. The room with the fan wasn't her brother's. It belonged to their parents. This was the only fan in the house, and her brother often took advantage of their parents' absence to enjoy its coolness. Having searched the living room and other rooms, even her grandmother's, without finding the admission letter, she concluded that it must be in her parents' room. However, with a bear-like figure guarding the entrance, it seemed impossible to enter. Li Feng peered through the doors and windows and then gave Yang Shui a reassuring look, whispering, no problem. Your brother's snoring, and with the fan's noise. As long as you're light on your feet, you needn't worry about waking him. Fine. Yang Shui hesitated before nodding. It was the only option. She could return empty-handed. Creeping in, the door creaked open, revealing a bare-chested figure reminiscent of a laughing Buddha. Oh my, what an eyesore. Li Feng frowned, covering Yang Shui's eyes. Let me handle this. Her brother was clad only in his underwear, a rather indecent sight. Yang Shui pushed his hand away, shaking her head. It's fine. I'm used to it. She averted her gaze from her brother's physique and began rummaging through the drawers in search of her admission letter. Meanwhile, Li Feng kept a watchful eye on the slumbering Yang Guang, wondering what he would do if the latter were to awaken. I found it. My admission letter. Suddenly, Yang Shui exclaimed with delight. She waved a small red booklet excitedly towards Li Feng, her eyes sparkling with joy. The admission letter was still there. This was wonderful. Just as Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, Yang Guang, still groggy from sleep, opened his eyes and looked at the two of them, bewildered. Hey, you little rascal. And Shui, why are you both in my house? Yang Guang, still half asleep, stared blankly at them. After a few seconds, his eyes widened in shock as he pointed at them. How did you both get into my house? At that moment, he caught sight of the admission letter in Yang Shui's hand and immediately grasped the situation. Ah, so she has come to pilfer the admission letter. Yang Sui, even after marrying, you don't return home, and now your visit is solely to steal from us. Is it? Truly, you are one who turns your elbow outward. A thankless wretch, indeed. Grandmother was right in calling you that. No, I didn't. I merely wish to retrieve my admission letter. Faced with her elder brother's wrath, Yang Shui could not help but display her panic and anxiety. She instinctively took a few steps back, only to collide with the table, causing a teacup to crash to the ground with a sharp sound, echoing like a clarion call. Yang Guang rose, intent on confronting Yang Sui, while Li Feng advanced a few steps, launching a punch straight at his face. Damn you. Ow, you hit me again. I'll hit you if I wish. Do you expect a report for that? Li Feng landed a punch that sent Yang Guang sprawling, then pinned him to the bed, unleashing a flurry of blows. Despite his tall stature, this fellow proved to be no match. After one punch, he seemed to collapse like a rag doll, devoid of any strength to resist. Dazed and bewildered, he whimpered, Help! Help! They're beating me! Grandmother! Grandmother! This time, calling for grandmother would be futile. Li Feng landed another punch into his belly. Yang Guang nearly regurgitated the rice soup and cornbread he had consumed at noon, coughing as he pleaded for mercy. Stop hitting me, I was wrong. Brother. You are my brother. Don't let him hit me. Isuriniv. Having often suffered at the hands of her elder brother, Yang Shui felt a flicker of satisfaction as she witnessed Li Feng's assault on him, as if a pent-up grievance had been released, leaving her feeling light and unburdened. Well done. That was splendid. He deserves it. However, she did not want Li Feng to escalate things to a fatal level, and grasping his arm, she urged, All right, let us leave quickly. Otherwise, when grandmother returns, we will be unable to escape. You can hit my brother, but grandmother, she was known for her fierce temperament, and any discovery of this incident would certainly lead to trouble. Fine, I'll spare you this time. Li Feng recognized the formidable nature of the old woman and ceased his assault, spitting at the curled-up Yang Guang. Let me make this clear. We are here to retrieve the admission letter, not to steal anything. Even if you report us, it will be of no use. I want to report you. Just go. I'll pretend I never saw you. Yang Guang raised his head, revealing a pitiful gaze, his face bruised and swollen, evoking sympathy. Stop pretending to be cute. You think you can charm me? Li Feng was disgusted by his childlike expression and raised his fist again. Yang Guang curled back into a ball. I'm not being cute. Why would I? This big bully just wants to hit me. Enough, let us go. Yang Suipu led Li Feng away. As they exited, Yang Guang began to wail dramatically. Help. Murder. My little sister has come with her husband to beat me up. Someone. Come quickly. The Li family has come to attack. Damn that shameless wretch. I'll go back and give him another beating. Don't go back. We must leave quickly, or we'll be trapped if others arrive. Chapter 25, Cousin. Great Aunt, we're leaving. Oh, can't you stay a little longer? No, no. Yang Shui and Li Feng dashed to Great Aunt's house and pushed the cart away. Not far down the road, they noticed a group of people chasing after them. A chubby youth shouted, You dare to run? I'll kill you. Li Feng. If you have the guts, come to Li family village for a one-on-one. Li Feng taunted, turning to confront them. Wang Fatty, furious, hurled a long knife. Damn it. Stop right there and let us settle this one-on-one. Easier said than done. You want me to run to your village for a duel? Why don't you confront me here? Brother, I've been beaten terribly. They were too much. They came to steal from my house and beat me up. Yang Guang, clutching his face, was tearfully recounting his grievances. We were just enjoying hot pot and singing when those bandits arrived. Enough with the tears. Wang Fatty glared at him impatiently. How can you let yourself get ambushed in your own home? Don't you feel ashamed being my cousin? Before long, news reached Yang Xiong and Zhou Ping, who had just entered their yard, of the old woman's wailing. Oh, my dear grandson, how could you be beaten so badly? My poor grandson, is he dead? Yang Xiong frowned, thinking the old woman's cries were excessive. However, upon seeing his son's battered face, his expression darkened with anger. How dare they come to our home to beat him? This is outrageous. At that moment, Yang Guang resembled a pig's head, so disfigured that his parents almost failed to recognize him. Wang Hongmei erupted into tears, shouting, Those scoundrels from the Li family. I'll find their elders to demand justice. How can they come to our home and do this? It's utterly shameless. I'll go demand an explanation. Aunt, don't panic. We can't go to Li family village right now. They'll be on guard against us, Wang Fatty interjected, trying to calm her. This is a lesson learned. If you seek revenge, do not act impulsively or you'll be ambushed. Tomorrow, I'll gather people to settle the score and avenge my cousin. All right, we'll go to Li family village tomorrow. I'll smash their pots. Wang Hongmei, placated, nodded and turned to her son, lamenting, Damn it, why are you so brutal? You just recovered from the last beating, and now you have new injuries. That Li Feng is truly ruthless. What is going on? Why'd he come to our house? Yang Xiong asked his son, frowning. Yang Guang, sobbing, explained it was the second girl who brought him here. She came to fetch her admission letter and snuck into our house. When I discovered them, they just started hitting me, and it was really brutal. You're taller and stronger than them. How could you let them beat you? Don't you feel embarrassed? Yang Xiong shot his son a disdainful glance. Yang Guang hurried to defend himself. I was ambushed. I was asleep when they arrived, and they covered my head with a quilt before beating me. Father, that Li Feng has already hit me hard on the wedding day. This time he came again. He doesn't even regard me as his elder brother-in-law. Counting today, he has hit me 3 times. This is excessive, truly excessive. The old woman Zhao Wan wailed, What a misfortune. Our family has really fallen into calamity. How did I end up with such a wretched affair, raising such a thankless wretch and marrying into such a formidable family? My life is truly hard. I should never have married into this family. Yang Xiong, growing impatient, stood up and said to Wang Fatty, You gather some people. Tomorrow we will go to Li family village together. I must seek an explanation. It's one thing for them to beat my son, but they have yet to deliver the promised dowry of a bicycle and a sewing machine. The Li family is acting unreasonably. I will demand what is rightfully ours, and they must provide more dowry. Otherwise, I will take back my daughter. If you can take her, so can I. On a shaded path, Li Feng pedaled furiously, nearly throwing Yang Shui off the back. Slow down, slow down. Yang Sui Tried, Freaknet du Tears. Are you trying to fly? You're pedaling so hard you might spark a fire. Must we escape the earth? Did they catch up? Li Feng finally hit the brakes and turned to her, panting. Didn't he catch up? Yang Shui quickly dismounted, unwilling to ride any longer. Who would dare ride with a reckless driver? I thought you were formidable enough to take on 100. Turns out you run quite fast. I'm using my brain, strategy, do you understand? Li Feng declared proudly. Why engage in a hard fight when you can outsmart them? I'm not afraid of death. I dare to be tough. But I'm not a fool who doesn't know pain. With so many chasing us, would I wait to be beaten? This isn't just a simple beating. In this day and age, there are plenty of tough characters out there. If caught, it wouldn't be just a beating. To avoid humiliation, the best tactic is to flee. Once we're secure on our own turf, we can act tough later. Shall we go home? For the time being, I shall refrain from responding. I must seek out my cousin. Li Feng, riding his bicycle with Yang Shui, made his way once again to Mengzhuang. Upon arriving at his uncle's home, he called out, "Uncle, Aunt." A person emerged from the main room, and upon seeing Li Feng carrying a bag of fruit, he couldn't help but chuckle. "Cousin, you've really outdone yourself. You even know to bring gifts, how thoughtful." It was Li Feng's cousin, Zhou Yong. "Where uncle and aunt?" Li Feng inquired as he handed the fruit to Zhou Yong and glanced into the house. Zhou Yong accepted the fruit, smiled at Yang Shui, and said, "Sister-in-law, you've come as well. They've all gone to work in the fields. Come inside. There's a fan. It's much cooler." Very well. As they entered the house, the ceiling fan whirled noisily, causing Yang Shui to swallow nervously, fearing it might fall. "Where are they working in the fields?" "I'd like to help out," she asked hastily. No. How could I let you work?" Zhou Yong waved his hand. "I wouldn't dare let my sister-in-law do any labor. Otherwise, I'd be scolded at home." He turned to Li Feng. "Is what you mentioned reliable?" "I've already found some people. Absolutely reliable, rest assured. Tomorrow is the grand opening ceremony of my factory. You all must come. There will be county officials attending. It's going to be quite a spectacle. You'll see I have no intention of deceiving you," Li Feng asserted with conviction. His visit to his uncle's home was not merely for leisure. He intended to discuss matters with his cousin Zhou Yong. Zhou Yong was a decent fellow, intelligent and resourceful, yet a bit of a slacker. He often followed others to learn about repairing electrical appliances, but after some disagreements with his mentor over the lack of genuine instruction, he became discontented and began spending his days in internet cafes. Li Feng needed hands to promote spicy strips and thought of him. The more one sold, the more one could earn, and Zhou Yong felt it was worth a try. After all, he was family. He wouldn't be cheated. He recruited a few local friends, becoming part of the first batch of salespeople for the spicy strip factory. Likewise, Li Feng enlisted 5 or 6 childhood friends from his own village, totaling more than a dozen individuals, all determined to ensure that the entrances of schools and local shops would display their family's Wolong spicy strips. "I am serious about this business of spicy strips. Dear cousin, I must say, your spicy strips indeed have potential. Last time I brought some back for the children in our village, they were clamoring for more. But how can you make a profit with the factory price of 3 cents for a small pack and 10 cents for a large pack? Even if you offer discounts for bulk purchases, can you really profit from that?" Zhou Yong inquired with curiosity. Li Feng explained that the spicy strips were available in both small and large packages. The small packs cost 3 cents at the factory, while vendors sold them for 5 cents, yielding a 2-cent profit. The large packs, priced at 10 cents, contained 3 times the amount of the small packs, and vendors retailed them for 15 or 20 cents, resulting in a significant profit margin. But at such low prices, won't you incur losses? After all, I've heard that factory investments run into the thousands. How can you expect to recoup that with mere cents? Zhou Yong questioned. Li Feng laughed heartily, assuring him, "You needn't worry about my business. I will undoubtedly make a fortune. The production cost of spicy strips is remarkably low. The key now is to make people aware of and enamored with spicy strips. Once they catch on, we won't even need salespeople. Customers will come knocking, and the money will come flowing in." After some more light conversation, Li Feng prepared to leave, but Zhou Yong quickly protested. "Don't go. Stay for dinner. I'll call over my friends, and you can screen them. Those who don't meet your approval won't be invited. There's no need for such formalities. I've been out all morning. I must return home." Just as he was about to depart, uncle and aunt returned. "Xiao Feng, daughter-in-law, what brings you here?" Aunt Swecken exclaimed. "Uncle, aunt," Yang Shui greeted politely. Uncle and aunt were overjoyed. "Wonderful, wonderful. Our university student truly understands manners. Come, sit down. Aunt will prepare a chicken for you." No, we must be going." Yang Shui quickly waved her hands, explaining that they were currently facing difficulties, and the chickens were kept for laying eggs. Killing one for guests was the utmost hospitality. Aunt Swecken grasped her hand, insisting, "No, you cannot leave. I must not let you go on your first visit to your uncle's house. What would people say? Your parents would surely scold me. Quick, shut the door and don't let them escape." Yang Shui was both amused and exasperated. Li Feng chuckled. "Aunt, we shall stay for dinner." At noon, the couple enjoyed a chicken meal at uncle's house. Aunt's cooking was commendable, and the meat was stewed over a wood fire, yielding a delightful aroma. The thin pancakes soaked up the savory broth, and each bite was satisfyingly delicious. "Delicious. Aunt, this meat is phenomenal." "Then eat more." Aunt smiled, serving a chicken leg to Li Feng and another to Yang Shui, while offering the chicken's backside to her husband and the wings to Zhou Yong. watching them eat with a kind-hearted demeanor, as gentle as a bodhisattva. Li Feng pondered to himself, how could such a wonderful person like Aunt be afflicted with cancer? Once he earned enough money, he would take her to the provincial capital for a checkup. After the meal, they lingered a bit longer. Li Feng encouraged Yang Shui to stay and converse with Aunt, while he accompanied Zhou Yong to meet his friends, young men who seemed quite decent, though one had a rather fierce appearance, leaving Li Feng to wonder if he might be mistaken for a protection racketeer while selling. Make sure to come tomorrow. Li Feng urged. Rest assured, we will all be there. After discussing sales techniques and painting a rosy picture of the future, he rallied them with enthusiasm. Follow my lead. And there will be bread and eggs for all. The group exchanged glances. One of them asked, I don't eat bread. Is it acceptable to have steamed buns instead? Li Feng chuckled. Of course, anything is fine. By mid-afternoon, the couple departed from Mengwang and returned to Lejia village. What were you two up to this morning? You didn't come back for lunch, and now you're home to cook dinner. Zhou Ping inquired upon seeing her son and daughter-in-law. We went to Yang Wang and had lunch at Uncle's, Li Feng replied. Ah, you went to Yang Wang? What for? Zhou Ping looked at them in surprise. You didn't even announce your visit. Why the sudden return? Yang Shui held up her admission letter, saying, I wanted to see if my acceptance letter had arrived. It just so happened that it did, so we brought it back. They chose not to mention any conflicts, deeming it unnecessary to worry the family. Oh my, this is the university acceptance letter. Let me see. Zhou Ping had never seen one before and was instantly filled with curiosity. Yang Shui handed it over. Zhou Ping cleaned her hands before accepting the thin letter and examined it closely, her face lighting up with joy. Impressive. My daughter-in-law is truly accomplished. She looked up at Yang Shui, a satisfied smile gracing her face. Our ancestors must be smiling down on us to have found a university student as a daughter-in-law. I must burn extra paper money for them. I'll head to the factory for a bit, she announced. Go ahead, and while you're at it, bring your grandfather back for dinner. I've prepared a chicken to celebrate. Mom, that's unnecessary. We already had chicken at Aunt's. Let us save the ones at home. Oh, it's no trouble, daughter-in-law. What you had at your uncle's is theirs. What we eat at home is ours. There's no conflict. Why worry about having more meat? Wulong Food Factory. Despite its somewhat humble name, the factory had registered numerous spicy strip brands, including well-known ones like Wulang and Malawangzi. The factory might be modest, but Li Feng was confident that everything would turn out well. Ah, my dear nephew has arrived. A middle-aged woman waved enthusiastically upon seeing Li Feng at the factory. Before he could respond, his grandfather, Li Wei Yuo, coughed lightly. Aunt, have you forgotten how to address him here at the factory? Mr. Li. The middle-aged woman's expression fell, realizing that her dear nephew had transformed into a boss, leaving her feeling diminished in status. Hello, sixth aunt. Good, Mr. Li. Please refrain from addressing me as Mr. Li. Simply call me Xiao Feng. After all, you are all from our village and have watched me grow since childhood. Although I have invited you into the factory, you are certainly not my employees. We are a collective, a family. Li Feng spoke with heartfelt emotion, employing and acting prowess worthy of an award-winning performer, causing the middle-aged woman to mist up with tears. Xiao Feng, you are too kind to me. I shall undoubtedly work diligently for our factory from now on and will never slack off. Please don't overexert yourself, Aunt. Oh, I'm perfectly fine. That's good to hear. Unlike my grandfather, who, at his age, still comes to help manage the factory, Li Feng said, turning his serious gaze toward the middle-aged woman. Why don't you take on a leadership role as well? Aunt, you could oversee the others. Particularly regarding hygiene and safety regulations, it is imperative that you ensure they adhere to these standards. Do you really think I can handle that? I have complete faith in your abilities. All right, Aunt will oversee the factory. I promise I won't let them slack off. Everyone must wash their hands after using the restroom. Li Wei Guo observed the middle-aged woman as she walked away cheerfully, wrinkling his brow as he fixed his gaze upon Li Feng. What is the matter? Li Feng blinked. You're cunningly diverting class conflicts, aren't you? Li Wei Guo remarked incisively. This aunt was not a pushover. She was quite headstrong. Yet Li Feng had appointed her as a minor leader to supervise others, which, one must admit, was a rather crafty move, a peculiar strategy indeed. Already, whispers circulated about him. Some claimed Li Wei Guo was merely a laborer of a landlord, dissatisfied with his stringent management. However, it was likely that before long, this aunt would usurp his position and draw all the ire toward herself. Ha! My grandfather truly knows me well. You, come on, let us head home for dinner. Management is a profound discipline, grandfather. You focus on overseeing the market while leaving the blame to others. We cannot be accused of being exploitative landlords. Chapter 27. The grand opening of the spicy strip factory. The Yang family seeks an explanation. Did you really promise to let me attend university in the city? That night, Yang Shui, resembling a little white rabbit, gazed intently at Li Feng. She had received her admission letter. And this rogue, who had interrupted her marriage, truly intended to allow her to pursue higher education in the city? Of course. You are a university student, such a precious asset. I hold you in high esteem, and I look forward to you supporting our family in the future, Li Feng replied, playfully holding her feet and nodding. Yang Shui playfully tugged at her foot, realizing she couldn't extricate it, and resignedly laughed. What are you talking about? You a grown man, relying on me to support the family? I see your food factory is thriving. You've invested so much. Are you now worried about failing? You don't understand. In business, there are no guarantees of success. However, possessing a university diploma in this era is akin to holding a golden ticket. It ensures you can support yourself and your family. Li Feng candidly explained. In this day and age, many businesses fail. One can rise to great heights or, conversely, face bankruptcy at any moment. But a university degree is a solid assurance. In today's society, it guarantees a means of livelihood. While confident in his ability to run the spicy strip business successfully and earn a steady income, he couldn't help but drool over Yang Shui's university acceptance letter, thinking that perhaps he should enroll in further studies himself. What's wrong? The grand opening is tomorrow, and you're getting cold feet? Cold feet? Not at all. I am brimming with confidence. The spicy strip business is bound to be profitable. Besides, I possess a prophetic ability. If I don't engage in business, I could simply invest in stocks and still live comfortably. You understand stocks too? Can you enlighten me? I have a basic understanding, Li Feng boasted, flaunting his scant stock market knowledge, which he mostly learned from short videos. Although he had dabbled in short-term trading, the market was notoriously volatile, and few emerged unscathed. He didn't escape unscathed either, but in front of Yang Shui, he put on an air of a stock market guru, speaking confidently. The following day, he rose late, yawning and feeling fatigued. During breakfast, his parents cast several inquisitive glances at him. When Yang Shui finished her meal and went to wash the dishes, Zhou Ping softly advised, "You young couple should take it easy at night. Don't overexert yourselves. It's not good for your health." On the day of the grand opening at Long Food Factory, many guests were invited, including everyone from the village, as well as the director of the county's credit loan office, leaders from the investment department, and the police chief. 4 to 5 police cars were present. The county leaders cheerfully toured the food factory, then solemnly advised Li Feng, "You must strive to excel. Our nation actively encourages young entrepreneurs. The county has granted you a considerable loan. You cannot disappoint the nation or the county. Rest assured, I will ensure it flourishes and contribute more taxes," Li Feng replied, nodding in agreement. The county leaders smiled gently and inquired, "That's splendid. It's good to have such awareness. Just be sure to avoid tax evasion. By the way, how many employees do you have at your factory?" "Fewer than 10. "Excuse me, how many?" The county leader halted, gazing at Li Feng in shock. Li Feng repeated, "Fewer than 10. A factory with fewer than 10 employees?" The county leader felt as if he had been duped, casting a somewhat resentful glance at Li Weigua. A factory funded with such a significant loan having fewer than 10 employees? There must be some impropriety involved. Perhaps someone was skimming off the top. Had I known, I would have accepted any gifts. This matter has nothing to do with me. Please, take a seat. We will begin the ribbon cutting shortly. I think I'll pass. I have matters to attend to back at the county. Oh, please sit down. You've come all this way. We've covered your travel expenses. And if it's insufficient, let me know. Here is a little something for you. What is this? Take it back. I'm already here. Just wait until we cut the ribbon before leaving. All right. Thank you for your hard work. After dealing with the county leaders, he still had to entertain the director of the city bank and various suppliers, all of whom were there to show their support. Stakeholders who needed to be catered to. One should not underestimate a loan of over 10,000 yuan. In 1987, prices were still mere cents, and monthly wages were only in the tens of yuan. Over 10,000 yuan could accomplish many things. It was not easy to secure several thousand yuan from the county's credit union or investment department. If it went to waste, it would cause them considerable distress. Brother, didn't Director Wang say he could approve an additional 5,000 yuan? Is that feasible? Li Feng seized a moment during the reception to inquire about his cousin Li Hui's loan approval. Naturally, the more loans, the better, even if repayment became an issue. It wouldn't matter, as the government would eventually forgive bad debts in the later stages of this era, which was akin to taking advantage of the system. You know, your factory wasn't even built then. They couldn't approve too much funding. Now that you have a site, machinery, qualifications, and workers, loans should be more readily available. The government is eager to support entrepreneurship and has released many loans. Li Hu then whispered, however, "You'll need to offer a 20% kickback." Li Feng was not surprised. It was common practice to offer kickbacks for favors. 20% is acceptable. But I need 10,000 yuan. You're quite ambitious, asking for 10,000 again. Our county is hardly affluent. If my factory gets off the ground, Our county will prosper, Li Feng replied confidently. Nowadays, farmers were beginning to take out loans for business. Some could even secure personal loans of 20,000 or more. However, their county was too impoverished, and the loans allocated from above were minimal, so the amounts lent were not substantial. A few thousand yuan felt like a significant loss, while over 10,000 was akin to digging up their family graves. Since the loans provided by the government were interest-free, it was essentially free money for business ventures. But the approval process was stringent. You are exceedingly confident, Li Hu thought to himself, finding it amusing that Li Feng, who had yet to establish any sales channels, was making such bold claims. Nonetheless, being family, he decided to be forthright. It is indeed possible to secure a 10,000 yuan loan, but they will take a 30% cut. Do you agree? That's quite a hefty sum. The individuals engaged in affairs at the county level are indeed corrupt, far more so than those in the city. I genuinely require a loan to manage my finances. 3% is excessive. Could you perhaps negotiate on my behalf for a lesser amount? By the way, hasn't that director from the city arrived? What's his stance on the matter? Li Feng was once again contemplating the bank director from the city. Li Hu shook his head, stating, he believes your factory is too small, although he has already approved a sum for you. Any further approval would necessitate collateral. Collateral? Well, that is not entirely out of the question. Please inquire about how much I could secure as collateral, as I need to ensure production remains consistent. Brother, you must remain calm. The business hasn't even launched yet, and you're already fretting about production? Li Hu wrapped an arm around Li Feng's shoulder, advising him to take it slowly, as one cannot rush in business. Your factory is leased, and the land isn't yours, making it impossible to use as collateral. Only the machinery could serve that purpose. But the amount secured would likely be minimal. However, perhaps with a few generous envelopes, we could manage to secure 7 or 8,000. 7 or 8,000 would suffice. Li Feng silently calculated the financial gap he anticipated. He couldn't help but lament how impoverished regions lack financial resources. In other places, individuals can easily secure loans of 20,000 or more, while here, even a few thousand requires banquets and bribes, making it challenging to obtain loans without strings attached. Yet, fortunately, we still have connections in the government. Otherwise, we would surely be at their mercy. Suddenly, he was jolted back to reality as a child collided with him, spilling spicy oil all over his attire. Li Guzi, it's you again? Li Hu glared at the child, raising his hand as if to strike. The boy, named Li Guzi, immediately fled, shouting, help! Tiger is attacking Guzi! Come back here! Li Feng restrained Li Hu and glanced at the spicy oil staining his new suit, feeling a tinge of despair. Li Hu frowned. You can't possibly attend the ribbon-cutting ceremony looking like that. The county leaders are here today, and we even hired a cameraman. How can you cut the ribbon and take photos in such a state? Li Feng nodded. Here's the plan. Stall for me a bit while I go home to change. All right, go ahead. Li Feng hurried back to his house. After changing into a fresh outfit, he was about to step out when suddenly, a group of people blocked his way. At the forefront was a burly man with tattooed arms, followed by his father-in-law Yang Xiong and brother-in-law Yang Wan. Upon seeing him, they resembled a tiger spotting a foolish deer, simultaneously excited and eager to pounce. Li Feng, where do you think you're going? Chapter 28, Written Evidence. What brings you here? Li Feng, noticing his father-in-law Yang Xiong and brother-in-law Yang Wang leading a group of people to block his door, immediately sensed trouble. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and thought to himself that he might have to escape over the wall if things turned dire. Li Feng, aren't you fond of hitting me? Come on, give it another try. Yang Guang, emboldened by newfound backing, swaggered into the courtyard, brandishing a stick. The others followed suit, leisurely entering, numbering at least 20 or 30, each with a fierce expression, adorned with tattoos that suggested they were not of good character. Some even wielded watermelon knives. Damn, I'm trapped, Li Feng squinted. At that moment, the entire village was gathered at the factory, with even the dogs flocking there for food. Surely, if he called for help, no one would come. Father-in-law, you brought all these people to my home for a meal? I don't have enough rice and flour for this many. Li Feng smiled, feigning nonchalance as he looked at Yang Xiong. Humph, Yang Xiong grunted, pointing at his son Yang Guang's face. Look at what you've done to my son. Where's my daughter? If she wanted to retrieve her admission notice, she could have just asked, yet she sneaks home to take it. Does she think we would give it to her? What kind of college student is she? Learning such sneaky tricks, all while ignoring her brother getting beaten? She is truly an ungrateful wretch. Yes, an ungrateful wretch indeed. Yang Guang fervently agreed. I was pinned down and beaten, and my sister didn't even attempt to stop it. My face is still swollen. Indeed, she is an ungrateful wretch, Li Feng echoed, discreetly assessing the positions of the others, contemplating targeting the shorter ones first, then escaping over the wall on a handcart. Where are your parents? Yang Xiong inquired. They're not home. Not home. Where have they gone? Are they out working in the fields? You should call them back. I need to discuss something with them. What matter? Just tell me. Tell you? Sure, it's about you. Yang Xiong glanced around, then sat down on a stone bench in the courtyard. Adopting a commanding demeanor as he addressed Li Feng, you beat my son, and we need to settle that score. But there is something even more important we must discuss. What is more important than me beating your son? The dowry. Your family must provide an additional 500 yuan in dowry, along with the previously agreed upon bicycle and sewing machine, which I expect delivered to my home without delay. Yang Guang Angri Point Li Feng. You haven't delivered the bicycle and sewing machine yet? Li Feng feigned ignorance. Really? I wasn't aware. You're playing dumb, aren't you? You think you can cheat us out of the bride price? Yang Guang Barket. You didn't receive the bicycle and sewing machine? I assumed they were delivered long ago. Nonsense. You didn't even come to my house to fetch the bride. How could there be any bicycle or sewing machine delivered? Oh, perhaps it was a misunderstanding. Are you sure nothing was sent? You think you're amusing me? Wang Pangzi impatiently interjected. Stop wasting time with him. Beat him up. Today. We're taking everything of value from his house. Yes, beat him up. No need for talk. A wave of fury surged among the group, ready to pounce on Li Feng. He hastily exclaimed, all right. The bicycle and sewing machine will definitely be delivered. Yang Guang and the others could not help but smile triumphantly. This kid is scared now. Ha! Look at him. He has lost his bravado. He is afraid. Seeing Li Feng yield, Yang Xiong felt a sense of security wash over him, a victorious smile gracing his face. The bicycle and sewing machine are part of the agreed-upon bride price. You should have delivered them already. Now, let us talk about the dowry. Yes, you're right. The bicycle and sewing machine are indeed part of the bride price. We overlooked that. Li Feng stepped closer, reducing the distance. Yang Guang instinctively shielded his face, yelling, Don't come any closer. Are you planning to strike me? Li Feng innocently blinked, brother-in-law. With so many of you here, what are you afraid of? Wang Pangzi disdainfully spat. Cousin, be decisive. Don't embarrass yourself in front of my brother. I brought all these brothers to support my father-in-law and bolster your presence. You're scared? Truly pathetic. Yang Guang felt his pride wane. Who has scared? I dare to hit him now. He glared at Li Feng. What are you looking at? Do you believe I one hit you? Yang Xiong frowned. What is all this I and you? Enough with the bickering. Let's not drag this out. You're making me uncomfortable. He dismissively shoved his son aside and turned to Li Feng. In rural marriages, it's important to ensure a good match. My daughter, though only a junior high school graduate, is beautiful and earns a decent income of over 10 yuan a month. Therefore, asking for 500 in dowry, along with the bicycle, sewing machine, and the 3 gold pieces, isn't unreasonable. Wouldn't you agree? Yes. You're absolutely right, Li Feng replied with a smile, nodding without contradiction. Internally, however, he was cursing vehemently. 500 yuan in dowry, plus the 3 gold pieces. A bicycle and a sewing machine was no small sum, enough to marry a city girl. What kind of family were they that they turned marriage into a business transaction? Yang Xiong observed that Li Feng offered no rebuttal, his tone and demeanor exuding an air of superiority. Not only is my precious daughter exceptionally beautiful, but she is also a university student, the sole gem of our entire village. We had high hopes for her to marry someone from the city, thus securing a city residence for our family, which is of considerable value. And yet, now she has been taken from us, becoming the new bride of the Li family. At this juncture, his irritation surged. But how has the Li family treated us? With violence, no less. You have yet to deliver the promised bicycle and sewing machine. Your actions are utterly reprehensible. Indeed, it is outrageous. You cannot bully my father-in-law's family in such a manner. Wang Pangzi, ferocious and menacing, brandished a stick at Li Feng, resembling someone ready to enact violence. Behind him, a band of ruffians boasted, Who do you look down upon? Do you think the people of Yang Muzwang are pushovers? Do you dare believe we won't smash your pots and leave you without a meal? Li Feng feigned fear, waving his hands dismissively. There is no need for such hostility. Let us speak amicably. He smiled at Yang Xiong. Is it that you wish for us to add an additional 500 yuan? Very well, I'm agreeable to that. Oh, you consented? Yang Xiong raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise illuminating his eyes. He had not anticipated such ease in the negotiation. Yang Guang immediately extracted a piece of paper from his pocket, along with red clay, exclaiming, Here, we have prepared the agreement. All you need to do is affix your thumbprint. How prepared you are. Li Feng inspected the document, which detailed that due to the eldest daughter, Yang Qing's absence for work, her younger sister, Yang Shui, would marry in her stead. And the Li family willingly agreed to augment the original bride price by 500 yuan, thus formalizing the arrangement. Now, place your thumbprint, Yang Guang urged excitedly. With this 500, I can finally marry Li Feng. And once this bargain is sealed, I shall have my vengeance on you for the earlier insult. How satisfying that will be. Li Feng, gazing at the agreement, suddenly chuckled coldly, muttering, "Fool. What did you say?" Just as everyone thought they had misheard, Li Feng delivered a punch to Yang Wang's face, followed by a kick that sent his father-in-law, Yang Xiong, flying. Seizing the red clay, he hurled it at Wang Peng's face, then, like a monkey, leapt onto a nearby cart, vaulting over the wall. While perched atop the wall, he shouted, "Screw your family. You think I will sign? I'll wipe out your entire clan." He landed on the other side and sprinted away. A tumultuous chase ensued, with a throng of individuals pursuing him, furious and intent on retribution. "Do not flee, scoundrel. You dare strike my elder brother. You are a dead man," they cried. "Capture him. Bring him down." Yang Wang, clutching one eye, yelled in exasperation, "Damn it, give me another electric baton. I'll make him pay." Yang Xiong, feeling his ribs near breaking, nonetheless rallied his strength and seized a shovel, declaring, "I shall end you. This humiliation cannot stand. Today I must slay this brat." Chapter 29. I am a watermelon vendor. Carrying a watermelon knife is quite reasonable, is it not? Damn it, you better not run. Kid, once we catch you, you're finished. A throng of ruffians pursued Li Feng, akin to fans chasing a celebrity. The village women instinctively parted to make way, exclaiming, "Goodness, what is happening? Someone fetch the Buddha!" As Li Feng ran, he shouted, "Sun Wukong is causing chaos in the heavenly palace. Protect the emperor." Yang Xiong yelled back, "Summoning the Jade Emperor will do you no good. If Wang Pengzi catches you, he will make you suffer. Yes, punish him severely." Yang Wang added, his excitement reminiscent of an overenthusiastic hound. "Rest assured, father-in-law, I will ensure your son-in-law gets a thorough lesson." Wang Pengzi, a notorious thug, licked his lips and addressed his companions. "Did you hear that? Once we capture him, we'll make him pay. Tonight, I'll treat you all. Don't worry, brother. Just watch." A cacophony of ruffians cheered, their intentions unmistakably mischievous. The village was thrown into chaos, with dogs scattering in every direction. Meanwhile, Yang Shui stood at the factory entrance, anxiously glancing around, wondering why no one had yet changed their clothes. The crowd was eagerly awaiting the inauguration ceremony. Suddenly, a figure burst forth, grasping her hand and rushing into the factory. "Ah, who are you?" "Li Feng." Yang Shui was startled, and just as she intended to inquire further, she caught sight of the gang of thugs trailing behind him, along with her father, Yang Xiong, her brother, Yang Wang, and cousin, Wang Pengzi. Realization dawned upon her. "Run," she shouted. "It's all right now." Li Feng suddenly halted, panting heavily. He turned back and taunted Yang Xiong and the others. "You fools. Come at me if you dare. Damn, he dares to insult me. I'll kill you." The band of thugs, oblivious to their surroundings, charged into the factory, only to have the leading one, a yellow-haired thug, come to an abrupt halt. Those behind him, unable to stop in time, collided with him, sending him sprawling to the ground. "Damn it, why did you stop?" he grumbled, kicking the yellow-haired thug. "Third brother, look." The yellow-haired thug, seated on the ground, pointed ahead, his face a mask of shock and fear. At that moment, the group of over 20 thugs realized something was amiss. They had entered a factory filled with people, hundreds of eyes fixed upon them. In the center stood a red platform, seemingly prepared for a ribbon-cutting ceremony, flanked by police cars and officers engaged in conversation. Everyone was momentarily stunned into silence, their gazes fixed on the intruders. The thugs swallowed hard, feeling a wave of anxiety wash over them, akin to sitting on needles or having a fishbone lodged in their throats. Wang Pengzi, with his tattooed arms, lamented internally, "I have walked straight into a trap. Father." This Yang Wang, his complexion pale, leaned closer to his father. The residents of Li family village were present, including Li Hu and several imposing figures, clearly influential individuals. Moreover, several police cars were parked nearby. What was happening? Yang Xiong, equally perplexed, urged calmly, "Do not panic. In times of crisis, one must maintain composure." "Father, you're sweating," Yang Guang remarked. "It is merely the heat," Yang Xiong retorted. Li Hu approached Li Feng, scrutinizing the gang of thugs, then glanced at Wang Pengzi and Yang Xiong. His understanding dawning. He glared, "What are you planning? You dare brandish weapons? Have you lost your minds? Someone, apprehend them. It's a misunderstanding. We were just having some fun, not causing harm. I am a watermelon vendor. Carrying a watermelon knife is quite reasonable, is it not?" 7 or 8 officers swiftly surrounded them, and the thugs immediately surrendered, obediently crouching with their hands on their heads, accustomed to such encounters. Those who hesitated would only face punishment. In contrast, Yang Xiong and Yang Wang, having never encountered such authority, stood dumbfounded, attempting to explain, "Officers, please don't misunderstand." "What do you mean what? Get down, hands on your heads now." A young officer barked, brandishing his firearm at Yang Xiong. All right, I'll comply. Yang Xiong, trembling at the sight of the gun, quickly crouched down, cradling his head in despair. This era placed no value on customer service, satisfaction, or procedural norms. The officers employed violent means, leaving no room for dialogue. Yang Guang, attempting to resist, was swiftly met with a punch to the gut, followed by being pinned to the ground. A pair of silver handcuffs clamped onto him. Don't hit me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Yang Guang pleaded, face down in the dirt, begging for mercy, even wetting his trousers in fear. Seeing the thugs and the Yang family subdued, Li Feng exhaled in relief. See how you boast. Afraid now, aren't you? My factory has hundreds of workers. Do you think I fear you? He completely forgot his previous cowardice, now reveling in his triumph as he taunted Yang Xiong. Old man, you brought your people to threaten me. Prepare for imprisonment. And you, Yang Guang, a big fellow like you will certainly be popular in prison. No, please, brother, spare me, Yang Guang pleaded, filled with regret and terror, his fear palpable. The police officers stepped back, taken aback by such timidity. Child, what's going on? Li Weiguo and others approached, bewildered by the scene before them. Li Feng recounted his ordeal, while Yang Shui's complexion shifted between shades of pale and green, unsure of how to discipline her own family. You still want to increase the bride price? Am I an antique that appreciates in value? Li Weiguo scoffed, narrowing his eyes. You come to my house for this? Blocking my grandson, threatening to harm him, and coercing him to sign? The audacity of the Yang family is astonishing. The Li family, aware of the situation, pointed at Yang Xiong. Is the Yang family so shameless? You demand the highest bride price, yet remain unsatisfied. How disgraceful! Li Yuanchao was furious with Yang Xiong. What is the matter, in-laws? We have already given you the agreed bride price, 500 yuan and 3 pieces of gold. Ask around. Isn't your family the most expensive in the area? And now you want more? You can't sell your daughter like this. The bride price was already at the highest local standard, along with a bicycle and a sewing machine. It was akin to marrying a city dweller. Now, despite the marriage having taken place, they still sought to increase the price. This is a misunderstanding. Yang Xiong squatted on the ground, cradling his head, a look of grievance on his face. My daughter is a university student, and it was my eldest daughter engaged to you. The goods do not match the price. What you paid was too little, and you even harmed my son, not just once, and I didn't pursue it. He deserved it. Li Feng retorted, turning to the county leaders. What should we do? I was almost killed. The local gang is too brazen. The county leaders' faces darkened. I came here for a celebration, not to be humiliated. So many rogues daring to attack a young entrepreneur. What impression do you want to give about our county security? Although it is indeed a bit chaotic, it is unacceptable to commit violence in broad daylight. He angrily pointed at Wang Pengzi and his cohorts. You ruffians, how dare you act so recklessly in public? Seize them. Take them away for thorough interrogation. Unjust. I'm just a watermelon vendor. No, I don't want to go to prison. Li Feng, I was wrong. Sister, save me. It was all my father's doing. He instigated everything. I had nothing to do with it. Yang Xiong was taken away, listening to his son's pathetic pleas, feeling an overwhelming frustration. It would have been better to have a char siu bun than this son. What a disaster today has been. Who is Li Feng? Why did he invite so many county leaders? He is going to ruin me. Having received neither money nor satisfaction, they found themselves in custody instead. Who could he turn to for justice? Chapter 30. A self-inflicted misfortune. The leaders are impressive. Li Feng suddenly raised his voice, exaggeratingly giving a thumbs up, his eyes gleaming with respect. The county leaders were momentarily taken aback. Then others began to chant, yes, the leaders are mighty, ridding the community of harm. Well done. Our county indeed has its fair share of righteous officials. Hundreds joined in applause, praising and flattering, creating an atmosphere that was overwhelming. The county leaders' embarrassment and anger transformed into a warm, spring-like demeanor, smiling and waving at the crowd. Please, no need for such praise. I have always been committed to apprehending lawbreakers without mercy. Good leadership, we take pride in you. Li Feng continued to flatter. Others nodded, giving their thumbs up. You are the model of our county, a modern-day Baozhong. Everyone understood the social dynamics and eagerly praised the county leaders, as a few compliments cost nothing. Li Feng, wanting to maintain the celebratory spirit of the day, quickly invited the leaders to the stage for the ribbon-cutting ceremony. The Weilong Food Factory was officially established. Once the ribbon was cut, Li Feng announced loudly, and applause erupted, the atmosphere harmonious. Rest assured, we will handle this matter seriously. The county leader assured Li Feng as he departed. How dare they bring me shame? Those little thugs must face severe punishment. Thank you, leader. Li Feng said as he saw off the county officials, then asked his cousin, Li Hu, how long can those little thugs be sentenced? Those ruffians are hardly significant. They can be sentenced for a few years if necessary. The tricky part is Wang Pangzi, as he has connections. He is backed by the bigger thugs in the county. And his aunt is Wang Hongmei, whose cousin is in the court system. He has been let go multiple times despite being caught. Although he came armed with a group to attack Li Feng, since no harm was done, he might only serve 10 days, but not years. There is not enough evidence for a heavy sentence. Li Feng scoffed. He knew of a notorious thug, known to many in the county, but he would not last long. What do you mean? Nothing. Li Feng shook his head, deciding not to disclose future plans to his cousin. What about Yang Xiong and Yang Guang? Will they be held longer? Under normal circumstances, people like them who haven't harmed anyone are usually detained for only a few days. But since they crossed paths with the county leaders and embarrassed them, they'll likely be held for 2 to 3 months. I'll arrange for someone to look after them in detention. Li Hu smiled ominously. They would not be sentenced to prison, but held in a detention center, which is no pleasant place. Yang Xiong and Yang Guang have fallen into his hands. Then please take good care of them, Li Feng chuckled. Absolutely. After greeting everyone, Li Feng entered the factory, observing the employees in their uniforms, looking quite professional. He nodded in satisfaction. All right, let us get to work. As the machines roared to life, he said, Zhou Yong, Li Chao, take the products to the villages and towns for promotion. Uncover small vendors in Limping, Kishan, Fuhe, and Zhoudong. Even giving them away for free is fine. We need to establish awareness for our spicy strips and make people aware of their existence. Li Feng summoned his cousins Zhou Yong, Li Yun, and over a dozen salespeople, instructing them to spread the word about the spicy strips. Meanwhile, he took his bicycle, loading 2 or 3 bags of spicy strips on the back, planning to personally promote his product in the countryside. Be careful, it's not safe out there. There are too many robbers nowadays. Although spicy strips aren't worth much, a bicycle is valuable. And you never know when someone might try to steal it. Li Feng, are my father and brother all right? As he was about to leave the factory, Yang Sui Ruchet Ofer, Fisibli Woriet. What is wrong? You're concerned about them? Li Feng shot her an irritated glare. I was almost killed. And you're worried about them? Aren't you afraid I'll lose my temper? No, I'm not worried about them. Their arrest is a consequence of their own actions. Yang Shui quickly clarified, not wanting to be misunderstood. Her inquiry was not out of concern for Yang Xiong and Yang Guang, but rather to avoid appearing unfeeling while they faced trouble. It was merely a facade for outsiders. Behold, I too harbor concern for my family. Despite their misdeeds, my affection for them remains steadfast. This is but a trivial contemplation. Alas, she thinks too much, fearing the whispers of others, and wishing to leave no room for gossip. They must remain locked away for a few months at the very least. It will not lead to their demise. Li Feng scoffed. To think they would come to my home, blocking my door, and threatening me with a watermelon knife. Once you find yourselves in detention, I shall ensure you receive a proper welcome. This is their own doing. Yang Shui felt no shock at the situation. Rather, she felt a twinge of guilt towards Li Feng. I apologize, my family has caused you so much trouble, though it had little to do with her. And she herself was a victim. The actions of her father and elder brother filled her with a sense of shame. As the Yang family would always be her maternal kin. You are yourself, and your family is your family, Li Feng replied magnanimously, refusing to conflate the two. Having married into my family, and since your relations with the Yang family are not particularly harmonious, how could I ever hold you accountable? However, he added with a mischievous glint in his eye, if you feel the need to atone, then perhaps a gesture of compensation would be in order. Compensation? How so? Yang Shui blinked, momentarily taken aback. Li Feng licked his lips. Why, by bearing me a child, of course. Ah, Yang Shui felt her face flush, lowering her gaze. She thought he had forgotten about that, but it seemed he had not. Marrying you is never about nurturing feelings. You tell me when you plan to have a child. I'm not yet prepared. Allow me to consider, Yang Shui murmured, her head bowed, wishing she could bury it in the earth like an ostrich. We had agreed to postpone this discussion. Surely we should wait until my classes commence to revisit this matter? Can you not wait? Consider it. Time waits for no one. We agreed on 2 months. Please do not act rashly. What rashness? I merely fear I will soon be too busy to return home. It is better to hasten the process of procreation now. Do not rush. Do not rush. Just wait a moment. Very well, I must promote my spicy strips. Inform me once you have made a decision. But do not think to delay. Eventually, we shall share chamber. Seeing that Li Feng had ceased to press the issue of their shared chamber, Yang Shui breathed a sigh of relief and, in a somewhat ingratiating manner, inquired, Will you return tonight? I have prepared a feast for you. What delectable dish do you have in mind? I wish to savor you. That is out of the question. Then that settles it. With that, Li Feng pedaled away, dismissing her culinary offer, his appetite non-existent. He immersed himself in work. intent on conquering the market with his spicy strips, aspiring to become the emperor of this culinary realm. Chapter 31. Wang Daji, a classmate from middle school. Uncle, what snacks do you sell in your store? I have a particular snack that children adore. Have you not heard of spicy strips? Surely not. This is the latest craze among children. They're flying off the shelves in our locality. Li Feng's bicycle was laden with 50 to 60 pounds of spicy strips as he ventured to Pingshan, Lingu, and other areas to promote them. Various payment methods were offered, including prepayment, where no money was collected initially and payment for the previous batch was made upon completion of sales. Cash transactions were also accepted, with the lowest discounts available. Many small shops opted for the prepayment method, allowing Li Feng to leave his product with them while they kept his contact information, promising to call him when they needed more. This method was the safest, naturally attracting many participants. After all, spicy strips were a novel concept for them, and they had no prior knowledge of their sales potential. However, some straightforward shopkeepers, after trying the spicy strips, were effusive in their praise, confident of their success, and chose to pay cash up front, purchasing the entire 50 to 60 pounds. Li Feng was focused on promotion and finding a market, so he did not intend to sell all the spicy strips in one day. Instead, he left his contact details and noted their address, allowing them to call him for delivery the next day. Before he knew it, it was past 6 o'clock when he arrived at Wangzhuang. Exhausted but quite satisfied, he mused, glancing at the few remaining bags of spicy strips with delight. He had set out with 50 pounds, only to find it insufficient, as they sold rapidly, and orders began to come in, uplifting his spirits immensely. Hello, how is the factory doing? Have Zhou Yong and the others returned? How many orders have we secured? Oh, they have all called back with good news. Sales are promising. Excellent. I too have secured a few orders here. Note the locations for tomorrow's deliveries. Yes, I won't be returning tonight. I am in Wangzhuang. Make sure to have your uncles and aunts work diligently. Let them know they can earn extra money. We must not allow anyone to think we are mere slackers. Li Feng placed a call to the factory, curious about the situation. His father, Li Yuanchao, answered, cheerfully informing him that Zhou Yong and the other salesmen had brought back over 100 orders, and the factory would likely be overwhelmed with demand for the next 2 to 3 days. Naturally, this filled him with elation. It was a promising start. Where will you be staying if you aren't coming back? Li Yuanchao inquired. It seems there are no inns in Wangzhuang. I have a classmate residing here. I plan to visit him. All right, take care of yourself and avoid any pitfalls. Rest assured, I'm not a child. Just as he was about to hang up, Li Yuanchao asked, have you spoken with your wife? No, not yet. All right, just don't argue. Who would quarrel with her? After hanging up, Li Feng muttered to himself, it is she who wishes to avoid sharing a chamber. Who among us lacks a bit of temperament? If she refuses to share a chamber, then I too have little desire to converse with her. Excuse me, where can I find Wang Daji? Wang Daji. Ah, the boy who used to have a runny nose? He lives in the second row, the house in the middle, the one with the willow tree. As dusk approached, Li Feng asked for directions. Wang Daji was a former middle school classmate with whom he had shared a good rapport. They had played together just a couple of years prior, though they had lost touch in the past year. Wang Daji, is he home? Who is it? The yard of the willow tree house was open, and a young man and woman stepped out. The man, in his 20s, was tall and wore patched clothing, while the young woman, though also youthful, bore an air of impatience, suggesting she was not particularly amiable. Whom are you seeking? The man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Feng, while the woman spoke with a formidable tone. Li Feng, intrigued, surveyed them and recognized the man as Wang Daji's brother, Wang Bo. He felt relieved. It appeared he had not come to the wrong place. Are you a classmate of Wang Daji from middle school? Li Feng from Li Jia village? You've come quite a distance from Li Jia village, haven't you? That's a good 20 to 30 miles. The two exchanged glances, their wariness easing slightly. The woman, Wang Bo's wife, named Sun Feng, spoke curtly. Wang Daji is still out in the fields working. What do you need him for? Still working in the fields? Li Feng was taken aback. He looked up at the darkening sky. Why was he still out there? Well, you see, I've come to Wangzhuang and haven't seen Wang Daji in quite some time. I merely wish to catch up and reminisce. Sun Feng smiled, but it was a knowing smile tinged with mockery. Ah, you wish to borrow a place to stay since Li Jia village is so far away? Yes, in part. But my primary intention is to reconnect with Wang Daji, Li Feng admitted, unperturbed by her directness, forcing a smile as he thought, why is this woman so unwelcoming? Her tone is so biting. He felt a fleeting urge to confront her. Sun Feng huffed and turned back into the house. Li Feng frowned slightly. Her rudeness was quite unbecoming. Wait for Wang Daji to return. If he wishes to accommodate you, you may stay in his room, Wang Bo said, sensing his wife's irritation and following her inside. Li Feng, undeterred, settled into a wicker chair in the yard, contemplating the past and present of Wang Daji. Wang Daji's parents passed away early, leaving him with only one elder brother. That woman now appears to be his sister-in-law, yet her demeanor is sufficiently disdainful. Even as a friend of Wang Daji, I am afforded no courtesy. It is evident that Wang Daji likely endures a harsh existence within this household. Nevertheless, during our previous gatherings filled with merriment, such grievances were never voiced. Indeed, every family has its own burdens to bear, Li Feng mused. Do not be deceived by the outwardly glamorous lives of others. It is merely that they choose not to divulge their own troubles. Every household faces its own challenges. It seems only the divine beings are free from worry. At that moment, a burly man entered, wielding a hoe. Upon noticing a stranger seated in the courtyard, he paused momentarily, then scrutinized the figure closely, recognizing him. Li Feng, the one who pilfered people's undergarments? Wang Daji, the one who fell into the latrine. They erupted into hearty laughter, taking quick strides towards each other and playfully punching one another in the chest. What brings you here? I missed you. Just as they were about to reminisce, the door to the main room swung open, and that woman, Sun Feng, impatiently barked at Wang Daji. What are you making such noise for? It's time for bed. Hurry back inside. Yes, Wang Daji replied awkwardly, bowing his head, then grasping Li Feng's hand to lead him to his room. Yet, Sun Feng called out again, look at the dirt on your hoe. Clean it up. What if it gets damaged? You truly are a lazy, good-for-nothing. Li Feng could no longer tolerate this. What are you saying, woman? My brother just returned from the fields. How can you call him lazy? What is that? You want to hit me? Come on. The head of the household. Your brother wants to fight me. Are you going to stand by and let this happen? Sun Feng seethed, her temper flaring. Wang Daji quickly offered apologies. I'm sorry, sister-in-law. My brother is exhausted. He didn't mean it. He hurriedly pulled Li Feng inside, securing the door, fearful that his sister-in-law would follow. Outside, Sun Feng unleashed a torrent of curses, hurling insults at Wang Daji, calling him a freeloader, utterly shameless. Li Feng clenched his fists, listening intently. Wang Daji, however, could only manage a bitter smile. Just endure it. It will be all right. Chapter 32. Every family has its own struggles. Brother, why does your sister-in-law seem to despise you so? At around 7 in the evening, the commotion outside finally subsided, and Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Inquiring of Wang Daji, he thought to himself that had he not intervened, he would have surely confronted that sister-in-law of his, for her words were truly appalling, reducing Wang Daji to a mere shadow of worth. If one were psychologically fragile, they might even contemplate ending their life. It's complicated, Wang Daji sighed, recounting the tribulations of his family. His parents had passed away young, with his elder brother raising him. Although his brother was strict, he ensured that Wang Daji was fed. Yet after marrying 2 years ago, his brother's demeanor had grown increasingly indifferent, while his sister-in-law treated him with disdain, often belittling him. What kind of person is your sister-in-law? Have you stolen her undergarments or something? Wang Daji chuckled, albeit helplessly. A flicker of melancholy crossed his face as he continued. My sister-in-law has a cousin who works in a coal mine in the mountain city. She wants me to go work there to help with expenses. They say one can earn over $40 a month, but I don't want to stray too far from Wang, so she has begun to turn against me. $40? That is no small sum, Li Feng remarked, considering that nowadays, wages barely hover above a few dollars. 40 could indeed be considered fortune, especially for rural folk. No wonder Wang Daji was targeted by his sister-in-law. She wanted him to contribute financially, and his refusal naturally earned him her scorn. Working in a mine isn't easy. I've heard that people often die there. I'm not foolish enough to go. Wang Daji articulated his concerns. Li Feng nodded in agreement. Indeed, money is hard-earned, truly blood and sweat. The coal mines of the 1980s were notoriously perilous. Fatalities were commonplace, and safety measures were nearly non-existent. Many miners suffered severe repercussions, such as pneumoconiosis, leading lives worse than death. Wang Daji's sister-in-law had devised a shrewd plan to send her idle brother-in-law to toil in the mines, earning money while simultaneously consolidating control over the family's farmland. A two-birds-with-one-stone strategy. What a cunning calculation. Enough about me, what about you? Wang Daji turned his gaze towards Li Feng, curious about his unexpected visit. Was he perhaps seeking a loan? It seems that long-lost friends or classmates often reconnect with ulterior motives, such as borrowing money or soliciting contributions. I recently opened a factory and have been busy marketing our products, Li Feng explained. I came to your area to seek sales opportunities, and it just so happened that I remembered you lived here. He then revealed a package of spicy strips from his pocket. Here, give these a try. They're from my factory. What are spicy strips? Wang Daji inquired, examining the small package with curiosity. He then expressed envy. You start a factory? Impressive. It's just a small operation, The investment was minimal, akin to a family workshop, Li Feng modestly replied, which was indeed the truth. His factory was diminutive. Hardly more than a glorified home business. Delicious. How is it made? Wang Daji exclaimed after tearing open the package and tasting a strip, his eyes lighting up as if he had discovered a new world. The flavor, a delightful combination of spicy and sweet, was a sensation he had never experienced before. It's made from flour. There is not much technical expertise involved, Li Feng humbly stated, though he knew the recipe was a carefully calculated blend, ensuring the right balance of ingredients to achieve the perfect taste. Moreover, the quality was high, with abundant flavor and oil, guaranteeing that both adults and children would find them irresistible. Delicious, simply delicious. Wang Daji devoured an entire bag in mere moments, licking his lips and lamenting the empty packaging. I haven't had anything so rich in a long time. You're quite generous with the oil. Just look at all the chili oil left in the bag. I must save it for my soup tomorrow. You've had a rough life. Li Feng felt a pang of sympathy. In this era, many struggled to fill their stomachs. Yet Wang Daji's family owned land and property, better off than many, yet still living in such dire straits was truly disheartening. Why don't you just split from your brother? Li Feng suggested. In Wang Daji's case, a division would at least grant him a few acres of land and perhaps a room or two. Surely, his brother couldn't hoard all the property and land for himself? It's not that simple. My parents died young, although they left behind a house and land. It was my brother who managed everything afterward. My sister-in-law doesn't care for me. If we were to split, I doubt I would receive anything of value. Wang Daji replied, his spirits dampened as he lay back, gazing at the beams of the ceiling with a sigh. Li Feng, frustrated by his friend's predicament, urged, you should seek advice from the elders in your family. Surely there are reasonable individuals who could help you find solution. Wang Daji shook his head. What good would that do? Those elders look down on me. My brother has always been the head of the household. Every family matter goes through him, and I am never consulted. Now that my sister-in-law has him under her thumb, I am completely out of the loop. Any family issues are only discussed with them, and I am left in the dark. If I sought help from the elders to divide the family property, no one would care. Such matters are not of interest to outsiders. The complications are far too numerous. Even a simple division of a hoe could incite conflict. The Wang family is already under the leadership of the eldest, Wang Bo, who has established his own family. Henceforth, all significant family matters will be handled with Wang Bo and Sun Fang. Why would they risk offending the head of the Wang family for the sake of Wang Daji? Thus, the elders turn a blind eye to Wang Daji's plight, never broaching the subject of family division. Your family doesn't seem to have many decent people. Li Feng expressed his distaste. Despite the abundance of Wang surnames in Wang, it was disheartening that Wang Daji, a member of the family, found no one reliable. It was truly an unfortunate situation. The warmth of human connections and the harshness of societal realities are indeed stark. If it doesn't work out, force yourself to confront your elder brother and sister-in-law and say that we should split the family. If they don't want to split something from you, you can make a scene. If it gets too big, don't be afraid that your royal elders will still pretend to be deaf and mute. Hey, I don't want to go that far. We're all family. Don't let anyone laugh at us. Joke? If you're bullied and scolded by your sister-in-law every day at your own home, won't you be laughed at? I'm afraid if you keep going like this and don't catch anything, you'll be kicked out of the house by your sister-in-law sooner or later. Li Feng was so angry that the three-corpse god jumped wildly, wanting to help Wang Daji tie up his sister-in-law and sink into the river to feed the fish. Wang Daji's eyes showed a hint of emotion and gratitude when he saw him so excited. Thank you, I have my own plan. I want to go to the county to learn machine tools from a master so that I can also make a living in the future. Learning machine tools? Well, it's not impossible either, but you should still work with me. I need someone to learn machine tools. So there is great potential for me to have a decent living for decades to come. But now machine tool masters treat how to operate machine tools as a martial arts secret, hiding a lot of secrets. It's not easy to really learn the skills. It is estimated to delay for several years. He might starve to death by then. It happens that our factory is short of personnel, so it would be perfect for him to come and work in our factory. He estimated that there were hundreds of orders yesterday afternoon, and he will only get busier and busier afterwards. Instead of hiring outsiders, it's better to arrange your own people. Obedient, safe, and knowledgeable. Are you working with me? Wang Daji looked at Li Feng in surprise, not expecting him to invite him. Of course, my factory is very popular over there. If you follow me, you can earn at least a few hundred yuan a month. A few hundred yuan? Are you joking? Are you kidding? I'm serious, and it includes food, accommodation, commission, and bonuses. After Li Feng advised him several times, Wang Daji was tempted, mainly because the package of food and accommodation was too tempting. He nodded and agreed, okay, I'll do it with you. Haha, okay, Just follow me and wait for the hot and spicy ones. I am satisfied as long as I can eat enough. Look at your outstanding performance. Wang Daji expressed his gratitude to Li Feng repeatedly. Brother, you have really helped me a lot. I really can't stay in this family anymore. Being able to follow you to Li's village is also a way for me to escape from the sea of hardship. Li Feng, it's good for you to take me. I remember. Let's go. I'll take you to see something good. His eyes lit up as he pulled Li Feng out. Li Feng curiously asked, it's already this time. What do you want to do? Don't take me to the grove. I'm not interested in you. Damn it. What kind of person do you think I am? Come with me. I'll take you to take care of things. The two of them soon arrived at the back of a house at the head of the village. And Li Feng couldn't help but mutter to himself. What does this kid want? I came here to defecate. I really know how to choose a place. Look, the good thing arrived at a room with lights on. Wang Daji waved his hand, his eyes showing a hint of cunning and ambiguity. Li Feng looked at him suspiciously, then poked his head out and looked into the room, where a woman was taking a shower. Crystal clear water droplets streaked across the slightly white skin. A slim figure without any excess fat. Wet hair, a bright and cool melon seed face. Is Widow Lu good looking? At this moment, Wang Daji asked a lewd question. Li Feng stuttered blankly. Am I Chow or a widow? This guy's really shameless. Keep quiet. I'll tell you my thoughts after I see it clearly. Chapter 33. Widow. Isn't Widow Lu good looking? On the day she walked through the door, her husband suddenly felt a chill. Many people said she was the Deathgate Star and the Black Widow. However, she was also really beautiful and loved cleanliness. She would take a shower at this time every day before going to bed. Wang Daji quietly introduced the background and character of Lu Widow to Li Feng, staring straight at the live version of the Spring Palace painting in the room. You kid ate really well. Li Feng sighed. Widow Lu is only in her 20s, and her figure and appearance are at their best. Even after watching the works of Aoi Sora and Miyashi Yukiya, she still finds him somewhat vulgar. I'm eating okay. I can't get enough to eat every day. Not the same meaning. At this moment, the Widow Lu in the room suddenly shouted, Who? A hint of fear appeared on his face. Oh my God, have you been discovered? Li Feng and Wang Daji withdrew their heads together like turtles. The two of them crouched under the window, their hearts pounding and their faces looking at each other, both showing a hint of panic. Watching a widow take a bath, how embarrassing and awkward it would be if discovered. It's all you. I'm the one who was led astray by you. Li Feng, quickly shift the blame. Wang Daji, you'll stand out and take the blame alone later. Wang Daji gave him a resentful glance and said, Didn't you also enjoy watching it with great interest? Squeezing, someone pushed open the door and entered, followed by a man's wild voice. Widow Lu, you're taking a shower? Hee hee. You look really beautiful. Wang, what do you want? Go out for me. Widow Lu shouted anxiously at the person who came. You've been a widow for so many years. Why don't I give you a warm nest? Li Feng and Wang Daji were both taken aback, quickly getting up and looking into the room. Through the window, they saw a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard, a fierce expression and tiger tattoos on his arms, approaching Widow Lu. Widow Lu was wearing an old piece of clothing, revealing her slender legs that made her heart flutter. No, don't come over. If you keep doing this, I'll call someone. Go ahead, call someone and let them see your sexy look without clothes on. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, showing a hint of killing intent, and said to himself, Should I jump out and act bravely now? This Wang Ku is too vulgar. Wang Daji clenched his fist and cursed softly. He naturally knew what kind of person Wang Ku was in Zhuangzi, a little rascal who had nothing to do all day, beat his wife, drink alcohol, gamble, and was a master who annoyed everyone. He often harasses Widow Lu, using his hands and feet, and now he has broken into an empty door, wanting to do something inappropriate, which is simply inhumane. Don't come over here. Widow Lu walked around the water bucket and had a Qin King walk around the pillar with Wang Ku. Then, when she turned her back to the door, she immediately turned around and ran away. Run, where are you going? Wang Ku is not a vegetarian either. He smashed the wine bottle in his hand onto the back of Widow Lu. Widow Lu fell outside the door with a thud. Run, let you run. Wang Ku took a few steps forward, grabbed Widow Lu's hair, and laughed heartily. Widow Lu is struggling frantically. Please let me go and stop harassing me. I beg you. Mata, I'll give you a face, right? It's your luck that I came to find you. Who would want to find you as a nemesis who killed their own husband on the day of passing through the door? You think your beauty is just as impressive, right? Shameless face. Wang Lin crouched down and slammed Lu Widow's head to the ground. Then she looked at the bleeding Widow Lu with a sly smile and said, I will force you today, and tomorrow man Zhuangzi will promote you and seduce me. No. Widow Lu is covered in blood and crazily kicking Wang Ku. Wang Ku got a kick on the chin and was very angry. He raised his hand and was about to violently hit Widow Lu when someone shouted, Stop! Who is it? Wang Ku woke up halfway after drinking, suddenly lifted his head and looked around. Where did the man's voice come from? He didn't see anyone. But he saw the widow Lu running into the kitchen and couldn't help but mock and curse viciously. "Mada, you despicable woman, you really have a mistress. You usually pretend to be a chaste and virtuous woman, but you've already secretly found a man. Shameless thing. I will play with you today." He walked towards the kitchen with a clatter, intending to commit misconduct. Suddenly, a figure ran out of the kitchen, holding a kitchen knife and bloodshot eyes. Regardless of whether he was wearing clothes, he chopped off Wang Ku's head and said, "Get lost, get lost, get lost." Shout and chop at the same time. Oh no. No. Wang Ku's face was chopped with vegetable flesh, his skin rolled, and his eyeballs exploded. In an instant, I could see bones. Shouting out in natural pain. But at this moment, Widow Lu had gone crazy and didn't care about anything at all. Holding a kitchen knife was like chopping vegetables, clicking and clicking. Under the gray and white moonlight on the quiet night, only the screams of women and men, followed by the sound of chopping bones. Li Feng and Wang Daji stood frozen, their bodies riddled with goosebumps, as if immobilized by an unseen force. At that moment, the frenzied shouts and the sounds of chopping meat from the courtyard attracted the villagers. They craned their necks to peer into Lu Guofeng's yard, only to behold the naked figure of Lu Guofeng wielding a kitchen knife, striking at a man's head. "Oh my God, a murder!" Someone screamed in terror. Others hastily ran to the village chief's home, awakening even more villagers. Within half an hour, nearly everyone from Wang village had gathered around Lu Guofeng's house, encircling it with layers of onlookers. "Capture her. This woman has gone mad." The village chief, Wang Hai, furrowed his brow as he observed Lu Guofeng mechanically hacking at the flesh. He commanded the men to apprehend her. Several robust youths brandishing shovels swiftly struck Lu Guofeng aside, pinning her limbs to the ground while holding a hoe against her chest to prevent any resistance. Good heavens, this is too cruel. Who is this? Perhaps she was involved with the man she killed. What a shameless woman. I've always said she is a harbinger of doom. The villagers began to point fingers at Lu Guofeng, speculating about the identity of the deceased. A woman, accompanied by an 11 or 12-year-old boy, suddenly pointed at the ground where the mangled body lay, exclaiming, "Wang Ku! Wang Ku! Is it the child from the old Third's family? The clothing indeed resembles that of that good-for-nothing Wang Ku. I told you, Wang Ku and Lu Guofeng were involved. You all didn't believe me." A chorus of murmurs erupted among the crowd. Most speculated about the falling out between Wang Ku and Lu Guofeng, firmly convinced that their relationship had been one of lovers. And this was a crime of passion. Only Li Feng and Wang Daji, standing at the back, felt icy chills course through their veins as they watched Lu Guofeng being scrutinized and discussed by the throng. They exchanged glances, silence enveloping them, their eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. Should they step forward to reveal the truth? But they were merely voyeurs to this grim spectacle. Chapter 34. I am a witness. Drown her. Drown that wretched woman, the seductress who lures men. This harlot tarnishes the reputation of Wang village. Murder her, you kill her. Report her, let her be executed. A throng of villagers, filled with righteous indignation, pointed at the bloodied Lu Guofeng, calling for her punishment. Under the flickering torchlight, they resembled a pack of ravenous demons, with Lu Guofeng as the prey, poised to be devoured in an instant, leaving no trace behind. Lu Guofeng lay on the ground, defenseless and stripped of dignity, her gaze vacant and devoid of life. She felt no shamed inclination to resist. All she desired was death, for she understood that no one would come to her aid. And the situation was beyond explanation. Just let them kill me, she thought. Suddenly, someone surged forward, bellowing, "Stop!" Emerging from the flames, a figure approached, shedding his garments to cover her. "What are you doing? Who are you?" demanded those holding Lu Guofeng down. "I am a righteous bystander," Li Feng retorted defiantly. A righteous bystander? What nonsense is that? They had no idea who he was. Isn't righteous road in Suxian? The villagers of Wang village frowned, questioning each other, realizing none recognized the unfamiliar man. Sun Fong recognized Li Feng, pointing at him and asking, "What do you mean by covering that shameless woman? Are you her lover?" "Get lost." Li Feng shot back. Sun Fong was momentarily taken aback, then seethed, "You little bastard, who are you insulting? You idiot. You dare insult my wife? I'll beat you to a pulp." Wang Bo, not a weak man, could not tolerate his brother's friend publicly insulting his wife and advanced to strike Li Feng. Li Feng stood his ground. Come on. I'll show you who 1T survived this." "Oh, you think you can talk back? You think I 1T dare to hit you? Come on. Who else afraid of who?" Naturally, the villagers rallied to support their own, closing in. "You're seeking death. You must be Lu Guofeng's lover. Shameless. We'll kill you today." Li Feng remained undeterred. "Come on. Wang village is so tough. If you can't kill me, I'll take you all down." This incited the crowd's fury, and they shouted, "Beat him to death! Beat him to death!" Seeing the mob rush towards him, Li Feng felt a twinge of fear, but realized he could not allow them to exact vigilante justice on Lu Guofeng. He had to buy time until the authorities arrived. Wang Daji, anxious, rushed forward to interject, "Don't fight. Don't fight. Uncle, this is my classmate." The scene descended into chaos. The village chief, Wang Hai, sensing an impending riot, bellowed, "Stop. I'm still alive." At over 60, he held significant sway in the village, and his commands stilled the crowd. "This man is too arrogant. He must be Lu Guofeng's lover." Someone yelled, "Let us capture him and hand him over to the authorities." Others agreed, reasoning that the sudden appearance of a stranger could only mean he was involved with Lu Guofeng. "I am not her lover." Li Feng protesta vehemently, unwilling to take the blame. Lu Guofeng might be attractive, but he had no connection to her. Wang Hai glared at the young outsider. "Who are you? You're not from our village. Where are you from, and what is your purpose? Do you have an introduction or proof? If not, I'll hand you over to the authorities to be locked up and beaten. You think you can intimidate me? My name is Li Feng from Li Village." Li Feng, undaunted, boldly revealed his identity. Both Li Village and Wang Village belonged to the same county, so he was not entirely an outsider, though travel was difficult. Most rural folk seldom ventured beyond their villages, with some never even visiting the county town. "What business do you have here from Li Village? Are you here for an affair?" Although familiar with Li Village, doubts still lingered about Li Feng. At that moment, Wang Daji stepped forward, realizing he had to act. "I'm sorry, everyone, this is my classmate. He came to visit me and is staying in my house. He is not a suspicious person, nor Lu Guofeng's lover." The boy from Wang urged family. "Wang Daji, are you sure he is your classmate?" As Wang Daji vouched for him, the crowd's skepticism began to wane. It appeared he was not an unknown interloper, but someone with a background. Being so young, he likely wasn't Lu Guofeng's lover. After all, there was a significant age gap between them. It was hard to imagine a young man being attracted to a woman like Lu Guofeng, who was already considered past her prime at 28. In rural areas, an unmarried young woman at 18 was seen as of advanced age, and women like Lu Guofeng, once beautiful, were regarded as remnants of their youth, typically overlooked by men. It was rare for a young man to show interest in an older widow unless he had peculiar preferences or was a confirmed bachelor. However, with Li Feng's handsome appearance and youth, he clearly did not fit the mold of a bachelor, nor did he seem to harbor any unusual inclinations. With someone vouching for him, the villagers' suspicions naturally diminished. Sun Feng, furious, pointed at the two. "You two better get home. Especially you." She directed her disdain at Li Feng, clearly repulsed. "This is a matter for Wang Village. You, an outsider, should leave." "I want to go. I witnessed the entire sequence of events today. If I leave, who will protect Lu Guofeng's innocence?" Li Feng shot a sidelong glance at Sun Feng before turning to the crowd, then addressing village chief Wang Hai. "Lu Guofeng is innocent. She did not lure the man who was killed. She acted in self-defense." Wang Daji swallowed hard, realizing he could no longer remain silent. Earlier, he had hesitated to speak up for Lu Guofeng, but Li Feng's boldness had emboldened him, and he too felt compelled to assist in exonerating her. Let them call him a voyeur. He could not stand by and watch Lu Guofeng be killed by the villagers. Village chief Wang Hai and the crowd were astonished. "What did you say? Lu Guofeng is innocent? Self-defense? It is impossible. What constitutes justifiable self-defense?" Li Feng took a deep breath, internally vowing to showcase his performance. With righteous fervor, he pointed at the bloodied Lu widow on the ground, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "This sister acted in self-defense when she struck down Wang Ke. We witnessed the entire incident unfold." Wang Daji nodded fervently, affirming, "Indeed, we saw everything. It was Wang Ke who sought to bully Sister Lu, prompting her to defend herself with a kitchen knife." As a villager attempted to raise a question, Li Feng, unwilling to afford anyone time for contemplation or inquiry, proclaimed loudly and emphatically, "Indeed, this sister is entirely the victim. We happened to be passing by when we noticed a man entering this courtyard with a bottle of liquor. Lu widow appeared to be bathing and was so startled by the sudden intrusion of Wang Ke that her legs went weak. After fleeing her room, she was seized by him. The deceased man violently assaulted Lu widow, even threatening to violate her. In her desperate struggle, she rushed to the kitchen, seized a kitchen knife, and struck down Wang Ke, who continued his assault. Her actions were solely for self-preservation. She is innocent, wronged, and blameless. We are witnesses to this event, and none shall tarnish her name." Upon hearing the last statement, Lu widow, overwhelmed with emotion, instinctively shed tears and began to cry, her sobs growing louder, resembling a distressed child. Chapter 35. Confession brings leniency. It cannot be true. Is this for real? Wang Ke bullied Lu widow? Yes, there have been instances. He often hurled vile words at her and even resorted to physical aggression. Lu Widow is indeed formidable, daring to wield a knife against Wang Ku. Quite impressive. The villagers of Wangzhuang, upon hearing Li Feng's account, began to murmur amongst themselves. In the presence of hundreds, none doubted the authenticity of his words, as they rang true, especially considering Wang Ku's notorious reputation. Village chief Wang Hai pondered for a moment before turning to Wang Daji. Daji, is this true? Yes, absolutely. Wang Daji nodded vigorously, relieved that he had not disclosed their peeping incident. Otherwise, he would have felt complicit in wrongdoing. If Li Feng were aware of his thoughts, he would surely retort. You, a voyeur, attempting to play the role of the righteous. Xiaoming, oh Xiaoming, everyone knows your proclivities. Pretense is futile. The injuries on her body are sufficient evidence of the veracity of my claims. Li Feng understood that to persuade others, mere storytelling was insufficient. He needed to present evidence. Wang Ke had mercilessly pounded Lu Widow's head into the ground multiple times. You can observe the injuries on her forehead. Her act of striking was purely self-defense. An act of survival. Village chief Wang Hai exchanged glances with his fellow villagers. Those still wielding hoes against Lu Widow immediately released their grip. And one individual bent down to part the blood-soaked hair, revealing the wound on her forehead, which was indeed gruesome. He shone a flashlight upon it for all to see. There is a serious injury. The villagers, upon seeing the gruesome sight illuminated by the flashlight, shook their heads in dismay. How could Wang Ke behave in such a manner? Good heavens, a widow must endure such treatment. They cursed the now mangled Wang Ku, expressing that, were they in her position, they too would have dealt with this villain in a similar manner. Villagers often possess a strong sense of justice, clearly distinguishing right from wrong. Witnessing Lu Widow as a victim rather than an adulteress, they began to sympathize with her plight, condemning the brutal fate of Wang Ku. His family, on the other hand, knelt in grief, lamenting, "Oh, the head of our household, your death is so tragic." In the midst of this turmoil, police cars flashing red and blue lights arrived, accompanied by 5 or 6 officers. What is happening? Village chief, is there a homicide? Village chief Wang Hai raised his hand to signal his presence and address the officers. A widow from our village has committed murder, but it may have been in self-defense. Self-defense? What do you mean? One of the leading officers frowned, glancing at the lifeless body on the ground, his eyes widening in shock. My goodness. This is a clear case of homicide. For specifics, you must inquire with these two. Village chief Wang Hai gestured towards Li Feng and Wang Daji. All eyes turned towards them, a complex mix of expressions on their faces. You two? The officers' gazes sharpened. Li Feng and Wang Daji felt an acute sense of unease, akin to a thorn in their throats. Ultimately, they were taken aboard the police vehicle, heading to the station. May I make a phone call? Li Feng inquired upon arriving at the station, addressing the police captain. What? Trying to collude? The seasoned officer shot back, his glare piercing. Though not criminals. The statements of Li Feng and Wang Daji were now embroiled in a web of mystery that required thorough interrogation to ascertain any potential criminal liability. Thus, their treatment was far from cordial. Come, let us have a word, the captain said, narrowing his eyes like a hawk. Li Feng swallowed hard, thinking to himself that this old man seemed even more formidable than his brother, fearing that nothing could remain hidden. I might as well tell the truth. Otherwise, I would surely face the iron fist of justice. In this era, law enforcement can be merciless, and there are ways to extract the truth from you. Consequently, during his interrogation, Li Feng recounted his home address, the reason for his visit to Wangwang, and how he stumbled upon a homicide while peeping at a bathing widow, leaving nothing concealed. By 9 o'clock the following morning, he finally finished his questioning. Upon exiting, he was taken aback to see Wang Daji, sporting injuries on his face. Did this guy get into a fight yesterday? Or was he subjected to some memory recovery technique? Upon inquiry, he discovered the truth. Wang Daji had initially refrained from admitting their voyeuristic escapade and had not told the truth. Stubbornly, he claimed that he and Li Feng merely happened to pass by. Then he suffered a thorough beating, just punishment, until he finally confessed the entire story. You little rascal. Had we been in the Republic of China, you would have surely betrayed my secrets. Li Feng lamented in frustration. Wang Daji, filled with shame, apologized. I'm sorry. But they truly came for us, and I was scared. Scared of what? A real man sheds blood, not tears. With the Japanese invaders gone, do you still dare to retort? You pathetic traitor. You are nothing but a cowardly wretch without conviction. Li Feng berated Wang Daji with gusto. The nearby young police officers were astonished, noting how eloquently Feng was in his insults, pondering why he had not pursued higher education. It was quite unscientific. Wang Daji, overcome with shame, wept for several hours. At noon, while sharing steamed buns, he confessed to Li Feng, I'm sorry, madman. I was wrong. I cannot measure up to you. I embarrassed you. But next time, if there's a next time, I will certainly follow your lead and say nothing. Rest assured, I will keep my word. Ah, a teachable child. Now, hurry and eat your bun and pass me the pickles. You can have the bun. As they continued their meal, Wang Daji suddenly recalled, by the way, our testimonies differ. Why are we still being held together? Aren't they worried about collusion? How did you respond? Me? I told the truth from the start, Li Feng replied nonchalantly, nibbling on his bun and pickles. Wang Daji was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you saying that during your interrogation, you confessed to our escapade of peeping at the widow bathing? Of course. Did you not see the banner in the interrogation room? Confession brings leniency. Resistance brings severity. I had no desire to be beaten, so I naturally spoke the truth. You should have done the same from the start. How could you dare lie in front of our esteemed police uncles? Wang Daji felt a wave of dread wash over him. Gazing at Li Feng, who was still munching on his bun, he could only utter, damn it. The elderly officer approached Li Feng and said, we have contacted your family and verified your statements. The accounts from both of you are consistent. It has been confirmed that the injuries sustained by Widow Lu were indeed inflicted upon her. She was subjected to harm and had to resort to using a kitchen knife for self-defense. Once your family arrives this afternoon, you can sign a few documents and then be on your way. Thank you, old brother, Li Feng sighed in relief, quickly performing a courteous bow. He then inquired, my brother is Officer Li Hu from the Chengzi Road Police Station in the county. Do you know him? Can I call him to come pick me up? I'll treat you to dinner tonight. No need for such formality. I know Li Hu. He'll be here this afternoon as well. We can discuss dinner later. Thank you, Li Feng expressed again, but as he saw the officer preparing to leave, he asked, what will happen to Widow Lu? The officer pondered for a moment and shook his head. Logically, she did nothing wrong, but her actions were excessively brutal. She reduced the man to a pulp, which reflects poorly. She may face the death penalty. Death penalty? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of compassion crossing his features. After all, Widow Lu was also a victim, acting in self-defense, yet she could potentially be sentenced to death. It was indeed disheartening. However, considering Wang Ke, who was gruesomely mutilated, it was unlikely he would be acquitted, and, at the very least, it would be classified as excessive self-defense or even intentional homicide. Would Widow Lu truly meet such a grim fate? Wang Daji appeared somewhat lost upon hearing this outcome. It was Wang Ke who had intruded upon Widow Lu with malicious intent, yet in the end, it was she who would pay the ultimate price. It felt profoundly unjust. Well, once someone has been reduced to such a state, claiming self-defense seems hardly appropriate. Li Feng sighed, patting Wang Daji on the shoulder. It was evident that he harbored feelings for Widow Lu. Perhaps it was a case of infatuation or some peculiar obsession. But witnessing the woman he admired facing death was surely distressing for him. Noticing Wang Daji's silence and his despondent demeanor, Li Feng was at a loss for how to console him. Suddenly, an idea struck him and his eyes brightened. There might still be a way to save Widow Lu. You could gather signatures from everyone in Wangzhuang and create a petition appealing to the government for leniency. Perhaps that would prevent her from facing the death penalty. If all else fails, we could escalate the matter and invite reporters to cover it. In our country, public sentiment often outweighs the law, and many cases have been re-evaluated due to media influence. Although Widow Lu's case is severe, it essentially tells the story of a widow who was wronged and ultimately fought back against a villain, which could easily resonate with the general populace. If the people of Wangwang band together to sign, it might lead the court to show leniency towards her. Really? That is possible? Wang Daji's face brightened with a glimmer of hope. He had not anticipated such a solution. Yet, he was uncertain if the villagers would be willing to participate. You'll have to find out for yourself, Li Feng replied helplessly. If you truly wish for Widow Lu to survive, then you must muster the courage to see this through. Are you not going to help me? Wang Daji looked at him hopefully. Li Feng opened his mouth, but did not refuse. All right, I'll accompany you to plead for her. He understood that Wang Daji was undoubtedly anxious, and, as a brother, he had to stand by his side. Moreover, they had to make amends for having spied on her bathing. They could only do their best. His willingness to assist in exonerating Widow Lu was already a form of atonement. However, if it came to groveling before the villagers to persuade them to help, that was beyond his capacity. Thus, the act of kneeling and pleading would have to be left to Wang Daji. Wang Daji, upon hearing this, did not object and eagerly nodded. No problem. I can kneel. Leave that to me. Seeing his genuine determination, Li Feng felt he could say no more. All right then. After all, the factory was already in operation, and a little delay was inconsequential, especially considering the bond of brotherhood and the value of a life at stake. What is up? Did my brother get beaten? Around 2 o'clock, a police car stopped at the entrance. Li Yuanchao and Yang Shui exited the vehicle and headed straight for the station. How's it going, old officer? Li Hu cheerfully inquired. The elderly officer, bemused, replied, "What are you saying? We're all from the same brotherhood. You must not spread rumors. Kid, are you all right?" Li Yuanchao anxiously pulled Li Feng closer, glancing around. He had received the phone call and had not dared to inform their elders. Rushing over with Li Hu, Yang Shui, having overheard the call, had followed suit. Upon seeing Li Feng, she began to weep. "How did you end up here? Are you all right? Were you hurt? I heard it was a homicide. Were you a witness? What were you thinking, coming out to promote yourself? Staying at the factory would have been better. Enough crying, I'm fine." Observing Yang Shui's distress and tears, Li Feng felt a sense of joy. It seemed he had carved out a place for himself in her heart. "Father, I'm okay. Do Grandpa and Mom know about this? I hate to worry them. They don't know. Your wife happened to overhear it. That's good. I'm fine. But please don't let the family worry." After chatting for a while, they could leave once the documents were signed. Li Hu remarked in astonishment. "You managed to encounter a homicide just from a short trip. That's quite impressive. Rural areas usually dealt with trivial matters, and although the times were chaotic, it was rare to stumble upon a murder case." Li Feng was still a witness, a testament to extraordinary luck. After returning home, "I'll take a bath and cleanse away the misfortune. I don't want to go home just yet." Li Feng shook his head, glancing at Wang Daji. "I need to stay in Wangzhuang for a couple more days." "Why?" Li Hu and the others were puzzled. "You just went through a homicide. Why would you want to remain in Wangwang? Are you hiding evidence?" Li Feng explained his reasoning to them. "I want to help my brother gather signatures from the villagers in Wangzhuang to petition for leniency for Widow Lu." Yang Shui was deeply moved. "You're such a good person." Li Yuanchao nodded in agreement. "That's the right thing to do. That widow truly has a tragic fate." Li Hu spat in disdain. "Those ruffians and scoundrels in the village are utterly lawless. It's not impossible to unite the villagers for a petition. I support it." His sentiment was not born of hatred for evil, but rather a reflection on his own experiences. Years ago, his beloved widow Wang had been bullied by petty thugs while setting up her stall, leading to their acquaintance. Had he not protected her, she would have been subjected to all manner of verbal abuse, or worse, had intruders invade her home. Widow Lu's courageous act of defending her honor with a kitchen knife was indeed admirable and worthy of respect. "Young brother, can your family come?" A police officer inquired of Wang Daji. Li Feng's family had already arrived to sign and take him home, but Wang Daji's family had yet to show up. Wang Daji's expression faltered, a rueful smile spreading across his face. Wangzhuang was just nearby, yet it had been an entire day and night without anyone coming to fetch him. His older brother and sister-in-law were likely eager for him to stay away. "Your brother and sister-in-law are truly insufferable. If we head back to the village, I'll be the first to give them a beating," Li Feng said, incensed by their treatment of Wang Daji. "Are they even family?" "More like enemies," Wang Daji sighed resignedly. "Perhaps something came up. A good-natured person shouldn't be treated this way." Li Feng felt like Zhuge Liang dealing with an incompetent Liu Bei. No amount of writing a memorial will help. While it was true that Wang Daji had dared to sneak a peek at Widow Lu bathing, he remained silent and bore the brunt of his brother and sister-in-law's relentless criticism without uttering a word. Was it not infuriating? "Be careful on the road. You too. Don't wander about. The world is chaotic, so stay safe." "Rest assured, I will be cautious." After parting ways with their families, Li Feng and Wang Daji returned to Wangwang. This time, the village was noticeably bustling with people, many drawn by the unfolding drama. Widow Lu's home had been designated a crime scene and cordoned off, yet a crowd had gathered around. "I heard she was brutally murdered. How tragic. Was it an affair?" "No, it seems like a home invasion." Li Feng and Wang Daji arrived at the entrance of the Lu family home, just about to step into the courtyard, when suddenly a bucket of water was splashed out. Sun Feng disdainfully exclaimed, "Do not enter the house. It brings bad luck." Li Feng retorted angrily, "You're the one who brings misfortune. Your entire family is cursed." This woman was utterly speechless, nearly drenching him in water. Wang Daji, with a pained expression, addressed his sister-in-law, but Sun Feng immediately shot back. "Don't call me sister-in-law, you harbinger of doom. Stay out, get out, I say." "What do you mean get out? This is his home. For years before you arrived, they lived perfectly well. Why should your presence prevent them from entering?" Li Feng was unyielding. Though he was Wang Daji's brother-in-law, he was not inclined to tolerate her attitude. "You think you can dictate who enters? You're delusional." At that moment, Wang Bo stepped forward to support his wife Sun Feng. "What do you want?" "This is my house. It's none of your business. I'm not going anywhere. I'm here as a guest with my classmate Wang Daji. Your opinions are irrelevant." Li Feng stepped closer, confronting him aggressively. "What is your plan? To take over this home and deny your brother a place to stay? You truly have no shame. Your parents would be ashamed of you." "What did you say?" Wang Bo was infuriated and swung a fist at Li Feng. Li Feng dodged the punch and retaliated with a kick to Wang Bo's midsection. "Ouch!" Wang Bo staggered back, falling to the ground. Sun Feng, terrified, screamed, Wang Bo. She extended her hand toward Li Feng, attempting to scratch him. You bastard, bullying my family. I'm bullying you? You're the one acting like a shrew. Li Feng slapped her with a resounding crack, sending her sprawling to the ground, and raised his foot to kick again. Wang Daji hurriedly intervened. Enough, enough, stop fighting. Wang Daji, how dare you strike your sister-in-law? You scoundrel. Wang Bo, now furious, rose to his feet. I didn't lay a finger on her. Wang Daji replied, bewildered. The onlookers murmured among themselves. What is happening? Is there a fight? Perhaps an affair? Wang Bo seized a hoe from the yard, charging at Li Feng. Unfazed, Li Feng grabbed a nearby manure scoop, preparing to strike back. I'm just a humble farmer, and I want to be intimidated. But the scoop was no match for the hoe, and it was knocked aside, striking Sun Feng in the face. In an instant, her once beautiful and sharp visage was smeared with filth. Help! Feces! Feces! Sun Feng screamed before vomiting as if she were pregnant, overwhelmed by the humiliation of being splattered with excrement. Closing her eyes, she fainted on the spot. Wang Bo, his teeth clenched in rage, cried out Sun Feng. He swung the hoe wildly at Li Feng. You dare to smear my wife's face with excrement? I will kill you. What does it matter to me if you hit your own wife? Li Feng had no intention of engaging in a brawl with a crazed farmer wielding a hoe and made a hasty retreat. You better stop, or I'll end you. Only a fool would stand still. Wang Daji called after him, stop fighting. Let us wash my sister-in-law's face. Meanwhile, the village chief Wang Hai and several elders were gathered, discussing the situation with widow Lu when they spotted Wang, both chasing after Li Feng with a hoe. They immediately scolded him. What are you doing? Do you want to commit murder? Wang Bo, stop this at once. A recent homicide had already shaken the village. They could not afford another tragedy. Several strong men rushed forward to restrain Wang Bo. Li Feng, relieved, mocked him. Come on, keep going. I'm terrified of you. The village chief Wang Hai grumbled to himself, thinking this outsider truly deserved a beating. I will kill you. Wang Bo raged. Come on, who is afraid of you? As Wang Daji gasped for breath, he approached his furious elder brother. Brother, let us go home. My sister-in-law is covered in filth. She might have even swallowed some. We can't let her be embarrassed. Just wait. Wang Bo shouted, swinging his hoe at Li Feng before sprinting back home. Li Feng breathed a sigh of relief, boasting, if you have the guts, don't run. I want to kill you. The bystanders were sweating nervously, thinking he was truly asking for trouble. Village chief Wang Hai had received a phone call from the police station, aware that the authorities were returning. He inquired, young man, why are you still lingering in our Wang village? Chief, we wish to gather signatures from the entire village to plead for leniency for widow Lu. Li Feng stated his purpose directly. The village chief and others exchanged astonished glances, with a middle-aged man speaking up. She is a murderer. Why plead for her? She is not a murderer. She was protecting herself. Protecting herself? She butchered him into a pulp, leaving orphans and widows behind. She certainly is a murderer. Stop speaking nonsense. If you don't understand the law, keep quiet and don't expose your ignorance. You little brat, get out. We do not welcome you in Wang village. If you tell me to leave, I shall indeed depart. You're quite arrogant. Enough, enough. Wang Hai interjected, displeased, casting a glare at Li Feng. Don't create trouble for us. We are busy with Wang Ko's funeral. His body is in pieces, and we need to find a skilled worker to stitch it together. It's a troublesome matter, and we have no time for your nonsense. The group turned their backs on Li Feng, ignoring him. A bunch of fools. He spat. Wang Daji sighed, pointing out the middle-aged man who had argued with Li Feng. That man is Wang Ko's uncle. It's no surprise he stand with Wang Ko. Oh, that explains it, Li Feng realized, understanding that they were all family, thus naturally disinclined to listen to his pleas. You made quite the ruckus and offended the villagers. How will we find people to sign a petition now? Wang Daji lamented. Earlier, besides the village chief, several elders were influential in the village. Li Feng's attempt to gather support had antagonized several key figures. Would they still consider signing? The petitions seemed doomed. One step at a time, I never expected everyone in the village to sign. Even your brother and sister-in-law, likely one T. Li Feng stated matter-of-factly. It will be challenging to gather signatures from even 7 out of 10 villagers. Expecting unanimous support was nearly impossible, as every family had its enemies. Rural folk generally avoided trouble and were likely reluctant to participate in supporting widow Lu's acquittal or reduced sentence. Thus, Wang Daji's desire to save widow Lu seemed nearly impossible. Li Feng had been aware of this from the beginning. He merely wanted to provide Wang Daji with a glimmer of hope, reminding him that sometimes matters in this world were beyond resolution. I must gather signatures from the villagers to ensure widow Lu is not executed. Wang Daji declared resolutely, determined to save her life. Uncle, widow Lu truly cannot die. She is innocent. Get out, you bring bad luck. Old Li, Widow Lu, is too pitiable. She does not deserve execution. She butchered a man into pieces. How can she not be executed? That is justifiable. Wang Ku had sinister intentions. Enough. I have a good relationship with Wang Ku's father. I cannot sign this. Aunt, you were closest to Widow Lu. You treated her like a daughter. Now that she is imprisoned and facing execution, you must save her. She is a pitiful child. I could write a petition, but I do not know how to write. That's all right. A thumbprint will suffice. Wang Daji went from house to house, hoping to gather signatures for Widow Lu's plea, but few were willing to sign or leave their mark. Some considered it bad luck, while others were deterred by Wang Ku's family's stance, unwilling to advocate for the woman who had killed him, fearing retribution from Wang Ku's relatives. Don't lose heart. Li Feng consoled Wang Daji, who appeared despondent. He sensed that this petition would be a challenging endeavor. If it proved fruitless, there would be no alternative recourse. His factory had just opened, presenting a multitude of tasks, and although he harbored a desire to assist the Widow Lu, if the situation was indeed insurmountable, it would be pointless to squander time. Nevertheless, he held a glimmer of hope regarding the petition. As dusk approached, he turned to Wang Daji and said, "Let us return home. I am quite famished. After a good night's rest, I shall devise a plan for tomorrow." "Very well. Let us first have a meal at home." Wang Daji sighed, reflecting, "I have knelt and begged for signatures from the villagers, yet what solutions can you propose?" It seems the Widow Lu is doomed. A sense of despondency washed over him. He had long held affection for Lu, drawn by her gentle demeanor and beauty, having previously lent him grains and tools for work. Furthermore, his guilt from having spied on her while she bathed only intensified his emotional investment in her rescue. No, I must strive harder, kneeling and pleading, reminding them of Lu's past kindness, and the sight of her bloodied body lying like a heap of mud. My determination rekindled. I shall gather more signatures and hand the petition to the local court, beseeching leniency, so that the Widow Lu may be spared the death sentence. Open the door. Open the door. Upon returning home, Li Feng and Wang Daji found the door firmly shut. They rapped insistently. Wang Bo flung open the door with a scowl, glaring at the two. "You dare return? Do you believe I won't thrash you? Miserable wretches, get lost. You two are worse than beasts." His sister-in-law, Sun Feng, seethed with rage. "What is this? You won't let your brother come home? Everyone, come and see." The sister-in-law of the Wang family, Sun Feng, won't allow her brother-in-law to enter, trying to seize the family property. Li Feng shouted, drawing a crowd of onlookers. "Come quickly and witness this wicked woman," he continued, his voice rising. Wang Daji, having relied solely on his brother since childhood, was disheartened to see this sister-in-law attempt to drive him away and appropriate the 10 acres of land and 3 tiled houses. "Look at this vile woman. Enough of your nonsense." Sun Feng spat, her teeth clenched in fury. "There are not 10 acres, merely 5, and the 3 houses are not even tiled. Only the main room is tiled, while the other 2 are mud houses. Li Feng accuses me of being malicious. Does he wish to paint me as a villain? If word gets out, I will have no place in this village. She doesn't even feed her brother-in-law. Is that humane?" Li Feng lamented, tears in his eyes. The crowd began to turn against Sun Feng, condemning her actions. This woman is truly vicious. How outrageous to seize her brother-in-law's possessions. This family is doomed with such a wicked wife. Sun Feng, you cannot act in this manner. Your in-laws would be furious if they knew. Sun Feng hurriedly protested. "No, that is not how it is. I do feed Wang Daji. I have no intention of hoarding the family's wealth." She was indeed harsh towards Wang Daji, yet she did not deny him food, albeit he never received a satisfactory meal. But the villagers had witnessed her behavior and, though hesitant to speak out, now seized the opportunity to defend Wang Daji, for he was a well-regarded child who had grown up in their midst, a Wang, making him more relatable than an outsider like Sun Feng. "Any issues should be discussed at home. Don't embarrass yourselves here," admonished an elder from Wang's clan, unable to bear the sight. Wang Bo and Sun Feng exchanged worried glances. "That is not true. Uncle, he is lying. We have not mistreated Daji," they protested. "Enough. Everyone knows your family's affairs." The elder retorted, casting a sidelong glance at Sun Feng. Sun Feng's expression darkened further, and gritting her teeth, she said to Wang Daji, "Let us go home, little brother. Don't embarrass us here." Before Wang Daji could respond, Li Feng erupted again. "The person who should be embarrassed is you. You, the sister-in-law, treat your brother-in-law harshly, penny pinching. Everyone in Wang village knows." He had no idea if the villagers were aware of the truth, but judging by their reactions and Sun Feng's demeanor, it was clear she was already the subject of gossip throughout the village. "I bet she has bullets in her gun." The villagers murmured in agreement. Sun Feng, "Don't go too far. The poor boy lost his parents early. At least he should have enough to eat. With you as his sister-in-law, He can't even manage that. Sun Fong snapped. What business is it of yours? Listening to outsiders babble. Who's stopping Wang Daji from eating? He.s. just lazy and refuses to work the fields. Am I wrong to make him finish his chores before eating? Why are you gossiping? The villagers were not inclined to tolerate her. Son, this is Wang Village. Don't act tough here. Don't think we're unaware of how you treat Wang Daji. We simply haven't spoken up until now. Don't point your finger at me. I am your second uncle. What kind of upbringing is that? Wang Bo, witnessing his wife inciting the crowd's ire, quickly intervened and offered apologies. My apologies, my apologies. She speaks without thinking. There's no disrespect meant. He shot a glare at Wang Daji. Get inside the house. Let's go home. Li Feng, feeling triumphant, strode in as if he owned the place. Wang Daji, however, felt as if he were entering a stranger's home, hesitant and unable to meet his brother-s and sister-in-law's eyes, thinking to himself, tonight may not be peaceful. Later that night, as he lay in bed, Sun Fong could still be heard cursing in the courtyard. Shameless, uncouth wretch. How dare you disrespect your elder brother and sister-in-law? Do you know that in ancient times, one would be beaten for such insolence? With your behavior today, you could have been executed. Wang Daji, agitated, tossed and turned, unable to sleep, especially as Sun Fong mentioned his deceased parents. For the first time, he retorted, do not speak ill of my parents. The courtyard fell silent momentarily before Sun Fong's voice rose even louder. You little brat. I thought you only played dead. I will continue to curse. You ungrateful wretch. Disrespecting your brother and sister-in-law, trying to seize family property. How shameless. Wang Daji trembled with anger. The day had already been filled with misfortunes. He had knocked his head repeatedly in vain, struggling to gather signatures, and now this sister-in-law, who had bullied him for so long, was insulting his deceased parents. It was utterly intolerable. Li Feng, fuming beside him, exclaimed, she can insult you, but insulting our deceased uncle and aunt is something I cannot endure. I will go and confront her. He began to put on his shoes, but Wang Daji seized him, eyes blazing. No need for you. I will confront her myself. Chapter 39. Intimidation. Sister-in-law, cease your cursing, or I shall strike you. Wang Daji burst through the door, pointing an accusatory finger at Sun Fong, anger surging within him. Even a clay figure has its limits. He was no mere clay figure. You may curse me, but do not mention my parents. Who doesn't have their limits? A kind-hearted person's anger is even more intense. Yet Sun Fong seemed oblivious to the gravity of her words, continuing her mockery and insults. What is the matter? I will curse as I please. Your parents died early, failing to educate you properly, allowing you to act unruly and disrespectful. You deserve to remain single for life. Dreaming of dividing the family is absurd. You want to get a single piece of coal from this household. Li Feng, gritting his teeth, shouted, what are you waiting for? Are you waiting for your sister-in-law to cook for you? You disaster. Since you arrived in Wang Village, a murder has occurred. You are a harbinger of misfortune. Just like Wang Daji, Sun Fong continued to berate him. Then, with venomous words, he directed his disdain at Wang Daji. You ought to be grateful your parents passed away early. Otherwise, witnessing your disgraceful self would surely bring them endless tears. You unworthy wretch. All you do is consume my resources. Why don't you just die? Wang Daji could no longer contain himself. His eyes reddened, and with swift determination, he closed the distance and struck Sun Fong in the face. You are truly the epitome of malevolence. He shouted, I will end you today. Ah, Wang Bo, your brother is attacking. Sun Fong cried out, collapsing to the ground, wailing. In the moonlight, Wang Daji seemed like a long serpent, dodging Sun Fong's desperate attempts to evade his blows. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Bo rushed from the main room, panic-stricken, and pulled Wang Daji away. Beast! How dare you lay a hand on your sister-in-law? Wang Daji, having endured years of oppression, perhaps genuinely had reached his limit or was perhaps spurred by the gruesome events he had witnessed the previous day. A wild urge to unleash his pent-up fury surged within him. He showed no restraint towards his elder brother, lunging forward to grapple with him. You bastard! You little beast! Wang Bo cursed as they struggled. Sun Fong screamed, murder! Murder! The neighbors furrowed their brows, and one asked his wife, should we intervene? No, if it's truly murder. We can check on it tomorrow, she replied. Having just seen a body reduced to a bloody pulp, anyone would be gripped by fear. Those in the village, hearing Sun Fong's cries, pretended not to hear, reasoning that it was merely a brawl, and surely it wouldn't escalate to another homicide. After several futile cries for help, Sun Fong, seeing her husband at a disadvantage, seized a hoe from the ground in an attempt to strike Wang Daji. Get lost! Li Feng interjected, delivering a swift kick that sent Sun Fong sprawling. Then, with a series of ruthless slaps, he reprimanded her. How dare you insult me? With his involvement, The tides of battle shifted dramatically. Before long, Wang Bo lay motionless on the ground, not knocked unconscious but too intimidated to move, leaning against the steps. He gazed incredulously at his injured brother, Wang Daji, and exclaimed, "This is insurrection, pure insurrection. You little beast, you have truly lost all sense of order." Wang Daji, with tears in his eyes, replied, "You all have pushed me to this point. You are beyond excessive." Since his brother married a new wife, he had endured countless grievances, an unendurable burden that could not be encapsulated in mere words. The home he once knew no longer felt like his. Instead, it resembled a foreign place where he lived under the weight of constant anxiety, afraid to speak above a whisper lest his sister-in-law's incessant nagging ensue. Yet, this home was undeniably his. The trees in the yard had grown alongside him, and a shelter was built by him and his parents' hands. How could it all have changed simply because his brother took a wife? The home was no longer his, and his brother was no longer the brother he once knew. He felt like an outsider, a mere freeloader. It was profoundly unjust, an unfairness that pierced his very soul. Wang Daji looked at his brother, tears of anguish streaming down his face, holding within him an ocean of unspoken grievances. Wang Bo, unable to empathize with his brother's plight, merely perceived that he had undergone a transformation, becoming someone unrecognizable, as if possessed by a demon. How could you do this? You strike your sister-in-law and your brother, your own brother. Look at what you've done to him. Sun Feng cried, her heart aching for her husband while completely disregarding Wang Daji's own injuries. The visible wounds were trivial. The psychological scars ran far deeper, with a gaze filled with fury, akin to that of an enemy. And amidst the tears of his sister-in-law, Wang Daji bitterly muttered, turning to retreat to his room. Li Feng, however, licked his lips and approached the pair. What do you intend? Do you wish to continue this fight? Do you believe I want to retaliate? Wang Bo coughed weakly, his bravado wavering as he trembled in fear of Li Feng's madness. Li Feng crouched low, fixing his gaze upon Sun Feng with a cold smirk. How well do you think you've treated your sister-in-law? The villagers are well aware of your treatment of Wang Daji, and I believe you know it too. Sun Feng, unwilling to concede her faults, sobbed in protest. I have been too kind to him, which is why he has turned against us. Look at any family with a younger brother who would strike his older brother and sister-in-law. That he hasn't killed you is a mercy, Li Feng observed, realizing that persuading such a person of their wrongdoing was fruitless. He needed to devise a plan to suppress the incident involving Wang Daji's aggression. For regardless of his circumstances, the act of violence against his brother and sister-in-law would not be tolerated by outsiders, and they would be subject to scorn. Thus, he concocted a scheme to minimize the repercussions of today as events. With a sinister smile, he leaned in closer to Wang Bo and Sun Feng, whispering, "You see, when Widow Lu committed murder yesterday, she wasn't alone in her actions." At that moment, under the dim moonlight, enveloped in darkness and silence save for the distant barking of a dog, Wang Bo and Sun Feng felt a chill run down their spines. What did he mean? If it wasn't a solitary act, then what was the implication? Hadn't they witnessed Widow Lu's defiance against Wang Ke firsthand? How could he now claim she was not alone? As realization dawned upon them, they exchanged fearful glances towards the room where Li Feng and Wang Daji were. Terror etched across their faces. Li Feng revealed a devilish grin. Indeed, how could Widow Lu have taken down a man so formidable? Wang Ke's demise was a joint effort between Wang Daji and myself. We were accomplices. If you too fail to recognize your own fortunes, we might just have to eliminate you as well. Especially you, sister-in-law. I would savor the pleasure of torturing you before your demise, reducing you to mere flesh. What? You were the murderers? Wang Bo stammered, terror-stricken. No. Both he and Sun Feng were paralyzed by fear. Oh my, this is too terrifying. Too shocking. The true culprits behind Widow Lu's crime are none other than your own brother. The thought sent shivers down their spines. As they connected the dots to Wang Daji's earlier violent outburst, this was the reality they were confronted with. How could their previously docile brother suddenly become so ferocious? Everything made sense now. Brother, please don't kill us. We don't want to die. Wang Bo, a strapping man in his 20s, found tears streaming down his face. He was desperate to cling to life. Sun Feng, equally frightened, resembled a quail, bereft of any coherent thought, simply pleading for mercy. I'm sorry. Dear brother, I was wrong. Please spare us. Li Feng reveled in their terror, amused by how easily they were deceived. No wonder superstition thrived in their times. Consider today's events as if they never occurred, or else the consequences will not merely involve a beating, but far worse. Li Feng narrowed his eyes, threatening them. Wang Bo and Sun Feng quickly nodded in agreement. We understand. We want to say a word. Li Feng nodded in satisfaction. Good, that's best. However, you should be aware of the consequences if you choose to report this. We want to report anything. Sun Fong insisted, shaking her head fervently. Li Feng chuckled. Even if you do report, it matters not. After all, Widow Lu has taken the blame entirely upon herself. We've already given our statements and are no longer suspects, with no evidence to implicate us. Should I discover that you have reported us, you will face fate far worse than death. He glared at them with a ferocious countenance, striking fear into their hearts. No, you can rest assured, we will never report this. The terrified couple knelt, banging their heads in submission. All right, I'll give you the benefit of the doubt this time. Li Feng rose, offering a smile as he made his way back into the house. Observing Wang Daji in a state of despair, devoid of spirit, he could not help but inquire with a chuckle. What's the matter? You were quite formidable when you were hitting someone earlier, yet now you seem defeated? Upbeat, are you craving a bun? Wang Daji, lost in thought, asked vacantly. Li Feng, bemused, recognized his restless state and refrained from offering counsel, instead picking up the petition and heading outside. Wang Daji could not help but ask, what are you planning to do? I've only just managed to get a few villagers to sign, and now you want to take it away? You want your elder brother and sister-in-law to sign as well? The more signatures, the better. Ah, you want my elder brother and sister-in-law to sign? That's impossible. I just hit them. How could they possibly agree to sign? Wang Daji quickly shook his head, having just assaulted his brother and sister-in-law. It was inconceivable that they would assist in signing the petition. Why is that impossible? Just watch me, Li Feng replied with a grin. Not only will they sign the petition, but if I ask Sun Fong and Wang Bo to meow like cats right now, they would certainly comply. The two were left in shock, realizing that disobedience would be unwise. Oh, why are you back again? We didn't intend to escape. We just needed to go to the restroom. Wang Bo and Sun Fong were alarmed to see Li Feng return, fearing for their lives. You too. Please sign this petition, Li Feng urged, presenting the document for them to sign and imprint their hands. Overwhelmed with emotion, they exclaimed, all right, we will sign. Just don't kill us. We'll agree to anything. Wang Daji stood at the door, curiously watching his brother and sister-in-law sign the petition, puzzled by their palpable fear of Li Feng. Upon seeing him, Wang Bo and Sun Fong appeared even more frightened than they did in Li Feng's presence. With Wang Bo exclaiming, brother, I was wrong. Please don't do anything to your sister-in-law. Little brother, I was wrong. I apologize. Please remain calm and don't act impulsively. We are all family. Sun Fong and Wang Bo clasped their hands in prayer, beseeching Wang Daji not to resort to violence. At that moment, Wang Daji's demeanor transformed in their eyes, becoming filled with menace and evil. Look at his innocent appearance. It's all a facade. He's a killer. A demon, they thought. It's good that you understand. Now hurry back inside and sleep. I don't want to catch you try to report me to the authorities, Li Feng warned, brandishing the petition menacingly. Okay, we'll go to sleep right now. We don't know anything. Wang Bo and Sun Fong scrambled to their feet, though their legs felt weak, and they could only crawl like lizards back into the house, frantically shutting the door behind them. Wang Daji, intrigued, asked Li Feng as he approached, what is wrong with them? They seem so fearful of me. You've just beaten them. How could they not be frightened? Li Feng chuckled. Wang Daji pondered this and realized the truth in it. He had acted impulsively. However, his sister-in-law had no right to speak ill of his parents. They wouldn't report me, would they? You're all family, fighting ISNTA crime. It's a family affair, so there's nothing to fear. Fine. Lying on his bed, Wang Daji sighed heavily. Li Feng, curious, asked, what is troubling you? I'm contemplating how to get the entire village to sign the petition. Hey, just wait. Tomorrow I'll speak with the village chief. I have a way to assist you. Really? Wang Daji's hope flickered, though he sensed uncertainty in Li Feng's words. Disappointment washed over him again. After all, what could he possibly do? Perhaps this was merely a consolation. Sigh. I'll just do my best. The next day, as the village mourned the passing of a resident, Li Feng and Wang Daji stood nearby, watching the coffin being lowered into the ground, their hearts heavy with conflicting emotions. The deceased was, of course, Wang Ke. Observing Wang Ke's wife weeping profusely, Wang Daji sighed inwardly. When Wang Ke was alive, she often suffered abuse at his hands, yet now her tears flowed so freely. How genuine could they be? Li Feng, however, noticed a child of 11 or 12 among the mourners, wearing mourning attire, whose eyes held no sorrow, but rather a hint of relief. He then glanced back at Wang Ke's wife, who was sobbing intensely, yet her tears seemed to defy gravity. She was crying without shedding a single tear. If Wang Ke's family could issue a letter of forgiveness, that would be ideal, he mused. Yet, he knew that was nearly impossible. Even if Wang Ke was a notorious abuser, the family would never provide a letter of forgiveness to their enemy. Thus, that path was closed. The crux of the matter remained. The entire village needed to sign the petition, a united front, to have any chance of saving Widow Lu. Here I am, a mere vendor of spicy strips, trying to save a widow. Have I strayed from the narrative? Li Feng internally lamented. What are you thinking about, Li Feng? At this point, as the burial commenced, only family members were permitted to remain, and outsiders were required to leave. Wang Daji prepared to depart. Noticing Li Feng standing in a daze, and he gently pulled him along. Oh, it's nothing. Li Feng shook his head, spotting village chief Wang Hai ahead, preparing to ride home on a donkey cart. He hurried over, exclaiming, Village chief, I need to speak with you. What is it? Why hasn't this outsider left yet? Chief Wang Hai regarded Li Feng with irritation. Since this outsider's arrival, chaos had ensued in the village. Furthermore, he had heard that Li Feng had fought with Wang Daji, assaulting both Wang Ku and his wife. It was simply outrageous. This young man seemed like a troublemaker. The chief's impression of Li Feng was far from favorable. I have a matter of great importance to discuss. Li Feng insisted as he climbed onto the cart, urging others to leave. Apologies, but I need to speak with the village chief for a moment. You may return home. The graveyard was not far from the village, and the walk back would take less than half an hour. Seeing it was Li Feng, the villagers chose not to argue, primarily out of fear of bad luck. This fellow had witnessed Wang Ku's brutal demise and still dared to attend the funeral. Did he not fear the vengeful spirit of Wang Ku seeking retribution? Your courage is remarkable. You still dare to attend the funeral. Chief Wang Hai remarked sarcastically, casting a sidelong glance at Li Feng. Rural folk are rather superstitious. Though Li Feng was not the murderer, he was still a witness. According to popular belief, the souls of the wronged would come seeking vengeance. At best, one would encounter misfortune, and at worst, one might meet a tragic end. Li Feng's audacity to attend the funeral was astonishing. Did he not fear Wang Ku's spirit coming for him? I stand upright, unafraid of shadows. The heavens are clear, and righteousness prevails. All demons and spirits shall find no refuge. Li Feng proclaimed boldly, puffing out his chest, though inwardly he chanted a silent prayer. Amit Ba, may you seek anyone but me. I have already faced death once. Should a ghost dare to approach, I would fight back fiercely. Village chief Wang Hai dismissed him as a young man lacking wisdom. Scoffing lightly, youngster, you're unaware of the dangers that abound. There are many strange occurrences in this world. Don't be so dismissive of the supernatural. Hurry and consult a medium. Don't let something unclean attach itself to you without your knowledge. The medium referred to is a village shaman who exorcises evil spirits. In unfortunate circumstances, when a child falls and cries incessantly, the villagers often consult the shaman. Li Feng chuckled. Thank you for the reminder, village chief. I shall heed your advice. However, I must also bring something to your attention. What is it? Chief Wang Hai glanced at him. I've already summoned a master to the village to perform an exorcism. Not that. Li Feng hesitated, his eyes darting with a hint of cunning. I meant the matter of Widow Lu. The matter of Widow Lu? Oh, you wish for me to sign the petition, correct? That's out of the question. She committed murder and deserves punishment. She should be executed, not have a petition written for her. This is no case of injustice. Chief Wang Hai was astute and immediately grasped Li Feng's intentions, rejecting him outright. Yet, Li Feng was undeterred. How can it not be a case of injustice? She was compelled. Enough. Say what you will. The situation is as it is. Don't expect to overturn her case. What do you mean overturned? That's not the right term. Seeing Chief Wang Hai's disinterest, Li Feng resorted to his trump card. Village chief. I'm concerned about the future reputation of our village. With such a heinous murder case having occurred, it will be difficult for the young men of our village to find partners, and the young women will struggle to marry out. The village chief, Wang Hai, was taken aback for a moment, casting a glance at Li Feng. You seem to be quite worried, he remarked. Indeed, Wang village had gained notoriety in the surrounding areas. Everyone was aware that a life had been lost in our village, and I fear this incident will not be forgotten for years to come. A homicide had occurred in Wang village, with someone gruesomely butchered, and the news had spread far and wide. People now viewed our village as a site of horror, and it had undoubtedly impacted the villagers, making it foreseeable that finding partners would be exceedingly difficult for the men and women of our community in the future. Observing the village chief's genuine concern, Li Feng immediately took on the role of strategist. Who could blame you? However, there exists an opportunity to reverse this situation, allowing Wang village to transform its notoriety from the murder committed by Widow Lu into a celebrated model of virtue. What do you mean? Chief Wang Hai was bewildered. With a smile, Li Feng elaborated. Indeed, Widow Lu did kill, but it was in self-defense, compelled by the nefarious intentions of an assailant. In her moment of desperation, she wielded a kitchen knife to protect her chastity the dignity of her deceased husband, and the reputation of her family. She is a paragon of virtue, a woman worthy of emulation. Wang village should not forsake her. Rather, we ought to rally behind her, perhaps even erect a monument to her chastity, so that all may recognize the resilience and hardships she endured. Let it be known throughout the region that the people of Wang village are principled, just and united, truly the finest among the surrounding areas. The village chief, Wang Hai, was momentarily flabbergasted by Li Feng's impassioned rhetoric. For a moment, he found himself lost in thought, struggling to grasp the full extent of Li Feng's intentions, despite the fervor behind them. Could you possibly simplify your explanation? He requested. Li Feng, slightly exasperated, distilled his message. To mitigate the negative impact, we must alter the prevailing public opinion. We cannot allow the surrounding villages to associate Wang village solely with this crime. Instead, we must cultivate a narrative that highlights our community's sense of justice and morality. Stop. I never had formal education. Please make it simpler for me. Chief Wang Hai interjected, his brow slightly furrowed, yet still struggling to fully comprehend Li Feng's meaning. Li Feng mused internally about how a village chief could lack formal education, though it was not uncommon in those times. Very well, let me be straightforward. The reputation of Wang village is already tarnished. But if you support Widow Lu and the entire village collectively signs a petition urging for her to be spared the death penalty, the surrounding areas will remember that Wang village stood united for the sake of a deserving widow. Regardless of the outcome, our reputation will improve, freeing us from the shadow of this tragedy. Exhaling deeply, Li Feng inquired, "Do you understand now?" "Somewhat." Chief Wang Hai squinted. "You want us, all several hundred of us, to petition on behalf of Widow Lu, to overshadow the impact of the murder and to demonstrate to the surrounding areas that we are benevolent, right?" Li Feng was taken aback, thinking, "Isn't that perfectly clear?" The chief is indeed astute. Yes, that is precisely the point. Fearing that the village chief might still be uncertain, Li Feng continued to persuade him. Widow Lu's actions were truly justifiable. If the villagers of Wang village joined forces to petition, it might genuinely influence the court to show leniency. This is a noble endeavor, yielding only benefits. If the surrounding villages become aware that Widow Lu acted out of necessity, both she and Wang village could regain their honor, perhaps even garnering admiration for her actions. That wretched man, Wang Ku, was a bully who mistreated his family and was known for drunkenness and gambling. He was a mere thug. His demise is of little consequence. Our primary concern is that Wang village must not suffer from this incident. We cannot allow the villagers to be shunned by others, making it difficult for our young men and women to find partners. Li Feng was resolute in persuading the village chief, believing that if he led the charge to gather signatures for the petition, there was a genuine chance for Widow Lu's case to be overturned. Most importantly, Wang Ku's lineage was not particularly esteemed in Wang village. He had made many enemies. If the village chief took the lead, there would likely be little opposition, as signing a petition would not cost anyone anything, and it would aid a deserving widow. Those with any sense of conscience would not refuse, nor would they deny the village chief's request. "You young man, always daydreaming. This is not your concern. You should return home." As they approached the village's entrance, Chief Wang Hai dismissed Li Feng with a wave, urging him to leave. Sighing with relief, Li Feng thought, "There is hope. It seems my experience as a salesman has not dulled my persuasive skills." Chapter 42, Deception. Everything's going well here. The orders are overwhelming. Haha, a good thing indeed. That evening, after finishing a phone call from the small shop back home, Li Feng encountered the dejected Wang Daji on his way to Wang Daji's house. "What's the matter? Still no one willing to sign?" he inquired. Wang Daji had been beseeching people to sign the petition, but it seemed to yield little effect. "I've done my utmost, but they all wish to remain uninvolved. Some find it troublesome, others deem it unnecessary. Widow Lu may be innocent, but she has killed one of our own. Asking us to protect her seems inappropriate. Rejected, that's how it is. I try my best. If there is no breakthrough by tomorrow, I shall have to return." Li Feng was unwilling to squander more time. His factory was in chaos, with an overwhelming backlog of spicy noodle orders. He needed to hire more staff, purchase additional machinery, and expand into the neighboring county, igniting a wildfire of popularity for his spicy noodles across the province and even the nation. He could not afford to waste any more time in this remote village. "I must advance the plot." "Oh, so you're leaving now?" Wang Daji felt a wave of despair. With Li Feng around, he felt a sense of support, but now that he was leaving, he would truly be all alone. Staying here is of no use. At that moment, they happened to pass through the village square, where a group of elderly men and women were gathered beneath a large tree, engaged in conversation. Li Feng's eyes lit up. Public opinion needed a push. That Wang could commit a gruesome end. I heard they couldn't even piece his body together. and the people who found him had to cover his face with paper. Widow Lu was ruthless, wasn't she? She brought shame upon our Wong village. Such words are unfair. Widow Lu was driven to desperation. If someone were attempting to assault you, would you simply surrender? Who would dare assault an old woman like me? The elderly lady who spoke turned to the speaker, intrigued. The other villagers recognized Li Feng and quickly pointed him out. That's him, the one who testified for Widow Lu. I remember him. He was there the night it happened. Why haven't you left yet? Li Feng, familiar with the crowd, squatted down and smiled at them, saying, You see how pitiable Widow Lu is? She has lost her family and her husband, living a life of virtue in Wong village. How could such a person suffer such a fate? Pitiful? She has taken a life. The old woman retorted disapprovingly. Li Feng shook his head. We cannot speak so harshly. She did not commit murder. She upheld her duties as a wife and protected her chastity. Consider how admirable she is, facing a brutal thug like Wong Ku. She wielded a kitchen knife to fend him off. In ancient times, she would be hailed as a heroine, a paragon of womanhood. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Nodding in agreement, indeed. The fact that Widow Lu could take the life of Wong Ku is indeed astonishing. Wong Ku is a scoundrel, brazenly arrogant, and dared to invade the widow's home. It seems he has finally met his just end. Li Feng, noticing a shift in the crowd's attitude, immediately fanned the flames further, proclaiming, The news of Widow Lu's deed has spread through the surrounding villages, and people greatly admire her. They say she is a paragon of virtue, a rare example of chastity and bravery. Is that so? I had no idea, exclaimed the elderly residents, glancing at one another, pondering whether such sentiments were indeed circulating outside. Li Feng nodded vigorously. Of course. Who would admire Widow Lu? She defended her honor by slaying a villain, preserving both her dignity and her husband's family reputation. How could that not be moving? The elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, she acted rightly. One must never lose their virtue. Ah, Widow Lu is indeed a virtuous heroine, commendable. Seeing the villagers swayed by his words, Li Feng felt a sense of relief. He thought to himself, with the collective strength of the people, surely there was nothing they could not accomplish. The village chief shared this sentiment, praising Widow Lu for safeguarding their village's reputation, asserting that her act of killing Wong Ku was entirely justifiable and that she should not face punishment, let alone execution. Is that how Hai Zi sees it? The villagers questioned, and the chief affirmed, indeed, Widow Lu should not be executed. The elderly residents nodded in unison, fully caught up in the momentum. This was precisely the rhythm Li Feng desired. If the village informants could propagate this central idea, leading the entire village to deem Widow Lu innocent, it would naturally result in signatures for a petition, culminating in a public opinion counterattack. The village chief planned to organize the villagers to sign a petition, then collectively approach the county government to plead for leniency for Widow Lu. How benevolent our village chief is, and how kind-hearted the people of Wong Village are. To unite in support of such a pitiable figure as Widow Lu is a testament to their goodness, Li Feng said, his eyes brimming with tears, even shedding a few. The elderly were deeply moved. The chief has done well. Widow Lu is indeed unfortunate. If Wang Hai truly wants to organize this, I shall sign up. Me too. Me too. A throng of elderly rushed towards the chief's home, invigorated by Li Feng's persuasion. Once he stood up, wiping his tears, he smugly raised an eyebrow at Wang Daji. Well, what do you think? My performance certainly deserves an Oscar, doesn't it? What is an Oscar? Wang Daji was oblivious to the term, but recognized Li Feng's intent and was profoundly touched. Thank you, Li Feng. Regardless of the outcome, you're truly a good person. Good deeds will be rewarded. Indeed, Li Feng smiled. If it weren't for my kind heart, the heavens wouldn't have granted me another chance. Let's go back and rest. If there is no progress by tomorrow, I can no longer stay in Wong Village. I must return. This side quest offers only a clear conscience as a reward, and it is unwise to waste any more time. The next day, at the grand banquet, Li Feng and Wang Daji found their seats. Surrounding discussions occasionally reached their ears. Have you heard? The village chief wants us to sign a petition to spare Widow Lu from execution. My elderly father was present yesterday. It seems there was a discussion regarding this matter. Widow Lu is a virtuous heroine. The chief even intends to erect a memorial arch in her honor. For all these years, she has been a model resident of Wong Village. Her act of killing Wong Ku was entirely justified, as he shamelessly intruded upon her. Ahem. What are you saying at the banquet? Wong Ku's mourning period hasn't even passed. Be cautious lest he comes seeking retribution. I fear not. My family has a protective deity, and there's a gossip mirror at the door, with a peachwood soar by my bedside. What ghost would dare approach my home? Why are you so frightened of ghosts unless you've done something wrong? Listening to the discussions of the villagers, Li Feng realized that public opinion had indeed begun to solidify. It all hinged on whether the village chief could come to a conclusion. The future reputation of Wong Village lay in the balance, dependent on whether they opted for a memorial arch for virtue or a scandalous murder case. Chapter 43, Mobilization Meeting. Gather the vegetables, gather the vegetables. I'll take this fish and feed it to the dogs. Yes, I'm also packing some to take home for my family. Please give me the remaining lioness head meat. My children, cough cough, my dog hasn't eaten. As the banquet concluded, a group of women began to pack food, seeking excuses as they did so, while everyone pretended not to notice the obvious. You pack your share, and I'll pack mine. Occasionally leading to disputes when someone's dish was taken first. Li Feng couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the essence of human life." They're brawling. And yet you call it the essence of human life? Wang Daji muttered. Come on, let us head back. Li Feng, picking at his teeth, walked home with Wang Daji. Noticing his sighs, he offered comfort. Don't overthink it. We've done all we can. If Widow Lu is still sentenced to death, it's simply fate. Wang Daji shook his head. I just feel lonely knowing you'll be leaving. Li Feng would soon depart, having already spent 2 or 3 days in Wang Village. It was impractical for him to linger indefinitely. With his departure, Wang Daji would once again be without a friend. His elder brother and sister-in-law, though no longer troubling him, avoided him as if he were a specter, leaving him bewildered and feeling powerless. Don't worry, just come over to Lugia Village in a couple of days. I'm in need of help, and I'll provide you with food and lodging, even give you a small leadership role. It'll be delightful. Once you've saved some money, you could buy land in Wang Village or even a house in the county or city. And marrying a wife won't be an issue. Li Feng began to paint an enticing picture. Wang Daji felt his heart stir. It was indeed time to leave Wang Village, especially with his elder brother and sister-in-law's coldness. All right, I'll come over in a couple of days. He still wished to muster a final effort to see if he could gather more signatures for the petition. Li Feng understood Wang Daji's mindset. He sought to act righteously and alleviate his guilt and shame, though the shadow of his voyeurism would likely haunt him for life. One could only say he brought it upon himself. Only an honest person would bear such mental shackles, while another might not carry such a heavy burden. After all, it was merely voyeurism, unrelated to murder. Why should he feel guilty for so long? Thus, it is often said that good people do not live long, while the wicked endure for 1,000 years. Good people will feel guilty for a lifetime upon making a mistake, while the wicked will not think twice about it. Wang Daji was indeed wrong for invading someone's privacy, and thus he deserved to feel guilty forever. Brother, are you really leaving? In Wang Daji's home, Wang Bo and Sun Fong cautiously observed Li Feng as he packed his bicycle, their expressions betraying a flicker of hope. They were terrified of this harbinger of death. They couldn't even sleep at night for fear he might suddenly burst in with a knife and attack them. The couple firmly believed that he had conspired with his brother Wang Daji to kill Wang Ku. After all, how could a frail woman like Widow Lu have managed such a feat alone? Li Feng smiled at them. Not at all. I'm just going to buy some bedding and such. I'll be staying for quite a while. I have much to discuss with my brother Daji. How could I bear to leave? Oh, Wang Bo and Sun Feng's legs went weak, nearly bringing them to tears. This harbinger of death was not leaving and intended to stay longer. Heavens, I can't bear this. He might as well end my life. At that moment, the village loudspeaker suddenly blared to life. Hello, I am Village Chief Wang Hai. This afternoon, there is an important announcement. Everyone come to the central square of the village. Li Feng was taken aback, exchanging glances with Wang Daji. What could this important announcement be? Li Feng, maybe you shouldn't leave just yet. Let us go see what the chief has in store for us. Li Feng set his bicycle down and headed toward the village center with Wang Daji. Sun Feng and Wang Bo, on the verge of tears, contemplated, should we move away? I want to return to my parents' home. The central square of Wang Village was quite spacious. In our village, whenever there are significant events, everyone is summoned to gather here. As the loudspeaker blared on, a considerable number of villagers gradually assembled. Their curiosity piqued about the village chief's purpose in calling them together. Perhaps it was time to repair the irrigation ditches? Or maybe it was another election for the village chief. If he continues to distribute grain, we would surely re-elect him. No, I've heard it concerns Widow Lu. Isn't her fate already sealed? Rumor has it she is to be executed. What could possibly involve her now? It must be about what will happen to her house. Widow Lu's in-laws are closely related to Wang Ming's family. Her property and land likely rightfully belong to them. How tragic it is that upon a person's death, others are already scheming to seize their inheritance. Ahem, keep your voices down. Wang Ming is right beside us. Li Feng listened to the discussions around him and shook his head. With Widow Lu's husband deceased, her passing would leave her family without heirs, naturally inviting those who would covet her property. This isn't merely a rural issue. It speaks to the darker side of human nature. Yet in the countryside, Such predatory behavior is all too common. Even if a family has daughters, they risk being dispossessed, for in rural society, daughters are not considered heirs. Only sons hold that status. Should any misfortune befall a family without a son, relatives would descend like vultures, stripping the estate bare. Daughters who marry far away are rendered voiceless and unable to inherit anything from their families. Even before widow Lu's sentencing, many have already set their sights on her land and home, illustrating the depths of human greed. As the gathering swelled, village chief Wang Hai took to the microphone and began to speak, addressing the villagers. Ladies and gentlemen of Wang Village, I have called you here today for a matter of great importance. What is it, you ask? Let us not keep you in suspense. It pertains to widow Lu. At this point, murmurs rippled through the crowd, a buzz akin to mosquitoes at a meeting. Li Feng's eyes brightened. Could it be that the village chief intended to organize a petition on widow Lu's behalf? Silence, everyone. Let me share my thoughts, which also reflect the village committee's stance. Our Wang village is steeped in history, once the home of notable figures, having produced officials of high rank. Yet now, we face the shadow of a murder that cast a pall over our community. This is a grave issue for us all. However, let's not rush to judgment. Widow Lu did not commit murder in the conventional sense. She acted to protect her virtue and the honor of her deceased husband. She is a good woman, a paragon of chastity. She has resided in our village for years, always lending a helping hand, never associating with unsavory characters. When accosted by a criminal, could she simply stand by? What wrong has she committed? The chief's impassioned speech resonated deeply, conjuring an image of a virtuous woman. The crowd began to echo sentiments in support of widow Lu. Indeed, she is a paragon of virtue, not a cold-blooded killer. Lu is a good person. She hardly interacts with men outside of work. Wang Ku, who met his end, intended to harm her. His fate was nothing short of poetic justice. As memories of widow Lu's kindness surfaced, the crowd reflected on her character. Wang Ku's 7 days of mourning have not even passed. What is the meaning of this? Someone whispered, wary of inciting the crowd's ire. Yet, those from Wang village felt that since Lu had taken the life of one of their own, she deserved the harshest punishment. At that moment, the village chief gestured for someone else to take the stage. You too, come and share your thoughts. As this person ascended, astonished gasps filled the air. My goodness, it's Wang Ku's wife. What could she possibly have to say? Would she also come to widow Lu's defense? The widow, Zhao Ying, stepped forward, visibly distressed, offering a deep bow to the crowd. Thank you all for your kindness in laying Wang Ku to rest. She bowed again, tears streaming down her face. The village chief interjected, no more tears. Let us focus on the matter at hand. Zhao Ying, wiping her tears, addressed the villagers. Everyone knows what kind of man Wang Ku was. I shan't speak ill of the dead. However, her words hung in the air, leaving the crowd puzzled. What does she mean by that? They wondered. He was a ruffian, prone to violence, a bully. Yet, as the old saying goes, the dead deserve respect, and no one will speak further ill of him. Zhao Ying continued, Lu Jie was always kind to me, teaching me skills and even helping with my children. She is a good woman, albeit one who has suffered greatly. As she spoke, tears fell anew, and the crowd fell silent, beginning to understand her supportive stance towards widow Lu. All right, that's enough for now, the village chief said, motioning for her to step down as her tears flowed freely. He then addressed the villagers. Folks, our village is steeped in culture, having produced illustrious figures. Widow Lu is a good woman, one who has never committed a wrong. Her actions, though tragic, were driven by a desire to protect her honor. Let's not speak ill of the deceased. Widow Lu is indeed a woman of virtue, a delicate soul who wielded a kitchen knife to defend her dignity. What spirit! What courage! The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was extraordinary for such a frail woman to have slain a man of Wang Ku's stature. The disparity in strength between men and women cannot be overlooked. Our people of Wang village are noble. We cannot allow widow Lu, who acted in defense of her honor, to face execution. This would be profoundly unjust. Having laid out his arguments, village chief Wang Hai finally reached the crux of the matter. He revealed a petition to the villagers. Thus, the village committee proposes to draft a petition to the government, urging the court to show leniency. Widow Lu is innocent in this affair. Her actions were a desperate defense of her honor as a woman. We, the people of Wang village, must rally to save her life. We must let the surrounding regions know that widow Lu embodies the spirit of our village. Her steadfast loyalty and virtue serving as an example for all women. Had this been in ancient times, surely the government would have honored her with a plaque recognizing her chastity. Wouldn't you agree? Yes, she deserves such recognition. Widow Lu is innocent and should not face execution. As emotions surged, the crowd responded fervently. waving their hands, eyes glistening with tears. Some were even moved to sob. Inspired by widow Lu's bravery, Li Feng mused to himself. It's clear that a village chief must possess considerable talent. His eloquence and ability to stir emotions are extraordinary. I wish I could recruit him as my spokesperson for spicy snacks. I want to sign. Where is the petition? Hand it to me. I shall leave my mark. At this juncture, the situation has become quite apparent. It merely involves gathering signatures for a petition to plead for leniency on behalf of Widow Lu. There is no objection. We shall sign. Widow Lu is a paragon of virtue and integrity, deserving of our admiration. Thank you all. Our Wang villagers are truly commendable. The village chief, Wang Haisong, exhaled with relief as he praised the crowd. Observing the enthusiastic villagers signing, a smile crept upon his face. With the signatures of the entire village, they would collectively petition for Widow Lu, thereby ensuring Wang Zhuang's name would resonate throughout the region. Should anyone dare to claim that our village is a site of murder, an ill-fated place, I would not hesitate to confront them. Widow Lu embodies chastity and valor. Her act of killing was not mere murder, but a defense of her honor. She is a woman worthy of respect. For the sake of Wang, we must ensure Widow Lu is not executed, the village chief murmured. No villager from Wangzhuang has ever faced execution. Thus, Widow Lu cannot perish. Otherwise, the village would be tarnished, leaving an indelible stain in the county records. And we cannot allow Wang to be forever associated with Widow Lu's crime. We must uphold our reputation. The chief's attention was drawn to Li Feng, who was heading upstream against the tide. A flicker of suspicion crossed his mind. Had it not been for this individual providing him with inspiration, he would have struggled to devise a strategy to alter the public perception of Wang. Education is essential. Those who are learned possess nimble minds. The village chief, Wang Haisong, recognized the significance of education. The intellect of scholars far surpasses that of mere farmers, brimming with cunning ideas and ingenious schemes. If Wang is to nurture another prominent figure, it must prioritize education. Knowledge is the key to a promising future. Subsequently, Wang Zhuang established a school, successfully cultivating numerous educated young individuals. Some even ventured into commerce or government service, returning to the village and transforming Wang into the wealthiest locality in the region. Upon witnessing the villagers signing the petition, Li Feng felt a wave of relief wash over him, knowing that this matter had reached a conclusion, and whether they could successfully plead for leniency was no longer his concern. If the entire village signed the petition and still failed to save Widow Lu, it was beyond the capabilities of a mere outsider like him, who sold spicy snacks. He could only hope for a miracle. By the time he returned to Li family village, it was past 7 in the evening. Grandfather, father, the house was empty. Even his mother, Zhou Ping, was absent. Where could they all be? Li Feng pondered curiously. In rural areas, people typically retire early, around 7 or 8 o'clock. Logically, everyone should be home by now. The food factory was still illuminated. Li Feng stepped outside to glance in the direction of the factory before cycling toward it. As he approached the entrance, he noticed several villagers exiting. Upon seeing him, they beamed with delight. Li Feng, you're back. Your spicy snacks have become a sensation. Your family has struck it rich. Don't forget your aunt. Finally, you're back. The entire village has rallied to assist your family. We heard you received over 10,000 orders. You must be making a fortune. Li Feng was astonished as he entered the factory, discovering it bustling with villagers. The floor was cluttered with numerous bowls brimming with spicy snacks, and various vehicles, flatbeds, tricycles, and large trucks, were parked in the yard, loading goods. My goodness, the orders have truly exploded. Chapter 45, The Spicy Snack Business Booms. Li Feng has returned. You are on your way to becoming wealthy. Don't forget about our village amidst your newfound fortune. Your family is quite generous, providing meat with every meal. The villagers working busily in the factory greeted Li Feng with enthusiasm, their faces radiating joy and admiration. Li Feng felt overwhelmed. Thank you, uncles and aunts. I certainly want to forget you all when I become wealthy. Have you seen my grandfather and the others? They're all busy making spicy snacks inside. You should go check on them. All right. Li Feng made his way to the factory, where he found his grandfather maintaining order. Grandfather, you're finally back. We've been swamped. Li Weiguo exclaimed with both surprise and joy upon seeing his grandson. Look at our spicy snacks. They're flying off the shelves. Everyone wants to place orders, and people are even driving here to pick up goods. Our factory can hardly keep up. Your father and mother have donned work uniforms and are helping out, while your wife is over there packing. Exhausted and barely able to take a sip of water, Li Feng couldn't help but smile broadly. That's wonderful news. But why is everyone from the village here helping? Aren't we overwhelmed? Li Weiguo chuckled and explained The orders have been overwhelming these past few days. The factory staff can't keep up, and they barely have time to eat. When their families saw the situation, they eagerly volunteered to help. I bought a lot of meat to treat everyone as a token of gratitude, and everyone is delighted. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yang Shui suggested that anyone who came to help would be provided meals, with meat at every meal. In these times, having meat is a rarity, and the allure of regular meat meals was irresistible. Consequently, both adults and children came to lend a hand. Indeed, it's true that educated individuals possess agile minds. Li Wei were recalled as granddaughter-in-law's quick thinking, chuckling heartily. Initially, he had contemplated buying some meat to thank everyone, but Yang Shui foresaw the increasing orders and the factory's inability to cope. Thus, she proposed providing meals, attracting the entire village to assist. This significantly accelerated the production and shipping of spicy snacks, alleviating many challenges. However, with the order volume still soaring, they remained busy. Yang Shui? She has done remarkably well, Li Feng mused, momentarily taken aback by Yang Shui's astuteness. He nodded inwardly. She had discerned the rising order volume and the ensuing demand for labor, then utilized the promise of meat to entice workers. Her foresight was commendable. At that moment, Yang Shui was busily taping boxes shut, urging people to move them for delivery. Yet, the boxes seemed never-ending. As soon as one was completed, another arrived, an infinite cycle. Exhausted, she felt on the verge of tears, exclaiming, "I'm about to break my hands. Why don't you take a break? Don't work yourself to exhaustion." A concerned voice chimed in. With teary eyes, Yang Shui looked up to see the familiar figure of her husband, grinning at her. Feeling somewhat aggrieved, she retorted, "Why did you return so late? The factory is in chaos, I know. I know you've worked hard. Take a moment to rest. I'll handle the packing." Li Feng gently patted her shoulder, noticing how much slimmer she appeared. "My wife can endure hardships and is also knowledgeable. I am fortunate to have married her. Why did you return just now?" A bit more energized after her brief respite, Yang Shui resumed her work in the packing area and questioned Li Feng. "Have you been out for 2 or 3 days? Is there someone special you've been seeing?" "Oh, it's just about Widow Lu," as Li Feng loaded goods. He recounted the developments regarding Widow Lu to Yang Shui. Upon hearing that the villagers of Wangzhuang had finally agreed to sign the petition for Widow Lu, Yang Shui was deeply touched, wiping away her tears. Will Widow Lu be spared from execution now? It's uncertain. A petition is merely a reflection of public sentiment. Whether it is accepted depends on how the court adjudicates the case. I will still need to return for questioning, then you must speak favorably of Widow Lu. I know the pair engaged in a casual conversation, resembling a couple who had been together for many years. Those around them couldn't help but marvel at how Li Feng cherished his wife, and Yang Shui, witnessing her husband as hard work, was moved to tears, clearly empathetic. The busy hours stretched into the early hours of the morning, and it was only around 1 o'clock that Li Feng returned home. However, many individuals remained at the factory, working overtime for extra pay. 5 yuan for an entire night, which was significantly better than farm work. Who wouldn't want that? However, not everyone could stay for overtime. One needed to be in good health and have rested during the day. Otherwise, if someone fell ill, it would be a burden on everyone. I truly despise the culture of overtime, Li Feng sighed as he soaked his feet at home. Having once been part of the 996 work culture, he harbored a deep disdain for overtime. Yet, as a business owner faced with a flood of orders, he found it impossible to reject the necessity of extra hours. Firstly, without overtime, the orders could not be fulfilled. Secondly, the sheer volume of orders made it unavoidable. Ultimately, regardless of the reasons, it all boiled down to an overwhelming number of orders that necessitated working overtime. What is wrong with overtime? The ample overtime compensation provided by our family has certainly encouraged many to willingly extend their working hours, Yang Shui remarked nonchalantly. 5 yuan for overtime? Go and inquire about which household pays such a generous sum for evening labor. Li Feng found it futile to engage Yang Shui in a discussion about overtime. The spirit of the people at that moment was brimming with enthusiasm, and working extra hours was regarded as a virtue, a commendable act worthy of praise. However, in the eyes of future generations, this was perceived as pathological exploitation. "Come, dip your feet in with mine. Let's enjoy a foot soaked together," Li Feng suggested. Noticing Yang Shui appeared quite fatigued, Yang Shui's cheeks flushed as she replied, "No, I want to soak my feet with you. It's inappropriate for men and women to be too familiar. Who want to place their feet alongside yours? What's the matter? Am I not the one who cuddles your feet while sleeping every night? Why are you shy now? Hurry, take off your socks and join me. Is it that your feet stink? Whose feet stink? You know mine do not," she retorted. "Then why the shyness? Hurry up." Reluctantly, Yang Shui removed her shoes and socks, revealing her fair feet, which she slowly submerged into the crimson basin. Ah, this feels delightful. The foot soak indeed seemed to relax her pores. I should learn this habit of yours, Li Feng. As Li Feng flopped on a bed, he fell into a deep slumber. Yang Shui, relieved that he harbored no ulterior motives, sighed softly. She had initially worried he might desire more intimacy. Perhaps he was simply exhausted. She gazed at Li Feng's youthful face, innocent and untainted, devoid of any sinister demeanor, and found herself pondering how he had once summoned the courage to abduct her for marriage. Perhaps he had been truly desperate. Murmuring softly, Yang Shui reminisced about her time at the Li household. They had treated her with kindness. Although Li Feng occasionally displayed a temper, he was also capable of compassion and tenderness. His diligence and ambition rendered him quite appealing. Unbeknownst to her, she was growing increasingly comfortable with the Li family, and the thought of marrying into their household began to seem rather pleasant. Yet, I still need to attend university. I hope he truly means what he says. In the ensuing days, Li Feng's Wulong food factory operated with fervor, working overtime as he procured new machinery set to arrive the following day. Yet, this was not enough for him. He aspired to expand the spicy strip business into the neighboring city. I plan to establish a warehouse in Sichuan City, from which we can dispatch goods and extend our spicy strip business into the mountainous province. What? You wish to venture into Sichuan City? His father, Li Weiguo, inquired during lunch, astonished. Given their current workload across several counties, it seemed excessive to extend their enterprise so far. Li Feng's ambition was indeed surprising. However, Li Feng understood that spicy strips required no technological expertise. The current competition hinged primarily on speed. Seizing the market before other products emerged was crucial. It was akin to a strategic battle. If one did not secure territory, others would. In the business world, as in warfare, one must occupy advantageous positions to ensure both offense and defense, thus remaining invincible. Li Weiguo nodded in agreement, recognizing the importance of such strategic positioning. Machines have been purchased to enhance our productivity. We must seize the moment and distribute our goods far and wide. Additionally, we must increase our workforce, hiring temporary labor as needed when orders surge. For deliveries, we should acquire additional tricycles and bicycles to ensure timely fulfillment of orders. Once we begin to profit, we can invest in larger vehicles. Li Feng articulated his vision with clarity, providing everyone with a comprehensive direction and plan. This way, as he expanded into new territories, the family could still monitor the factory's progress. Xiao Feng, oh, Mr. Li, are you heading to Sichuan City? A woman passing by, overhearing their conversation, leaned in with interest. The Li family had been dining at the factory, enjoying meat dishes, and the informal atmosphere encouraged casual interactions. Sixth aunt, what is the matter? Have you been to Sichuan City? Li Feng asked with a smile. Not me. I've only been to our county seat, never to the city. However, your cousin, Juezi, is going to Sichuan City tomorrow to collect grain. If you're going, perhaps you should accompany him for safety and to save some money, she suggested. Huisi, whose real name was Li Bing, was a distant relative who worked as a driver for the grain bureau, collecting grain. Upon hearing this, Li Feng's eyes lit up. Perfect. I will speak with Juezi and join him on his trip to Sichuan City. Given the current state of road safety, traveling by car often required multiple transfers, resulting in both time and monetary waste. Riding with Juezi could considerably simplify matters. Absolutely, absolutely. Juezi agreed readily when Li Feng approached him. You seem to be expanding your business quite impressively, reaching as far as Sichuan City. It's merely a small endeavor. I primarily wish to rent a large warehouse there to facilitate shipping to surrounding areas. Li Feng contemplated establishing a factory in Sichuan City. But given his unfamiliarity with the area, he anticipated potential challenges from local residents. Renting a warehouse seemed a more pragmatic solution, especially as funds were limited. Your thoughts are quite astute, Li Bing remarked in admiration. If you need transport, I can assist in delivering your goods to Sichuan City. That would be splendid. Li Feng replied, his spirits lifted, relieved that logistics would not be a concern. Yet, he hesitated and asked, is it permissible for you to carry extra cargo while working for the Grain Bureau? Li Bing laughed heartily. As drivers, we often carry extra loads. If we return empty-handed from a business trip, we might as well bring back a load of watermelons or other goods to offset our losses. The Grain Bureau doesn't monitor our side jobs. Excellent. Once I have the warehouse set up, I will entrust the transportation of goods to you. That's a promise. My rates are reasonable. You won't be taken advantage of. Of course, or I might just report you to Sixth Aunt. That evening, Yang Shui busily packed Li Feng's belongings. As he was set to leave with Li Bing later that night, isn't this all a bit rushed? His mother, Zhou Ping, fretted. I haven't even had time to wash your clothes. Wouldn't it be better if you traveled tomorrow instead? Traveling by bus takes a whole day. It's a waste of money. If I go with Juez's vehicle, we'll arrive in Sichuan City by morning. It's safer with company, Li Feng explained cheerfully. Zhou Ping considered this and nodded. True, but I've been so busy helping in the factory these past few days that I haven't had a chance to wash your clothes. Yang Shui smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Mom. I've already washed his clothes, and I've taken care of yours and Dad's too. They're all hung up and spotless. He won't be wearing anything dirty. Having grown up with a neighbor who was a sent-down youth, she held a high standard for cleanliness ingrained from childhood. It was natural for her to wash clothes and keep her hands clean. Even a single day without washing felt unbearable. Zhou Ping was astonished. My goodness, haven't you been busy packing boxes at the factory all day? When did you find the time to wash clothes? Li Yuanchao remarked with admiration. Our family truly has a wonderful daughter-in-law. Zhou Ping nodded, her eyes filled with affection. Indeed, Xiaoxiu is truly remarkable. We are fortunate to have her. Yang Shui blushed shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Feng was equally surprised. He had not anticipated that the wife he had taken would be so capable. It truly felt like finding a hidden treasure. As they remained over half an hour before their departure, Zhou Ping and the others deliberately vacated the room to allow Yang Shui and her son to engage in heartfelt conversation, for the young couple was soon to part ways. And surely there was much to be said. Li Feng, however, remained oblivious to his parents' thoughtful intentions, addressing those leaving with a light-hearted warning. Take it easy. Don't overexert yourselves at the factory. Our family's wealth should not come at the cost of your well-being. It is meant for your enjoyment. Li Weiguo chuckled heartily. Good grandson. Your concern is commendable. We shall not stray far, merely to the neighboring house. We are off to watch the final episode of The Legend of the Condor Heroes. Do call us when you're ready to leave. All right, understood. Once I earn some money, we shall acquire a television for our home. Li Feng replied with a smile. Haha, splendid. Although Li Feng had yet to recoup his factory investment and thus refrain from extravagant spending, he anticipated that within a fortnight, he would likely possess some disposable income for a television. Yet, he pondered the current subpar performance of domestic televisions compared to the high-quality, albeit expensive, foreign alternatives. If one sought to purchase an exceptional television, foreign brands were the only viable option. Forget foreign goods. I shall support domestic products, Li Feng thought resolutely. If I do not support our own industries, how can they prosper? Without development, we cannot compete with foreign brands. Supporting domestic products begins with me. Oh, by the way, I heard your grandmother caused quite a scene, didn't she? Li Feng suddenly recalled some idle gossip from the factory and inquired of Yang Shui. Yang Shui hesitated before nodding. Yes, she created quite the ruckus a few days ago while you were away, demanding that we release my father and grandfather, insisting on taking my grandmother away. Ah, I see. Li Feng squinted his eyes, letting out a dismissive grunt. After Yang Shui's father, Yang Xiong, and elder brother, Yang Wang, were apprehended, their grandmother, Zhao Wan, had come to Li family village, weeping and wailing, pleading for their release. She threatened to perish at the doorstep of the Li family if her demands were not met. Subsequently, Li Weiguo ceased to indulge the old woman's antics, ordering her to be forcibly removed from the village. Whenever she attempted to enter, she was promptly escorted out, resulting in her furious cursing at the village entrance before she finally retreated. Yang Shui hesitated once more, then said, There is one thing I wish to ask of you. Surely, you do not wish for me to pardon your father and the others? That would be a pipe dream. To pursue me all the way to county officials. How audacious. They cannot remain free for long, Li Feng replied with indignation. Due to insufficient evidence, they could only detain the Yang father and son at the detention center for 2 to 3 months. The conditions there were deplorable, with all manner of unsavory individuals and a complete lack of infrastructure. To endure such an environment was akin to living a nightmare. 2 to 3 months would be ample time to drain a person of all their vitality. Yang Shui quickly shook her head. No, that is not it. Their matters do not concern me, and I have no desire to interfere. She possessed enough self-awareness to avoid entangling herself in the murky waters of their familial disputes, knowing full well that any attempt to mediate would only lead to her being caught in the crossfire, leaving her with nowhere to stand. As the daughter-in-law of the Li family, her relationship with her own family was tenuous at best, should she choose to assist. Her loyalty must lie with her husband's family, rather than attempting to reconcile conflicts that were beyond her capacity to resolve. I am planning to visit the provincial capital in a few days. Would that be acceptable? The provincial capital? What business do you have there? A honeymoon trip, perhaps? Yes. If you wish to go, that could be arranged, Li Feng replied, momentarily taken aback but ultimately dismissing the thought. After all, they had not enjoyed a honeymoon trip post-marriage. Yang Shui hastily waved her hands. No, I wish to visit an elderly acquaintance who once helped me, to show her my admission notice. Her neighbor, Lu Fuxiu, had been a sent-down youth, and in their early years, when she and her sister struggled for sustenance, they would often seek refuge at Lu Fuxiu's home for food and drink. In time, Lu Fuxiu guided them in their studies, teaching them the ways of urban living, instilling the belief that girls could pursue their own ambitions and values, and that they could take charge of their destinies. The pathway to university was paramount. There was no alternative. Her sister, Yang Qing, had little interest in academics, ceasing her studies after junior high, while Yang Shui was determined to alter her fate by achieving admission to university and escaping rural life. She succeeded, gaining entry to a city university, and thus yearned for Lu Fuxiu to see her admission notice. In many ways, Lu Fuxiu felt akin to family. She had imparted lessons on honor, integrity, and perseverance, and Yang Shui felt eternally indebted for her kindness. Very well, I understand. Please do not cry. We shall visit the provincial capital in a few days, bringing various gifts to express our gratitude. How does that sound? Seeing Yang Shui moved to tears, Li Feng quickly enveloped her in his arms, offering comfort as he gently patted her back. He mused that Lu Fuxiu truly was her benefactor, having taught her so well, and he genuinely wished to meet this remarkable woman. All right, you all should head back now. Be cautious on the road, and remember to call home when you reach Sanchuan City. Understood, understood, they replied. At the village entrance, a Liberation brand vehicle slowly entered the night. After Li Weiguo and the others watched the car's lights fade away, they turned to return home. Zhou Ping sighed. I cannot shake this feeling of unease. Must you speak of such ill omens? Li Yuanchao retorted, visibly displeased. Zhou Ping dared not press further, letting out another sigh. Li Yuanchao rolled his eyes dramatically. You truly are something else, my dear wife. You are quite vexing. What of it? I am merely worried. This is his first journey away from home. He is no longer a child. He is an adult. Just the other day, he spent several days in Wangwang. But Wangwang is only a few miles away. Sanchuan City is over 100 miles. The couple began to bicker. Li Weiguo raised a hand to silence them. Enough. If you have so much energy, go work at the factory. Listening to you argue all day is quite exhausting. Zhou Ping fell silent, wiping away tears in a moment of quiet grievance. Yang Shui, standing nearby, reassured her, It's all right, Mom. Li Feng is with brother Li Bing, so there is nothing to fear. Zhou Ping opened her mouth, hesitated, but ultimately refrained from voicing her concerns. The world was fraught with danger, and there were many bandits on the roads. She recalled a relative from her hometown who had been stopped while driving at night, robbed, and shot when he refused to hand over his money. The image of his body, returned home with a gaping wound on his face, lingered in her mind. Thus, her worries were heightened this evening. I suppose I shall light some incense and pray for my son's safety, Zhou Ping thought to herself. The societal security of the 1980s was truly disconcerting, with countless reports of highway robberies and an overwhelming number of toll booths. After passing through several toll stations, Li Feng could not help but complain. Are they mad with greed? A toll booth every few miles. Good heavens. All the money we earn goes to these tolls. You'll get used to it. Li Bing replied, resigned. These toll booths are officially sanctioned. You have no choice but to pay. Every region is seeking ways to generate revenue. Some toll booths do not just collect fees. They can seize your vehicle and cargo outright. That fate is truly grim. We must stay alert while driving tonight. But if you feel tired, do not hesitate to sleep, Li Bing advised once they hit the national highway. Curious, Li Feng asked, is it dangerous at night? Li Bing chuckled, of course. Night roads are far more perilous than during the day, with highway robberies, fuel thieves, and reckless bikers. Encountering any of them could lead to trouble, so one must remain vigilant and adaptable. Brother Jizi, have you ever encountered anything eerie while driving at night? Li Feng inquired, boredom prompting his curiosity for ghost stories. Li Bing's pupils dilated slightly. You ask me this at such an hour? Are you not afraid of attracting the attention of spirits? Brother Jizi, you were once a soldier. How can you be superstitious? Not superstition. I have truly experienced it, Li Bing said, recalling certain events with a serious expression. A year ago, while driving at night on Qiming Mountain in Lanzhou County, a white car suddenly matched my speed. I thought it was a challenge and overtook it, but shortly thereafter, the car sped ahead of me. Thus began a peculiar contest of sorts. As I descended the mountain, the dawn barely illuminating the sky, I finally surpassed that vehicle. At this point, a look of terror crossed his face. Upon disembarking, I encountered a small car that had met with a tragic accident. It had crashed into a utility pole, overturned, leaving destruction and loss of life in its wake. The police were stationed nearby. I approached them to inquire when the accident had occurred, and they informed me it had been in the dead of night. A chill ran down my spine, for the overturned vehicle was none other than the white car that had raced against me the previous evening. Hearing this, Li Feng shuddered, exclaiming, Isn't that eerie? Are you certain? Absolutely, Li Bing affirmed solemnly. I still remember the license plate vividly. Since that day, I have refrained from racing. Who knows if it's a person or a ghost? Li Feng nodded in agreement, acknowledging the weight of such a haunting experience, recognizing the folly of tempting fate. Just as water ghosts drag their victims to a watery demise, perhaps this specter of an accident sought to take others with it. Ahem, superstitions, mere superstitions. We are young pioneers, after all, and do not subscribe to such beliefs. At this juncture, Li Bing shifted the topic, recounting another bizarre incident that left Li Feng sleepless. As the clock struck 2 in the morning, Li Bing, noticing that Li Feng was still awake, couldn't help but chuckle. You asked for tales of the supernatural. And now you're too scared to sleep. You, my friend, do possess a rather timid spirit. Li Feng lamented. Your stories are far too terrifying. They will be censored if published, labeled as promoting feudal ideologies. I simply cannot endure such tales. I've traversed many places and heard my fair share of strange occurrences. Shall I regale you with a few more? No, that's enough for me. I cannot bear it. Li Feng retorted. This is a modern urban tale, not one of the eerie kind. Li Bing, amused by Li Feng's fright, laughed heartily, reveling in his triumph over the novice. Suddenly, a light flickered in the middle of the road. The stillness of the dark night was disrupted by this eerie glow, reminiscent of a guiding light for lost souls, drawing one toward the underworld. Li Bing abruptly slammed the brakes, halting the vehicle. Li Feng, visibly anxious, inquired, Brother, do you think we attracted something unclean? Something unclean? Probably. Li Bing squinted, quickly retrieving an axe from the back seat and handing it to Li Feng. While preparing to shift the vehicle into reverse, if anything goes awry, remember to protect yourself. Just as the truck began to back up, another large truck unexpectedly appeared behind us, blaring its horn and illuminating the surroundings. In the glare of its headlights, 5 or 6 figures emerged from the shadows, rushing toward Li Feng's truck, their faces contorted in malice, brandishing sharp weapons, clearly not benign. Get down, they shouted menacingly. Get the hell down. A band of armed robbers charged, intent on forcibly opening the doors and dragging Li Feng and Li Bing out. Li Bing seized a wrench, shouting, Back off, or I won't hold back. Hand over all your money. Those who wish to live, step down. The seasoned criminals showed no fear of the wrench. One by one, they climbed aboard, attempting to open the doors. Li Bing, assessing the situation, understood they could not hold their ground against such numbers. Gritting his teeth, he contemplated a desperate fight, yet the sheer number of assailants and their formidable weapons made resistance perilous. Having spent years on the run, he recognized these men as ruthless characters. Not only were they capable of violence, but they were unafraid to kill. Why am I so unfortunate? Li Bing inwardly lamented. When he had seen the flicker of flames in the night, a sense of foreboding had gripped him, prompting thoughts of retreat and seeking an alternate route. Yet, he had not anticipated that the assailants would block their path with a truck, nor could he dare to charge through. Such roadblocks often concealed iron spikes, waiting to shred tires and potentially cause fatal accidents in the darkness. Li Feng, we must get out. Do not resist. He turned to caution Li Feng against impulsively confronting the robbers, fearing the young man might provoke a violent clash. But the next moment, he was taken aback. He saw that Li Feng had already forced the door open and was preparing to engage. Suddenly, wielding the axe, Li Feng struck down, severing an arm with a single blow. A blood-curdling scream erupted. Li Feng kicked the robber off and, axe in hand, leaped from the truck, calling out, Damn it, brother. Let us finish them off. In the midst of his words, he swung the axe toward another robber. The assailant, armed with a machete, raised his hand in defense. But with a resounding crack, the machete was sent flying. The axe descended like a hammer upon the robber's ribs. A cry of agony echoed as the injured robber rolled away, clutching his broken bones. In an instant, Li Feng had dispatched 2 robbers, stunning all present. The remaining assailants were left in shock. What just happened? Where did this kid come from, daring to fight back? Li Feng, caught in a frenzy of adrenaline, felt an overwhelming urge to eliminate every robber present. Memories of Lu Guofeng's violent actions flooded his mind, his eyes ablaze with fury as he continued to swing his axe at another robber. Brother, let us kill them all. The shout jolted Li Bing from his astonishment. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung the wrench at the ascending robbers. One cried out in terror. The 2 men fought valiantly against the outnumbering thieves. Catching them off guard, Li Bing, a veteran soldier, fueled by Li Feng's fervor, struck a robber with such force that the blow nearly severed the assailant's neck. Retreat, quick! They're too fierce. One robber, appearing to be the leader, shouted urgently. His thigh had nearly been cleaved by Li Feng's axe, blood gushing from a deep wound. Overwhelmed by the reckless aggression of the duo, he regretted his decision to engage in such perilous business in the dead of night. Several robbers fled in a panic. Yet, 2, injured and unable to escape, fell victim to Li Feng's axe, who struck one leg and kicked another away, successfully knocking them out. How dare you rob me? I will make you pay. Li Feng stood over the incapacitated robber, unleashing a flurry of kicks and strikes. Li Bing watched in shock. Has my brother gone mad with bloodlust? If this continues, he may truly kill someone. Li Bing intervened, observing the unconscious robbers with a furrowed brow. These thieves are barely in their 20s. How tragic that they choose a path of crime at such a young age. It seems society is indeed in disarray. Let us hurry and leave, Li Feng gasped, drenched in cold sweat as the wind sent shivers down his spine, snapping him back to reality. He glanced around, sensing an unsettling feeling of being watched. We must go, brother. Li Bing hesitated. What shall we do about these two robbers? We can take them to the next town and hand them over to the police. No, let us not involve the authorities. They aren't dead, and we have incurred no loss. Reporting them would only cause delays. Li Feng swiftly rejected Li Bing's suggestion, not out of concern for time, but fear of retribution. Those who dared to rob on the road were hardly virtuous. Turning them over to the police would expose their identities, making them targets for revenge. You make a valid point. Li Bing, a former soldier himself, recognized the wisdom in Li Feng's reasoning. Without delay, he bandaged the robbers' wounds to prevent excessive bleeding, ensuring they would survive until morning when they could be discovered. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, but soon comprehended Li Bing's intentions. After tending to the wounds of the two robbers, he set them down on the roadside, leaving them behind without reporting the incident. This way, even if they were injured, they could endure until tomorrow when they would be discovered, without the fear of bleeding to death. The two men could also remain incognito. Li Feng admired this thoughtful approach from Soldier. He had only been focused on making a swift escape and had not considered that if those robbers were truly abandoned here, they might bleed to death by morning. They hurried to the truck to fetch some bandages to dress the robbers' wounds, also binding their hands and feet with rope before discarding them at the roadside. Then they rushed ahead to clear the spikes that had obstructed their path. Upon seeing the sharp spikes jutting out about 10 centimeters high, Li Feng gasped. Had Li Bing not stopped, but instead charged ahead, the truck would likely have toppled over. Those roadblocks were indeed merciless. Who says otherwise? Li Bing remarked, reflecting on the robbers who weren't afraid to kill. He glanced at Li Feng, acknowledging that had Li Feng not suddenly launched an offensive against the bandits, today would have been quite the ordeal. After all, they were seasoned criminals. Had the situation not turned unexpectedly against them, they would not have been so easily repelled. Let us move quickly. A liberation truck roared through the night, arriving in Sichuan City an hour ahead of schedule. Damn, at last, people, Li Bing exclaimed, noticing the dawn breaking and the landmark of Sichuan City ahead, finally allowing himself to breathe a sigh of relief. He smiled at the ever-alert Li Feng, saying, in a bit, brother will take you to bathe and relax. It was thanks to Li Feng that they had avoided a disastrous fate. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire. Li Feng also relaxed, jokingly remarking, is bathing proper? If it's not, I want to go. Huh, haha, if it's not proper, then brother will treat you to an improper bath. Thank you, brother. No need for pleasantries. Later, I'll call a couple of girls to help you unwind. Chapter 49. Uncle Li Zhou. There was no time for bathing. After finishing their local breakfast, Li Bing said, let us go. I'll take you to me and uncle. An uncle? Li Feng inquired curiously. So, you have relatives here? Indeed, from our village. You can call him uncle, Li Bing replied, smiling as he recounted the man's story. Years ago, in Li Jia village, a family faced hardship when the husband passed away, leaving the widow to struggle alone with her child. She eventually remarried a man who made some money through dubious means and brought her and the child to Sichuan City, only to be cast out by him due to infidelity. The mother and child returned to Li Jia village, where the child grew up. Later, when the child was in their 20s, the unfaithful father was incarcerated for his misdeeds. But he managed to send a letter arranging a job for the child at a supply and marketing cooperative in Sichuan City, a coveted position indeed. Thus, this uncle and his mother came to Sichuan City, establishing a family connection from Li Jia village. Oh, I see. Li Feng nodded in realization. What became of this uncle's father? I heard he's still locked up, nearly facing execution back then. Engaging in speculative ventures was indeed a grave matter. Many had suffered severe consequences, including execution. Li Feng was not surprised. It was, however, quite remarkable that after being apprehended, this man could secure a job for a son who wasn't his own. They purchased a few items before heading to the city center. Upon reaching a residential compound and locating the door number, Li Bing knocked. Uncle, it's Li Bing. Are you home? A middle-aged woman opened the door, warm and composed, and upon seeing Li Bing, smiled. You've come to Sichuan City to collect grain again. Yes, there is an abundance of grain here, so I often come. Here are some provisions we brought. No need for such formalities. This ISN to your first visit. Besides, your uncle works at the cooperative. What could we possibly lack? After some polite refusals, the middle-aged woman accepted the gifts, turning to Li Feng. And who is this? Oh, this is my younger brother from the same village, Li Feng. Li Bing quickly introduced, this is my aunt. Li Feng respectfully greeted, hello aunt, having already been introduced prior to their arrival. He knew the uncle's name was Li Zhou and his aunt's name was Feng, a high school teacher known for her generosity and culinary skills. She never held their rural origins against them. However, they had a daughter named Li Qian, who harbored a lofty opinion of herself and looked down upon their rural relatives. If they encountered this little princess upon entering the house, they would need to tread lightly. Come in, come in. Your uncle just finished eating and will be heading to work soon. Hope we're not interrupting. What nonsense, she said. Once inside, Li Feng surveyed the decor. It was quite stylish, featuring hardwood flooring and furniture that evoked a sense of the old cadre style. A middle-aged man was washing dishes in the kitchen and turned to inquire, "Who is here?" "It's Li Bing, bringing us some gifts. I've told him countless times not to buy us anything. We already have enough," said Uncle Li Zhou as he finished washing the dishes, drying his hands with a towel before approaching with a smile. Upon seeing Li Feng, he asked, "And who might this be?" Li Bing replied cheerfully, "This is the child of Uncle Weigua from the Korean War, Li Feng. His grandfather is Li Weigua." "Ah, so you're the child of Weigua. I seem to recall you." Li Zhou's eyes lit up as he scrutinized Li Feng. "You resemble him quite a bit. I held you as a child, remember?" I remember, Li Feng laughed. Li Zhou paused, smiling softly. "What do you recall? You were only about a year old. It's a wonder you remember me." After chatting for a bit, he said, "I must head to work. Why don't you two rest upstairs? I'll treat you to lunch later." No. Let me treat you," Uncle Li Feng insisted. They had come to visit Li Zhou because he had spare rooms for them to rest. Li Bing found it quite inconvenient to stay at a hotel every time he came to Sichuan City, as it required various documents. Thus, they preferred to stay at Uncle S' house for a few hours before collecting grain. After a long night's journey, encountering robbers had been quite a shock, so they thought it best to rest at Uncle's for a few hours to recuperate. Not only was it convenient and time-saving, but it also saved them the cost of accommodation. "Oh, how could I let you youngsters treat me? Don't worry, wait for me." Uncle Li Zhou, needing to go to work, didn't he engage in lengthy conversation, waved goodbye to his wife, and left the house. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Yi said, "Li Bing, you've arrived at the right time. Your uncle has several pieces of clothing he doesn't wear anymore. Take them." She then added, "Child, you can pick some too. Don't be picky." In those days, many families were reluctant to buy new clothes, and it was common for relatives to pass down old garments to one another. No relative would find that objectionable. Naturally, Li Bing was delighted. "Thank you, uncle and aunt. No need for such formalities." Ascending to the second floor, they found 2 guest rooms and a storage area. "This is the guest room. I used to sleep here." Li Bing was explaining one of the rooms when the door across the hall creaked open, revealing a young girl with fair skin, long hair, and a pleated skirt. Quite beautiful. "Oh, Qian." Li Bing waved at her with a smile. The girl named Li Qian gave a perfunctory nod. "Oh, you're here, Bingo." She shot a disdainful glance at Li Feng. After descending the stairs, she disregarded whether the 2 upstairs could hear her, and remarked to her mother, "Feng, why did that poor relative bring another one? How can you speak like that? It's rude. Is this how your mother raised you?" "They are all your father's fellow villagers," her mother reprimanded. "All right, I foresee that we'll end up with thieves in the house soon. Stop talking nonsense." Bang! The door slammed shut, leaving an unsettling silence. Li Feng and Li Bing exchanged glances, both feeling a twinge of awkwardness and speechlessness. "This girl truly embodies the stereotypical city dweller," Li Feng sighed. "Her character is just like those portrayed in dramas from the 80s and 90s, looking down on rural folk, brimming with arrogance and self-importance. She's just a little girl. Let us not stoop to her level. Hurry and take a rest. My eyelids are engaged in a fierce battle of their own." Li Bing is not a miserly person, having witnessed the vicissitudes of human relationships. He remains indifferent to being labeled a country bumpkin, for he hails from the countryside himself. "Your words do not strip away my essence, so speak freely." Li Feng, too, would not engage in a contest of wits with a young lady. In this era, one who resides in such a spacious house in the city cannot be expected to empathize with those from rural backgrounds. Furthermore, the countryside today indeed has its shortcomings. The rural and urban realms are almost 2 distinct worlds, and the clash of differing ideologies inevitably leads to disparities in perspective. In his view, the young lady's disdain is entirely reasonable. If you were to visit a rural toilet, you would also be repulsed by the sight of strawberries sprouting amidst a swarm of maggots. Adding to this are the issues of water, electricity, and roads. The sanitary conditions and convenience of city life undeniably eclipse those of the countryside. The pinnacle of pastoral living surely did not occur in 1987, but rather post-2000, when the challenges of water and electricity were resolved and roads were constructed, transforming rural areas into a utopia for city dwellers. In the future, I envision building a grand house in my hometown, while also acquiring a sizable residence in the city. Li Feng lay in bed, lost in dreams of what lay ahead, and succumbed to deep slumber. Chapter 50. The booming market for spicy strips. Come, don't be shy. These are local delicacies. How do they taste? During midday, Li Zhou returned early, urging the two to join him for a meal, insisting on treating them. The restaurant was quite nice, complete with a private room, and the liquor was provided by Li Zhou, leaving both Li Feng and Li Bing feeling somewhat embarrassed. Staying in someone else's home and being treated to a meal, they felt compelled to secretly settle the bill. What business are you in, Li Feng? Is there a path forward? I run a factory producing snacks. Ah, food factory. Impressive indeed. The group engaged in casual conversation, but Li Qian, after a few bites, set down her chopsticks. Mom and Dad, I've had enough. I'm leaving now. You child, even if you're full, don't rush off so quickly. These are your brothers. You, too, are from Li family village. Why act so strangely? How much did you eat to feel full? Have some more. Li Zhou and his wife, Feng Yi, wished for Li Qian to stay and chat, but the young lady was quite impatient and simply left. Li Zhou shook his head in resignation. We've spoiled her. She lacks even the slightest sense of courtesy. As the host, one should accompany the guests until the meal is finished. Leaving early is quite rude. Being the director of the supply and marketing cooperative, Li Zhou was meticulous about such manners. Yet his own daughter was the complete opposite, utterly lacking in decorum. Oh well, let us gentlemen converse. My sister likely finds this dull. Li Bing interjected to ease the tension. Come, uncle, I toast to you. Good, good. As the men drank, their spirits lifted, and the conversation became more lively. Li Zhou inquired, so, you say you're here to find a warehouse? You wish to expand your business in this area, correct? Li Feng nodded. Indeed, my business must seize the market. Our location boasts convenient transportation, situated at the junction of 3 provinces. Establishing the warehouse here will facilitate shipping and enhance our future market strategy. Li Zhou marveled. You possess remarkable vision, truly unlike a typical rural dweller. From Li Feng's demeanor and discourse, he displayed insights rarely seen among country folk, even articulating thoughts on international affairs. In fact, many city youths lack such acumen. This fostered a sense of goodwill and mentorship in Li Zhou towards Li Feng. Regarding warehouse matters, I have connections. Let me give you a call shortly. The contact's name is Han Su. Just mention you are my nephew. If he does not offer you a favorable price, I shall hold him accountable. Thank you, uncle, Li Feng said, hastily pouring more liquor. You have truly been a tremendous help. Navigating this unfamiliar terrain to establish a business and secure a warehouse is fraught with challenges. And without guidance, one risks encountering obstacles, even deceit. Having a mentor is invaluable. Regardless of potential pitfalls, it is far better than wandering aimlessly. After the meal, Li Zhou settled the bill without hesitation, rendering Li Bing and Li Feng's attempts to pay moot. The supply and marketing cooperative has a reputation here. There is no need for formality. Li Feng and Li Bing exchanged looks of incredulity. The cooperative certainly held a certain prestige. Aunt Feng assisted Li Zhou as they returned home. Li Bing intended to head to the nearby countryside to collect grain, while Li Feng planned to contact the warehouse manager, and thus they parted ways. As the afternoon wore on, around 5 o'clock, Li Feng finally finalized the warehouse agreement, confirming several times that it was legitimate before signing the contract with Han Su. Han Su, noting Li Feng's youth yet cautious nature, chuckled. Are you truly worried I might swindle you out a few coins? Aren't you in the snack business? Why would you need to rent such a large warehouse? The warehouse Li Feng rented spanned over 3,000 square meters, surpassing the size of his factory. Han Su thought this young man not only prudent, but perhaps a bit misguided. After all, snacks are typically packaged in small portions, hardly warranting such expansive storage. Just a small warehouse, Li Feng smiled, but I plan to lease a larger one in the future. What? Are your snacks meant for elephants? Han Su joked. Everyone knows snacks are small, palm-sized packages with little weight. Even this small warehouse, over 3,000 square meters, could accommodate countless snacks. A larger warehouse would surely remain underutilized, perhaps even seem empty. Considering potential customers, there could easily be millions of elephants, Li Feng pondered seriously. The spicy strip market is an untapped gold mine. Who can truly quantify the demand? My factory is already running at full capacity, and the spicy strips are still in short supply. This is merely one region. Without even considering the entire country, the market potential across 1 or 2 provinces alone is sufficient for me to amass wealth daily. However, the factory's current output was insufficient, necessitating an expansion of the production line. I need my grandfather and the others to invest in more machinery and hire additional talent. Li Feng mused, completely immersed in his entrepreneurial aspirations. Han Su merely shook his head, thinking, this must be another one driven mad by the desire for riches. Having accomplished his objectives, Li Feng felt a surge of joy. He called home. Is everything well back there? I've secured the warehouse. Now I need people to promote the spicy strips and take orders. See if anyone is willing to venture far for work. I can offer good pay. If no one is willing to leave home, I'll have to hire directly in Shanchuan City, which means I'll be delayed in returning home. Rest assured, I can manage, he replied. I'm currently staying at Li Zhou's place. Do you know him? His mother is the widow from our village. After chatting for a while, Li Feng spoke briefly with Yang Shui. Once I wrap up here, we'll head to the provincial capital. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promise. Yang Shui, aware of his busy schedule, felt deeply touched that he had not forgotten her concerns. You focus on your tasks. I'm not in a hurry. Not in a hurry? School starts soon. When will we have time to go to the provincial capital? Yang Shui's excitement was palpable. Are you truly planning to send me to school? Of course. Knowledge is power. You're enrolling in a chemistry program, right? Our factory's spicy strips require food additives, and once you graduate, you can work at our factory. Yang Shui was both moved and amused. So, I'm destined to work for your family forever? Naturally, you are to be my wife. Remember, you must bear me children. At least 2. Ahem. Enough of this conversation. After hanging up, Li Feng couldn't help but smile, feeling a tinge of shyness. Teasing her was indeed delightful. Clearly, he would need to rent a place of his own. It wouldn't do to stay indefinitely at his uncle's home. Li Feng required a company as well as a base of operations, so he would have to secure an additional residence. If no one from home was willing to move here, he would need to recruit new employees in Shanchuan City. All these matters to attend to. Yet, despite the busyness and multitude of tasks, Li Feng felt a profound sense of fulfillment. At that moment, he passed by Sunyu Lake. Unintentionally, he paused to admire the resplendent city of sapphire, and a hint of surprise flickered across his face. By the lakeside, a middle-aged man was leisurely strolling with a child. This man was familiar. Was he not the current bureau chief of Sanchuan City, destined to become the governor of the province? Due to certain policies, he had once vented his frustrations at him, making the man quite recognizable. If he could forge a connection with him, he thought, it would mean having a powerful ally behind him. A peculiar gleam flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Chapter 51. The mayor dad, are there fish in the lake? Yes. Of course. The father and daughter wandered leisurely nearby. Suddenly, a middle-aged man stepped forward, blocking their path. You're Mayor Guoliman, correct? Hello, I'm Lin Huan, director of the Electropower Bureau. Mayor Guoliman glanced at the man before him and smiled warmly. Oh, I remember you. You've come to enjoy Sumyo Lake as well? At that moment, a formidable man approached, subtly positioning himself protectively beside Guoliman. He eyed the unfamiliar man warily, clearly experienced and alert to potential threats, standing between the two to prevent any unforeseen incidents. No worries, old John, Guoliman said with a smile, introducing him. He is a comrade from the Electropower Bureau. The middle-aged man, shielding the mayor, glanced at the embarrassed stranger and nodded. Oh, I think I recall. Your name is Lin something? Last time, you were scolded because the water you brought to your bureau chief was too hot. Lin Huan smiled sheepishly. Yes, that was me. Director Jean, you're here too. He recognized the imposing man as Jean Wuxing, the city bureau chief, a formidable figure, likely there to protect the mayor. Had he not appeared at the city assembly, he might have been escorted away by now. Can your bureau do something good for the people? There was another power outage for over an hour yesterday. We're doing our best to maintain the power supply, Lin Huan explained. But as the people's living standards improve, many households now own large televisions, big refrigerators, and air conditioners, all of which consume substantial electricity. Don't give me bureaucratic rhetoric. I just want to know if the city's power can be kept uninterrupted. They conversed quietly. In the distance, a furtive figure observed them silently, pondering how to establish a connection. Just because you know someone doesn't mean they treat you with respect. If that's what you think, you're deluding yourself. Li Feng was at a loss, mulling over how to ingratiate himself with the mayor. Suddenly, he noticed an 8 or 9-year-old girl wandering farther and farther. Gazing into the lake, he squinted and thought, what's this little brat doing wandering alone? Isn't she afraid of falling in? As if summoned by fate, splash. The girl slipped while looking into the lake and fell in. Few around witnessed the incident. The child struggled frantically in the water, coughing and trying to call for help, but kept choking. She was on the brink of drowning, about to sink beneath the surface. Without hesitation, Li Feng dashed over and plunged into the water to rescue her. At the same time, Guoliman and the others sensed something amiss. Where's the child? Someone shouted. A bystander pointed toward the lake and cried out, My God, a child fell into the water. Guoliman's face turned pale. Ting ting, ting ting, say my daughter. Jean Wuxing was startled and hurried over to assist. They saw a young man already submerged in the lake, clutching the child from behind and swimming toward shore. He stretched out his hand. Grab my hand. Li Feng held the child tightly and grasped Zhang Wuxing's hand, successfully reaching the shore. Passers-by applauded enthusiastically. Wonderful. Well done. Young man. The girl, now ash-white and breathless, was carried ashore. Guo Liman rushed over, his legs weak. Ting ting, ting ting, what's wrong? Don't scare me. She was their only daughter, cherished by the couple and their elders. If anything happened to her, it would be catastrophic. It's all right, don't cry, Li Feng comforted, swiftly clearing her mouth and nose of debris, applying pressure to her abdomen to expel water, then performing artificial respiration and CPR. Soon, the girl burst into tears. Daddy, daddy. Child, you're all right. Thank heavens, Guo Liman exclaimed, tears streaming uncontrollably as he embraced the shivering girl. Call an ambulance immediately, or take her straight to the hospital for a thorough examination, Li Feng urged. Yes, to the hospital. Guo Liman finally came to his senses, hastily picking up his daughter. Before leaving, he turned to Li Feng. Thank you, young man. I'm Mayor Guo Liman. Don't leave. I promise to repay you. He then addressed Zhang Wuxing. Remember the name of our benefactor and give him my card. I must express my gratitude properly. Don't worry, Zhang nodded. As Guo Liman hailed a taxi with his daughter, Zhang Wuxing, eager to accompany them to the hospital, handed Li Feng his business card. Thank you, young man. I'm Zhang Wuxing, bureau chief of our city. Here is the mayor's card with his private number. Then he produced his own card. If you need anything, call me. Though unspoken, the implication was clear. The mayor's number was private, but the bureau chief was the intermediary. Oh, by the way, young man, what is your name? Li Feng. Li Feng, a fine name, promising and capable. Zhang offered a perfunctory compliment. He then pulled out a stack of bills and pressed them into Li Feng's hand anxiously. My niece is in the hospital. I must check on her. Please accept this. No need for money. Take it. It's not a fee, but a token of gratitude. My niece's life was saved, in a way. The mayor's life, too. This money is for you to buy new clothes. Later, we'll host a banquet to thank you properly. Zhang was in a rush to the hospital, but took note of Li Feng's address before departing. Li Feng looked at the crisp bills with delight. Not for the money itself, but because he felt he had secured a connection with the mayor. As if a providential windfall had fallen from the sky. As dusk approached, the mayor was likely preoccupied with his daughter's situation, making it impossible for Li Feng to contact him. Clutching the money, he headed to a nearby market and purchased a new outfit. After changing, he felt a touch of nobility about him. Looking good, little brother. Impressive. How about another set to change into? No need, sister, this set is just fine. Upon leaving the market, Li Feng mused. The clothing sellers sure knew their trade. Their compliments so sweet that he half believed he had transformed into a celebrity like Tony Leung. Indeed, the clothing business seemed quite lucrative in this era. Perhaps opening a garment factory might be worthwhile. Carefully tucking the business cards into a small leather bag, he intended to return to his uncle's home. Suddenly, he spotted a group of youngsters approaching, blonde and green-haired youths, adorned with earrings. Among them was Li Qian, sporting smoky-eye makeup and a careless, delinquent demeanor. What are you doing here? It's you. They recognized each other simultaneously, one with wide eyes, the other with a frightened expression. Li Feng's gaze gleamed with cunning. Well, this is your style out here. If your dad found out, Uncle might just beat you up. Today, you're in my hands. Let us see how I handle you. Li Qian, I suppose you wouldn't want me to tell your father, would you? Chapter 52. The Red Mill Dance Hall you were you doing here? That's what I should be asking you. Li Qian hadn't expected to encounter a familiar face while out shopping with friends, disguised in makeup and a wig. This was the northern city, quite distant from the southern part. Running into a rural relative here was highly unlikely. Her heart raced with unease. Such attire is unlikely to be accepted by the average person. If that antiquated relic at home were to find out, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Who is that? Do you know him? A boy with acne on his face glared at Li Feng with palpable hostility. His name is Lu Qi, a suitor of Li Qian and a prominent figure in school. They share a mutual affection and frequently spend time together. A girl with red hair curiously assessed Li Feng, remarking, "Isn't this young man rather handsome? Surely, he doesn't harbor feelings for Li Qian as well." This girl, named Zhou Yilin, is Li Qian's close friend. Having dabbled in the social scene from a young age, yet she possesses a strong sense of loyalty. She epitomizes a misguided youth of this era. Li Qian, was at a loss for words on how to introduce Li Feng. At that moment, anxiety gripped her heart. She feared Li Feng might report back to her father. "I am her cousin, Li Feng." He introduced himself with a smile. "Oh, a cousin," Lu Qi sighed with relief. "Since he is a cousin, marriage is off the table. It's nothing for me to worry about now." Zhou Yilin, with a playful grin, asked Li Qian, "When did you acquire such a handsome cousin without mentioning it to me?" Li Qian forced a smile, casting an exasperated glance at Li Feng, thinking to herself, "When did I ever have such a cheap cousin?" Li Feng, however, beamed at her and said, Your makeup is truly exquisite. If my uncle were to see it, he would surely leap for joy. Li Qian's eyes darted nervously. Her fists clenched as she whispered, don't tell my dad. Or else I. Or else what? What can you do? Li Feng squinted, poking her forehead playfully with his finger. You. What do you mean you? Li Feng shot back. Li Qian glared at him, but dared not say more. She was seething inside, thinking, so he thinks he has me figured out, does he? He believes I wouldn't dare confront him. You, country bumpkin, are truly shameless. Li Feng could sense the turmoil in the young girl's heart. Her eyes ablaze with indignation, though she could do little about it. Regardless, he found amusement in her distress. Enough already, she protested. Not enough. Is this fun? Quite enjoyable, he replied, continuing to poke her forehead. What have I done to deserve this? Li Qian thought, utterly exasperated. This guy must be a weirdo, enjoying poking my forehead. What a peculiar habit. The onlookers noted their seemingly close relationship, nodding in approval. Huh, look at these two. It's rare to see Qian in such a predicament. This cousin is quite entertaining. He can keep her in check. Lu Qi felt a twinge of jealousy. After all, a cousin is a cousin, but shouldn't they maintain some distance? Zhou Yilin cheerfully called out, Cousin, we're heading to the karaoke hall. You should join us. No, don't let him come. Li Qian quickly waved her hands. If he tags along, another one of my secrets will be exposed. The feeling of being at someone else's mercy is utterly uncomfortable. Li Feng had no intention of letting Li Qian off the hook. Oh, so you enjoy going to karaoke halls? Occasionally, she stammered, quickly denying, I haven't been there much. To the young crowd, the karaoke hall was no big deal. But to adults, it was considered a den of iniquity. If her father were to discover she frequented such places, she would be in for a world of trouble. All right, let's go together, Li Feng said, feigning ignorance to Li Qian's glare, nodding with a smile. It had been quite some time since he had visited a karaoke hall himself. It could be considered a hallmark of the 1980s. He felt compelled to check it out. Upon entering the Red Mill Karaoke Hall, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively, filled with lights and laughter. Young men and women moved rhythmically on stage, releasing their youthful exuberance. Order whatever you want. It's on me, Lu Qi boasted. His family was relatively affluent. His father was an executive in a state-owned enterprise, and his mother managed a department store, allowing them to live more comfortably than most. He sported Converse shoes, imported from Hong Kong, which cost as much as several months' wages for an average worker. Brother Qi is generous. He has the real deal. A group of admirers praised him. Lu Qi, basking in the attention, turned to Li Qian, asking, what do you want to drink? Just say the word. Li Qian, not easily swayed, smiled and replied, just a bottle of cola will suffice. She then turned to Li Feng, Cousin, what do you like to drink? Cola? Have you ever tried this foreign beverage? This was clearly a jab, implying that Li Feng, being a country bumpkin, had likely never tasted cola. After all, cola was a luxury, costing 2 to 3 yuan, a sum that most people would hesitate to spend. Ordinary folks settled for cheap bottled soda, and it was unfathomable for someone from the countryside to have experienced such a fashionable drink. Li Feng pinched Li Qian's chubby cheek, teasing, Qian. You should drink less cola. Look at how round your face is. You'll end up as a balloon. Li Qian blushed furiously, swatting his hand away. Who has fat? I'm not fat, you are. How could one say such a thing about a girl? This country bumpkin really has no manners. Lu Qi felt a pang of confusion. Why was his cousin so touchy-feely? Hey, Qian is grown up now. Don't be so hands-on. Li Feng looked at Lu Qi, still smiling as he pinched Li Qian's cheek again. What's wrong? My sister hasn't complained, but you seem to take issue with it? Qian, do you mind if I pinch your cheeks? I'll mind your big head, Li Qian grumbled inwardly, yet she had to placate Li Feng on the surface. Brother, please show me some respect while we're out. Stop pinching me, it hurts. I will pinch you if I please. What will you do about it? If you're unhappy, I'll just go home, Li Feng said, standing as if to leave. Go home. Li Qian's body stiffened. Where else could Li Feng go but back to her house? This was an intentional threat. She quickly grabbed his arm. Brother, I was wrong. Go ahead. Pinch me. I'm not afraid of the pain. She puffed out her cheeks, pitifully presenting her face like a squirrel. Li Feng took a smug glance at Lu Qi. My sister has no objections. If you do, we'll leave right now. Lu Qi felt utterly frustrated. What could he say? Since Qian had no objections, he had no choice but to comply. No objections, I have none. Brother, please, sit down. Let me order a song for you. The ambience of the karaoke hall was intoxicating. Li Feng sipped his cola while listening to the music, feeling a sense of surrealism. Perhaps the 1980s weren't so bad after all. Suddenly, a commotion erupted. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Qian. She had accidentally bumped into a tall, beautiful girl while returning from the restroom, and a quarrel ensued. Lu Qi and the others rushed to support her, shouting, Hey you, do you want to die? Don't you know who I am? I'm Lu Qi, the top guy in our school. A group of unruly youths seemed ready to fight, yelling fiercely. Then, several imposing figures emerged from a private room, tattooed arms on display, led by a man wearing sunglasses who coolly stated, "What this? You don't recognize me? Nine-pattern dragon? Bring them in. I'll give you a proper lesson." Chapter 53. The Notorious Nine-Pattern Dragon. What? You're Nine-Pattern Dragon? No way, the most notorious thug in San Juan City. The young men instantly wilted upon hearing the infamous name. Nine-Pattern Dragon was a notorious figure known for his violent reputation, rumored to have killed before. Many gang leaders were his subordinates. Lucius' older brother was also associated with Nine-Pattern Dragon, making this a serious predicament. Misunderstanding, big brother misunderstanding. My brother is Wong Quan. Yes, with Sango, Lucci hastily clarified. We're all family here. Smack. A tattooed thug beside him delivered a resounding slap. Who has family? Lucci immediately fell to the ground, blood streaming from his nose. Li Qian and the others were taken aback. Lucci, who was regarded as a formidable figure among them, had just been struck. They realized they were dealing with genuine thugs, not mere schoolyard bullies, and their faces turned ashen. The nine-striped dragon, Duan Hung, observed a group of young men who resembled frightened chicks, and could not help but let out a derisive chuckle. Let's have some fun in the room. He then turned and entered the private booth. No, we won't go in. Please no. Li Qian and the others were naturally reluctant to enter the booth. Who knew what fun entailed in such a context? The three girls feared that merely stepping inside could lead to unintended consequences. Li Feng, call the police. Li Qian shouted towards him, unwilling to be victimized by these ruffians. Li Feng was contemplating a hasty retreat, feeling no obligation to assist the group, but was taken aback by Li Qian's call. He frowned, thinking, is she out of her mind? By calling me, she exposes my presence. He understood her urgency, but wished she would temper it. Indeed, Li Qian's shout drew the attention of the thugs towards Li Feng. You come here, commanded a hefty thug, glaring menacingly. Two large ruffians approached to apprehend him, preventing his escape. Reluctantly, Li Feng followed, pleading, don't grab me. I'll walk on my own. His mind raced with thoughts of how to extricate himself from this predicament. In this era, ruffians dared to cross any line, and they often had powerful backing. They were not easily swayed by mere words. Today, as circumstances were indeed dire. How audacious to quarrel with my woman. Duan Hung lounged on the sofa, embracing a woman of the night, his eyes sparkling with amusement as he watched the unfolding drama. Li Qian trembled with fear. She was the one who had instigated the argument, and if retribution fell, she would undoubtedly bear the brunt. Regret coursed through her for having come to this nightclub, and though she could not foresee what awaited her, she was acutely aware it would not be pleasant. She resolved that if she were to be assaulted, she would rather take her life than succumb. Brother, we're all family here. It's all a misunderstanding. Lu Qi, with blood still staining his face, groveled like a sycophant, constantly offering insincere smiles. My elder brother runs with third brother. We're all one big family. Did I ask you to speak? Scoffed one of Duan Hung's henchmen. In an instant, Lu Qi received a slap that made him whimper. It hurts so much. Zhou Yiling cried out, Brother, we were wrong. We apologize to the sister. She quickly turned to the woman of the night. I'm sorry. It was all our fault. Please forgive us. The entire debacle stemmed from their quarrel with this woman, and if she could extend her mercy as a fellow woman, perhaps they could escape this dire situation. Li Qian, not one to be stubborn, followed suit and bowed in apology. Sister, I'm truly sorry. It was all my fault. Please forgive us. The woman, named Sun Yingying, the star performer of the nightclub, known for her enchanting voice, smiled and replied, My dear sister, weren't you just scolding me for stepping on your foot? You were quite fierce a moment ago. Why the sudden capitulation? Come on, give me another shout. Realizing the futility of their predicament, the young women began to cry in desperation. Sister, we truly regret it. Please forgive us. We didn't mean it. If it helps, you can step on us a few more times. Duan Hung interjected. What is all this noise? It's infuriating. Everyone, shut up. The group immediately fell silent. Leaning back lazily, Duan Hung asked, What talents do you possess? Singing, dancing, show me something. If you amuse my girlfriend, I might just let you go. I can dance. I can sing. The Antarctic frog is a wonderful place. The young men, terrified, began to dance and sing in a chaotic flurry. Duan Hung and his companions erupted in laughter, relishing the sight of these frightened souls. Hey, what about you? You can't do anything, can you? Duan Hung noticed the youth standing at the back, silent and motionless, and in a fit of annoyance, he hurled an ashtray at him. Li Feng dodged and chuckled. I can't sing or dance, but I can drink. Drink? Come on, let us see you drink. Duan Hung's interest was piqued. He pointed at the several bottles of liquor on the table. If you can't finish these, I'll make sure to stick a bottle in each of you. Li Qian and the others shivered, instinctively covering their backsides. They looked at Li Feng in panic. What are you doing? Li Feng, what do you think you're doing? Who can drink all that? The girls were distraught, realizing the potential consequences of such a challenge. A round-faced thug scoffed. You dare to say you can drink? Let's have a contest. If you can't outdrink me, I'll take you down. Li Feng glanced at the large bottle on the table and decided he had to take a stand. Otherwise, escape would be impossible. He calmly told Duan Heng, brother, I can drink quite well, thousands of cups without getting drunk. Whether it's white or beer, I can handle it. If I win, will you let us go? The thugs erupted in laughter, mocking him. You think you can impress us with such words? You have no idea what you're getting into. Duan Heng, chuckling, replied, all right. Lao Lu and Wang Defa, go fetch 2 cases of beer and 2 cases of white liquor. If this kid can't finish them, I'll make sure they pour down his throat. Understood. The 2 thugs nodded and left to bring back the drinks. Li Feng, with an air of bravado, added, brother, could you also get me some peanuts or sunflower seeds? I do like some snacks to go with the drinks. Are you serious? The thugs were taken aback. You really want snacks too? Sure, Duan Heng replied, get him some peanuts. If he can't finish the drinks, we'll make sure he gets both the liquor and the peanuts forced down. Got it. Another thug left to fetch the snacks. Lu Chi, in tears, pleaded with Duan Heng, brother, if he can't drink, it's not our fault, right? You won't force us to drink too, will you? Duan Heng merely scoffed, eyeing Lu Chi as if he were a fool, then glanced at the others. You're all in this together. Who told him to brag? The group was utterly despondent. They knew there was no escaping this fate. They were about to be in for a night of indulgence, a night of drinking and peanuts. Li Qian cried to Li Feng, you've really put us in a terrible situation. Li Feng spat out a mouthful of phlegm, retorting, hey, it's you who put me in this mess. If you had called out to me, I'd be home sleeping right now. Don't blame me for your troubles. You brought this upon yourselves. You are the ones who have brought me to this dire predicament. I refuse to take the blame. Li Qian, fully aware of her culpability, wept even more pitifully. At that moment, Li Feng surveyed the private room and noticed that only the infamous Jiu Wenlong, a ruffian, and a barmaid occupied the space. His gaze shifted as he approached Jiu Wenlong, saying, brother, I hear you go by the name Jiu Wenlong. Quite impressive indeed. He chuckled darkly. But begging for mercy is futile. Today you. Suddenly, a bottle of liquor was forcefully smashed against Jiu Wenlong's head. Jiu Wenlong let out a wretched scream, utterly unprepared for the audacity of the young man before him, who dared to strike him with a bottle plucked from a table. And this was no mere empty vessel. It was a full bottle, unsealed, causing him excruciating pain that felt like his bones were fracturing. You bastard. I'll get you for this. Li Feng hurled another bottle at Jiu Wenlong's head. Bam! This time, the impact sent Jiu Wenlong reeling, stars dancing before his eyes as he collapsed into unconsciousness. His girlfriend, Sun Yingying, could not contain her shrieks. At this juncture, another enormous ruffian, adorned with a tiger tattoo on his arm, witnessed his leader being felled and charged at Li Feng with unbridled fury. You little brat, you're seeking death. Li Feng, undeterred, seized another bottle from the table and hurled it at the hulking thug. One bottle followed another, relentlessly crashing against the ruffian's face and skull, each filled with liquor. Damn it! The thug, despite attempting to evade, was struck by several bottles, the pain overwhelming him as his vision blurred. In that chaotic moment, a foot sailed through the air, landing squarely on his face. Thud! The thug was sent flying back, crashing against the wall, his head spinning, unable to rise. Lu Qi, Li Qian, and the others stood in stunned silence, their minds racing. What? Their cousin had just smashed a bottle over Jiu Wenlong's head. Good heavens! What on earth was he doing? At that instant, Li Feng had swiftly dispatched Jiu Wenlong and the hulking ruffian, then hurriedly locked the door to the private room, shouting to the others, get over here right now. What are you standing there for? Do you want to die? His eyes were bloodshot, his demeanor that of a desperate fugitive. A few young men, trembling with fear, stammered, what do you want? You just hit Jiu Wenlong. Seeing them still frozen in shock, Li Feng's frustration boiled over. Damn it, if you don't want to be slaughtered in a moment, hurry up and help me hold the door. I need to make a call. Move. The young man with yellow hair next to Lu Qi was the first to snap out of his stupor, rushing to brace the door while weeping. Brother, I don't want to die. Neither do I. Li Feng retorted, hastily grabbing Jiu Wenlong's cell phone from the table and dialing a number. Sun Yingying, terrified, continued to scream. Li Feng swiftly slapped her. Shut up. He then shouted to the others, block the door. Do you hear me? Lu Qi, Li Qian, and the others finally regained their senses and rushed to secure the door, fearing that the thugs from earlier would return and their situation would worsen. What on earth are you trying to do? Li Qian cried. Li Feng spat. If you want to survive, keep your mouth shut. You foolish woman. If it weren't for your shouting, I wouldn't have been dragged into your mess. You offended a thug. What does that have to do with me? Now that I'm involved, I must protect myself. He produced 2 business cards, one belonging to Mayor Guo Liman and the other to director Zhang Wuxing. Ultimately, he chose to call Zhang Wuxing. The mayor would surely be preoccupied with family matters, and seeking help from him would only necessitate a command to the director. It was wiser to contact Director Zhang directly. Transfer me to extension 899. This is Li Feng. I'm being assaulted at the Feng nightclub. Please send help urgently. After hanging up, he could only wait for a response. The business cards featured landline numbers and pager contacts. In this era, not everyone owned a mobile phone, and he hoped Zhang Wuxing would see the message promptly. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. What's going on? Why is it locked? The thugs had returned with more alcohol. The yellow-haired young man, terrified, whimpered, "Brother, they're back. What should we do? Keep blocking the door. Don't let them in." Li Feng shouted anxiously. What choice did he have? He could only hold the door and buy time, as long as he could reach Zhang Wuxing. He had no fear of a few petty thugs. Just then his phone rang back. "Hello, is this Li Feng? This is Zhang Wuxing. Where are you?" Zhang Wuxing's tone was decisive and efficient. He did not engage in pleasantries, but directly inquired about Li Feng's location. Li Feng's spirits lifted. "I'm at the Feng nightclub on Central Street, surrounded by thugs. Please hurry and send help." "Understood. I'll be there in 5 minutes." "Hold on." Zhang Wuxing replied before hanging up. Li Feng exhaled deeply, relieved. 5 minutes. I can hold out. Block the door with everything you have. We only need to last 5 minutes. Otherwise, each of you will be impaled with bottles. Hearing this, the group fell to tightening in their chests, desperately bracing the door. Their eyes wide with fear. "No, I don't want to be impaled. I want to protect the door. Hold on, just 5 minutes. That is all we need." Chapter 55, Reinforcements. "Come out. I demand you to come out." "Brother, are you okay?" Outside, the thugs pounded on the door. Inside, Lu Qi and the others dared not make sound, their bodies pressed tightly against the door. They understood that if the thugs got in and discovered their leader had been taken down, they would surely face a grim fate. Just then, Sun Yingying, in a fit of desperation, rushed towards the door. "Help! Help! Jiao Wenlong has been killed." "What?" The thugs outside, upon hearing her cries, were incensed. They began to ram the door. Bam! 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 The door seemed on the verge of splintering. Lu Qi and his companions were so frightened they began to cry, and one even wet his pants, the smell of urine filling the air. Li Feng, in a moment of fury, slapped Sun Yingying away. "Shut your mouth." He then unbuckled his belt. "What are you doing?" Li Qian gasped, alarmed. "Don't do anything reckless." She feared Li Feng was about to act inappropriately amid such chaos. "Get your mind out of the gutter." Li Feng snapped. He bound Sun Yingying's wrist with his belt and struck her again. "If you dare make another sound, I'll end you." Sun Yingying's face was bruised. Blood trickled from her mouth as she sobbed on the floor. Lu Qi and the others, witnessing Li Feng's ferocity, felt an instinctive urge to flee. This man was terrifying. Could he also be a thug? No, he must have taken lives. Given his audacity in smashing Jiao Wenlong's head. "Open the door. Let us in." The throng outside grew, various voices clamoring. The door was rattling violently, and it seemed only a matter of time before it broke open. "What do we do? We want to be able to hold them off." The yellow-haired young man cried, looking to Li Feng for guidance. The others turned to him as well. He had become their anchor, their beacon of hope. "Someone help me push the sofa against the door." Li Feng realized they could not allow the door to be breached. Otherwise, he would be the first to fall. He quickly scanned the room and saw only the heavy sofa that could provide some resistance. He called for the yellow-haired youth to help him tip the sofa against the door. As the frenzied pounding continued, he urged the others, "Everyone, muster all your strength. If not, we're all dead." The group scrambled to shore up the door, tears streaming down their faces, praying to survive. "If I make it out of this, I swear I'll never step foot in a nightclub again. Mom, save me." Bam! Suddenly, the door splintered, a crack appearing. "Ah, the door." Li Qian trembled uncontrollably. Pointing at the gaping door as if witnessing a ghost, the others turned even paler. It was over, utterly finished. They would soon be at the mercy of the gangsters. Li Feng, with bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth, shouted, "Do not be afraid. We shall be saved. Hold the door. Just imagine that the little devils are upon us. If that door bursts open, your families, your children, your wives will be ravaged." His impassioned words proved surprisingly effective, particularly for Huang Mao, who had always aspired to serve his country, but unfortunately did not meet the physical requirements to enlist. Hearing Li Feng's fervent call, he instantly envisioned himself as a common citizen during the war of resistance against Japan, facing imminent slaughter at the hands of the invaders. His eyes reddened. "No, you little Japanese devils. I curse your ancestors for generations. Hold the line, hold the line." The others shouted, frantically bracing against the door. The atmosphere was electrifying, infused with a spirit of desperate defiance. Suddenly, with a crack, the door opened a narrow slit, and someone outside swung an axe, creating a sizable hole. Peering through with furious eyes, "You are finished," they bellowed, extending a hand to push the door open from the outside. The young men were struck with terror, paralyzed by uncertainty. "What do we do? No, please don't." They thought of the horrors they would face if the thugs burst in. Their souls seemingly whisked away as if their own grandmothers were there to claim them. In a sudden turn, a bottle was hurled with force, crashing against the outstretched hand. Ah! The hand withdrew immediately. Li Feng shouted defiantly, "Come on, extend that hand again, and I'll chop it off." The voices outside grew more furious. "Smash that door down. I'm going to kill everyone inside. Come on, who is afraid? You're all going to die." Li Feng, consumed by rage, echoed back, as if such bravado would bolster his courage. "Damn it, the pressure from these gangsters is more terrifying than Sadako. I can't help but scream, otherwise my legs will give way. Director Jean, where are you? If you don't arrive soon, I'll be a goner. I'll come and chat with you at your bedside, every day." At that moment, a chorus of shouts erupted from outside. "Get down. What are you doing? Police. It's the police. Run. We are members of the 9-Pattern Dragon. I don't care who you are. Get down, do you hear me?" The sounds of a scuffle ensued. Li Qian and the others, trembling with fear, asked, "What is happening? What's going on?" Li Feng listened intently, realizing it was the police arriving, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Our saviors have come." He smiled at the others. "Knock, knock, knock." Someone pounded on the door, followed by a deep voice announcing, "Is Li Feng here? I am Coercing. You're safe now." Li Feng felt his body go limp, yet feigned composure, rising to address those bracing the door. "Don't worry, they're on our side, the police." "Step aside." "Police? Thank heavens." The others were overwhelmed with joy, tears of relief streaming down their faces. They were finally saved, the police had arrived, and the threat of being at the gangsters' mercy was lifted. After moving the sofa aside, they opened the door to reveal a middle-aged man standing there, flanked by several police officers. The corridor was filled with thugs of all sizes, cowering with their heads bowed, afraid to utter a word. On the ground lay an array of clubs, axes, and knives, causing everyone to gasp in horror. Had they been breached, they might have perished without ever realizing it. "Thank goodness you arrived, just in time," Li Feng exclaimed excitedly, shaking Coercing's hand. With dozens of thugs outside armed with knives and blades, if Coercing had arrived any later, not only would they have faced the risk of being at the mercy of their enemies, but they might have lost their lives altogether. "Young man, how did you get entangled with the 9-Pattern Dragon?" Coercing inquired, studying the individual who had rescued the mayor's daughter. He initially assumed he was a decent youth, but was surprised to learn of his conflict with the gang. Perhaps he was a delinquent himself? Li Feng, sensing potential misunderstanding, quickly pointed to Li Qian and the others. "It's all their fault. My sister came to the nightclub with them to sing, and I followed because I was worried. Unfortunately, they provoked the 9-Pattern Dragon, and I was dragged into this mess. I had no choice but to strike first and smash the 9-Pattern Dragoness operation. Then I called you." "Ah, strike first?" Coercing was taken aback. "What do you mean?" A police officer shouted, pointing to the private room. "Director, look. ISNT that the 9-Pattern Dragon? Surely they can't be dead? Damn it, the 9-Pattern Dragon." Coercing peered into the private room and saw the gang leader, bloodied and slumped on the sofa, uncertain if he was alive. There was a woman bound and writhing like a worm. He was momentarily speechless, glancing at Li Feng. "Did you do this?" "Indeed, I acted first." Li Feng nodded nonchalantly. "This is self-defense. You can't arrest me for killing someone, can you?" Coercing observed the bloodied 9-Pattern Dragon, pondering, "This is the first time I've ever questioned the concept of striking first." Chapter 56, A Visit to the Sick. "Take them all away." A throng of people from the Red Mill nightclub were escorted onto police vehicles. Li Feng, familiar with the routine, attempted to board as well. But Coercing stopped him. "Where do you think you're going?" "To the police station to give a statement." "Don't worry, I'm familiar with the process." Li Feng replied with a hint of pride, having been to the station before regarding Lu Guafu's matter and knowing the procedure well. Coercing squinted, thinking to himself, "Is this guy really a good citizen? Or is he just a small-time thug trying to seize territory? You don't need to accompany us to the station. The young ones were there too. Let them come to give their statements." Coercing suggested. Li Feng, surprised, asked, "What? I don't need to give a statement. Just come by tomorrow to sign a few papers. The mayor wants to see you. Come with me to the hospital." The mayor's family had rushed to the hospital after their daughter fell into the water, anxious and grateful to the one who saved her, wanting to express their gratitude. They were planning to seek out Li Feng the next day when he suddenly paged them, and given the urgency, the mayor and his wife insisted that Coercing do everything possible to ensure Li Feng was brought in safely. This was considered completing the mission. All right then. Li Feng was eager to establish a rapport with the mayor, hoping to explore the possibility of opening a factory in Sichuan City. Where are you going? Li Qian. Seeing her group boarding the police vehicle while Li Feng intended to follow Zhan Wuxing, couldn't he help but ask with concern. The others looked at Li Feng in unison, their expressions resembling children pleading with their mother not to leave home, filled with a sense of grievance and pity. Li Feng was their only hope. He couldn't abandon them. I have matters to attend to. You all go ahead and give your statements. Li Feng dismissed the young delinquents. If it weren't for you, I might have lost my life. Especially directed at Li Qian. After giving your statements, you'll need to inform your families to come pick you up, right? Indeed. Good. Then Li Feng smirked mischievously. Li Qian, wait for your uncle to come to the station and spank you. Zhan Wuxing, noticing his sinister smile, felt a twinge of unease. What exactly is this guy as background? He doesn't seem like a good person. People S hospital. In a single patient room, the girl who had fallen into the water, Guoting, lay on the hospital bed, appearing weak but delighted to see an abundance of treats before her. Surrounding her were her grandparents and other relatives, showering her with questions and concern, making her feel like a little princess. Guo Liman was engaged in conversation with a woman. That was terrifying. I was right beside her. And in an instant, you idiot. If anything were to happen to my daughter, I wouldn't spare you. The woman wiped her tears and glared at Guo Liman fiercely. Her name was Wang Wan, the director in charge of family planning. Her parents were also provincial officials. After several years of marriage without children, she had devoted her energy entirely to her career. After becoming a mother, she devoted all her energy to her child. However, unexpectedly, after only a few hours with her father, an incident almost occurred. Were it not for the intervention of a kind-hearted stranger, the child might have faced grave danger. We must express our heartfelt gratitude to this benefactor. Indeed, I shall certainly invite him to dinner. Just dinner? He is our family's savior. It is imperative that we repay his kindness appropriately. Understood. It is already past 11. We should let our parents return home. It's too late, and their health is frail. They must not overexert themselves. Very well. After seeing her parents off, Wang Wan re-entered the house and saw Zhan Wuxing returning with a young man, prompting her to inquire, "Who is this?" "He is the one who saved our Guoting." Guo Liman replied with a smile. "Hello, sister. I am Li Feng." The young man greeted her with a warm smile. Wang Wan immediately approached him, extending her hand. "Hello. Thank you so much, comrade. Without your help, we truly would not know what to do." Guoting, cheerful as ever, chimed in. "Mom, stop crying. I'm not dead. So why are you upset? Go on. Stop saying such ominous things," Wang Wan scolded, glaring at her, as if ready to reprimand her further. Guoting playfully stuck out her tongue and turned to Li Feng. "Thank you, big brother. You're welcome, but please do not play near the water again." Li Feng admonished with a gentle smile. The area by the water can be slippery due to moss, and children often fall without adults nearby to assist them. This is why schools consistently warn children not to play by the water during summer vacations, fearing accidents. Yet every year, there are those who ignore the warnings and find themselves in perilous situations. "Li Feng, what line of work are you in?" "I run a factory that produces snacks." "Oh, you're so young yet you own a factory? That is quite impressive. I notice your accent suggests you are not from here." "Indeed, I am not local. I hail from Jiangxing. I came to Sichuan City to rent a warehouse for my products, as I intend to promote my factory's brand here." "Oh, you have quite the ambition." Guo Liman and Li Feng chatted as they left the hospital room, gaining a better understanding of Li Feng's background before he cheerfully bid him farewell, not presenting any gifts. Wang Wan, noticing this, became quite displeased. "What is going on? You didn't give him anything?" Guo Liman chuckled, perplexed. There is nothing in this hospital room to give. But there were gifts of deer, antler, and Mao Tai. "Could you bring him back a couple of boxes?" "That was a gift from Director Li. It wouldn't be appropriate." "What about the ginseng from Deputy Director Zhou?" "Why not give him peace?" "That would also be inappropriate. Our daughter's hospitalization is hardly a significant matter. The gifts are far too extravagant. I fear they may want something in return. I plan to return them tomorrow." "You're so virtuous, yet you send our savior away empty-handed? Are you even human?" Wang Wan, known for her passionate nature, felt her husband's actions were decidedly improper. At the very least, they should not let him leave without a token of gratitude. Guoting echoed her sentiments. Yes. Why not let that big brother take the fruit basket Aunt Wang bought back with him? I don't like bananas. Are you thanking your big brother? Or just trying to get rid of the bananas? Guo Liman teased. It was amusing how their daughter, disliking bananas, concocted a scheme to give the fruit basket away. He chuckled at his wife. "Wang Wan, we've invited him to lunch tomorrow. Do not worry. I shall make sure to repay him well." "That is what you said. He saved our daughter. You must prepare a substantial red envelope for him." "A large red envelope is rather cliché. Surely we can offer him something better?" "What could be better?" Wang Wan inquired with curiosity. Guo Liman smiled knowingly, recognizing that, as a businessman, he ought to provide something beneficial to Li Feng. However, he felt it prudent to first ascertain the young man's circumstances to assist him properly, avoiding any potential misdeeds. He wished to express his gratitude to Li Feng for saving his daughter. Yet a mere red envelope or gift could hardly encapsulate his desire to repay such a profound debt. You saved my daughter's life. I shall repay you with prosperity and fortune. Chapter 57. Now you call me brother. And thank you, Director Jean, for bringing me home. No need for pleasantries. A car pulled up at the entrance of the family compound, and as Li Feng stepped out, he expressed his gratitude to Jean Wuxing for the ride. Jean Wuxing reminded him, do not forget about the family gathering tomorrow afternoon. The mayor's family will be present. You must prepare yourself well and wear something respectable. The Guo family is composed of officials and well-educated individuals. Although the family gathering is meant to be casual and enjoyable, one must still dress appropriately and formally. Li Feng nodded, understood. Do not worry, I can wear a suit. Nowadays, people regard suits as a symbol of sophistication and civility. Unfortunately, contemporary culture is often overshadowed by foreign influences, leading many to believe that only foreign goods are superior. Overcoming such notions requires not only time, but also the rise of national strength. Cultural confidence is a long and arduous journey. Do you have any money? If not, I have a bit. No need, no need. After a few more exchanges, Li Feng turned and knocked on the door. Uncle, it's almost midnight. I wonder if you're awake. After knocking for a considerable time, Li Feng realized his uncle's family might not be home. Jean Wuxing, waiting for Li Feng to enter, curiously asked, What's wrong? Is no one there? Should I take you to a guest house or have you stay at my place? My uncle's family is likely at the police station, Li Feng replied with a wry smile. Li Qian and the others were taken in for questioning, and I suspect they've already informed my uncle's family. My uncle, Li Zhou, and Aunt Feng Yi are probably at the police station now. Oh, I see. Let us get in the car. I'll take you to the police station, Jean Wuxing said, nodding in realization. He gestured for Li Feng to enter the vehicle. That wouldn't be appropriate. It's past midnight. You should head home and rest. Oh, staying up late is commonplace in our line of work. Get in the car. I'll take you there. It's easier to handle things when someone is there to support you. We can let your sister come back first, and she can return to finish her questioning tomorrow. All right. Thank you, Director Jean. No need for formalities. Li Feng entered the car, and within half an hour, they arrived at the police station. Uncle Li Zhou sat in the hall, looking troubled, while Aunt Feng Yi wiped her tears, lamenting their daughter's predicament. How do we end up with such a daughter? Being at the police station, will this leave a record? Old Li, find someone to get her out. Calm down. Don't panic. Qian is the victim. Being questioned is standard procedure. There's nothing to fear. As a man, Li Zhou remained relatively composed, understanding that his daughter was merely giving her statement as a victim and would not face any consequences. Yet, being at the police station was inherently nerve-wracking. The atmosphere alone could intimidate an ordinary person. The thought of their family being involved in a case only heightened his anxiety. Uncle, Aunt, Li Feng arrived just in time. Child, where have you been? I heard you were there. Do you know what happened? Li Zhou rushed forward, eager for answers. The police had not provided any information, but through others, he learned that the case involved his rural relatives, Li Feng. However, his absence was puzzling. Don't worry, Uncle, this is Director Jean Wuxing. Li Feng introduced. Hello, I am Jean Wuxing. Jean Wuxing shook hands with Li Zhou. He called over a police officer. Bring that girl out. What is her name? Li Qian, Li Feng quickly reminded him. Oh, bring out the girl named Li Qian. Let her go home. If her statement isn't complete, she can come back tomorrow. All right. The young officer nodded and went inside. Although this was not standard procedure, the director's word was law, and he would not be foolish enough to argue. Shortly after, Li Qian was brought out. You can go home now. Mom, Dad. Upon seeing her parents, Li Qian immediately burst into tears, throwing herself into their embrace. Li Zhou and Feng Yi wept as they held their daughter, exclaiming, What on earth happened to you, dear child? Are you trying to turn the world upside down? Jean Wuxing turned to Li Feng and said, Let your sister return tomorrow to give her statement. For tonight, let her rest well. Thank you, Director Jean. Li Feng replied, still feeling the weight of gratitude. After exiting the police station, he turned back to express his appreciation once more. As they hurried home, pushing their bicycles, Li Qian tearfully recounted the sequence of events. Naturally, she omitted the part where she had stopped Li Feng, inadvertently dragging him into the ordeal. Listening to her narrative, Li Feng dismissed her youthful concerns with a chuckle, thinking she must have been terrified tonight. Look at how proud she was before. Later, Li Feng suddenly hurled a bottle at the head of the notorious thug, Jiu Wenlong. While they were blocked, he had called the police, leaving them to endure the pounding on the door until the authorities finally arrived. By the end of her story, Li Qian was in tears, overwhelmed by the peril they had faced. Had the police not intervened, they could not fathom what might have transpired. Li Zhou and Feng Yi listened, their hearts racing with fear. One misstep could have led to dire consequences. They gazed at Li Feng in astonishment, questioning how he dared to deceive the thugs into fetching alcohol, confront someone as reckless as Jiao Wenlong, and block the door to call for help, all while risking a catastrophic outcome. Li Feng, you were far too reckless, Feng Yi gasped, her worry evident. Li Feng chuckled. Auntie, we were cornered in the private room with no way out. There were several thugs. Escaping was impossible. If we had delayed any longer, I would have been fine. But Qian, being a girl, could have faced grave danger. Regardless of their opinions, the situation was critical and action was necessary. Li Qian, a girl in that room, could have suffered unspeakable fates at the hands of those thugs. Though Li Feng's actions were audacious, they were justified. Li Zhou expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Li Feng. Your courage and wisdom saved Qian. Without you, we shudder to think what could have happened. Feng Yi echoed the sentiment. Child, your bravery and cunning are commendable. But please do not undertake such dangerous endeavors again. She could hardly bear to imagine the disastrous consequences of failure. Li Feng nodded with a smile. Understood. I will be more cautious next time. He mused. Should there be a next time, it would require preemptive action. Upon returning home, at the entrance of the second-floor apartment, Li Qian eagerly awaited Li Feng after his shower, expressing her gratitude with excitement. Li Feng feigned amusement. So, now you acknowledge me as your brother? Just a moment ago, you were so haughty, like a peacock. Now you bow your proud head? Yet, he found a certain pleasure in the title. Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Li Qian stammered, a mix of fear, admiration, and reverence in her demeanor, feeling an impulse to prostrate herself and acknowledge him as an elder brother. Seeing him upset made her heart race. She was fully aware of her previous attitude, and now she yearned for his forgiveness. Li Feng, however, did not take her to heart. Enough of this. I am an adult, and you are just a child. There is no need for forgiveness. Go to bed. I am utterly exhausted. He closed the door behind him. Li Qian's voice called from outside. Brother, I will bring you meat buns tomorrow. Lying in bed, Li Feng chuckled to himself, pondering the peculiar addition of a devoted admirer to his life. The plight of an irresistibly charming man. Seemingly effortless charisma attracts both men and women to seek his companionship. Is this the fate of handsome fellows? Chapter 58, A Robust Ally. At noon, Li Feng arrived at the family compound clad in a suit. A young girl, the one he had rescued, Guo Ting, had been waiting for quite some time. Brother. The little girl greeted him enthusiastically. Li Feng smiled. Hello there. I hope you haven't waited too long. Not at all. Just a little over an hour. She replied, brimming with excitement. Li Feng chuckled, realizing how eager she was. Having been brought over by Zhan Wuxing, he noticed the girl did not greet him at first, prompting him to joke. Ting, why haven't you acknowledged your uncle? Uncle, he is my savior. She pouted somewhat innocently. Familiar with Zhan Wuxing, she hardly registered his presence. But Li Feng, being her rescuer, deserved her warmth. Zhan Wuxing waved his hand dismissively. I was merely jesting, you little rascal. Upon entering the house, a throng of men and women warmly welcomed Li Feng, exclaiming, Child, you are indeed Ting's savior. Truly commendable. Please sit down. What brings you here? What is your name? Such a fine young man. Are you married yet? The dining table was laden with a feast of meats and ribs, indicative of a living standard surpassing that of an average household. However, the array of high-ranking officials and university professors present suggested a lifestyle more befitting their social status. After a hearty meal, the mayor's family presented him with numerous gifts. Subsequently, as others departed, Mayor Guo Liman took a moment to converse with Li Feng in the hall, inquiring, Have you considered doing business in Sanchuan City? Li Feng, taken aback, replied, I would like to, but I am currently preoccupied and lack the funds to develop in Sanchuan City. However, he believed that within 2 to 3 months, he could recoup his investment and establish a small workshop in Sanchuan, using it as a base to expand his spicy snack business to neighboring towns and even other provinces. The government was currently encouraging individual entrepreneurship and offering interest-free loans. You should consider applying for a loan, Guo Liman suggested. Li Feng sighed. I've already taken out a loan in my hometown. As an outsider in Sanchuan, I fear I may not qualify for another. He carefully observed Guo Liman's expression, sensing that the mayor was not merely making polite conversation, but had more to offer beyond gifts. The policies here in Sanchuan are favorable. I recommend you come here to start your business. We are very supportive of young entrepreneurs, Guo Liman said, handing Li Feng a business card from the bank manager. Upon glancing at the card, Li Feng's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity for financial assistance. Thank you, Mayor. No need for thanks. It is the youth who represent our country's future. I support your endeavors for a better life, Guo Liman replied. After a brief exchange, Guo Liman allowed Li Feng to leave. Guo Ting escorted him to the door and asked, "When will you visit again, big brother? We can go to the park to see the pandas." Sanchuan City boasts a large park featuring animals, including a lone giant panda, attracting visitors from surrounding counties. Li Feng smiled. "I will come to see you whenever I have time. It's a promise." They both exclaimed cheerfully. Upon departing the mayor's residence, Li Feng quickly dialed the bank manager, Sun Xiao. "Hello, is this manager's son?" "This is Li Feng. I was referred to you by Mayor Guo." "Ah, Li Feng. Hello. Please come directly to our bank. I will be delighted to discuss matters with you." The manager warmly invited him. After hanging up, Li Feng felt a surge of optimism. Curious about the amount he could borrow. 100,000. "Our bank can offer you a loan of 100,000 with no interest," Manager Sun stated matter-of-factly, explaining. "Primarily because you're not a local resident. Otherwise, we could have lent you more." If Li Feng had had local residency, the bank could have provided an even larger loan. Yet, 100,000 was no small sum, a substantial amount indeed. If it were not for the mayor's intervention, the bank would never have granted such a substantial loan to Li Feng, a mere outsider. Li Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. 100,000. This is no trifling sum, particularly as is interest-free and requires no collateral. It is an outright gift, it seems. However, President Sun Xiao immediately laid down a stipulation. "Mr. Li, this money is designated for entrepreneurial ventures. You must not misuse it for other purposes. Furthermore, these funds must be utilized within Sanchuan City. It cannot be taken elsewhere, do you understand? This is the condition. If you were to abscond after receiving such a generous amount, that would be unacceptable. Your entrepreneurial endeavors must occur within Sanchuan City, providing employment opportunities for its residents and preventing capital outflow." Li Feng nodded in agreement. Of course, I will allocate all of this money to Sanchuan City. While 100,000 may not suffice to purchase land for a factory, it is ample for renting a facility, acquiring machinery, and hiring workers. It is sufficient to launch a spicy snack business in Sanchuan City and lay a solid foundation. The mayor's gesture is indeed a testament to his sincerity. 100,000, interest-free, with no liability in case of failure. What more could one desire? "Uncle, do you know anyone? I need to rent a factory and buy machinery." Upon returning home, Li Feng urgently inquired of his uncle, Li Zhou, if he knew where to rent a factory. Uncle Li Zhou was taken aback. "What's the matter? Didn't you just rent a warehouse? Why the sudden need for a factory and machinery?" "I am establishing a factory. I just secured a loan of 100,000. 100,000. Li Zhou gasped. Goodness. How could the bank lend so much to an outsider? Then it dawned on him. Oh, he had dined with the mayor at lunchtime. Surely, this was a gift from the mayor. He couldn't help but regard Li Feng with envy. You have truly latched onto a mighty benefactor. Wasn't the mayor's leg robust enough? He had never even met the mayor himself. If Li Feng had such connections, his business prospects in Sanchuan City would undoubtedly flourish, reaping abundant rewards. Rest assured, I know people. I will assist you in this matter. In the ensuing days, Li Feng remained engrossed in establishing the factory in Sanchuan City. Within a week, he managed to secure a facility and machinery. With the mayor's connections, acquiring the necessary business licenses and health permits was a breeze. However, hosting banquets consumed a considerable amount of money. Otherwise, such procedures could not be expedited. In this era, entertaining is indispensable. Even with influential backing, one must appease all manner of dignitaries. During this time, his cousin Zhou Yong came to lend a hand, bringing along a diligent friend named Wang Fu, which allowed Li Feng to finally catch his breath. Witnessing his cousin establish a factory in Sanchuan City and cultivate a relationship with the mayor, Zhou Yong couldn't help but marvel. "Brother, you are truly impressive. Just a stroke of luck. Nothing more," Li Feng modestly replied. Who would have imagined that in less than a month he would open 2 factories? Although our current factory is of little value, the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I believe we will eventually establish our own factory, a spicy snack empire. Chapter 59. State-owned enterprise leadership. Uncle, you should venture into business. I have no desire to do so. Uncle, business offers greater rewards. No, I am in my 40s or 50s. I wish to maintain stability until retirement. Uncle, you are a talented individual. I guarantee you would earn much more in business. At home, Li Feng was persuading his uncle, Li Zhou, to transition into business and assist him. Although he had hired staff, being an outsider, he could not remain in Sanchuan City indefinitely. Thus, he needed a local to help manage the factory. Li Zhou had a wide network and was a decent person, possessing some management knowledge, which would instill confidence in his oversight compared to Li Feng hiring independently. Therefore, if he could persuade his uncle to join the venture, he would be able to return home without worry. Uncle, I will offer you shares. Please agree to this. Li Feng pleaded, almost in a charming manner, clinging to his uncle's arm, determined to have him join the business. Feng, he couldn't help but chuckle. Child, your uncle is of an age where he should be allowed to work steadily at the supply and marketing cooperative until retirement. Uncle Li Zhou nodded in agreement. Work at your factory? Shares? But how can your factory compare to the supply and marketing cooperative? After so many years, I am just waiting for retirement. I cannot compromise my integrity now. Uncle, the supply and marketing cooperative will be abolished. It is no longer a guaranteed job. You should prepare your exit strategy in advance. Aunt, my uncle's age is precisely the time to venture into business. Despite Li Feng's persistent entreaties, he could not persuade Uncle Li Zhou to leave the supply and marketing cooperative. They remained steadfast in their belief that the cooperative was a secure job, one they would never abandon. It was futile for Li Feng to continue insisting. Let us respect individual destinies. Indeed, the supply and marketing cooperative was presently a coveted job, more enviable than positions in state-owned enterprises, as it offered substantial benefits. Many sought to purchase goods from them, providing both material and social advantages. Convincing them to relinquish such a prime opportunity was utterly impossible. Although Li Zhou could not leave the cooperative to work at Li Feng's factory, he recommended someone. I know your factory is just starting and requires talent. I have a good friend who works in a state-owned enterprise. He has faced significant oppression and is contemplating resigning to venture into business. How about I inquire if he would be interested in working for you? A state-owned enterprise? That sounds promising. Li Feng's eyes brightened, eagerly nodding in agreement. One should not underestimate the management tier of state-owned enterprises, dismissing them as merely occupying positions without substance. In this era, many individuals within state-owned enterprises are quite capable, and those who have managed to ascend to official positions possess considerable skills, far exceeding those of the average person. Furthermore, the network of connections within state-owned enterprises offers numerous advantages. However, it must be stated up front, Uncle, I am not hiring indiscriminately. If your friend from a state-owned enterprise is overly pedantic or ineffectual, I will not employ him. Li Feng sought managerial talent, but he had no desire to hire an inept bureaucrat. If Uncle's recommendation fell short in capability, he would not be interested. Li Zhou laughed heartily, rest assured. My friend is indeed talented. He was among the third batch of college entrance examination students, a graduate of Beijing University. If it weren't for his overly principled nature, he could have gone much further. His friend's name is Sun Xingguo. After the college entrance examination was reinstated, he spent the first 2 years revising. And in the third year, he successfully entered Beijing University. After graduation, he was assigned to a state-owned enterprise, but, due to his character, clashed with superiors and eventually found himself working in Sanchuan City, where he faced further oppression for connections. Over the past few years, as the trend of going into business has surged, he has also contemplated this path. Given that Li Feng's factory is in need of personnel, it presents a fitting opportunity for him to showcase his abilities. Upon hearing this, Li Feng nodded in realization. This individual must be eager to make his mark. I wonder if he would consider joining my humble factory? No, I must not lose ambition. My small factory will eventually become a large one. Please arrange for him to meet with us. I plan to return home in a day or two and wish to ensure everything is in order before I leave. Li Feng had been away from home for a considerable time and felt the need to return and check in. The recruitment of workers was nearly complete, but he was dissatisfied with the managerial candidates. Many exhibited abusive behavior towards workers, which necessitated re-education. However, he lacked the time for such endeavors and thus sought an experienced manager. That same day, Li Zhou arranged for Sun Xingguo to meet. Hello, I am Li Feng. I am Sun Xingguo. The three met at a small restaurant, enjoying a meal and engaging in pleasant conversation. Throughout their discussion, Sun Xingguo was taken aback by Li Feng's various ideas and insights, particularly his confidence regarding reform and economic development, which caused him to reassess the young man before him. You surprise me. Li Feng's perspectives were entirely uncharacteristic for someone of his age. Furthermore, his assertive manner of speaking, filled with confidence, made it easy to trust in his words. Sun Xingguo initially intended merely to do a favor for his friend, Li Zhou, by meeting Li Feng, having made up his mind beforehand. However, he now finds himself contemplating a visit to the factory of this young entrepreneur. All right, let us proceed to my factory at once. Li Feng exclaimed. Now, at this hour? Sun inquired, noting the time was already past 8. No, we have an abundance of orders. We operate in 2 shifts and work through the night, Li Feng replied. So many orders? What kind of snacks are you producing that are in such high demand? Spicy strips, Li Feng answered. Spicy strips? I must admit, I have never heard of them. Oh, they are a novel product, extremely popular. Once you visit my factory, you will understand just how busy we are. I am in urgent need of talents like you, Brother Sun, he added enthusiastically, ushering Sun into a taxi. Li Zhou, his face flushed from drink, followed into the cab, internally musing on the disparity in how Li Feng addressed them, referring to Sun as brother while calling him old uncle. The Weilong food factory in Shanchuan City was considerably larger than their hometown's factory, employing around 50 to 60 workers, including the sales staff for rural outreach. Their workforce exceeded 100, marking it as a significant establishment. Notably, the mayor had personally attended the ribbon-cutting ceremony, bestowing considerable prestige upon the factory. Even before its official opening, they had secured numerous orders, and in recent days, business had seen explosive growth, leaving them overwhelmed. Is the mayor backing you? Sun Xingguo exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Li Feng's account. He had not anticipated that this outsider could cultivate such connections. His respect for Li Feng escalated. Oh dear, I urgently need to use the restroom. This factory is enormous. Where's the nearest one? Li Zhou, having consumed too much alcohol, was anxiously searching for the facilities. Li Feng accompanied him, unable to allow him to resolve his predicament inappropriately. Brother Sun, please feel free to explore. We shall return shortly. All right, Sun replied. As the eldest, Sun Xingguo needed no guidance and wandered through the factory alone. Upon entering a workshop, he witnessed a foreman berating a young worker. Always off to the restroom. Are you here to play during work hours? The young worker, feeling unjustly treated, protested. I overindulged in watermelon. I cannot help it. The foreman, a burly man in his 30s, was not one to be trifled with. He resorted to violence at the slightest hint of defiance, striking the worker without hesitation. Incensed, Sun Xingguo stepped forward, exclaiming, "Cease this at once. How dare you lay hands on another, denying someone the right to use the restroom? Are you a capitalist, an oppressor? Do you not feel remorse for treating the working class in such a manner? Who are you, a new worker?" The foreman, Zhao Ergo, sneered, sizing up Sun's age and demeanor with disdain. "Do you believe I would hesitate to have you thrown out?" The young worker, aware of the financial necessity of his job, offered a forced smile, saying, "It's all right, brother, my fault. Please, do not intervene." Sun was both furious and frustrated. "What do you mean it's your fault? No one deserves to be beaten. Our ancestors taught us equality, not to allow capitalists to return and exploit us once more. You are not at fault. He is," he asserted, pointing at the assailant. Zhao Ergo, angered by Sun's interference, retaliated with a kick aimed at his leg. "Who do you think you are, scolding me?" Sun deftly evaded the blow, undeterred. "I'm calling you out. You are more vicious than any capitalist, more oppressive than any landlord. People like you are a bane to this factory. How dare you speak to me like that?" Zhao Ergo fumed, picking up a brick, ready to retaliate. Just then, Li Feng and Li Zhou returned, horrified at the scene unfolding before them. "Stop! What do you think you're doing?" Li Feng shouted, shocked that someone would dare to threaten his newly appointed factory manager. "Manager? This troublemaker is causing a ruckus." Zhao Ergo pointed at Sun, expecting Li Feng to side with him. But instead, Li Feng launched himself at Zhao Ergo, unleashing a flurry of blows. "How dare you lay a hand on my people?" he roared, as Zhao Ergo desperately dodged, crying out for mercy. "Help me. Do not strike me. Hit him instead." Zhao Ergo pleaded, but Li Feng only grew more ferocious. The commotion drew the attention of numerous workers, who paused to witness the spectacle. Sun Xingguo was mortified at the sight of his factory manager leading a brawl, knowing this was not the kind of atmosphere he wished to foster. Yet, he felt a swell of gratitude for Li Feng's defense. "Stop. This is not appropriate," he called out, attempting to intervene. At that moment, Zhou Yong arrived, witnessing the chaos. "What is happening, cousin? Who is bullying you?" he asked, along with his brother Wang Fu. Without seeking clarification, they joined the fray, shouting, "Let us get him." Three of them descended upon Zhao Ergo, who was now crying pitifully. Other workers, having borne the brunt of Zhao Ergo's tyranny, joined the fray, shouting encouragement. "Manager, I'm here to help. You scoundrel. Manager, I want to marry you." Seeing the situation spiral into chaos, Sun Xingguo urgently called for calm. "Stop. Everyone. Cease this at once." He was exasperated. If the factory operated like this, it would inevitably fail. In that moment, he felt a sense of responsibility wash over him. He could not stand idly by and watch the factory suffer. "Get this man out of here. I do not want to see him again." As the commotion settled, Li Feng finally halted his assault, casting a disdainful glance at the now beaten Zhao Ergo. "Such a disruptive element cannot be tolerated in our factory. He must be dismissed to serve as a warning." A chorus of applause erupted from the crowd. "Yes, fire him. Well done, manager." Li Feng was not done with Zhao Ergo. He insisted, "Call the police. We must have him arrested for oppressing our workers. We must stand up for our brothers." This declaration was met with thunderous applause, reinforcing Li Feng's standing among the workers. The young worker who had suffered stood, clapping fervently. I am fortunate to work under such a great manager. Truly, the heavens have smiled upon us. Sun Xingguo observed with astonishment as Li Feng, despite his violent actions, garnered the cheers and support of the workers. Was Li Feng not acting impulsively, but rather strategically to win their favor? Surely, at such a young age, he could not be so calculating. Yet, Li Feng was indeed securing loyalty, first from Sun Xingguo, then from the factory workers. One Zhao Go could be sacrificed for a multitude of supporters. It was a worthwhile trade. As an outsider, striving to establish his business, winning over the local populace was crucial for his peace of mind. Forgive me for the ruckus. I simply cannot abide seeing workers bullied, Li Feng said apologetically in the office, addressing Sun Xingguo. Sun Xingguo was genuinely taken aback by Li Feng's character, as he held a profound respect for the working class, a rarity among the current younger generation. He waved his hand dismissively with a smile, saying, "It's all right. It's all right. However, resorting to violence is rather inappropriate. We should just have him dismissed. People like him cannot be tolerated. He bullies us workers, and without us, there would be no country. Shouldn't we teach him a lesson?" Li Feng proclaimed with righteous indignation. He further praised Sun Xingguo, adding, "Moreover, he even attempted to strike you with a brick, which I cannot abide. We must retaliate, if it comes to it. I would willingly support him financially even if I were to cripple him, but we cannot allow him to mistreat our workers." Sun Xingguo, a representative of the older generation, was deeply moved, nearly brought to tears. In Li Feng, he saw the embodiment of his own forebears, brave, resolute, unafraid of authority, voicing the concerns of the working class, advocating for laborers. "Excellent, excellent. You are truly remarkable. Here's the deal. Grant me 2 days, and I shall resign from my position to come work in your factory. I will help you manage it well, propelling it to unprecedented heights, transforming it into a formidable enterprise that will overshadow the state-owned enterprises in our locality." This was not a hasty decision. After listening to Li Feng's various introductions and touring the factory, he astutely recognized the immense potential of Li Feng's food factory, which indeed had the prospects of skyrocketing to success. Having grown weary of his time in the state-owned enterprise, he saw this as the perfect opportunity to embark on a new venture. Thus, he resolved to take the plunge without hesitation, initiating his business journey through the food factory. Sun Xingguo aspired to expand and strengthen Li Feng's factory, proving his worth, with ambitions to ascend to even larger enterprises. Yet, unbeknownst to him, he would end up spending many years there, ultimately retiring. Li Feng was pleasantly surprised to have secured a significant figure from a state-owned enterprise so readily, feeling jubilant. "Welcome. Welcome, a warm welcome. Rest assured under my guidance. The wealth you earn in the latter half of your life will be more than sufficient for you to purchase a mansion, drive a luxury car, and even marry 3 wives. What? Haha, just kidding, just kidding." Chapter 61, A Daughter's Affection. Having recruited a leader from a state-owned enterprise as an employee, Li Feng was so overjoyed that he barely slept that night. The following day, as he prepared to depart, a smile adorned his face, unable to contain his delight. Uncle Li Zhou, with a hint of resignation, remarked, "Congratulations on acquiring a fine factory director, but could you refrain from calling Sun Xingguo brother Sun? I am friends with him. If you call him brother and me uncle, it creates a generational mismatch. Uncle, let us keep it separate. You are my uncle, and he is my brother Sun. There's no generational conflict there." Li Feng replied cheerfully. Uncle Li Zhou pouted in discontent. "I still find it inappropriate. How do I relate to him? It feels like I'm at a disadvantage." "Come on, you're being unreasonable. We've already established our respective titles." Feng interjected with a smile, handing Li Feng a bundle of clothes. "Here, take this. It's all new clothing for your elders at home. I've even prepared a fashionable new dress for your wife. Oh dear, this feels quite embarrassing. After staying with you for so long, I'm leaving with gifts from you all. It feels inappropriate," Li Feng said, his face flushed with modesty. Yet he did not hesitate to accept the large bags, grinning foolishly. "It's the thought that counts. Don't feel awkward about it." Li Chen also chimed in, bringing out a plethora of delicacies. "Brother, this is a treat for you. There are mille-feuille cakes, Lu family pastries, and I even bought you a pair of shoes to try on." Uncle Li Zhou, with an air of jealousy, remarked, "You've never bought me shoes." "Dad, you're not a child. You can buy your own shoes. What have I raised here?" Uncle Li Zhou grumbled, watching his daughter joyfully open the shoebox, revealing a pair of several hundred yuan Converse shoes. His jealousy intensified. Gifting someone shoes was a symbol of sending them away. Was she implying she didn't want brother Li Feng to visit our home again? "Oh no, that's not what I meant," Li Qian exclaimed, quickly shaking her head, her eyes reddening as she looked at Li Feng and explained, "Brother, I truly didn't mean that. I saved up for a long time to buy these foreign brand shoes. I have no intention of keeping you from visiting our home. Ever since the previous incident, She had developed a deep admiration for Li Feng, becoming his little fan, almost tailing him daily, treating him like a brother with utmost respect and eagerness to please. There was absolutely no intention of driving him away. She could not help but cast a resentful glance at her father. Uncle Li Zhou snorted, thinking to himself, "Who told you not to buy me shoes?" Li Feng found it amusing that his uncle was even jealous of his own daughter. "No worries. Your father is just teasing you. Thank you for the Converse. I really like them," he said, having grown fond of the young girl. Li Qian beamed. "I'm glad you like them. When will you visit us again? Let us go to the zoo to see the giant pandas. They're so adorable." "Giant pandas? Maybe after I return in a while," Li Feng replied, recalling that Guiting had also invited him to see the pandas. With 2 invitations in tow, he found himself quite overwhelmed. Perhaps he should arrange to bring both girls along next time. It would be much more convenient to see the pandas together. By around 11 o'clock, after finishing his errands, Li Bing finally arrived to pick up Li Feng. As he got into the car, he waved goodbye to everyone, saying, "Everyone, head back. I'll be back in a few days." "What did you do?" "That girl Qian seems particularly fond of you. She was in tears when you left." Li Bing inquired curiously as they drove down the highway. Previously, Li Qian had looked down upon their rural relatives, her haughty demeanor unforgettable. Now, however, she was reluctant to part, crying like a stone statue, longing for her husband. What was going on? Something felt amiss. "Perhaps it's my charismatic personality," Li Feng replied shamelessly. Li Bing scoffed. "Let me remind you, she is our uncle's child. We're cousins, so don't entertain any inappropriate thoughts about your cousin." Li Feng nearly choked in disbelief, staring at Li Bing in shock. "Brother, what are you saying? I'm innocent. I just got married. You can't slander me like this." "I was just kidding you. You're spreading rumors and slandering me. I'm hurt and distressed. I demand a feast of lamb to soothe my heart." All right, I'll treat you," Li Bing laughed ruefully. "This guy was quite the trickster. I came to pick him up, and he took the opportunity to have me treat him to a meal. He was certainly no fool." During their meal at a small restaurant, Li Feng recounted his encounter at the dance hall to Li Bing, who finally understood the reason behind Li Qian's sudden change in attitude. "What? You took down the notorious 9-pattern dragon?" "Of course, I know him. He is the big shot in Sanchuan City, a notorious thug," Li Bing replied, his curiosity piqued. As a driver, he was well informed about the local ruffians, as ignorance could lead to offending the wrong people or stumbling into a black market. The infamous 9-pattern dragon was well known, rumored to have powerful connections that protected him, allowing him to act with impunity. However, recently, he had reportedly been arrested after suffering a severe blow to the head and faced the death penalty. Everyone was left wondering how such a formidable thug had suddenly fallen from grace. Little did they know it was due to an encounter with someone formidable, right before them, causing an almost surreal sensation. "Wow, I didn't expect you to have such hidden prowess. You managed to take down the 9-pattern dragon. That's impressive." Li Bing had encountered many peculiar situations, but Li Feng's tale struck a chord with him. Rescuing a mayor's daughter, turning misfortune into fortune, and imprisoning a notorious thug while opening a second factory in an unfamiliar city. Such serendipity was extraordinary. "Just average. I'm merely an ordinary man of destiny," Li Feng modestly replied. "Haha, you're getting a bit cocky there." The two continued to banter, enjoying their meal before heading home. Recently, the village of Li Jia has been bustling with activity due to the thriving business of a spicy snack factory. Every villager has been tirelessly contributing, working overtime, or assisting in the delivery and transportation of goods. Despite the overwhelming number of orders, they have managed to earn a significant income, with some individuals even raking in dozens of yuan in commissions each day. Thus, amidst the chaos, they find joy in their labor. "As long as we can earn money," Li Feng nodded with a smile, aspiring to lead the entire village toward prosperity. He envisioned transforming his hometown into the capital of spicy snacks, fostering a flourishing industrial chain throughout the township and county, allowing everyone to thrive together. Wealth is not truly wealth if it is not shared. True prosperity lies in lifting the fortunes of all. Around 3 in the afternoon, a sudden commotion arose on the road ahead. A group of mourners clad in white garments appeared. Blocking the way, they brandished banners and set up wreaths, lying down in the road to halt a large truck. "Damn it. We finally found the vehicle that killed my brother. Get out of the car, you scoundrels." Chapter 62. Scam. "Get out. You killed my brother. You all need to come down." They surrounded the truck, shouting accusations of hit and run. The scene resembled a horde of zombies. Li Feng and Li Bing were taken aback, bewildered by the unfolding events. "What's going on? Did someone get killed?" Li Feng asked in shock. "I have no idea," Li Bing replied, equally confused, insisting he had never harmed anyone. "This is slander." The truck door swung open, revealing a middle-aged man draped in white, his eyes bloodshot as he shouted at Li Feng. "Did you kill my brother?" He was such a good man, and he died so tragically. Women on the street began to wail, while young men hurled insults at Li Bing and Li Feng, accusing them of causing his death and demanding compensation. Li Feng, filled with frustration, shouted back, "Who do we kill? Why are you cursing us? I want to let you get away with this." Grabbing an axe, he yelled at the group, "Get lost, or I'll make you regret it." The lead man, startled by the axe, hesitated but did not back down. "You killed someone and still have the audacity to argue? You can't leave. You must pay for this." Li Bing quickly attempted to clarify. "No, we didn't kill anyone. We are from the Grain Bureau transporting food. Our vehicle hasn't been in any accidents." The others ignored his words, continuing their relentless demands for money. Enraged, Li Feng shouted, "Get out of the way." Realizing the situation, Li Bing restrained Li Feng and addressed the middle-aged man. "We truly are from the Grain Bureau, and we did not kill your brother. Here, I understand your pain. Take this money." He pulled out 20 yuan and handed it to the man. The man, who had been shouting moments ago, wiped his tears upon seeing the money. "Is this all you can offer? How can I believe you are innocent with such a meager amount?" Li Feng, recognizing the man's ulterior motives, muttered a sarcastic remark. The middle-aged man ignored him, speaking only to Li Bing. "This amount is insufficient. Our brother was killed, and we are here seeking the culprit. You cannot simply give us this and expect us to believe you. Right, we need more money." The crowd echoed. Li Bing quickly produced a few larger bills. All right, I'll give you more. "We're truly poor grain transporters. This is all we have. Here, a pack of cigarettes too." He handed over the cash and the cigarettes, hoping to placate them. The middle-aged man, noticing their poverty, looked down on Li Bing and Li Feng, then jumped out of the truck, gesturing to the group of mourning women. "Sisters, this isn't the vehicle that killed our elder brother. We should not seek revenge on them. Let them pass." Upon his words, the grieving women parted, creating a path. Li Bing quickly shifted into gear and accelerated away, sighing in relief. "What bad luck. We barely left the city before encountering this mess." Li Feng glanced back and saw the group of mourners attempting to stop another vehicle, frowning in confusion. What on earth is going on? Li Bing, more experienced, explained, "This is a form of road robbery. They block the road, claiming your vehicle hit a relative of theirs. If you argue with them, it becomes an endless dispute. If you pay, they'll let you go." "Ah, so they were trying to extort money from us." Li Feng realized, feeling a surge of anger. He never anticipated such a brazen scam, where a group of mourners would block the road and accuse you of being a hit-and-run driver. They have no fear of karmic retribution for their actions. "They'll do anything for money," Li Bing lamented, recounting how he had encountered many unscrupulous people willing to resort to extreme measures. This group of mourners, while aggressive, was relatively mild compared to others who would kill for money. "When we faced that gang the other night, they were the most dangerous kind of robbers. If you have no money, they might beat you, or worse." Li Feng couldn't help but reflect on that night, exclaiming, "I longed for a time when the streets were safe and crime was minimal." Indeed, Li Bing sighed, recalling the many troublesome encounters on the road. "It's a grueling life. Sleeping in the vehicle day and night. It's not a job for the faint of heart." "But you shouldn't have to pay so much," Li Feng protested, feeling the loss acutely. "A few large bills and some change was excessive. It infuriates me just to think about it." Li Bing, resigned, replied, "There's no choice. These are seasoned con artists. If you don't pay, they will cling to you indefinitely. We don't have time to waste on them. So we might as well consider it a fee for peace of mind." Seeing Li Feng still brooding, he added with a smile, "You don't understand how rampant these robbers are. Encountering this kind of scam is fortunate. If we faced a group of armed bandits, we'd really be in trouble." "A group?" Li Feng recalled their previous encounter. "Wasn't that what we faced that night?" "No, not nearly enough." Li Bing shook his head. "Today's bandits are more brazen, armed with knives and guns, capable of blocking roads. But the real danger lies in organized groups, where dozens or even hundreds team up to create roadblocks." "Wait, dozens or hundreds? Surely you're not talking about official toll booths." Li Feng gasped in shock. "Groups of that size could wage war. Believe it or not, there's a village where the entire population engages in banditry, and they operate in fierce packs." Li Bing said, his eyes betraying concern. "What? The whole village? That's outrageous." Li Feng gasped, realizing the severity of the situation. Hundreds of bandits on the road would be an insurmountable challenge for anyone. Yet, this is the grim reality of the current era. Villages turning to highway robbery, engaging in loan sharking and drug production. In a time when the law's authority is diminished, people grow wild and unchecked. Suddenly, Li Bing's expression shifted as he glanced in the rearview mirror, his demeanor turning serious. Li Feng, curious, inquired, "What is wrong?" "Damn it," Li Bing exclaimed, noticing a large truck, followed by a van, a tricycle, and a motorcycle, all appearing behind them out of nowhere, like a herd of bison trailing behind. A throng of menacing figures brandished their blades and firearms, their faces contorted with madness as they shouted, "Stop! Stop!" It seemed as though they were targeting the two of them directly. Chapter 63. Refusing the wolf to embrace the tiger. It was undoubtedly them. There could be no mistake. They were the ones who had smashed our pot that night. They were responsible for imprisoning Lao Wu and Lao Qi and inflicting injuries upon them. I recognized this vehicle. It was indeed them. Kill them, kill them. Among the pursuing vehicles, someone waved their weapon and shouted frantically, like a pack of hunting dogs. They yearned to tear apart Li Feng and Li Bing, to devour their flesh and drink their blood. The leading truck revved its engine, deliberately pushing forward, aiming to collide with Li Bing's vehicle. A deafening crash echoed as the vehicle jolted. They had indeed struck the rear of their car. Li Feng exclaimed, "Damn, they're truly coming for us." In that moment, both felt a pang of dread. So many of them, driving trucks, vans, and motorcycles, all armed to the teeth. This was not merely an assault. It was a brutal slaughter they sought to enact. What did we offend them? Li Bing uttered, only to suddenly recall something, his expression darkening. These people are likely the bandits I mentioned, a gang of road marauders. They must be the same ones who robbed us that night. They have come for revenge. Li Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. It was uncanny. Just as he had mentioned the gang's collective actions, here they were, a veritable pack of wolves. What shall we do now? Let's find a way to shake them off. Li Bing replied, lacking any other viable options. They could only accelerate, hoping to outpace their pursuers. Crash. Once again, a savage collision ensued. The truck behind rammed them again. Li Feng, infuriated, said, "Have these people gone mad? Trucks are incredibly valuable nowadays. How can they recklessly crash into us without fear of flipping over?" Li Bing glanced through the rearview mirror at the frenzied bandits and chuckled bitterly. That truck is likely not even theirs. They probably stole it, hence their lack of concern. He knew well how terrifying these marauding bandits could be, akin to locusts seizing people, vehicles, and goods. He dared to assert that aside from their weapons, their cars and motorcycles were likely all pilfered. Crash. Another brutal impact reverberated. The relentless truck behind clearly aimed to overturn or force them to a halt, driven by a frenzied madness. If Li Feng and his companion's vehicle were to stop, they would undoubtedly become the proverbial fish on the chopping block, ripe for slaughter. At that moment, they feared they would suffer far worse than mere dismemberment. The prospect of having their eyes gouged out, hearts ripped from their chests, and bodies dismembered loomed large. In this era, ruthless robbers were plentiful. No one could predict what fate awaited them should they fall into their hands. Clang! A motorcycle-riding bandit suddenly swung a long knife against the car window. The blade and shards of glass nearly disfigured Li Feng, leaving several cuts upon his face. "Damn it! Let's crash into them, kill them." Li Feng touched his face, noticing blood on his hand, and his anger flared. "We can understand the truck chasing us, but you on motorcycles dare to flaunt your bravado beside us? You're really pushing it." Li Bing, not one to be trifled with, suddenly swerved the steering wheel, forcing the motorcycle off its path. Several bandits on motorcycles were caught off guard. One flew off the road and crashed into a nearby thicket, while two others toppled over, falling and possibly sustaining severe injuries. "Damn, that's impressive. Show them some real skill." Li Feng leaned out of the window, defiantly provoking the bandits. Seeing their comrade fall, the bandits were furious. "Chase them, pursue them. We must kill them today." The truck and vans pursued with even greater fervor. As Li Feng observed the escalating situation, he devised a plan. "Lao Ji, let's head back quickly, take a shortcut." "What? Do you want to return to Sanchuan City?" Li Bing asked, maneuvering the steering wheel to turn into a village, intending to take a shortcut back to Sanchuan City. Li Feng shook his head. "No, not back to Sanchuan City. Take them to that gang of con artists. Let them engage in their own dog-eat-dog drama." "Huh?" Li Bing glanced at Li Feng in surprise, realizing this fellow held onto grudges. However, the idea of letting two groups of bandits turn against each other was not without merit. Still, he feared that the con artists might not be able to withstand the onslaught of these marauders. The bandits relentlessly pursued them like wolves. Nevertheless, Li Bing managed to distance himself from them for a brief while. Unfortunately, this national highway was broad and offered no escape routes, forcing them towards Sanchuan City. Before long, they encountered the gang of con artists dressed in mourning attire, still diligently at work as evening approached, with no intention of finishing for the day. As a truck approached, the middle-aged leader found the vehicle somewhat familiar but thought little of it. Stepping forward recklessly, arms outstretched, shouting, "Stop! Stop! My brother was killed by a reckless driver a few days ago. This vehicle looks familiar. Were you the ones who hit him? Get out! I demand you to get out." He, being the leader, blocked the road, and the other young men promptly followed his lead, while the women sat in the road, weeping, their roles clearly defined. In this situation, No one dared to ignore the command to stop. Once the truck halted, a young man rushed out of the vehicle, eagerly shaking hands with the middle-aged man, offering him money and cigarettes. "Brother, we just delivered some grain. We've met before. We didn't hit your brother. Please accept this token of goodwill. We must return to San Juan City and will pass through again tonight. Let us not dwell on this. Please allow the ladies to clear the way." Thank you, thank you." Having said that, he turned to re-enter the vehicle. The middle-aged man, recognizing the young man's familiarity with their routine and his willingness to offer money and cigarettes, exchanged glances with the others and nodded in agreement. "This vehicle's owner has a good heart. They surely aren't the ones who hit our brother. Let them pass." The mourning women, sobbing, parted to create a path. Li Feng urged Li Bing to accelerate, leaning out the window to shout at the con artists. "There are still several vehicles behind. Don't let them escape." The middle-aged man's eyes brightened. There were indeed more vehicles? Ah, this young man is astute. He has given us a heads up. As they prepared for action, they hoped to wrap things up by 10 o'clock that night. "All right, no problem." Hearing this exchange, Li Feng shook his head, realizing that even bandits had no concept of a quitting time. Exploitation was omnipresent. Just then, the relentless bandits chasing them finally caught up. A truck, several vans, tricycles, and motorcycles, engines roaring as if to crush everything in their path, showing no regard for anyone. The middle-aged con artist sensed something was amiss, realizing how fiercely these pursuers were driving. Yet he thought to himself, with so many of them, they wouldn't dare to crash into him. Stepping forward, arms raised, he shouted, "Hold on, stop. My brother, crash." The truck barreled forward, crushing the middle-aged man beneath its wheels, blood mingling with his mourning attire as it continued toward the women in the road. Chapter 64, Thunderous Strike. "Help! Help!" The band of marauders, already bloodthirsty, cared not for who stood in their way, crashing through, leaving the con artists in disarray. Several were killed instantly, and the women in the road faced an even grimmer fate. The scene was horrifyingly bloody. Now, the con artists in mourning attire truly needed someone to don mourning clothes for them. Li Feng and Li Bing watched in stunned silence, gasping at the madness of these marauders. They had barreled through without a second thought. They could not ascertain how many had perished. All they knew was that these bandits had gone berserk, and they had to flee immediately. Otherwise, they feared they would be the next to die. Returning to San Juan City, Li Feng had developed a new understanding of these highway bandits. He realized that unless they were apprehended and executed, both he and Brother Jwezi would live in constant trepidation. It was imperative to seek the help of the Buddha. Brother Jwezi's vehicle made its way into San Juan City, and only then did the throngs of bandits cease their pursuit. Li Feng immediately sought out Zhan Wuxing to report the incident. Upon hearing that a group of bandits and vehicles had been chasing them and had already caused several fatalities, Zhan Wuxing was taken aback. Had they truly become this reckless? These bands of outlaws roamed between several cities, making them difficult to manage. Unless there was a joint enforcement with the public security from other cities, it would be nearly impossible to stop the rampaging bandits who were so familiar with the terrain. Now that lives had been lost, there could be no delay. Once I coordinate with others from the municipal bureau, we shall promptly establish a special task force to ensure that all of them are brought to justice. Zhan Wuxing decisively reported the situation to the mayor and contacted other municipal officers to plan a nighttime raid on the bandits' hideouts, vowing to capture all criminals that very night. Exhausted, Li Feng and Li Bing completed their statements, but it was already too late to stay at the guest house. They had no choice but to return to Uncle Li Zhou's home. Upon being roused from sleep in the dead of night, Uncle Li Zhou was quite irked. However, his surprise turned to astonishment upon seeing Li Feng and Li Bing at his door, as they were expected to have returned home by this hour. In the living room, Li Feng recounted their harrowing experience to Uncle Li Zhou and Feng Yi, both of whom were equally astonished. Is it really so dangerous? Their audacity knows no bounds. At that moment, Li Qian sleepily descended the stairs, irritatedly asking, "Who is it? Knocking at this hour? So annoying. Brother, you're back? Were you missing me? I should have gone back with you. What are you talking about? Hurry up and go to bed." Uncle Li Zhou impatiently urged his daughter to return upstairs. When he glanced at Li Feng, there was a hint of resentment in his eyes, as if he were a hen whose eggs had been pilfered by a weasel. Li Feng thought to himself that he was innocent in all this. All right then, you all should get some rest too. The two friends exchanged little more conversation before they quickly fell asleep in the guest room. The following day at noon, Zhan Wuxing visited, his eyes bloodshot as he reassured Li Feng. "Rest assured, we have nearly apprehended all the bandits. A few remain at large. But this operation involves joint efforts from 3 provinces and 5 cities, and they cannot escape." Hearing the good news, both Li Feng and Li Bing exhaled in relief. It was truly wonderful that these bandits had finally been captured. At last, they've been apprehended. Let us see how audacious they can be now, Li Feng thought. Jean Wuxing, sporting dark circles under his eyes, chuckled. This operation was a thunderous strike, surrounding the entire village with hundreds of police vehicles, leaving no room for escape. We detained over 200 individuals. Who would have thought an entire village could be composed of bandits? After a few more exchanges, noticing Jean Wuxing's stifling yawns and appearing weary, Li Feng expressed concern. You should return to rest, Director Jean. Jean Wuxing waved his hand dismissively. The interrogation isn't finished yet. This case has far-reaching implications, and I must oversee it to ensure I am not robbed of credit. Ahem, all for the service of the people. I must persevere. Indeed. Director Jean, you have worked hard. Haha, I shall take my leave. With a weight lifted from their hearts, Li Bing and Li Feng were elated. After treating Uncle Li Zhou's family to a meal, they hurriedly set off for home, unwilling to delay further. The highway bandits were like weeds, endlessly proliferating. If they did not leave that day, who knew where the next group of bandits would emerge from the shadows the following day? There was no choice. The economic downturn drove some to believe that robbery was a quick way to earn money, while others, unable to sustain themselves, resorted to theft. Only with improved living standards would such occurrences diminish, Li Feng lamented. He envisioned a future devoid of highway robberies, a time when theft would be rare. Although it was the same land, the quality of life and safety would be markedly different. Just wait a few more years, and this land will surely prosper, he mused. As Li Bing's vehicle approached the village entrance, they noticed a throng of people gathered there. Upon seeing the truck return, they erupted in jubilant cheers, with Li Weiguo, Yang Shui, and others leading the charge. Li Feng, you finally returned. His family, unaware of the tribulations he had faced over the past few days and only knowing that he had delayed a day in returning, noticed Li Feng's somewhat haggard appearance, and their hearts were filled with both concern and admiration for his struggles. Grandfather, parents, Yang Shui, I'm back, Li Feng exclaimed, feeling an overwhelming sense of emotion at the reunion with his loved ones, embracing them tightly. The onlookers laughed heartily. This kid is truly sentimental. Oh my, they're all hugging. I've always believed Li Feng would achieve great things. Look at him, opening a factory in Sichuan City. How impressive. Everyone praised Li Feng's accomplishments, enviously acknowledging the emergence of such a remarkable figure from the Li family. To establish a factory is no small feat, and to have it thriving with countless orders is even more extraordinary. Who could have imagined that within a month he would open another factory in a major city like Sichuan, hiring even more people? This was not merely talent. It was remarkable prowess. Li Bing, come down as well. We've prepared a feast at home, hurry. Li Yuanchao called out with a smile. Li Bing waved his hand. No, Uncle, I must deliver grain to the grain bureau. You all enjoy yourselves. I'll save you some meat. Come by tonight to collect, Li Feng said, feeling a strong bond with Li Bing. Having been through life and death together, naturally fostering a sense of camaraderie. Li Bing laughed heartily. That sounds great. I'll come back for the meat. I'll also bring you a few bottles of wine. Deal. The Li family hosted a banquet to celebrate Li Feng's return and to inform the village of the opening of a new branch of Wolong Food Factory in Sichuan City. A joyous occasion that warranted a communal celebration. Li Feng did not find the celebration ostentatious. In a world where many looked down on others, respect and honor could only be earned through capability. Observing the smiles on his family's faces, receiving toasts and compliments from the entire village, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Yes, I will improve my family's life. I will ensure that the people of Li Family Village lead prosperous lives, turning my hometown into a renowned hub for spicy strips celebrated far and wide. Come, let me toast to everyone, wishing you all wealth and health. Chapter 65, to the provincial city. I can't drink anymore. On the bed, thoroughly intoxicated, Li Feng was on the brink of vomiting. Yang Shui busily tended to him, placing a basin at the bedside to prevent him from making a mess on the floor. After much turmoil, Li Feng finally fell asleep around 1 a.m. Yang Shui, however, dared not sleep, fearing that Li Feng might choke on his vomit. A tragedy that had occurred in their village before. Having cared for her own drunken father, she understood that those who drank excessively needed to be watched closely to prevent accidents. You, really? Observing Li Feng's youthful face, Yang Shui, exhausted and aching, pinched his arm in frustration. Li Feng frowned and turned over. Yang Shui immediately curled up like a kitten, carefully watching him until she confirmed he was still asleep, letting out a sigh of relief. You scared me, drinking so much. She opened the window, allowing the stench of alcohol to dissipate, and then scrutinized Li Feng's face. At such a young age, he had opened 2 factories and was soon to become a 10,000 yuan household. My family member is quite impressive. The factory in Li family village was inundated with orders, counting money until their hands were sore, and they were on the verge of earning 10,000 yuan. This was beyond anyone's imagination. Earning 10,000 yuan in a month? Goodness, even robbery couldn't yield such profits. In the sprawling metropolis of Sanchuan City, Li Feng astonishingly secured a loan to establish a factory of his own, one that surpasses the scale of the previous one. Collectively, these two factories may well yield a monthly profit exceeding 10,000, if not more. In today's world, who can boast such earnings? Those who can generate wealth are undoubtedly capable, impressive, and formidable. At such a tender age, Li Feng has already become the proprietor of two factories, garnering the utmost respect and envy from the villagers. Yang Shui, too, is praised for her prosperous husband. Everything feels surreal, as if plucked from a dream. I hope you keep your promise, Yang Shui murmured softly, for her foremost concern now is whether Li Feng will allow her to attend school in the city. I want to have a child, Li Feng suddenly exclaimed in a daze. Yang Shui was taken aback and playfully smacked his arm, exclaiming, "Nonsense." Yet she pondered, if I truly could attend university, perhaps I should reconsider. Being married, the continuation of the family line is inevitable, and she has no intention of shying away from it. Besides, Li Feng is a decent man, and the Li family treats him well. Having married into the family, she naturally feels less inclined to hesitate about having children. However, she thought, I haven't even attended university yet. I must insist on completing my studies before considering such matters. Moreover, I wish to visit Aunt Lu in the provincial capital. I wonder if she still remembers this. With a sigh of resignation, Yang Shui reflected on how the new semester is merely days away, and she is uncertain whether her desire to visit Aunt Lu will come to fruition. Of course it will be realized. Li Feng is like a whimsical sprite, making wishes come true. The following day, during lunch, with a lingering headache from the previous night's revelry, Li Feng broached the subject with Yang Shui. Let us travel to the provincial capital tomorrow. Today, we shall buy tickets in the county. Really? Yang Shui's eyes sparkled with excitement as she set down her chopsticks and grasped Li Feng's arm. Li Feng chuckled. Absolutely. The factory is running smoothly now, and I'm not overly busy. It is the perfect opportunity to take you to see your dear Aunt Lu in the provincial capital, along with my grandfather and parents for a little excursion. Since they were heading to the provincial capital, it made sense to go as a family. Nowadays, it is rare to embark on a journey, and his parents have never traveled far. Thus, it would be delightful to take them along to explore. I heard there is a zoo in the provincial capital, but I wonder if they have giant pandas. Li Yuanchao and Zhou Ping quickly shook their heads in protest. No, we cannot go to the provincial capital. It is all too sudden. I am not prepared for it. You need not prepare anything. Merely secure a letter of introduction from the village. The provincial capital is not far. I will take you for a visit, Li Feng reassured his somewhat apprehensive parents. But it's still several hundred kilometers away. Taking the train takes all night, Li Yuanchao retorted. Li Weiguo chimed in with a grin. I won't be going either. I have no interest in the provincial capital. Our family is busy, and I must oversee the factory. Otherwise, with so many orders, I fear things might get chaotic. The factory is inundated with orders and has hired numerous workers. He is busier than Li Feng, juggling the roles of both factory manager and security chief. He seems to have rediscovered the vigor he felt during his military days. The more he works, the more alive he feels. What need is there for a trip to the provincial capital? I find joy and progress in my work. Despite Li Feng's entreaties, neither his grandfather nor his parents were keen on visiting the provincial capital, leaving him feeling resigned. Very well, we shall go to the provincial capital. I will bring you back some local specialties, but do not tire yourselves out, especially you, Grandpa. Just focus on hygiene and safety. Leave the other tasks aside. My aim in earning money is to provide you with a better life, not to burden you further. Rest assured, I understand. No need to say more. Why do you suddenly sound like the elder while I am the grandchild? Li Weiguo quipped. Li Yuanchao chuckled. Father, what are you saying? The room erupted in laughter. Yang Shui felt a warm glow in her heart at this scene. The atmosphere in this family is delightful, filled with good, honest people. The youth had once remarked on the importance of a nurturing family environment for children, and she felt she understood a little better now. If her child were to grow up in the Li household, he would undoubtedly be happier than in the Yang home. In the afternoon, they procured train tickets for the following day, all sleeper berths. Yang Shui found them expensive, but Li Feng deemed them worthwhile. The hard-seat carriages were too chaotic and uncomfortable for a night-long journey. There are far too many thieves on trains these days, and they operate in gangs. If you encounter one, shouting for help would be futile. He certainly could not subject his wife to a hard seat for an entire night. After all, they were not lacking in funds to afford comfort. But we still owe the bank quite a sum, Yang Shui expressed her concerns. The factory in Li S village owed over 10,000, and she had heard that Li Feng borrowed another 100,000 in San Juan City. Altogether, that accumulates to over 100,000, a staggering figure. Saving money now could allow us to repay sooner, and I wouldn't feel so uneasy. Li Feng chuckled, "Oh, you worry too much. We're a few tens of thousands. There are individuals who owe banks billions without any consequence." "Billions? Are you out of your mind?" Yang Shui felt he was jesting and playfully swatted him. "The nation has foreign exchange reserves probably don't even amount to billions. Who could possibly owe that much?" "You can believe what you wish," Li Feng shrugged, "but to the bank, this amount is a mere drop in the ocean. If I cannot repay it, it is of little concern. There is no need to fret. That simply cannot be. One must not think that way." Yang Shui began to impart her moral wisdom. Li Feng, feeling defeated, surrendered. "I was merely jesting. Of course, we shall repay. You know the volume of our orders and our profits. Trust me, the bank's sum is trivial. Now, let us visit Brother Husey and see if he needs anything we can bring back from the provincial capital." Chapter 66. The Train Station Thief. Beautiful lady, handsome man, looking for a place to stay? Buy something, all homegrown and fresh. The train station bustled with activity. Men and women of all ages lugged large backpacks and carried woven bags as they hurried to catch their trains. Vendors hawked their homemade goods, while some persistently peddled their wares, and others with ill intentions inquired about grain stamps and treasury bonds. A myriad of people converged in the small train station. Those arriving must be wary of scams and thieves alike. Li Feng and Yang Shui carried only a single backpack, along with a few fruits, cucumbers, and instant noodles to eat on the train. "We only brought this little bit of clothing, and it's all mine," Yang Shui said with a hint of embarrassment. The backpack was packed with her clothes and local specialties, while Li Feng had only a t-shirt and no extra underwear, making her feel quite sheepish. As the head of the household, he should have more clothing and shoes to change into. Li Feng scanned the surroundings, vigilant against potential thieves, and smiled. "We're only going for a day or two. Why bring so much?" He added, "Besides, there are many thieves on the train, and I fear we might be robbed. But you only packed one piece of clothing, and not even an extra pair of underwear. What need does a man have for so many clothes? I can always buy more in the provincial capital. I can wear the same underwear front and back. One pair is sufficient, and if I don't wear it, it's no issue. As for the local specialties I intended to bring for your Aunt Lu, we can buy her some more when we arrive in the provincial capital." Li Feng rambled on about his plans. Hearing him express concern for her aunt's gifts, Yang Shui was so moved she nearly cried. This man is truly wonderful, thinking selflessly of others. However, he really could have packed an extra pair of underwear. Li Feng was not entirely altruistic. He simply feared the burden of carrying too much, finding it exhausting and potentially attracting the attention of thieves. Back in the 1990s, during a train journey, he had 2 large bills stolen from his pocket, and the scars from a blade on his trousers left an indelible mark on his memory. Since then, he had taken great precautions whenever traveling by train. It wasn't until after the year 2000, when public safety improved and the government cracked down on railway theft, that the number of thieves on trains gradually dwindled. However, in the year 1987, thieves on trains remained quite brazen. He preferred to travel light rather than risk being targeted by thieves. At the train station, he observed several suspicious individuals with shifty eyes, constantly watching the ebb and flow of passengers, ready to strike. The man trailing behind a woman was either attempting to take advantage or planning to commit theft. After Li Feng and Yang Shui settled down, he raised an eyebrow and pointed at a woman in her 30s. Yang Shui glanced over. The woman was strikingly beautiful, likely from county town, with fair skin and fashionable attire, carrying a sharkskin bag that clearly indicated wealth. A young man shadowed her, his eyes darting nervously, ever watchful of his surroundings. He reached into his pocket, seemingly pulling out a blade, preparing to make his move. In the next instant, several men lunged forward, delivering a savage beating to the young man. "How dare you steal in our territory? You're asking for trouble," they shouted. "Don't you know this train station belongs to the Black Snake Gang?" The young man, now on the ground, cried out for mercy. "Please stop. I'm sorry. I should try to steal. I'm just so hungry." But the assailants paid him no heed and continued their assault. The woman with the crocodile skin bag hurriedly retreated. The station staff, witnessing the scene, dared not intervene, pretending not to see as they moved to the other side. Yang Shui watched in astonishment, struggling to comprehend the situation. Li Feng explained, "Don't you understand? That thief is probably not local. He came to the train station to try his luck. But this station has already been claimed by others. If you come here to steal their business, you'll naturally get beaten up." "Ah, do thieves have territories too?" Yang Shui was taken aback. Li Feng smiled, "Of course. Every profession has its own territory. Even beggars have their own domains. If someone encroaches on their territory, a fight is bound to break out. Each trade has its own rules. Even petty criminals have their own codes and territories. It's not simply a matter of wanting to be a thief or a beggar. You must negotiate with the local powers to earn a living in their territory. Moreover, you must pay a fee every month, or you'll be forced to leave. Yang Shui, who had never traveled far, recalled tales from a knowledgeable aunt about various regions and their customs. She was now acutely aware of the complexity of society. Realizing the truth in the old adage, reading thousands of books is no match for traveling thousands of miles. No amount of reading could truly compare to the experiences of seeing and doing. Furthermore, it wasn't just thieves. There were also con artists, swindlers, and other unsavory characters. Stay close to me. Don't let anyone abduct you and sell you off in the mountains as a bride for some fool. Li Feng whispered suddenly in Yang Shui's ear. A shiver ran down her spine, prompting her to instinctively distance herself. Yet his words were frightening enough that she leaned closer to him. I'm not a child. I want to get abducted, she retorted. However, she had indeed heard of human traffickers who not only abducted children, but also women. Even in her own village, there was a woman who had been abducted. If she claimed not to feel fear on her first journey away from home, that would be untrue. Fortunately, Li Feng was with her, which gave her a sense of safety. Yet, she found it amusing that he would still try to scare her. At that moment, a young man with a square face approached, carrying a snakeskin bag. Li Feng regarded him warily before furrowing his brow. Who are you? He found the man somewhat familiar. The young man with the snakeskin bag looked puzzled, glancing between Li Feng and Yang Shui. Are you Li Feng? I'm Chu Filong. We went to school together. Don't you remember? Ah, Chu Filong. Is that you? Li Feng was taken aback, trying hard to recall the face before him. He indeed had a vague memory of him from elementary and middle school. He quickly stood up to shake his hand. Wow, it really is you. I was worried I might have mistaken you for someone else. Chu Filong, relieved that Li Feng recognized him, chuckled and playfully punched him on the chest. Li Feng smiled. I was afraid I'd mistaken you too. It's been so many years since we last met. Yes. I still remember the time you wet your pants in elementary school. I remember you falling into the latrine too. They exchanged warm laughter. Chu Filong then turned to Yang Shui, a glimmer of curiosity and envy in his eyes. Is this your wife? I heard you got married, but I didn't believe it until I saw the bride today. She is truly beautiful. Of course. She is still a college student. Li Feng proudly wrapped his arm around his wife, grinning with delight. It was only natural to show off how lovely his wife was. Yang Shui blushed. Don't hold me like that in public. It's so embarrassing. She instinctively tried to pull away. It's fine. This is my brother, Chu Filong. We've known each other since childhood. It's been many years since we last saw each other. What a coincidence. Indeed, what a coincidence. Chu Filong nodded, then added enviously, my mother has arranged a marriage for me too, but we can't afford the bride price, so it fell through. The girl was quite pretty, but not as beautiful as your sister-in-law. She should be called sister-in-law, not younger sister. Li Feng exclaimed, wide-eyed. I'm older than you. Aren't I? Not really. I'm from August. I'm from June, which makes me a few months older than you. You should call me big brother and my wife's sister-in-law. All right. After establishing their relationship, Li Feng glanced at the contents of Chu Filong's snakeskin bag, noticing it was quite full, even containing bedding. Where are you headed? To the provincial city. I'm gonna work there, earn money to build a house, and marry a wife. Chapter 67. Old classmates. To the provincial city? We're headed there too. What time is your train? Upon hearing that Chu Filong was also going to the provincial city, Li Feng felt a mix of surprise and joy. What a stroke of luck. They could look out for each other on the road. Chu Filong, surprised that Li Feng and his wife were also going to the provincial city, responded, my train is at around 8 o'clock. Are you guys on the same one? How wonderful. I'll have company. A long night alone on the train would be quite dull, but with someone to share the journey. A simple deck of cards could make the hours fly by. Do you have a deck of cards? No, I'll go buy one now. They were so caught up in their excitement about being on the same train that they momentarily overlooked Yang Shui. She tugged at Li Feng's sleeve, cautioning, don't celebrate too soon. We might not be in the same carriage. What is there to worry about if we're not in the same carriage? I'll just find him, Li Feng replied with a laugh. He then remembered something and asked Chu Filong, by the way, we bought sleeper tickets, carriage 3. What about you? I bought hard seats. They were cheaper. Chu Filong smiled awkwardly. Li Feng, unbothered, patted him on the back. No worries. I'll come find you. When it's time to sleep, I'll return to the sleeper. It's not that I can't keep you company all night. I just can't waste our sleeper ticket. Yes, I understand. Chu Filong nodded vigorously, casting a glance at Yang Shui, thinking to himself that Li Feng must be reluctant to part with his lovely wife. They resumed their conversation about Wang Daji. How has Wang Daji been lately? I haven't seen him in ages. We were the best of friends back in the day, but it's a shame we lost touch after graduating from middle school. Wang Daji is doing all right. He is about to start working at my factory. We should all get together when he comes. Because of the incident with the widow Lu, Wang Daji felt guilty and had been following the case closely, delaying his visit to Li Jia village. However, the court was finally set to announce the verdict on Lu's case, and regardless of the outcome, Wang Daji would come to Li Jia village, allowing them to meet often. A factory? Your factory? Chu Filong looked at Li Feng in astonishment. You have a factory at such a young age? Or is it your family's? Could he believe that someone so young could own a factory? It must belong to his family. Is his family wealthy? I don't recall. Li Feng waved his hand dismissively. It's a small factory, not very large, but it does generate a decent profit. Really? Is that true? What kind of factory? Chu Filong's curiosity was piqued. He had heard that business was quite lucrative these days, and he wondered what kind of factory could be so profitable. At that moment, a woman passed by with a child of about 8 or 9 years old, the child clutching a bag of spicy strips, the enticing aroma wafting through the air. The child was devouring the snack, grease glistening on his lips, making it hard for anyone watching not to feel hungry. Li Feng pointed to the spicy strips in the child's hand and said to Chu Filong, "Look, those spicy strips are my product." What? Spicy strips? You mean that trendy snack? Chu Filong was taken aback, his jaw dropping at the revelation. Nowadays, the most popular item in the countryside wasn't home appliances, but a snack called spicy strips, known for its delectable flavor and spicy oil, adored by both adults and children. Rumor had it that any small shop selling spicy strips would sell out within an hour of restocking. His sister was particularly fond of such snacks. You actually make those spicy strips? Indeed, I even invented them, Li Feng declared, pride swelling within him. Yang Shui, aware of the straightforward process of making spicy strips, thought to herself, no need to boast so much. Chu Filong, filled with envy, exclaimed, then you must be raking in the money. Moderate. Let us keep a low profile. Li Feng didn't dare to announce in public that he was on the brink of becoming a millionaire. That would be a foolish move. He merely raised an eyebrow at Chu Filong, wearing an ambiguous expression. Chu Filong sighed, if only I had your talents. You've married a beautiful wife, opened a factory, and created a profitable snack. I envy you greatly. Meanwhile, I lack money for a wife and any skill, so I must go to the provincial city to earn a living. Comparing ourselves only brings despair. Reflecting on their school days, he noted that Li Feng's academic performance had not been significantly superior to his own, yet now he had achieved so much more. It wasn't jealousy, rather a stark realization of the disparities between individuals, leaving him with a sense of helplessness. Noticing Chu Filong's despondency, Li Feng offered a comforting suggestion. Why not come work in my factory? I'm in dire need of staff. Wang Daji is coming over too. If you join us, the three of us will be reunited. He needed trustworthy companions to expand the market. Although several years had passed since he last saw Chu Filong, he doubted his character had changed, and sending him to promote spicy strips posed little risk. After all, was there really a threat of industrial espionage in the snack business? With a strong sense of pride, Chu Filong shook his head decisively. No need. I can support myself. I will surely find work in the provincial city. He wished to carve out his own path through hard work, rather than rely on a friend's charity. Li Feng had no intention of offering charity, but realizing Chu Filong's intense reaction, he understood his pride was significant. He likely feared that working together would create an imbalance in their friendship. So he didn't press the matter further. Fine, follow your own path. But do consider that earning enough money for a wife through labor might take many years. We live in a golden age. Venturing into business, even if it's just a street stall, can yield more than working a job. Don't miss this opportunity. That can't be right. Working provides the most income. A brother of mine in the provincial city earns $30 or $40 a month. Chu Filong replied, filled with admiration. Li Feng thought to himself, is that all you aspire to? $30 or $40 suffices. He chuckled and said, trust me, vending will earn you more. Here's a path for you. Take out a bank loan or borrow some money, buy clothes in the provincial city, and sell them back here. You could earn 3 to 5 times the markup, even more. With that, you could easily afford to marry and build a house. In this era of wild growth, everything was profitable. Especially selling clothes from street stalls was almost guaranteed profit. However, a few years later, as people's living standards rose, they began to prefer shopping in large malls, leading to a societal shift. Yet around 1987 and into the 90s, selling clothes was undoubtedly one of the most lucrative professions, far surpassing the meager earnings from fishing or farming. All one needed was to source products from big cities and sell them locally for substantial profits, particularly if one could procure clothing from Guangzhou for sale in Xinjiang. Is that really true? Selling clothes? Chu Filong pondered, still skeptical. I'll find you and discuss this further once I board the train. Trust me, you won't lose money. You'll only profit immensely. All right. Make sure you come over quickly. I'm honestly uncertain whether your idea of selling clothes will work. That evening, the green train arrived. Li Feng, Yang Shui, and Chu Filong squeezed through the crowd, checked their tickets at the manual ticket counter, and boarded the train. The sleeper compartment was spacious, luxurious, and gleaming, with pristine white bedding that left Yang Shui astonished. This is even better than my home. Li Feng smiled. Which home are you referring to? Yang Shui blushed. You know which one. At that moment, a tall female student entered, dressed in shorts and carrying a large backpack, greeting them. Hello. I'm heading to the provincial university for enrollment. Are you two thieves? Li Feng frowned. Who asks strangers if they are thieves? Besides, a thief would never admit to it. Did this young woman think such behavior was charming? It was quite rude. Which of your eyes saw us as thieves? He glared at her, irritated. The female student looked innocent, pouting. I was just asking, no need to get worked up. Yang Shui, equally displeased, snorted and pulled Li Feng, saying, let us not engage with her. Let us take a moment to rest. She glanced at the 4 bunks, feeling uncertain. Which bunk is ours? Having never traveled far or used a sleeper train, she was unsure which bed belonged to them. I'm in the upper bunk, you take the lower one. You can sleep here. Li Feng indicated the nearest bed and sat down, inviting Yang Shui to join him. Yang Shui quickly said, oh no, you've got dust on your backside. Don't dirty the bedding. Get up, let me clean it. It's fine. The train staff will wash the sheets. Li Feng chuckled at his inexperienced wife. Yang Shui's face flushed with embarrassment and annoyance as she pulled him up, insisting, it has to be clean. We can't trouble the train staff. Really, it's unnecessary. Stay still. I'll clean it for you. Smack, smack. That's enough. Stay still. It's not clean yet. Smack, smack. Ah, quite nice. Li Feng grinned, thoroughly enjoying himself, looking rather mischievous. The female student, witnessing his antics, shivered and muttered, creep. Li Feng shot her a glare. What's wrong? She's my wife. Why would I be a creep? Are you jealous? Should I give you a few hits instead? Goodness, you're insane. The female student squealed, retreating to her bunk. Yang Shui pulled Li Feng back, exasperated yet amused. All right, enough of that. Sometimes, she found Li Feng to be quite mature, while other times he acted like a child, always ready to bicker. Thankfully, he treated her well and had never laid a finger on her, although his habit of sleeping with her feet was rather bothersome. Tonight, separated by bunks, she hoped he wouldn't ask her to stretch out her legs in front of others. Are you hungry? Have some bread and water. No need, you go ahead. After tidying up the bedding, Yang Shui took out some snacks from a plastic bag for Li Feng, who wasn't hungry, and waved his hand, encouraging her to eat instead. At this moment, the female university student began tidying her bed and took off her shoes. Her long, slender legs were strikingly fair, adorned with fashionable denim shorts. Her size 37 feet were clad in lace-trimmed white socks, a trend popular only in the city, leading Li Feng to surmise that she likely hailed from a wealthy family. After all, it wasn't typical for a rural girl to dress in such a manner or exude such an air of superiority. What are you staring at? The female student glared at Li Feng with annoyance. Li Feng, unperturbed, rolled his eyes and, pinching his nose, remarked, what do you mean, what am I looking at? The moment you took off your shoes, I caught a whiff of something foul. Surely your feet must stink. Don't you ever wash them? For a university student from the provincial capital, you certainly lack basic hygiene. In truth, there was no odor. He simply disliked her attitude and sought to provoke her. The female student, unable to bear the humiliation, flushed angrily and retorted, who has smelly feet? Not mine. Yours must stink. My feet don't smell. My girlfriend can vouch for that. Li Feng replied smugly, waving his hand as if to fan away a strong odor. The moment you took off your shoes, I was greeted by the unmistakable scent of stinky feet. If it's not you, then it must be your feet that stink. No, mine do not stink. You definitely have stinky feet. The female student, now frantic, nearly thrust her foot into Li Feng's face, insisting, smell for yourself. My feet do not stink. Li Feng recoiled, exclaiming in disgust, get away. Stinky feet. You're the one who stinks. I assure you my feet are clean. The female student, accustomed to a life of privilege, bathed almost daily and wore perfume gifted by relatives, had never been looked down upon before. How could she endure such an insult? My feet do not stink. You smell. Seeing the female student extending her foot, desperate for Li Feng to confirm her cleanliness, Yang Shui, witnessing the scene, grew anxious and cried, urging both of them to stop. Please, don't quarrel. Li Feng, just ignore her. And you, miss, your feet do not stink. Put them away. Yes, they do stink. Li Feng shouted back. I do not stink. The female student cried in fury. At that moment, the door swung open, and a middle-aged man, embarrassed, addressed the 3 within the compartment. I apologize. It's my feet that smell. I didn't realize it would affect you all. Please don't argue. It's my fault. Silence fell upon the trio. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. A genuine culprit had emerged. Thus, the farce came to an end. Li Feng had no desire to continue sparring with a university girl. It was hardly worth his time. A true gentleman does not quarrel with women. If the tearful female student were aware of his thoughts, she would undoubtedly pounce on him in indignation, having been reduced to tears. How would you say that? I'm in such distress. And you claim a gentleman doesn't argue with women? How shameless. I'm off to find Chu Filong. All right, come back soon. Understood. Just as Li Feng intended to leave, a young man in his 20s entered. He was handsome, well-dressed, and donned a pair of Converse shoes, clearly a child of affluence. Hello, brother. I'm Lu Xing. We're in the same compartment, right? The enthusiastic young man greeted Li Feng. Noticing his clear and innocent gaze, Li Feng inquired curiously, "Are you also a university student?" Only students possess such clarity in their eyes. Lu Xing, taken aback, replied, "Yes, we're starting early at our provincial university." Another female student chimed in, "What is your major?" "I'm in mathematics." "I'm in the arts, a freshman." "Are you also a freshman?" "No, I'm a sophomore." Lu Xing and the female student engaged in lively conversation. Li Feng shrugged at Yang Shui, indicating he was leaving. "Hey, brother, what is your major?" Lu Xing asked inquisitively, assuming he too was from the provincial university. Without turning back, Li Feng replied, "I'm from the gossip department." "You're all too nosy. When out in the world, don't expose yourselves so openly," Lu Xing warned, bemused. "Gossip department? Does such a major exist at our provincial university?" he asked, his voice trailing off as Li Feng walked away. Li Feng scoffed inwardly, thinking that if this young man were on a hard seat, he might not even have his pants left by the end of the night. Naive, he mused, recalling his own once innocent self. Life had taught him cunning and shrewdness. He had learned to be cautious, to eschew sympathy, and to mind his own business. Thank you, society, for this education. In the hard seat compartment, the mingling sense of smoke and unpleasant odors overwhelmed Li Feng, nearly suffocating him. Goodness, the stench is unbearable. Thank heavens I didn't buy a hard seat ticket. I'd be at risk of lung infection by now. Here, here, Chu Filong called out, waving him over with delight. Chapter 69. If you attempt to morally bind me, I shall bind you in return. Sunflower seeds, drinks, bottled water. Raise your feet. As Li Feng settled in, a trolley passed by, prompting him to inquire, "How much for a bottle of water?" $1.50. Would you like one? The vendor casually offered bottle. Chu Filong gasped, "Goodness. $1.50 for a bottle of water? Are you robbing us?" "Stop. I brought my own. If you're thirsty, you can have some. Would you like to buy, big brother?" The vendor's impatience was palpable. Li Feng nodded yes. Just as the vendor was about to hand in the water, Li Feng added, "But I can't afford it." Can't afford it? Are you trying to mess with me?" The vendor shot him a glare and continued down the aisle. Sunflower seeds, drinks, bottled water, cheap, cheap. Even those without money can take a look. Chu Filong breathed a sigh of relief and laughed. "I thought you were actually going to buy the water. $1.50 a bottle. This vendor is bold." To many, water was expected to be free, regardless of its source. Charging such a price for a mere bottle seemed outrageous. "I have a well that could provide endless water. I'll never run out." Li Feng, hearing Chu Filong's complaints, knew there was no point in continuing the conversation. As living standards rise, bottled water might eventually be used for washing dishes, with no one willing to drink from a well, considering it unclean. This shift in perspective reflected the evolving views accompanying improved living conditions. "I also brought scallion pancakes. Would you like some?" Chu Filong eagerly pulled out a newspaper-wrapped scallion pancake, even sporting some ink stains. Li Feng politely declined. "No, I just ate." "All right then." Chu Filong didn't press the issue, instead excitedly suggesting, "Let's play a few rounds of cards. I came to discuss wealth-building strategies, not to play cards." For sixes, a bomb. The two began a card game, with Li Feng winning 3 consecutive rounds, leaving Chu Filong quite displeased as he shuffled the cards vigorously. "Let us go again." A man in his 40s, observing from nearby, remarked enviously, "You can't play cards like that. Why not let me join for a few rounds? I'm skilled." The man appeared quite plain, with a large sack at his feet, indicative of someone who worked in the city. Few laborers could resist the temptation to play cards. Seeing the game, he couldn't help but feel a stirring urge. Li Feng didn't mind having an extra player, considering Chu Filong as poor luck. He warmly invited the older man. Come, uncle. Join us for a few rounds." "Sure thing. Let us switch spots. I'll play with him." The older man chuckled as he moved to sit across from the two. The trio began their game. Bomb. Another bomb. The laborer proved to be quite adept, winning several rounds, his excitement bubbling over as he suggested, "How about we wager a bit? Just a dime to start. What do you say? It'll make things more thrilling." Li Feng instantly became alert, furrowing his brows as he glanced at the farmer. Chu Filong, too, was caught up in the excitement, thinking it's just a dime. "Let's do it." "No, thank you," Li Feng interjected firmly, stopping Chu Filong from gambling. The farmer chuckled. What is the matter, young man? Lacking confidence in your card skills? You won against me several times already. Besides, you two are a team. Are you afraid I might swindle you? I'm more worried you'll team up against me. It's just a dime. Let us play for fun and relieve some boredom. Chu Filong nodded in agreement. Yes. It's only a dime. Let's play a few rounds. Li Feng, cautious, reiterated, really, there's no need. We're just playing for fun. As he spoke, he stretched lazily, feeling fatigued. Let us call it day. My brother and I need to discuss some serious matters. The farmer, undeterred, persisted. Come on, just 2 rounds. What a dime to be afraid of. No, really, we don't want to. Li Feng insisted, seeing that he could not sway Li Feng. The farmer's expression darkened slightly, a hint of annoyance creeping in. What is this? You young folks look down on us farmers, thinking we're all about deceit and trickery? His voice was loud and filled with anger, naturally drawing the attention of several passengers in the carriage. Li Feng thought to himself, good heavens, is he trying to moralize and make us the villains here? He couldn't tell if the farmer was genuinely a con artist or simply had a gambling addiction, so he maintained a smile to placate him. That's not true. We're farmers too. How can we look down on you? My brother and I are heading to the provincial city to work, making money isn't easy. We spend all our family's farming money just on train tickets. Our parents strictly forbid us from gambling. Uncle, it's not that we look down on farmers. You have your schemes, and I have my countermeasures. You wish to impose moral judgment? I can play that game too. Who is afraid of whom? The surrounding passengers displayed expressions of realization. It turned out they were also young farmers trying to work in the city. These kids don't want to gamble. Why should you pressure them? A robust man at the table said, expressing dissatisfaction with the old farmer. The old farmer pointed angrily at him. How dare you speak to me like that? I was just asking the kids. I never intended to swindle them. His protests grew quieter. The imposing man, standing at 6 feet tall, exuded an air of intimidation. The old farmer, feeling cornered, retreated to his seat. If they don't want to play, they don't have to. I didn't intend to swindle anyone. I just thought there should be some stakes in card games. Why am I being treated like the villain? Li Feng gathered the playing cards, thinking to himself, what a mess my good intentions have caused. He shot a fierce glare at the old farmer, silently vowing, I've got my eye on you. If you are indeed a villain, you'll regret crossing me. You should heed my advice. Sell clothes, procure stock in the provincial city, and sell them in the county. In less than 3 months, you'll have enough money to marry. Is that true? I can marry in 3 months? Absolutely. In today's world, entrepreneurship is the way to go. No matter what business you undertake, you can earn profit. However, working for someone else yields the least. You should take advantage of these golden years to start a stall or shop. By the late 90s, business will slow down, and if you happen to go bankrupt, then you can work for others. But if you make money, you should start a factory and do contract work for foreigners. Li Feng's insights surpassed the common mindset of people in that era. Chu Filong felt dazed, yet glimpsed a golden opportunity. If he followed Li Feng's advice, he could embark on a prosperous path. However, in the end, his ambitions were somewhat limited. He'd adventure into the clothing business, but never dared to expand significantly. When he finally sought to grow, he missed the opportunity, almost leading to his downfall, and it was only with Li Feng's assistance that he avoided disaster. Meanwhile, the young man sitting across from Li Feng took his words to heart, delving into the clothing industry and eventually becoming the owner of a leather factory in one city, basking in his success. As night fell, around 11 o'clock, many passengers began to doze off. Li Feng, noting the time, thought of his beautiful wife and intended to return to his sleeping berth. Suddenly, he saw a man stealthily using a small knife to cut into a lady's backpack. Chapter 70. Is there no thief in the world? Upon witnessing the theft, Li Feng's eyes brightened. Finally, he had spotted a thief. It was quite moving. What's going on? Chu Filong inquired curiously. Li Feng quickly gestured for silence, pointing at the thief. Look, it's a thief. Ah. Chu Filong looked over and saw the thief had already slit the bag open and was rummaging through it, gasping in shock at the audacity. Shouldn't we alert the train attendant? He was a person of justice, unable to stand seeing petty theft. Li Feng remained calm, scanning the surrounding passengers before shaking his head. No, let us just pretend to sleep and not get involved. Why not? Should we just watch him steal? Chu Filong asked, a bit disgruntled. The young man sitting opposite them nodded in silent agreement, feeling the urge to jump into action at the sight of injustice. Li Feng, having seen more of the world, understood that thieves often operated in groups. In this era, pickpockets were rampant, much like highway robbers working in packs. Just because there was one thief in sight didn't mean there wasn't a lookout nearby. If they confronted this thief, there was a high chance of being attacked by an accomplice lurking in the shadows. Thieves in this era often carried knives. Ah, an accomplice? Surely not. Chu Filong was startled by Li Feng's explanation, peering out to see who the accomplice might be. Close your eyes and pretend to sleep. What are you looking at? Do you think the thief's accomplice would let you spot them? Don't alarm the snake. We don't want to become targets ourselves. Out here, self-preservation is the priority. The young man across from them, disappointed by Li Feng's reluctance to intervene, turned away, intending to warn the woman whose bag had been cut open. However, the thief noticed his movement, glaring and brandishing his knife in a threatening manner. The young man immediately retreated, shrinking back to his seat. Li Feng observed the entire exchange, shaking his head inwardly. This young man had a sense of justice, but lacked the courage. Don't act recklessly. He hasn't stolen from us, he cautioned. The young man huffed in discontent, but didn't dare to alert anyone about the thief, sinking in his self-reproach for his perceived weakness. Feeling that all the martial arts films he had watched were for naught as he ultimately backed down. At that moment, the thief targeted another victim, the old farmer eager to gamble. He approached stealthily, glancing around, then began to rummage through the farmer's pockets. He pulled out a set of keys and a few bills. Li Feng, feigning sleep, discreetly nudged Chu Filong's arm, signaling him to watch the thief. His eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and schadenfreude. Chu Filong held no sympathy for the old farmer, having just witnessed the earlier commotion. He almost hoped the farmer would be robbed. However, he also worried that he and Li Feng might be next. What are you doing? Stealing, huh? The old farmer suddenly awoke, grasping the thief's hand and shouting. The thief, unfazed, hissed, "Let go of my hand. I want to let go. You're stealing my keys. This is outrageous." The old farmer's outcry roused everyone in the carriage. However, none of them dared to rise from their seats, opting instead to covertly observe the unfolding situation. Suddenly, a young woman shrieked, "Ah, my bag has been slashed." The farmer uncle immediately pointed at the thief he had apprehended, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "It must be this person who stole it. Quickly, summon the train conductor. Let us apprehend him." The thief, panicking, brandished a dagger and menaced the farmer, saying, "You're looking for trouble, aren't you?" The blade glimmered ominously, exuding a chilling aura. Startled, the farmer's legs quivered, and he pleaded, "No, please don't do anything rash. Just let go of my hand." The thief swiftly wriggled free, snatched back the money from the farmer's grip, and spitefully threatened, "Indeed, I did steal your money. What are you going to do about it?" No, I would dare." The farmer hurriedly chuckled, fearful of provoking further violence. The thief grew increasingly brazen, slapping the farmer's face repeatedly, taunting, "Go on, shout. Let us see you muster the courage." The farmer, utterly intimidated, did not dare to retaliate or cry out, but instead begged, "Forgive me, brother. It was my fault. Take the money, take the keys. I don't want them anymore." Infuriated, the thief spat contemptuously at the farmer. A young man seated opposite Li Feng could no longer bear the sight and stood up, declaring, "You, thief, are crossing the line." Li Feng frowned, thinking to himself, "This lad is going to get himself stabbed. Can't he see the gravity of the situation? What foolishness to play the hero now." The thief immediately turned his attention to the young man, grinning wickedly. Well, we have a gallant soul among us." He weighed the dagger in his hand as he approached Li Feng. The young man, startled and trembling, attempted to maintain his composure, stammering, "I'm not afraid of you." Chu Filong silently mocked, "If you're not afraid, why are you shaking?" At that moment, a burly man rose to confront the thief, commanding, "Stop. Don't be reckless. I am a champion in combat sports. Put down the money and leave without harm, or else you'll regret it." The surrounding passengers, initially anxious about the potential for violence, visibly relaxed upon witnessing the emergence of a hero. The thief, slender and fierce in demeanor, felt emboldened by his weapon. But upon realizing the imposing stature of the combat champion, he escalated his threat, "I advise you to mind your own business, or you'll find out how fatal that decision can be." The champion, undeterred, responded, "Do not threaten me. It's futile. I cannot abide such petty thievery. Put down the money and depart, or do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. I fear not your dagger." His confidence was palpable, suggesting he could subdue the thief despite the weapon. Li Feng internally marveled at the champion's audacity, while Chu Filong and the young man felt a sense of relief, believing the tide had turned in their favor. Surely, the thief would flee now, faced with such formidable opposition. However, in the next moment, a chill swept through the carriage as the thief sneered and contemptuously addressed the champion. "You're quite bold, aren't you? Not afraid of my dagger. And you think you can apprehend me? Very well, everyone. Let him see whether he can single-handedly withstand us all." With that, several individuals rose from their seats, men and women, young and old, casting menacing glances at the champion. Li Feng and the others gasped in horror, realizing that the entire carriage seemed to have conspired against them. Chapter 71. The educated youth, Aunt Lu Fuxiu. Li Feng thought, relieved he had not acted rashly. The sight of so many thieves in one carriage rendered the onlookers speechless. Those who had felt a surge of righteous indignation moments ago were now grateful for their restraint. After all, a lone fist could not contend against many. The once confident champion now wore a troubled expression, having anticipated only a single petty thief, completely unprepared for the multitude that surrounded him. "You're quite the tough guy." "Huh? Come on, shout again," the thief taunted as he approached the champion, tapping the dagger against his cheek. The champion, now faltering, dare not resist, stammering. I didn't mean it that way." "What do you mean by that?" the thief retorted, suddenly slapping the champion hard across the face before raising the dagger once more. At that moment, a middle-aged man wearing glasses intervened, stating, "Enough, Huazi. We're getting off." The train had come to a halt at the next station. As the man spoke, he began to exit, prompting the band of thieves to follow suit. The fierce thief spared one last glare at the young man across from Li Feng, warning him not to meddle again. As the thieves disembarked, the new passengers boarding the train were met with an atmosphere so heavy it felt as though a funeral had just taken place. Faces were pallid, and the old farmer was weeping, prompting a wave of confusion among the newcomers. What on earth happened in this carriage? Did someone die? In the sleeper compartment, someone pushed the door open. "Who?" Yang Shui asked warily. "It's me," Li Feng replied wearily. Upon recognizing her husband's voice, Yang Shui sighed in relief. "Where have you been?" She was not particularly afraid, as the other two occupants of the compartment were university students, and they were engaged in lively conversation, bringing her comfort. Her primary concern was that Li Feng might have become engrossed in a card game and stayed out all night, wasting their sleeper ticket. "Let us get some rest. I'll tell you everything in the morning." "Oh, all right." The night passed without further incident. The next morning, Li Feng washed his face and recounted the events of the previous night. Yang Shui was astonished, exclaiming, "Really? The entire carriage was filled with thieves? The university students?" Lu Xing and a female student gasped in disbelief. "Wow, how brazen. Goodness, I'm so glad I booked a sleeper. Otherwise, with my looks, I would have definitely attracted their attention. Not only would they steal my money, but they would also covet my beauty." Li Feng rolled his eyes dismissively at the female student. "With feet as foul as yours, who would be interested in your beauty? Spare us your delusions." "My feet don't stink," she retorted. "Yes, they do," Li Feng shot back, reigniting their playful argument. Yang Shui sighed in exasperation. Lu Xing blinked and asked Yang Shui, "Why does your husband enjoy picking on that girl so much?" "Who knows?" Yang Shui sighed again, pondering. Could it be that he likes her? No, Li Feng is not that type. He simply holds grudges. The train arrived at Shangdu Station, and Li Feng ceased his banter with the female student, packing his belongings. "Let us go. We need to disembark quickly and avoid lingering with this foot-stinking madwoman." The female student, feeling wronged, began to cry. "I don't stink." She pleaded with Lu Xing. "Please believe me, I really don't stink." Yes, I believe you." Lu Xing nodded eagerly, having spent the night in close quarters and unable to discern any odor. If anyone had stinky feet, it would be Li Feng. He was the one who had a bit of scent. "What are you staring at? Never seen a handsome guy before? Make way," Li Feng urged as he pulled Yang Shui along, disdainfully maneuvering past the obstructive Lu Xing. "Hey, let us exchange contact information," Lu Xing called out enthusiastically. Li Feng, without looking back, replied, "You're not my type." Lu Xing shivered. "I'm not into guys either." He was merely being friendly, wanted to make a new acquaintance. It was not an expression of romantic interest. "That guy is a scoundrel," the female student lamented, tears in her eyes. The young male college student nodded, acknowledging that there was a hint of mischief in him. However, he did treat his wife quite well, tending to her feet and helping her put on socks early in the morning. From this perspective, he was not entirely without merit. If Yang Shui were to grasp his thoughts, she would undoubtedly scoff, exclaiming, "Pa, his foot massages stem from an infatuation with my feet, not from genuine care or concern for me." Shandong, with its rich historical significance, bustled with activity at the train station, where throngs of people congregated, hawkers, vendors, and travelers alike. Nevertheless, Li Feng remained vigilant, keeping a watchful eye on his bag and his wife's hand, wary of potential pickpockets. In these times, everyone seemed to carry the air of a thief. Last night's events had likely left him with a touch of PTSD. "It's all right. This is the provincial capital. There aren't that many thieves," Yang Shui remarked, sensing Li Feng's anxiety and offering reassurance. At that moment, a frenzied shout pierced the air. "Catch the thief! Catch the thief!" A thief, having failed at petty theft, brazenly snatched a bag and fled. Li Feng quickly pulled Yang Shui aside, a wry smile on his lips as he quipped, "See? My concerns were not unfounded. These thieves are quite audacious. Is it too much to ask for a bit of professional integrity? If one chooses to be a thief, one should stick to it, rather than swap professions mid-crime." Yang Shui, taken aback, remarked, "I never expected the thieves in the provincial capital to be so rampant." "What's so surprising about the provincial capital? It's just a slightly larger city, comparable to Jiangsheng. Therefore, one must remain vigilant. Now, where is your aunt, the educated youth? Near Zhaijing Mountain Park, on Fuxiao Street, number 36. Knock, knock, knock. Aunt Lu, Aunt Lu. Yang Shui and Li Feng arrive at the door of her aunt's house. Calling out after knocking, Li Feng, holding the pork he bought on the street along with some local specialties from home, curiously inquired, "Did you inform Aunt Lu of our arrival time?" "Yes, I called her beforehand. I wouldn't dare come over unannounced." Yang Shui nodded eagerly. With a creak, the door opened, revealing a graceful woman in her 30s, exuding elegance. Upon seeing Yang Shui, her eyes brightened. "Xiao Shui, is that you?" "Auntie, it's me," Yang Shui exclaimed, her eyes brimming with tears of joy. Lu Fuxiu, who had watched her grow up, felt a wave of emotion seeing her former pupil now blossoming into a beautiful young woman. "All right, no more tears. Come in, come in. Is this your husband?" "Yes, this is my husband, Li Feng." "Hello, Aunt Lu," Li Feng greeted with a smile. However, Lu Fuxiu merely nodded coolly, responding with a curt, "Hello." Li Feng thought to himself, "What did I do to offend you?" Come in, Lu Fuxiu urged, guiding Yang Shui inside. Upon noticing the items Li Feng carried, she chided gently, "Xiao Shui, I told you not to bring me gifts. What are you doing? Take them back." Yang Shui, flustered, stammered, "Annie, I. Li Feng quickly intervened. "Annie, Xiao Shui often mentions how you treat her better than her own parents, that you are her benefactor. We didn't bring much, just some local specialties, and I figured you might miss the local pastries since you've been away for a while. This pork is fresh. From a pig that was just slaughtered. I bought 10 pounds out of goodwill. Annie, please accept it." Lu Fuxiu looked at him in surprise, then glanced at the pork and pastries. After a moment, she nodded, saying, "All right, but please don't bring gifts next time. It would be inappropriate if someone saw it." Understood. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement, pondering who this Annie was who forbade gifts from entering her home. Perhaps she was someone of authority. Chapter 72. Watching a movie. "Come in, sit down, everyone," Lu Fuxiu said as she led Yang Shui to the living room. Li Feng followed, placing the pastries on the table before heading to the kitchen with the meat. He couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Fuxiu was rather indifferent towards him. However, understanding her connection with Yang Shui, he resolved to tread carefully, as she was indeed a revered figure in Yang Shui's life. As they settled in, a middle-aged man descended from upstairs, clad in a black suit and glasses, his demeanor cold and disdainful. "This is a child I met during my time as an educated youth, named Yang Shui. And this is her husband, Li Feng. This is my husband, Su Jiao. You may call him Uncle Su." Lu Fuxiu introduced them. Yang Shui and Li Feng promptly stood, respectfully greeting, "Hello, Uncle Su." Despite their earnestness, Uncle Su merely acknowledged them with a curt nod, his demeanor reflecting a certain urban arrogance as he remarked, "So, you're from the countryside? This is the provincial capital. Please refrain from bringing any unsanitary habits here. We wouldn't want to dirty the house, understood?" Yang Shui quickly nodded, "Uncle, don't worry. We want to make a mess." Li Feng narrowed his eyes, a flicker of displeasure crossing his features. "What a rude uncle. Who does he think he is? If he pushes me too far, I might just make a mess in his living room." Lu Fuxiu attempted to smooth things over. "What are you saying? They are good kids, very considerate. They wouldn't dirty the house." Uncle Su responded with an indifferent grunt, "I want to be home for lunch," and with that, he exited. "You should come back for lunch. I'll buy some ribs for everyone to stew," Lu Fuxiu called after him. "No need," he replied impatiently, shutting the door behind him. Li Feng rolled his eyes. This Uncle Su has quite the temper. Not only is his attitude towards his poor, but it's also rather dismissive towards Aunt Lu. Perhaps they are having marital issues. Lu Fuxiu, sensing a hint of awkwardness, addressed Yang Shui. "Your uncle has a bit of a cleanliness obsession. He means no harm, so don't take it to heart." Yang Shui quickly waved her hand. No, I'm not offended at all. "Child, how have you been these past few years?" "Very well. I've been working hard on my studies and have consistently ranked at the top. This year, I finally managed to get into university." "Well done. You have changed your destiny. Quick, let Annie see your admission notice." Lu Fuxiu's eyes glistened with joy upon hearing that Yang Shui had been accepted into university. As if she were her own daughter, Li Feng observed this heartfelt connection, realizing that Aunt Lu genuinely cared for Yang Shui. The bond they shared was akin to that of a father and daughter. Yang Shui was indeed fortunate to have encountered such a kind-hearted individual. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Lu Fuxiu marveled at the admission notice, her admiration growing with each glance. At that moment, the clock struck 8, its chimes echoing through the room. Lu Fuxiu exclaimed, "Oh dear, I must head to work. You two stay here. I'll buy ribs for lunch." She handed Yang Shui a key. "This is the house key. If you feel like going out for a stroll, feel free. The provincial capital is developing quite well, and you should explore." She then produced several bills, insisting, "Take this. You'll need to buy some good food. The city is large, and expenses add up everywhere, even for using the restroom. You must have some money on you." Yang Shui, feeling overwhelmed, protested, "Annie, please, you shouldn't tea. What money do you have? Just take it. You'll need it," Lu Fuxiu insisted firmly. Yang Shui found herself at a loss. Li Feng chuckled, "Annie, I have money. You don't need to give us any." Lu Fuxiu shot him an irritated glare. "Your money is yours. This is for Xiao Shui." Li Feng felt a touch of awkwardness, thinking, "Xiao Shui and I are already married. Isn't my money hers as well? This Aunt Lu seems to hold a grudge against me." Unable to refuse, Yang Shui ultimately accepted the bills, feeling flustered. "Annie, this is too much. How about I just take one bill?" Lu Fuxiu had already gathered her briefcase, preparing to leave for work, and waved her hand, saying, "There is no need to be polite with Annie. Take it, take it." Once Annie had finally departed, Li Feng let out a sigh of relief, his tension easing somewhat, and he lamented to Yang Shui, "Does Aunt Lu hold any grievances against me?" Yang Shui shot him a disapproving glance. "What do you think?" She and her elder sister, Yang Qing, had been under Lu Auntie's watchful eyes since childhood. Lu Auntie imparted knowledge and etiquette to them with the hope that they might transcend their rural upbringing, gain admission to university, and alter their destinies, rather than resigning themselves to early marriages and domestic servitude. Why should women be confined to such fates? Thus, she frequently reminded Yang Shui that women can also hold up half the sky. You are no less than any man. However, when her sister Yang Qing proved to be unambitious, struggling with her studies, and ultimately chose to work instead, Lu Annie devoted all her attention to Yang Shui, continuously supporting her academic pursuits and well-being even after leaving Yang Muzhuang. As a result, Yang Shui did gain admission to university, yet was swept away in marriage by Li Feng before she could attend, leaving Lu Fuxiu with a sense of despair akin to finding her prize cabbage suddenly devoured by a pig. It was truly disheartening, were it not for her composure. She would have been reluctant to allow Li Feng into her home. Listening to Yang Shui, Li Feng nodded in realization. "Indeed, but Aunt Lu has misunderstood me. I was left with no choice. It was your sister who fled from the wedding." "Let us not dwell on this matter," Yang Shui interjected, wishing to steer clear of such troubling topics. Since the events had transpired, she had become part of the Li family, and revisiting the past felt futile and bothersome. She believed she was currently leading a happy and fulfilling life. The Li family treated her well, and Li Feng was ambitious, albeit a bit impulsive. Nevertheless, he never resorted to violence against her, which was already a significant improvement over many rural men. At times, she even worried that her sister might return unexpectedly to snatch away this happiness. Li Feng's mind raced. He thought to himself that he should seize the opportunity to speak with Aunt Lu, to clear up this misunderstanding and convey that he had been compelled by circumstance, not out of malice to steal someone's happiness. Lu Fuxiu had shown profound kindness to Yang Shui, and he did not wish to be perceived as a reckless youth. "Come, let me take you to explore the provincial capital," he suggested. "I would prefer to stay home and tidy up for Aunt Lu." "No, that is inappropriate. It's her house. What if you accidentally break something or misplace her belongings? She would be upset." "Oh, very well." Yang Shui was coaxed into following him outside. The roads of Fushao Street were not paved with concrete. They were quite muddy, yet bustling with people, characteristic of a lively area. Numerous vendors lined the streets, their shouts ringing out, spicy soup, fried buns with lamb." After a simple breakfast, Yang Shui spotted a cinema at the intersection and excitedly exclaimed, "Let us go watch a movie." As a child, she had relished the moments when film projectionists brought movies to the countryside, first in black and white, then in color, watching classics like Railway Guerrillas, Women's Army, and Shaolin Temple with great excitement. In recent years, it seemed she had scarcely attended any films. Nostalgia washed over her. Li Feng, however, was not particularly interested in the cinema of that era and waved his hand dismissively, saying, "What is so interesting about movies? Let us go stroll in the city park instead. I've heard it's quite large and scenic." "Oh, all right." Li Feng was indifferent, and Yang Shui, feeling timid, followed him closely, casting a wistful glance at the cinema as they passed. Suddenly, Li Feng halted, and Yang Shui nearly collided with him. "Why did you stop abruptly?" she inquired. "Didn't you want to see a movie?" "Come on, let us go watch one," he replied, turning back with a mischievous glint in his eye. "Really? That's wonderful." Yang Shui beamed, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. The pair entered the cinema and purchased tickets, at which point a sign outside proclaimed, "The latest film from Xianjiang, Jin Ping Mei, a blockbuster, incredibly sensational." Chapter 73, Strolling the Streets. "Ha, how shameless! How am I shameless?" Upon exiting the cinema, Yang Shui's face was flushed with embarrassment as she glared fiercely at Li Feng. He blinked innocently, exclaiming, "I am utterly wronged. The film Jinping Mei was risque and provocative. It's not my fault. I neither filmed it nor acted in it. You stole a kiss." Yang Shui, recalling a particular moment in the cinema, teased him playfully. She had been too shy to open her eyes during the film, only to have Li Feng steal a kiss in the darkness. "How could you do that? You're my wife." "I couldn't help but steal a kiss," he retorted. You what a scoundrel." "Isn't that the definition of a scoundrel?" Li Feng gazed at Yang Shui's delicate face, licking his lips. "I wish to kiss you again." "Oh dear, no." Yang Shui fled in a hurry. Li Feng chased after her, laughing. "Haha, you can't escape. Come here. Let me steal another kiss." In those times, people were quite innocent and possessed a strong sense of justice, unafraid to intervene. They hadn't run far when someone shouted, "What are you doing? Let go of that girl. I'll call the police." They assumed Li Feng was a rogue, and one individual even picked up a brick to throw at him. Li Feng quickly explained, "Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. She is my wife. I'm not a rogue. We're just playing." Yang Shui, fearing that the person with the brick might cause Li Feng harm, stepped in and said to the crowd, No. He is not a rogue. We are married." As the bystanders breathed a sigh of relief, they couldn't help but scold the couple. "What are you making a scene for? You almost caused a misunderstanding. Young people these days are getting bolder." Thank goodness I remained calm. Otherwise, I might have had a brick thrown at me. Li Feng and Yang Shui awkwardly apologized, receiving forgiveness from the crowd. As they walked down another street, they were still shaken. "That was terrifying. I nearly got mistaken for a rogue," he said, clutching his chest anxiously. In the 1980s, being accused of being a rogue was no trivial matter. One could face the death penalty. The crime of being a rogue was a catch-all offense, where even innocent acts like watching someone bathe or dancing closely could lead to serious charges. A light sentence might mean years in prison, while a severe one could lead to public execution. If he were labeled a rogue, no matter how capable Li Feng was, he would face dire consequences. "That was close. Too close. I can't joke around like that in public again," he said, his voice trembling with anxiety. He almost forgot that this was not a modern era, but the 1980s, where many societal norms remained conservative and rigid. A careless mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. He needed to be cautious and avoid drawing undue attention. Yang Shui shared his apprehension, giving his arm a playful punch. You. Let us see if you dare to act recklessly again." Though she had been taken as a bride against her will, she now considered herself a member of the Li family and had developed a fondness for Li Feng. She could not bear the thought of losing her husband so soon after their marriage. She had heard that just 2 years prior, someone from a neighboring village had been executed for a similar offense. If Li Feng were to face the same fate, what would become of her? "Let us not discuss that anymore. Come, I'll take you to buy some clothes." "Oh, no need. I brought some clothes with me. But this is the provincial capital. There are all sorts of clothes here, far better than what we have in our county. Let me get you something fashionable, just like the stars from Xinjiang. Come on." The provincial department store was a vast expanse. The clothing on offer was indeed trendy and diverse. Yang Shui was nearly overwhelmed by the choices. "Oh my, there are so many beautiful dresses. Try this on, girl. Your figure is excellent. It will surely look stunning on you." A saleswoman eagerly handed Yang Shui a dress to try on. Feeling bashful, she quickly declined. "No, that's all right. Don't worry, just give it a try." Li Feng encouraged with a smile. With both Li Feng and the saleswoman encouraging her, Yang Shui eventually relented and tried on a lovely orange floral dress. To her surprise, it looked fantastic on her, very much in the style of Hong Kong fashion. "If you added a pair of high heels, it would look even better," Li Feng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up as he handed her a pair of small leather high heels. "But I've never worn high heels," she stammered. "It's quite simple, really. Just give it a try. If you don't like it, you needn't wear it. However, the outfit requires proper coordination. This dress of yours looks splendid with high heels," Li Feng proclaimed with a professional air. The enthusiastic saleswoman nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "This gentleman knows his stuff. Young lady, this dress hails from Hong Kong, a favorite among the stars, and these high heels are from a renowned brand. You must try them on. You'll undoubtedly look stunning. I assure you, I speak the truth." Reluctantly, Yang Shui slipped into the high heels, nearly losing her balance as she walked. Yet, upon seeing her reflection in the mirror, she felt a surge of joy. Indeed, she looked quite lovely. However, she pondered, could she truly pull off such an extravagant look? It felt too ostentatious for her taste. Deep down, she was a modest, traditional girl. Li Feng chuckled. "Ostentatious? My dear, this flowing gown conceals your knees. How could it be ostentatious? It's quite tasteful. Besides, high heels are everywhere. There's nothing to fear." Yang Shui hesitated, a flicker of doubt in her eyes. Sensing her apprehension, Li Feng reassured her, "You're about to attend university in the city. What have you to fear? The city is far more liberal than the countryside. People will see your beauty, not your flamboyance. The saleswoman chimed in. Everything here is of exceptional quality, imported from Hong Kong. Just look around at how many fashionable people wear similar styles. No one would think you too flashy. Yang Shui, swayed by their encouragement, inquired eagerly, so, how much is it? Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. It's not much, Li Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then beckoned the saleswoman to negotiate, ultimately securing a reasonable price for the dress and heels. As they exited the department store, Yang Shui, curious, asked, but really, how much did it cost? She felt uneasy not knowing. Not too much, Li Feng replied, but her insistence for clarity prompted him to reveal just over 30 yuan. In truth, it was more than 50, given the brand and the Hong Kong import. Yang Shui gasped, what? Over 30 yuan? My goodness. Is this dress and these heels really that expensive? We must have been cheated. I can't accept this. She was aghast, realizing that 30 yuan equated to nearly a month's salary for city dwellers. This is too much. I refuse to wear it. Li Feng quickly interjected, return it? No way. The sign clearly states that once sold, items cannot be returned. Just keep it as my birthday gift to you. But my birthday was ages ago. I've never worn anything so pricey. She protested. But now you have. Worry not. Our family is well off. Money is no object. Cool me. Let me take you to another mall to find more clothes and shoes. More shopping? I won't go. You should buy yourself some clothes instead, and I shall pay. Really? Ha ha, how delightful. I never expected you to offer to buy me clothes. Li Feng beamed, feeling grateful for such a considerate partner. Chapter 74, Conflict. You look quite lovely in this one. Let us purchase these two items, Yang Shui suggested, selecting 2 t-shirts for Li Feng. They were inexpensive, yet their sentiment made them more precious than any designer item. Do you think they are too cheap? She asked nervously. With only a little money left, the shirts, priced over 3 yuan, felt quite extravagant. Yet, when compared to what Li Feng had spent, they seemed a bargain. Not at all. I'm no fool. Why were something so expensive? As long as it fits, that is all that matters, Li Feng replied cheerfully. You're not mocking me, are you? Haha, certainly not. As a man, I have little regard for such things. You are my wife. Your appearance reflects well on me. Don't overthink it. Very well. After purchasing the clothes, Yang Shui wished to buy Li Feng a pair of sandals. Meanwhile, Li Feng stepped aside to call his grandfather. Hello, Grandpa. We have arrived in the provincial city. The journey was smooth, and we weren't robbed. How is everything at home? All is well. It's only been a day since you left. How much could have changed? Li Wei chuckled. However, I have good news. The funds we collected amount to nearly 10,000 yuan. You are now a wealthy individual. Oh, that quickly? Li Feng's eyes lit up at the news. Earning 10,000 in a month was impressive. Yet, he felt it insufficient. He needed to seize more market share. Grandpa, bring the money to the provincial city. I intend to open a factory here as well. He aspired to expand and strengthen his enterprise, needing to establish a presence in the provincial city. If funds fell short, he would consider taking out a loan. It was imperative to secure this market swiftly, allowing his spicy strips to spread far and wide from the provincial city. Another factory? Grandpa Li Wei exclaimed, taken aback. Don't overreach, my boy. You already have 2 factories, one of which has just started turning a profit, and now you want to open another? Aren't you enjoying counting your money? Speed is crucial in this business. Spicy strips are not technically demanding, and I've heard others are beginning to imitate us. We must act swiftly to fill the market gap and maximize profits. While his family hadn't mentioned it, he was aware of the counterfeit spicy strips emerging in the market, albeit on a smaller scale. To earn substantial profits, he understood the importance of monopolizing the market. The spicy strip sector was currently untapped. Claiming it early would equate to monopolization, leading to a continuous flow of income. The provincial city, well connected, was a market that must be captured. All right, you have a plan? Grandpa Li Wei conceded, understanding the need for swift action to secure territory before competitors could gain an advantage. He then broached another topic. By the way, your classmate Wang Daji has arrived. What do you plan to do with him? Our workshop is quite busy and has hired new staff, so perhaps he could work there. Oh, Wang Daji has finally made it? Li Feng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This fellow had remained in Wangzhuang due to matters concerning Lu Guafu. His arrival suggested a resolution to those affairs. Have him bring the money to the provincial city to find me. I need someone trustworthy as I expand. Since he decided to establish a factory in the provincial city, he needed a reliable ally. He couldn't handle everything alone, especially since Yang Shui would start school at the end of the month, requiring him to accompany her to Jiangcheng. Managing the factory there, or even purchasing a home for both of them would be quite the endeavor. The spicy strip business had low technical barriers, renting a factory space, or even an entire courtyard, and acquiring a few machines would suffice to launch operations, similar to opening a franchise. Choosing the right location and preparing equipment and personnel would enable them to generate significant profits quickly. Most importantly, they had to capitalize on the current untapped market, expanding rapidly throughout the province and even the nation to amass wealth. Much like the popular chain stores, they needed to open locations across the country, swiftly capturing market share and attracting customers with affordable prices. This would ensure that competitors would only be left with the scraps. Have Wang Daji bring all the money to the provincial city. I'll arrange for him to have a sleeper berth. The transport is crowded. Ensure he keeps the funds secure, tucked away properly. If anything goes missing, I'll have to whip him for carelessness. At noon, Li Feng and Yang Shui returned to Aunt Lu's home. Lu Fuxiu had finished work early, preparing several dishes, including ribs and Yang Shui's favorite, stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers. Your favorite? I had no idea, Li Feng exclaimed, looking at Yang Shui in surprise. Although the two had been living together for quite some time, he remained utterly oblivious to Yang Shui's culinary preferences. In her family, there was a pronounced bias favoring males, and even when meat was available, it was seldom shared with her and her sister. Aunt Lu, however, would trade ration coupons for pork and stir-fry it with homegrown green peppers, creating a delectable dish that anyone would relish. You don't even know what your wife enjoys eating? Aunt Lu remarked with a disapproving glare, her tone tinged with displeasure. Li Feng felt awkward. I treat her well. I ensure she has meat every day. Every day, you say? I find that hard to believe, Lu Fuxiu replied skeptically, her eyes reflecting a hint of resentment, as if she were scrutinizing a thief. In this day and age, few ordinary families could afford to eat meat regularly, let alone rural households. The atmosphere grew tense as Lu Fuxiu's expression hardened. Yang Shui swiftly intervened. Auntie, it's true. The Li family treats me quite well. Li Feng nodded, eager to add his words of affirmation. But Lu Fuxiu abruptly set down her chopsticks and, with tears streaming down her face, pulled Yang Shui closer. Child, do not feign strength in front of your aunt. You were taken from us. How well can they truly treat you? I have devoted myself to teaching you, hoping you would escape the confines of rural life and step onto a grander stage. Yet here you are, having gained admission to university, only to be bound by early marriage. Auntie, please don't cry. I am genuinely happy, Yang Shui replied, unable to hold back her own tears. To an outsider, it might seem tragic that she had to marry early after finally getting into university. However, she felt no discomfort. Instead, she experienced a profound sense of joy. Within the Li household, her grandfather and in-laws were very kind to her, and Li Feng had promised she could attend university. At times, she even forgot that she had been taken away, feeling quite content and having expressed her sentiments to Lu Fuxiu. Asserting that life with the Li family was indeed pleasant. Regrettably, Lu Fuxiu seemed to harbor a prejudice against the Li family, disapproving of their actions and suspecting that the young girl might have been coerced into submission, brainwashed to relinquish her own will, and forced to pretend to be happy. Thus, she felt immense sympathy for Yang Shui. During dinner, her emotions erupted uncontrollably. Seeing the two women in tears, Li Feng felt helpless. Auntie, I genuinely care for Yang Shui. Please believe me. Believe what? You are the one who took her away. How good can you really be to her? Lu Fuxiu retorted. Aware that Li Feng had resorted to violence against her father, Yang Xiong, and her brother, Yang Wang, to claim Yang Shui. This knowledge had already tainted her impression of him. The thought of Yang Shui's uncertain life in his household made her weep anew. Can you honestly say you would allow her to continue her education, rather than deceive her into staying with you to bear children? Li Feng could not tolerate such accusations against his character. He bristled at Lu Fuxiu's doubts about his integrity. Auntie, we are married now, of course. We will have children, but I genuinely treat her well. I assure you I'm not lying. I intend for her to continue her studies. If she excels academically, she can assist me and help our future children with their homework. Why would I not want her to pursue her education? Inwardly frustrated, he thought, I understand you care deeply for Yang Shui, treating her as your own, but you cannot portray me as a villain. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that his reputation in Lu Fuxiu's eyes was far from favorable. Kidnapping a bride, assaulting her father, and beating her brother. These actions would indeed paint him as a villain in the eyes of outsiders, making it hard to believe he was a good person. Yang Shui sought to console Lu Fuxiu. Auntie, I am truly well. I help with chores at the Li household, and they even wish to pay me. They offer me 5 yuan a day, which I declined. The order for spicy strips had surged, keeping her busy at the factory, where her grandfather and in-laws thought to reward her with wages. 5 yuan a day amounted to 150 yuan a month, far exceeding the average city wage. Given their substantial debts from establishing the factory, she felt it improper to take advantage of their generosity. Besides, she was merely assisting the family, and it seemed unreasonable to accept payment for it. The Li family was deeply moved by her refusal to accept wages, frequently praising her as a wonderful daughter-in-law who was filial, sensible, and hardworking. Consequently, they treated her even better, providing her with meat daily and even chicken soup. Such is human nature. Kindness begets kindness, a mutual exchange of goodwill. Therefore, Yang Shui wished to clarify any misconceptions Aunt Lu might have regarding the Li family's character. 5 yuan a day. Lu Fuxiu was taken aback. Why such a generous sum? Is there some ulterior motive? Are they planning to sell Yang Shui? After all, her own salary was merely 40 to 50 yuan a month. Receiving 5 yuan daily would surpass 100 yuan monthly, which seemed implausible. What business do you operate? Do you pay taxes properly? She inquired sternly, casting a scrutinizing look at Li Feng. Li Feng remained unfazed. I sell snacks, spicy strips specifically. We conduct our business legally and pay our taxes. We are not like those stars in the entertainment industry who evade taxes. We're spicy strips. Lu Fuxiu, unfamiliar with snacks, displayed a look of confusion. Just so happens we brought some spicy strips for you, Yang Shui quickly interjected, rummaging through her backpack to retrieve 2 packets of the snack. Initially intending to present them as a local specialty to Lu Fuxiu, she had later deemed it inappropriate, so she had offered them earlier. Lu Fuxiu watched as Yang Shui eagerly opened a packet, pulling out a long, red, rectangular strip of spicy gluten for her to taste. She first scrunched her face in hesitation before taking a bite, only to wrinkle her brow again at the oily texture. I don't particularly enjoy it, she remarked. Li Feng rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, you may not like it, but the children certainly do. My orders are overflowing. It's selling like hotcakes. These snacks were precisely what children relished, and it was entirely normal for someone of her age not to appreciate them. He teased Lu Fuxiu lightly. She huffed in response, casting him a disapproving glare. The tension between them crackled, the air thick with unspoken animosity. Yang Shui felt increasingly anxious, worried about Li Feng's remarks toward Lu Fuxiu. She quickly continued to extol the virtues of the Li family. Auntie, the Li family truly treats me well. My in-laws are incredibly kind, and they are not impoverished. Li Feng is also quite industrious. He invented these spicy strips and established the factory himself. His business is thriving, and he has earned quite a bit. I am well taken care of, so you need not worry about me. She understood that Lu Fuxiu's concerns stemmed from the possibility of her being mistreated in the Li household. Thus, she aimed to reassure her that the Li family was not impoverished and that they were genuinely good people. Li Feng was not the type to be lazy or indulgent. This was essential for alleviating Lu Fuxiu's worries. Just as Lu Fuxiu raised her head to address Li Feng further, there was a knock at the door. Sister, are you home? Is that Qingyu? Lu Fuxiu quickly wiped her tears and rose to open the door. Standing outside was a robust man in a police uniform, exuding an air of authority. His sharp eyebrows and piercing gaze conveyed a sense of vigilance. Sister, why are you crying? The man asked, frowning slightly as he peered into the room. Upon spotting Yang Shui and Li Feng, he inquired, who are these two? Oh, allow me to introduce them. Lu Fuxiu hurriedly said, this is the Yang Shui I often mention, the child I taught while serving as a sent-down youth. And this is her husband. You may refer to him as Uncle Lu. The man in uniform was Lu Fuxiu's brother, Lu Qingyu, the captain of the municipal armed police unit. Hello, Uncle Lu. Oh, so you are the Yang Shui everyone speaks of, Lu Qingyu said, recognition dawning upon him. He nodded. I heard you got into university. That's impressive. Yang Shui was touched to learn that even Aunt Lu's brother was aware of her academic achievement. This indicated that Lu Fuxiu was proud of her and had shared her accomplishments with her family. Thank you for the compliment, Uncle Lu. Here, take this money, Lu Qingyu said, pulling out several bills from his pocket and handing them to Yang Shui. Use it to buy some school supplies. Yang Shui hastily declined, saying no. I can't accept it. Take it. Don't be polite with me, Lu Annie insisted. No, I truly can't. Yang Shui shot a pleading glance at Lu Fuxiu. Lu Fuxiu kindly replied, accept it. You're not a stranger. She truly considered Yang Shui as one of her own. Reluctantly, Yang Shui accepted the money, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Uncle Lu. No need to be so polite. Lu Qingyu smiled, then glanced at Li Feng. I didn't realize you got married. Did you marry right after getting into college? Yes. Yang Shui awkwardly smiled, unsure of how to explain the circumstances. Li Feng thought to himself, if she knew I had snatched the bride, would she turn me in? Lu Qingyu merely pondered why Yang Shui was marrying so early when she had just entered university, thinking she should focus on her studies instead. Not wanting to pry further, he glanced around the living room. Is my brother-in-law not home for dinner again today? Yes. He's busy with work. Lu Fuxiu evaded the question, forcing a smile. Lu Qingyu nodded, not pressing for more details. Your parents want you to come home for dinner in a couple of days. They miss you. Okay, I'll go home in a few days. Sister. Why don't you quit that job? You're out running around every day. Isn't it tiring? You can find a nice office job. It's all the same. We're all serving the people. My job isn't any less significant than yours in the armed police, she replied. That's not what I meant. I just worry you might wear yourself out. Don't worry, our work isn't tiring. You armed police have both dangerous and exhausting jobs. I should be the one worrying about you. After a brief conversation with his sister Lu Feng, Lu Qingyu left, as the current state of public security kept him busy with little time for a lunch break. Once he departed, the atmosphere between the three fell into silence, and their meal was hastily consumed. Not wanting the awkwardness to linger, Li Feng jokingly asked, Annie, what do you do for work? If it's tough, why not quit and join me? My business is thriving, and I'm sure it would earn you more than your current job. I wouldn't need your help to make money. I work at the tax bureau. Although the pay is a bit low, it's enough to support myself. Lu Feng shot a knowing glance at Li Feng, saying cryptically, if you were to do business in the provincial capital, I could help you understand our city's tax policies through the tax bureau, ensuring you don't evade taxes. The tax bureau? Li Feng was taken aback. No wonder you don't accept gifts, I see. The position at the tax bureau was indeed a lucrative one, coveted by many, and the consequences of being reported for accepting bribes were dire. However, he thought to himself, if I, as a businessman, could establish a good rapport with the tax bureau, it would be quite advantageous. A few tax benefits could save me a significant amount. Chapter 76, The Beggar. Stay a few more days. After all, there's still over a week before school starts. Isn't that inappropriate? Auntie? It's fine. Don't be polite with me. Lu Feng encouraged Yang Shui to stay longer, suggesting she return only when school began. However, her words implied that she was not particularly welcoming of Li Feng, who pretended not to notice, thinking to himself that he was deeply misunderstood. This situation wouldn't do. If he opened a factory in the provincial capital, having connections with the tax bureau would be immensely beneficial. He needed to find a way to improve his relationship with Lu Annie. After dinner, Lu Feng went back to work, while Li Feng took Yang Shui out shopping. Why are we going shopping again? Come on, let us buy something for Annie Lu, a pearl necklace and a couple of gold bracelets. You don't have to flatter Annie Lu like that. Yang Shui, perceptive as ever, guessed Li Feng's intentions. It seemed Annie Lu did not favor him, but as a businessman, he feared the tax bureau. If he could foster a good relationship with them, it could save him considerable trouble and expense. I must make Annie Lu realize she has misunderstood me. I'm a good kid. Oh dear, why are you pouting? It's a bit nauseating. Who is nauseating? Just teasing you. Help. Don't run away. In the afternoon, Li Feng and Yang Shui strolled through a jewelry store. Instead of buying the pearl necklace for Lu Feng, he ended up purchasing one for Yang Shui. When Yang Shui donned the necklace, she insisted on taking it off, saying, I don't want it. Wasn't it meant for Annie Lu? This pearl necklace is worth over 300 yuan. It's said to be natural and of high quality. She thought, assuming it was for Lu Feng, but she bit her lip and did not protest to Li Feng. Unexpectedly, upon leaving the store, Li Feng placed it around her neck, claiming it was a gift for her. A pearl necklace worth 300 yuan? Are you out of your mind? In the 1980s, diamonds weren't in vogue. Their prices had been artificially inflated, while pearl necklaces were more popular and not cheap. Li Feng smiled. Can't you see that Annie Lu doesn't like me? Even if I give her a pearl necklace, she wouldn't accept it. It was clear to anyone that Lu Feng had a negative perception of him. In her eyes, he was probably just a scruffy young man trying to steal her daughter away, making him unwelcome. The more he spoke, the more mistakes he made. Everything he did seemed to disgust her, and gifting her a pearl necklace would only be a humiliation. Then I want tea, take it. I'll return it. The sign at the counter says no refunds once sold. Yang Shui pouted, her eyes shimmering as she looked at Li Feng, feeling an indescribable emotion rising within her. Why are you being so nice to me? You buy me clothes, and now a pearl necklace. You're too good to me. Her father had never bought her mother anything, not even serving a bowl. Yet Li Feng was different from her father and other men she had encountered. He was attentive, seldom lost his temper, sometimes even cooked at home, and would always bring back small gifts from outings. He was, in every respect, except for his penchant for rubbing her feet at night, the perfect man. Isn't it only right to treat my wife well? Or do you prefer me to hit and scold you every day? Li Feng looked at Yang Shui suspiciously, wondering if she had any strange preferences. Yang Shui removed the pearl necklace, placed it back in the box, and earnestly said to Li Feng, Thank you. What is there to be polite about? Li Feng felt a cool sensation in his hand and looked down to see a delicate, pale hand reaching for his. It was the first time Yang Shui had taken the initiative to hold his hand. At that moment, her face flushed. After a brief touch, she quickly withdrew, feeling as if she had been shocked. Li Feng chuckled, reaching out to take her hand again. Why let go? We're in public. Let us not. Yang Shui shyly replied. Although she had developed feelings for Li Feng and expressed her intentions through their brief hand-holding, she wasn't bold enough to hold hands openly in broad daylight with so many people around. Come on, it's not like we're kissing. No way. Ultimately, Li Feng took Yang Shui's hand as they continued their stroll. In today's world, not many couples dared to hold hands in public, but there was still enough to attract some curious glances from passers-by without causing much of a stir. See, city dwellers are worldly. No one bats an eye at public displays of affection, Li Feng said with a smile. Yang Shui observed that this was indeed the case and felt much more at ease, allowing him to hold her hand as they walked across the street, thinking to herself, "Today has been incredibly embarrassing. I can't act like this when I return home." On Yongsheng North Road, while Li Feng was busy buying candied hawthorn for Yang Shui, he suddenly noticed a small beggar sitting by the roadside. The child was so young, missing limbs, with half of their face disfigured and one eye was blind. In front of him lay a bowl containing a few scattered bills and coins. The beggar seemed unable to speak, nodding gratefully at the passers-by who gave him money. Yang Shui, holding her candied hawthorn, reflected on her own good fortune. Having hands and feet, and new clothes, her heart ached with compassion. She walked over and placed several large bills that Lu Fuxiu had given her into the beggar's bowl, thinking, how pitiful this child. Upon seeing the money, the small beggar immediately nodded vigorously, his mouth forming a silly grin. Li Feng was startled to notice that the young beggar was devoid of a tongue. The grim realization struck him. He recalled the heinous acts of certain criminals who deliberately exploited disabled children for alms. He inhaled sharply, casting a glance at the child's disfigured face and amputated limbs, and his expression darkened with suspicion. It was conceivable that this child had been intentionally mutilated and abandoned here to solicit money. Could it be true? Yang Shui shuddered, her face paling in fear. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she looked at the young child, filled with disbelief. How could anyone be so cruel as to deliberately cripple a child for the sake of beggary? What is your name? Li Feng knelt down to inquire of the beggar. A child missing both an arm and a leg begging in a bustling pedestrian street could hardly be there by mere chance. Was it conceivable that he had crawled there on his own? The likelihood was high that this child was a victim, controlled by a network of professional beggars. In the 1980s and 1990s, numerous disabled individuals were seen begging on the streets, yet the true extent of their disabilities was often questionable. At that time, criminal organizations were already abducting children, maiming them, and forcing them to beg for money. The kindness of the populace often led them to feel overwhelming sympathy for such unfortunate children, prompting many to give a few coins. As society stabilized and the nation prospered, authorities began to clamp down on and publicize the criminal behavior of deliberately maiming children for begging. The public became more aware, and whenever a disabled child appeared, the first instinct was to alert the police, significantly diminishing the incidence of abducted children being mutilated for the purpose of begging. Li Feng recalled a news story he had seen, where a mother had lost her child to abduction, searching for years in vain. One fateful day, she spotted a disabled child on the street, devoid of eyes, and in a fit of horror, she screamed, nearly losing her sanity, for that child was indeed her own. Such criminal organizations were utterly brazen. As Li Feng gazed at the disabled beggar, his fists clenched in anger. The loss of limbs could be attributed to an accident, but the absence of a tongue was unmistakably a deliberate act, intended to silence the child from calling for help. Yang Shui, tears streaming down her face, suggested, "Should we call the police? They should investigate if this child is missing." "Yes, let us inform the authorities," Li Feng nodded. Just as he was about to make the call, suddenly, a young man clad in black emerged from the alley, his eyes fierce and his expression menacing. Brandishing a dagger and threateningly warned, "Kid, if you value your life, stay out of this and scram." Chapter 77. Human Traffickers. Who are you? Upon seeing the menacing figure with a dagger emerge from the alley, Li Feng instinctively positioned himself in front of Yang Shui, his gaze alert and wary. The young man, known as Little Wolf, whose real name was Lin Yixin, was one of the minor leaders controlling the beggar. He not only monitored the child, but also ensured that no one interfered or alerted the authorities. He pointed the dagger threateningly at Li Feng and Yang Shui, growling, "Let me make this clear. Stay out of my business. This is my territory, my people. Do you believe I want to stab you?" Li Feng understood that such individuals were often desperate and would not hesitate to harm others. He narrowed his eyes and replied, "Let us not act rashly. We have no ill intentions." Seeing the true nature of the situation, Yang Shui realized that the child had indeed been deliberately maimed. Her eyes turned red with indignation. "Are you even human? Deliberately crippling a child? You are nothing but beasts. Shut your mouth, you're asking for it." Lin Yixin brandished his dagger menacingly at Yang Shui. "Threatening? You want metal? Do you believe I want to make you suffer too?" Bystanders, drawn by the commotion, glanced over. What are you looking at? Get lost if you don't want trouble. Lin Yishan barked at the onlookers. He had committed countless vile acts and felt no fear. Call the police if you want. Do you think they can do anything to us? There are people watching the police station. The moment anything happens, we'll be long gone. Catching us isn't that easy. Besides, if the police arrive, we'll just flee. We can continue abducting children and turning them into beggars. Hearing the young man's callousness regarding the police, Yang Shui felt a chill run down her spine, trembling as she said, "You are truly demons, and you will face retribution." Lin Yishan, furious, stepped forward with the dagger aimed at Yang Shui. Li Feng quickly grasped Yang Shui's hand, shielding her, and pointed into the distance. "Don't do anything rash. The police will be here any moment." As he spoke, he pulled Yang Shui away, running. Lin Yishan, enraged by their interference, cursed, "Don't think about calling the police, or I'll hunt you down to the ends of the earth." Once they had distanced themselves, Li Feng retorted, "You'll regret this." Lin Yishan, infuriated by the insult, chased after them. However, within the crowd, he quickly lost sight of the couple and, feeling frustrated, returned to the beggar. He pulled the few bills Yang Shui had given from the bowl and stuffed them into his pocket, barking at the young beggar. "Continue begging and kneeling. If you don't reach your quota today, don't expect to eat tonight." The tongueless, disabled beggar could only nod vigorously, offering a sycophantic smile. Meanwhile, Li Feng, having ensured they were no longer being pursued, let out a sigh of relief and said fiercely, "If you dare to chase after us, I swear I'll make you pay." Yang Shui, still in tears, pleaded, "Li Feng, we must call the police." She could not bear the thought of such cruelty. The image of the young beggar haunted her thoughts. Understanding her distress, Li Feng comforted her. "All right, I'll call the police. But I need to take you home first to ensure your safety. Only then can I feel at ease, all right?" "Yes, but you must be careful too," she replied. "Don't worry," Li Feng assured her. After escorting Yang Shui home, he turned away, but instead of heading to the police station, he purchased a Sun Wukong mask and donned it over his face. Call the police? He was uncertain if it would be effective, for even after 2000, he still witnessed the presence of such disabled beggars on the streets. This indicated that the trade had persisted for a long time and was not easily eradicated. Nevertheless, it was essential to combat it. He resolved to report it, but not just yet. Wearing the monkey mask, he mused, "You dare to threaten me and my girlfriend? You've overstepped your bounds." Li Feng returned to the street where the incident had occurred, carefully observing his surroundings. He noticed that the young man in the alley was still present, which brought him a sense of relief. He picked up a brick and approached the alley from another direction. "Damn it, why can't these people show me a shred of compassion? I'm in need of money. Why don't they just give it to me if they want to do good?" Lin Yishan muttered maliciously, keeping a watchful eye on the street. Suddenly, someone called from behind, "Brother, you really resemble that guy." Turning around, Lin Yishan barely registered what was happening before a brick struck his face. "Ah!" He cried out in pain, momentarily dazed, realizing it was a person wearing a monkey mask. Before he could utter a word, another brick was hurled at him. "How dare you harm children and exploit them? Today, I shall enact justice." Li Feng rained blows upon the man with the brick, targeting his face, chest, and back without mercy. When dealing with such criminals, compassion was unnecessary. They deserved to be eradicated. "Threatening me and my girlfriend, abducting children to turn them into beggars. People like you are not human. You are beasts. Today, I will end your life." The blind beggar, witnessing his controller being brutally attacked, initially felt panic and wanted to scream. However, as he opened his mouth, he was reminded of his missing tongue. Instead, he could only emit muffled sounds, fixated on the scene of his master being pummeled. A glimmer of excitement and madness in his lone eye, Li Feng ruthlessly battered the human trafficker to near death before discarding the bloodied brick and fleeing the scene. Just as he made his escape, a police car happened to be passing by. He hurriedly pointed towards the direction he had come from, exclaiming, "Officer, there are villains trafficking children over there. It's that little beggar. Someone has deliberately maimed him to force him to beg. You must hurry and save him." He then dashed away, anxious to avoid leaving any trace of his identity, fearing retribution from criminal organizations. The police, having received the report, promptly headed to investigate. Indeed, the little beggar was disabled, and in the alley lay a man, bloodied and unconscious, teetering on the brink of life and death. Were these criminals or victims? The answer was unclear. Li Feng had never run with such speed before. He felt as though he could claim the title of champion sprinter. With the alarming rise in missing persons these days, he knew that being captured and buried would merely mean the world lost another handsome face. Thus he felt compelled to safeguard his own life. "Li Feng, what's wrong?" Yang Shui, who had been anxiously waiting at home, was startled when someone burst through the door. Upon recognizing Li Feng, she breathed a sigh of relief and quickly inquired about the day's events. Li Feng refrained from disclosing the brutal beating he had delivered to the trafficker, but nodded affirmatively, saying, "I've reported it. The police have apprehended the trafficker. Rest assured." "Well, as long as you reported it," Yang Shui replied, her expression turning somber. "But even if they catch that trafficker, the child can never be restored to his former self." "Can he?" Li Feng fell into silence, reflecting on the grim reality. Yes, he had beaten the trafficker and called for help, yet the child's suffering was irreversible. These traffickers truly deserved the harshest punishment. During dinner that evening, Lu Fuxi noticed the gloom that enveloped both Yang Shui and Li Feng, as if they were preoccupied with troubling thoughts. "What is the matter? Is the food not to your liking?" she asked. "No." Yang Shui quickly shook her head, recounting the day's events to Lu Fuxiu. Lu Fuxiu shared her sentiments, expressing that these traffickers truly deserved to face dire consequences. Sensing the heavy atmosphere, Li Feng attempted to uplift their spirits. "Do not worry. The police will undoubtedly capture these lawbreakers." Yang Shui nodded in agreement, asserting, "Yes, they must be caught. Ideally, they should face execution." Her kind-hearted nature, however, harbored a fierce desire for the perpetrators to endure severe punishment, advocating for their execution multiple times over. As she believed that mercy for criminals should be left to a higher power. Our duty, she felt, was to impose the strictest penalties upon offenders to serve as a deterrent to others. Observing Yang Shui's naive belief that all traffickers would surely be apprehended, Lu Fuxiu chose to remain silent. She knew well the plight of the little beggars, having witnessed many of them over time. If capturing them had been feasible, it would have already been accomplished, and they would not still be on the streets begging. These trafficking rings had established countermeasures and escape routes, making them far from easy to apprehend. After dinner, Li Feng prepared to head out again. Lu Fuxiu furrowed her brow and asked, "Where are you going at this late hour?" "The temptations of the provincial city are many. Do not let it corrupt you." The 1980s were rife with rampant vice. Salons masqueraded as dens of debauchery, and many locals, aware of the dangers, kept their distance, while newcomers often fell prey to seduction, risking everything in the process. Li Feng, however, had no time for her suspicions and replied casually, "I have matters to attend to. Just leave the door unlocked for me." Without further ado, he stepped outside. Aware of Lu Fuxiu's disdain for him, he felt no need to offer explanations. There was little point in justifying himself to someone with preconceived notions. He had his own endeavors to pursue, including finding a factory space, renting an apartment for Wang Daji, and purchasing equipment, all tasks that weighed heavily on his mind. Previously, in Sanchuan City, he had been able to establish a factory in a week thanks to the assistance of his uncle Li Zhou, who helped him secure a factory space and equipment, along with the mayor's backing. Now, in the provincial capital, he had to rely solely on himself, and the uncertainty of how long it would take filled him with anxiety. Still, if he found himself truly at a dead end, he would have to seek Lu Fuxiu's help. After all, she was a local and worked at the tax bureau, so she had connections. But given the current tension between them, he was reluctant to lower himself first. Unless absolutely necessary, he would refrain from asking for her assistance. He would take things step by step. After all, even if he couldn't purchase equipment for his spicy strip factory, he could always make them by hand and simply hire a few more Annies to help out. "Does your husband have any bad habits?" Lu Fuxiu asked Yang Shui. Watching as Li Feng walked away without looking back, disappointment evident in her expression. She was concerned that he might be led astray during his time in the provincial city. Yang Shui shook her head, reassuring her, "I don't think so, Annie. Don't worry. He knows his limits." "How can I not worry? This city is not entirely safe. The security is only slightly better than in the county, but the temptations are far greater," Lu Fuxiu replied. Yang Shui quickly shifted the topic. "Let us not discuss him. He can go wherever he pleases. Annie, it's been a while since you helped me with my homework. I'm about to start university. Can you please assist me again?" "Ah, you want me to help you with college assignments? I'll need to find some textbooks to review first," Lu Fuxiu responded. The dazzling lights and temptations of the provincial city held no sway over Li Feng. The streetwalkers outside salons, adorned in garish hairstyles and outfits, only served to offend his sensibilities. "Hey, want to have some fun?" one called out, but Li Feng scoffed inwardly, thinking, "You look like a horror show, not a chance." He visited several real estate agencies that were still open, inquiring about rental properties. He needed to secure a factory space, as well as an apartment for Wang Daji. And he also needed to purchase machinery and establish a supply chain, an overwhelming array of tasks. Finding a house was manageable, but securing a factory required thorough inspections. And he couldn't afford high prices or properties that demanded full payment up front. Otherwise, he would exhaust his funds on rent and have nothing left for equipment. "Brother, your demands are too high. Let me keep an eye out for you, one agent said. There's a reason these factory spaces are expensive. Li Feng inspected 2 factories but was dissatisfied. They either cost too much or required exorbitant upfront payments. And the agents were growing impatient as it was already past 9 in the evening, prompting them to close up for the night. With no other option, he began to head back. The streets were growing quieter, enveloped in an eerie silence reminiscent of a horror film. Suddenly, a black dog sprang from a nearby alley, startling Li Feng. Damn it, he cursed. He regretted venturing out to see the factories. They were too far away, and after leaving, he found no taxis available, forcing him to walk back to Fuchsia Street. If I end up dead on the street tomorrow, I'll come back as a vengeful spirit to haunt that dog of a broker. As he grumbled to himself, a girl suddenly sprinted towards him, her makeup smeared, crying out, "Help! Help!" A young thug with dyed yellow hair chased after her, gleefully taunting, "Run. The more you run, the more excited I get." With a sudden lunge, he seized the woman, pinning her to the ground, intent on assaulting her. The woman struggled, shaking her head, pleading help. "Help! You can scream until your throat is raw." It wouldn't matter. The thug sneered, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he reached for her. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out, "Stop!" A swift kick sent the thug sprawling backward. "Cough, cough," he gasped, trying to recover, only to be met with a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. "Dare to bully women? I despise men who lay hands on women," Li Feng shouted as he fought back. "You disgrace us men, you perverted scoundrel. I'll make sure you don't walk away from this. I'm Brother Wong's man. How dare you touch me?" The thug protested, but his words fell on deaf ears as Li Feng continued his onslaught. As the rogue was being beaten, he stubbornly refused to relent, instead brazenly proclaiming himself to be a follower of Brother Wong. Brother Wong? Li Feng had no idea who this illustrious figure was, and with renewed vigor, he retaliated, declaring, "Let me inform you, Brother Wong, I am Li Ji's man. Today, I am determined to act with righteousness and rid the world of you, a vile scoundrel. Please stop. I was wrong." The rogue, now on the brink of despair from the beating, no longer held his bravado and pleaded for mercy. "Go ahead, scream. Scream until your throat is raw, and see if anyone comes to your rescue." Li Feng taunted as he continued his assault. In that moment, he mirrored the very demeanor of the depraved rogue when he had attempted to harm others. The young woman witnessing this spectacle was left in a daze, pondering the apparent reversal of fortunes. No, this was divine retribution. Let us flee. This hero has nearly beaten the rogue to death. The girl urgently grasped the hero's hand, and they hurried away to a place of safety where she finally exhaled in relief. Gazing at the youthful Li Feng, she mused that he was indeed a young hero, a good person who would stand up against injustice. "Hello, my name is Chu Fuling. Thank you for rescuing me. I am Li Feng. Where do you live? Allow me to escort you home." "No need, I have to work the night shift. Since you saved me, let me treat you to a drink in gratitude. It's not far, just 2 streets over at the Paradise Bar." "My dear, what profession do you pursue?" "Don't misunderstand. I'm a bartender at the bar, not a seller of other services." "Oh, that is good to hear." Seeing that Li Feng seemed quite knowledgeable, Chu Fuling couldn't help but wonder if this good-hearted individual also had a hidden side. What a pity it was that such a young man, brimming with a sense of justice, was already a seasoned member of society. Chapter 79, The Quarrel. "No, it's too late. Come on, brother. You saved me today. I must thank you properly. Rest assured, I am not a fraud." Li Feng, pushed and pulled by Chu Fuling, ultimately found himself at the bar. The bar was bustling, with the DJ blasting music at a deafening volume. Numerous men and women swayed on the dance floor, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of demons and spirits. Li Feng took a sip of a blue Iceland cocktail, nodding in approval of its taste. However, Chu Fuling's version was fiery and potent, which he didn't particularly enjoy, yet he gave it a 5-star rating for the sake of politeness. Chu Fuling, now clad in a sharp suit with her hair tied back, appeared more composed and professional. With a smile, she said, "I have a specialty Long Island iced tea you should try. I think I'll pass." Chu Fuling's bartending skills seemed to stem from self-teaching rather than formal training, resulting in a drink that was not particularly enjoyable. Li Feng hesitated to sample any other concoctions. "Don't be so modest. Tonight, I'm treating you. You and tea have to spend a dime. It's not about the money, it's about the taste. I assent it." Chu Fuling, exuberantly cheerful, failed to register Li Feng's gentle refusal. As she prepared the Long Island iced tea, she inquired about his origins, his purpose in the provincial capital, and whether he was seeking employment, offering to assist with job introductions. "I'm not looking for a job. I want to open a factory and purchase machinery." "A factory? A big boss indeed." Chu Fuling's eyes brightened. "I know people. If you need factory space or machinery, I can help you connect. You and T need to pay me a commission. Consider it a gesture of gratitude for saving me tonight." "That seems too generous." Li Feng was taken aback, wondering if this was a trap. Otherwise, this girl was exceedingly enthusiastic. His instinctive wariness stemmed from past experiences. After navigating the intricacies of society, he had developed a sense of caution and distrust. He subconsciously believed that nothing good comes without a price, and no one would assist you without reason. However, he was overthinking it. Chu Fu-Ling had no ulterior motives. She simply wished to repay a kindness. Working at the bar, she had encountered individuals from all walks of life and often facilitated connections. Akin to a mediator, finding housing or job opportunities was commonplace in this era, where everyone was eager to earn a living, often juggling multiple roles. All right then, keep an eye out for me. Li Feng conveyed his requirements to Chu Fu-Ling, thinking that being cautious was prudent. He was no novice to be easily deceived by a young girl. He had a keen sense of judgment and discerned that Chu Fu-Ling had a good heart. She was generous and adept in her dealings, as evidenced by her rapport with the bar staff. Many patrons requested her to craft their drinks, indicating her competence and amiable nature. While her words held no deceit, he resolved to remain cautious when it came to financial matters. After midnight, when Li Feng returned home, he discovered the door left ajar, and he sighed in relief. Aunt Lu seemed to care for him, ensuring he wouldn't be left asleep on the streets. Who was there? Yang Shui, already nestled in bed, was startled by the sudden presence beside her. In the darkness, a voice lewdly declared, "It's me, your handsome husband." Yang Shui let out a breath of relief, but couldn't help but chuckle at his audacity. Who is being shameless? I am indeed quite handsome. Who proclaims their own handsomeness? Isn't that shameless? Oh right, why are you only returning now? Well, I still reek of alcohol. Li Feng recounted the situation of renting the factory space and subsequently rescuing the bartender, Chu Fu-Ling, to Yang Shui. Upon hearing this, Yang Shui's tone turned slightly sour. Oh, was she pretty? Pretty, but not as beautiful as you. Humph. Yang Shui felt a flutter of joy. But her annoyance stemmed from the fact that Li Feng had been out drinking until the wee hours. You don't know, Aunt Lu and her husband had a terrible fight. It was quite fierce. She then relayed Aunt Lu's predicament to Li Feng. Aunt Lu's husband, Su Jiao, returned home at 10 o'clock, reeking of alcohol, and an argument ensued that apparently escalated to the point of objects being thrown. I was upstairs and too frightened to go down, Yang Shui confessed, still shaken by the memory. Li Feng frowned at the mention of the quarrel. Isn't that normal? It's none of our concern, don't worry. Couples fight. It's a given. My parents argue every day. He dismissed the matter lightly, not considering it significant. Aunt Lu's temperament was somewhat stoic, making it unsurprising for her to argue. Yang Shui, however, understood that Aunt Lu and Uncle Su's disputes were not typical. They were genuinely intense, involving the potential for violence. She harbored genuine concern for Aunt Lu. Seeing Li Feng nonchalantly lying beside her, she puffed her cheeks and playfully jabbed him. What? You wanted to cuddle your feet while sleeping? Fine, fine. No, that's not it. Stop touching my feet. The peculiarities of married life were not for outsiders to judge. The next day, at breakfast, Li Feng, Yang Shui, and Lu Fu-Xiu sat together. When Uncle Su emerged from his room, he didn't even spare them a glance, striding straight out the door to work. Li Feng frowned, thinking, what else with the attitude? Who does he think he is? Ignoring them completely was rather rude. Aunt, are you hurt? Yang Shui suddenly exclaimed. She noticed a bruise on Lu Fu-Xiu's wrist as she reached for something, causing her to gasp. Had Uncle Su struck Aunt Lu? Li Feng directly voiced his suspicion. Did Uncle Su hit you? Though he had no fondness for Lu Fu-Xiu, he could not condone domestic violence. If a man had the courage to fight, he should face another man. Beating one's wife was no act of heroism. Lu Fu-Xiu quickly tugged her sleeve down to conceal the bruise, forcing a smile as she said, It's nothing. I just bumped into the bedpost. Really? Yang Shui expressed her doubts. Lu Fu-Xiu replied with a smile, Of course it's true. Don't overthink it. Yesterday's quarrel must have frightened you, right? No, not at all. Well, eat up. Seeing Lu Fu-Xiu head off to work while still clad in long sleeves, Yang Shui anxiously asked Li Feng, Do you think Aunt Lu is being abused? Li Feng reassured her, No way. Aunt Lu has a strong personality. She doesn't seem like someone who would tolerate abuse. Don't worry. He couldn't be entirely sure whether Lu Fu-Xiu was indeed suffering from domestic abuse, but her character was resilient. If she were being abused, she would likely choose to divorce rather than remain with an abusive husband. After all, a woman capable of raising such an exceptional and kind-hearted daughter as Yang Shui surely possessed a free spirit, unlikely to be confined by the shackles of a conventional marriage. Do not overthink it. I must head to the station to pick up my classmate, Wang Daji, and also assist him in finding accommodation. You should remain at home. Noticing Yang Shui's furrowed brows, Li Feng felt at a loss on how to console her and could only shift the conversation. Yang Shui, with a hint of surprise, replied, Of course I will accompany you to the station to greet your classmate. It would be quite impolite otherwise. In her eyes, she and Li Feng were united as a couple, and their joint absence in welcoming Wang Daji would be a breach of etiquette. Naturally, she felt compelled to join him at the station. Li Feng, however, did not dwell on it as much as Yang Shui did. He thought it would be pleasant to meet Wang Daji, to give him a sense of importance and let him know he was valued, which would surely please him. Please, Wang Daji muttered, clutching over 10,000 yuan in cash, having spent a restless night, shielding his bulging pocket and sporting dark circles under his eyes. He complained to Li Feng, "Why did you take so long? I was about to suffocate." With money stuffed in his trousers, he dared not use the restroom. And sleep was elusive, making the experience more unbearable than the most torturous punishments. As they conversed, Li Feng noticed Wang Daji clutching his backpack to his chest, resembling a bear hiding its treasure, and couldn't help but chuckle. "Aren't you worried about attracting thieves? You look far too conspicuous, clutching that bag so tightly. Your eyes darting nervously. It's obvious there's something valuable inside." Wang Daji blinked innocently. "I didn't think there were that many thieves around." Li Feng scoffed. "Not many thieves? What are you joking about? The last time I traveled, half the carriage was filled with pickpockets." However, he quickly realized that Wang Daji's behavior was overly suspicious, as if he were a lecherous deviant, likely deterring any potential thieves who would not want to sully their hands. "Why don't you just go to the restroom?" Yang Shui inquired curiously. "If you're feeling uncomfortable, just go. Why wait for Li Feng to take you?" Wang Daji lamented. "I've hidden the money in my trousers, while the rest is in my bag. Why would I dare to go?" "Oh my," Yang Shui blushed, nodding in understanding. Previously, she had only dared to gaze at Wang Daji's face, avoiding any lower glance because, well, other areas appeared rather pronounced. Little did she know money was concealed within. "I truly cannot hold it any longer. I need to use the restroom," he exclaimed. Wait, let's get home first. I've hidden my money in your trousers. Please do not embarrass me, but I really cannot hold it much longer. You must endure until we reach home. I will flag down a taxi, and we shall return post-haste." Li Feng hastily hailed a cab, rushing homeward. The driver, observing Wang Daji's distressed expression and pale complexion, inquired, "What's wrong? Are you in labor? My bladder is about to burst." Wang Daji exclaimed. In less than half an hour, they finally arrived home. Wang Daji dashed into the living room, frantically reaching for his trousers, not for money this time, but to relieve himself. "Where's the restroom? Where is it?" he cried out, urgency palpable. Li Feng opened the bathroom door at the staircase, exclaiming, Here, hurry." "Ah, the restroom is inside the house." Wang Daji, having lived in the countryside, was oblivious to the fact that urban dwellers had their restrooms within their homes. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the cleanliness and the faint fragrance of jasmine. Suddenly, he hesitated. "It's too clean. I feel embarrassed to use it." Despite the pressing discomfort, he found himself reluctant to relieve himself in such pristine surroundings, as if it would be sacrilegious. "Come on, you have many issues." Li Feng, exasperated, pulled him to a corner of the yard, urging, "Just go already. You don't want to burst your bladder." At last, Wang Daji unzipped his trousers and relieved himself for what felt like an eternity. Li Feng turned back, bemused. "Are you bleeding? How can it take this long?" Once he resolved his bladder dilemma, Wang Daji emerged refreshed, taking in the living room's decor and the large television with envy. The urban lifestyle seemed so splendid compared to his own dwelling, a damp, rustic shack with tiny windows, where a bed was merely wooden boards atop bricks, an abode of stark simplicity. The contrast was akin to that between a latrine and paradise. Li Feng, disdainfully gathering the scattered money, chuckled, "Have you visited heaven or what? Though I must admit, this place absolutely eclipses your rural shack. Oh, by the way, has the verdict for Widow Lu been announced?" Wang Daji, having lingered in Wang village for a month, was eagerly awaiting the outcome. Upon hearing, Li Feng expressed a mix of emotions. She was sentenced for excessive self-defense leading to death. While she escaped the death penalty, she must serve 10 years in prison. Yet, she is quite grateful to you. The case of Widow Lu had garnered significant local attention, and with the villagers petitioning and demonstrations at the courthouse, the local government took the matter seriously. Ultimately, they decided against the death sentence, but deemed her actions excessively cruel, resulting in the conviction of excessive self-defense leading to death. Upon hearing the verdict, Widow Lu wept, relieved to avoid execution. In court, she knelt before Wang Daji, fervently bowing her head, fully aware that it was his and Li Feng's assistance that spared her life, a debt of gratitude she would never forget. "Ah, but 10 years is still a long sentence," Li Feng lamented, dissatisfied. In his view, the case could have resulted in acquittal, sparing her from incarceration altogether. 10 years behind bars could transform a person entirely. Widow Lu bore a burden she should not have had to carry. Wang Daji nodded. I too believe she should not have received a 10-year sentence, but this was already an act of leniency. The local government faced immense pressure in delivering this judgment. Indeed, while Widow Lu is a victim, she did dismember Wang Ku, and her methods were undeniably brutal. It would be unreasonable not to impose a sentence, Li Feng noted. Regardless of public opinion, the court must prioritize legal judgments to prevent similar incidents from occurring. Excessive self-defense leading to death? What exactly happened to Wang Ku? Yang Shui inquired. Intrigued. Why was she convicted of excessive self-defense leading to death? Li Feng elaborated. Widow Lu used a cleaver to reduce Wang Ku, the man who attempted to assault her, to a pulp, to the point where there was no head left for burial. So they fashioned one out of paper. My goodness. Yang Shui shuddered, her face paling at the revelation. No wonder the court would rule it as excessive self-defense leading to death. I couldn't understand before, but now it seems more comprehensible. Surely, Wang Ku's family must be dissatisfied with this ruling. She expressed her concern. What if they appeal? After all, his death was so gruesome. And he wasn't sentenced to death. His family will undoubtedly be unhappy. Wang Daji revealed a peculiar smile. Not at all. The petition for leniency for Widow Lu included Wang Ku's wife's signature and thumbprint. She even stated in court that she would not appeal, acknowledging her family's wrongdoing towards Widow Lu. Ah, it seems Wang Ku's wife is quite reasonable, Yang Shui remarked, surprised by the composure of the deceased family. Wang Daji sighed. My aunt frequently endured abuse from Wang Ku. She likely harbored her own grievances. Not to speak ill of the deceased. He turned to Li Feng. You witnessed it that day in the village when the petition was signed. Wang Ku's wife took the lead, and while everyone praised her for her grace and composure, Wang Ku's family confronted her that same evening, berating her for supporting her husband's enemy, accusing her of being shameless and bringing bad luck to her husband. Li Feng frowned. These people should consider Wang Ku's character before they dare to insult your aunt. Wang Ku's wife's willingness to stand up for Widow Lu and sign the petition was unexpected, showcasing her remarkable strength and deserving admiration, albeit from marrying the wrong man. Wang Daji chuckled at this point, a rather peculiar smile that caught my attention. I had heard from others that my aunt had long endured enough of Wang Ku's antics, having proposed divorce several times without any success. Now that Wang Ku was deceased, although she found herself a widow, she was finally free from domestic abuse and had no desire to remain in Wang Village. After signing the petition, she swiftly returned to her parental home with her child, escaping the clutches of Wang Ku's relatives, thus finding solace in her newfound freedom. Understanding dawned upon Li Feng as he nodded, realizing that everyone harbored their own little secrets. Regardless, the issue concerning the Widow Lu was resolved, and the heavy burden on his chest had finally lifted. 10 years would be 10 years, but it was certainly better than facing a death sentence. Moreover, when he eventually emerged from prison, it would not be past the year 2000, and as long as he identified the right entrepreneurial direction, he would not starve. Chapter 81. Wang Daji goes to the city. Have you eaten? Come, let me treat you to breakfast. Setting aside the matter of the Widow Lu, Li Feng noticed Wang Daji's melancholic demeanor and gave his shoulder a reassuring pat. It was common knowledge that this fellow harbored feelings for the Widow Lu, a true romantic at heart. Look how sorrowful he is. Come on, eat up. I'm starving. In an instant, Wang Daji transformed from his somber state to one of excitement, licking his lips and his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Li Feng mused to himself that a man's deep affections were often fleeting. Wang Daji had been troubled by the affair with the Widow Lu, and he channeled that turmoil into a voracious appetite, consuming an entire steamer of buns. Boss, bring me another steamer. Wang Daji called out to the vendor. These buns in the provincial capital are exquisite. I can never get enough. Li Feng couldn't help but chuckle. No wonder your sister-in-law finds you intolerable. With such an appetite, a typical family would be driven to bankruptcy. Wang Daji smiled sheepishly. I truly am hungry. Speaking of his sister-in-law, a hint of bitterness crossed his face. Now, she looks at me as though I were a tiger. She insists on separating our households and even offers me a larger share. I'm baffled by her sudden change. His sister-in-law had once been unkind to him, never allowing him to eat his fill. Yet now, she dared not meet him and was willing to agree to a division of property, offering him the larger portion, leaving him perplexed by this stark contrast in her attitude. Has she been possessed? Or perhaps my parents' spirits visited her for a chat at night. Li Feng was aware of the reasons behind her behavior, but chose not to elaborate. Instead, he smiled and said, Your sister-in-law fears you, and you're not pleased? So, she has finally agreed to the separation? That is wonderful. However, your family doesn't possess anything of value, so there is no rush to divide the estate. Helping me manage the factory is the priority. Stick with me, and I assure you'll earn enough to buy land, a house, and a wife. Wang Daji nodded vigorously. Brother, Rest assured, I will certainly follow your lead. Upon arriving at Li family village, he realized just how prosperous Li Feng's factory was. He even brought along 10,000 yuan in cash to the provincial capital. When had he ever handled such a sum? Being entrusted with it felt like a testament to their bond, a symbol of loyalty, and an acknowledgement of his reliance on Li Feng. He was no fool. He recognized how significant Li Feng was, and naturally, he wished to cling to this opportunity. He thought to himself that following this brother would not guarantee riches, but it would certainly provide sustenance. Sister-in-law, you should eat too. Wang Daji encouraged Yang Shui to partake in the buns. Yang Shui shook her head with a smile. I've had a couple already. I'm full. You enjoy them. 2 buns were sufficient to satisfy her hunger. Li Feng immediately interjected. Hey, why are you calling her sister-in-law? You should be addressing her as sister. Sister? Wang Daji looked at him quizzically. Aren't you a year younger than I am? It's perfectly fine for me to call her sister-in-law. That can't be right. I'm older than you. You must have misremembered. You should call her sister. Impossible. I'm certain you're the younger one. What year were you born? Why are you so adamant? You should address her as sister. The two continued to argue over their age hierarchy, much to Yang Shui's dismay. Why do you men care so much about this? What is the difference between calling her sister-in-law or sister? It's all based on age, not a matter of paternity. Have you made up your mind? Will you stay in the provincial capital to help me oversee the factory? After their meal, Li Feng earnestly inquired of Wang Daji. The factory in the provincial capital required someone trustworthy to keep an eye on things, which meant Wang Daji might need to remain in the city for quite some time without returning home. Wang Daji nodded. I've made my decision. It's fine. I have nowhere else to go anyway. Wherever my heart finds peace, that is home. He felt detached from his family, and thus, any place could serve as his abode. Let it be the provincial capital. I'll consider it as working here. He had, in fact, lost his sense of direction and was unsure what to do next. Therefore, if Li Feng could provide him with guidance and a place to stay, he would readily accept it. Let us go. I'll help you run a place. In the morning, Li Feng, Wang Daji, and Yang Shui began their search for a residence, simultaneously inspecting 2 factory sites. Ultimately, they settled on renting a small 2-story building with a yard near a park. Its price was reasonable and deemed a bargain. This is a good deal? It's too spacious and not exactly cheap, Wang Daji observed as he watched Li Feng signing the contract and making the payment, his thoughts unspoken. After the landlord had departed, he began to voice his concerns. Li Feng chuckled. You're not a loss, really. This is practically the city center. The price is quite fair. Although they were still unaware of the factory's location, he believed that the yard they rented was undoubtedly worth it. The surrounding environment was pleasant and transportation was convenient. Riding a bicycle would allow easy access to any part of the city. In the future, if he returned to the provincial capital, he would have a place to stay and could even arrange for other leaders to reside in that small yard. Li Feng felt it was a wise investment. Yang Shui, too, found the rented house somewhat large and slightly expensive, but she refrained from commenting. After all, Li Feng was the head of the household and surely had his own considerations. Let us head home for a meal. I want you to meet Aunt Lu. She works at the tax bureau, and once we establish the factory, you'll need to interact with her. A tax bureau official? Brother, how do you know such influential people? Wang Daji marveled at the thought of someone from the tax bureau being a high-ranking official, while Li Feng dismissed it nonchalantly. What is the big deal? If you went to Sanchuan City, I could arrange for you to shake hands with the mayor and have the bureau chief toast you. Over there, we're even more impressive. Our connections are much stronger. Impressive indeed. Brother, you truly are remarkable. Wang Daji was left in awe, thoroughly impressed. Now you see how formidable I am. Call me Big Brother. Nonsense, you're just a year younger than I am. We can't mix up our hierarchy. You're my brother. No, you're the younger brother. You're the younger brother. As the two resumed their argument about their relative standings, Yang Shui sighed. Men are so childish. At the dinner table, Aunt Lu scrutinized Wang Daji and asked Li Feng, are you truly planning to open a factory? Indeed. I'm currently renting a factory space. I need a stronghold in the provincial capital to promote our goods to the surrounding counties. Li Feng articulated his grand plans, which sounded ambitious, yet somewhat ostentatious to others. Aunt Lu was not impressed. All right, I won't concern myself with those matters. Just ensure you pay your taxes diligently and refrain from tax evasion. I would never do such a thing, Li Feng thought to himself. Aunt Lu remains as unlikable as ever. Unable to bask in Aunt Lu's favor, he sought out Chu Fulling after dinner. Chu Fulling mentioned that she could meet him at the bar entrance the following noon to provide the information he sought, though he was uncertain about the bartender's capabilities. A bartender? What is that? Wang Daji, appearing as a country bumpkin, inquired innocently of Li Feng. Li Feng gazed at the naive Wang Daji, thinking to himself that he was akin to a simpleton. No, even a simpleton would fare better. He was more like a fool. You still have much to learn. Gradually pick it up while being around me. He patted Wang Daji on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Wang Daji didn't he perceive this as pretentiousness. Instead, he felt a twinge of self-deprecation for his ignorance. Eager to learn, he nodded vigorously. Rest assured, I will study diligently. If I can't grasp it, I'll memorize everything. I'll surely be of assistance to you. Well, having that determination is good, Li Feng said with satisfaction. What he valued most was Wang Daji's character. Honest, eager to learn, and while he might not necessarily excel at that moment, he needed such a straightforward individual. He sought neither brilliance nor genius, just someone reliable and grounded. Otherwise, both the money and the factory would be swept away. At that moment, a stunning beauty clad in black stockings and a knee-length skirt approached from a distance, waving her hand with great enthusiasm towards Li Feng. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Dinner at my place ran a bit late. I hope you haven't been waiting too long. Not at all. We just arrived, Li Feng replied with a smile. He then inquired, how did you fare with my request? With a confident pat on her chest, Chu Fu Ling proclaimed, of course, it's all sorted. I pride myself on being the best informant. You can rely on me for any news. I've contacted everything regarding the factory and equipment. Let's go take a look. Excellent, Li Feng exclaimed, pleasantly surprised by her remarkable efficiency. If you need any permits for setting up the factory, I can assist you as well. I have connections within the bureaucracy. As long as you have the funds, special arrangements can be made, Chu Fu Ling boasted proudly. What she meant by having money makes it possible was quite literal. It's about greasing the wheels with cash. This has become a hallmark of the late 80s and early 90s. Money simplifies everything. In later years, such practices of using money to get things done would be condemned, but for now, many see it as a testament to one's capability. If you lack the means, you won't even find a way to leverage connections. Chu Fu Ling's abilities indeed surpassed Li Feng's expectations, saving him considerable trouble, which made him contemplate bringing her into his fold. What's that? Chu Fu Ling noticed Wang Daji staring at her legs and felt a twinge of annoyance. What kind of person stares at my legs like that? Such a leche. Oh, this is my brother, Wang Daji, who just came from the countryside. Li Feng was in the midst of introducing them when he also noticed Wang Daji's lingering gaze at the stockings, frowning as he admonished, what are you looking at? You're embarrassing me. It's inappropriate to gawk at her stockings right in front of her. Wang Daji, pointing at Chu Fu Ling's black stockings, curiously asked Li Feng, why are her legs black, but her skin so fair? Is she what they call mixed race? Mixed with foreigners, perhaps? Li Feng felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness, he's not just staring at her stockings. He's a total bumpkin. Chapter 82, Chu Fu Ling. The location of this factory is excellent, and the price is reasonable. I think further negotiation is unnecessary. Although our equipment is secondhand, it's practically brand new, so we can't lower the price. Chu Fu Ling was quite capable, guiding Li Feng to inspect the factory and purchase machines. Although they were secondhand, the price was not cheap, yet the machines were versatile, capable of producing a variety of noodle products, making the purchase quite advantageous. Li Feng mused that it was no wonder this was the provincial capital. Such high-quality machines were hard to find in Sanchuan City. With this machine, he could produce a wider range of spicy strips. Pleasant cooperation. I'm glad we could work together. After securing the factory, Li Feng immediately ordered the machines to be delivered the next day. He hoped this wasn't a scam. If it were, he would deal with Chu Fu Ling accordingly. Unaware of Li Feng's true thoughts, Chu Fu Ling smiled triumphantly upon signing the order. So, did I help you out? Indeed, you've been a tremendous help. Li Feng nodded with a grin. If it weren't for Chu Fu Ling's local expertise, he would not have been able to find such suitable facilities and machinery so quickly. Her assistance was timely and almost miraculous. This is a red envelope. You must take it. Li Feng pulled out a red envelope from his pocket and pressed it into Chu Fu Ling's hands. She had worked tirelessly, and this token of gratitude was essential. Chu Fu Ling refused, saying, no, I can't accept this. You saved my life. Helping you is my duty. If you insist, I could offer myself in return, but I won't take your generous gift. Her jest was clear. She knew Li Feng was married. However, Wang Daji, oblivious to the joke, interjected, sister, he is married. You shouldn't make such offers. It's inappropriate. Chu Fu Ling giggled. I know, I was just joking. Oh, I see. Wang Daji felt awkward, thinking he had detected a hint of flirtation. You really must take this red envelope. Really, no need. Li Feng was not one for pretense. He insisted that Chu Fu Ling accept the envelope. She had facilitated the connection for the factory, negotiated prices, and arranged installment payments. If there were no ulterior motives at play, this was indeed a significant favor, and while he saved her, this debt of gratitude was separate and warranted a proper gift. Reluctantly, Chu Fu Ling accepted the red envelope, saying, all right, Fengge, you are too courteous. You're older than I am. Please don't call me Fengge. Not a chance. You saved my life. I must call you brother. Fine, as you wish. How about I treat you to a meal? Where's your wife? Let her join us. I want to see if she is prettier than me. All right, I'll have Wang Deji fetch her. In a small restaurant, after Chu Fu Ling ordered the dishes, she was pleasantly surprised to see Wang Deji and Yang Shui arriving fashionably late. Oh, she is quite beautiful. Hello. Yang Shui praised Chu Fu Ling, a hint of envy in her eyes. Chu Fu Ling exuded city sophistication, her attire chic and stylish, enhanced by makeup, truly stunning. The group enjoyed a pleasant meal, filled with conversation. Tomorrow, we will meet the director's wife of a certain bureau. She has great connections and is trustworthy. A little money will help smooth things over. Chu Fu Ling meticulously arranged the details for the next day, making Li Feng's eyes sparkle. You are practically a 5-star secretary. Chu Fu Ling, why don't you come work at my factory? I'll make you a manager, grant you equity, and share profits. Wang Deji and Yang Shui were utterly astonished. Why the sudden eagerness for talent? Hadn't it been established that Wang Deji was the manager? What about him? He didn't even know how much his salary would be. Chu Fu Ling hesitated, then humbly replied, I think not. My abilities are limited. I cannot take on such a significant role. In truth, she held little faith in Li Feng's food factory, viewing it as somewhat trivial. Yet, she actively helped him connect with the factory, machinery, and suppliers, hoping to prevent him from facing obstacles. However, working in an uncertain factory was a different story, and she politely declined the offer. Li Feng, on the other hand, was well aware of how popular his spicy strips could become. This untapped market was ripe for conquest, and he need not worry about orders. Talent was what he truly desired, particularly managerial talent, individuals who could get things done. Come on, join us. I'll think about it. Seeing Chu Fu Ling finally relent a little, Li Feng beamed with delight. Wang Deji, witnessing Li Feng's attentiveness towards Chu Fu Ling, discreetly explained to Yang Shui, my brother has no ulterior motives, don't overthink it. Yang Shui shot him a glance. If you hadn't said anything, I wouldn't have thought much of it. Be careful on your way home. Should I escort you? No need. I was out too late yesterday. I won't encounter any weirdos today. Goodbye. As Chu Fu Ling departed, Yang Shui suddenly remarked, that sister is indeed beautiful and capable. Li Feng, unperturbed, smiled and nodded. Indeed, she is both beautiful and capable. If only I could have her on my side. Yang Shui pouted slightly, eager to speed up her pace. Just then, she heard Li Feng say, but she can't possibly compare to your beauty. My wife is the most beautiful, and she is a university graduate, while Chu Fu Ling only graduated high school. If my wife helps me, together we'll surely prosper and amass great wealth. Yang Shui's mood lifted instantly, her smile becoming irresistible, though she maintained a facade of modesty. Oh, I'm not that impressive. I was called a little yellow-haired girl when I was younger. I'm not beautiful. How can you say that? You are a rare beauty, destined to bear beautiful children. Stop it. Yang Shui blushed and walked ahead. Li Feng followed, closely behind, continuing to shower her with compliments, keeping the smile on her face unwavering, until she shyly held his hand without letting go. Wang Deji was utterly disgusted by the couple's display of affection, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Damn, I must deserve to be subjected to your incessant show of love, he muttered. I shouldn't be here. I ought to be by the river. By 8 o'clock that evening, he arrived home. The lights were on inside, but the sounds of a heated argument permeated the air. What was going on? Li Feng furrowed his brow. Yang Shui's expression shifted as she realized it's auntie and uncle arguing again, isn't it? The last time they fought. They smash things and scare me terribly. What is that lipstick stain on your shirt? I told you, someone accidentally brushed against me. Why are you fixating on this? Do you not trust me? You're always looking for trouble. Looking for trouble? You come home reeking of alcohol every day. Have I ever said anything about it? And you're flirting with other women. Do you think I can't smell the perfume on you? Sujio, do you still consider me your wife? Who has flirting with women? Stop making baseless accusations. Am I not allowed to wear perfume? You're just deliberately stirring up trouble. If you have nothing better to do, perhaps you should see a doctor. Your temper is likely the reason you can't have children. What nonsense are you spouting? Didn't we agree not to bring this up? My inability to conceive is the most painful thing for me. I've seen a doctor. You can't keep stabbing in my heart with this. So you do no pain. Because of your inability to have children. My parents have endured countless mockeries and disdain from our neighbors and relatives. They say you're a hen that cannot lay eggs. What did you say? Repeat that. Upon entering the house, they found Lu Fuxiu and her husband Su Jiao in a state of tense confrontation, engaged in a fierce argument, with shattered glass and vases strewn across the floor. One bore a face of disappointment and anguish, tears brimming in her eyes, while the other wore a scowl, his eyes ablaze with fury and frustration. Why are you two only just coming back? Su Jiao glared at Li Feng and Yang Shui, his voice dripping with contempt. His gaze toward them was reminiscent of one scrutinizing class enemies, filled with disdain and loathing. Do you think of my home as a hotel? Arriving whenever you please, leaving at your convenience. Truly uncouth and ill-mannered. Uncle, we haven't treated it like a hotel, Yang Shui stammered, raising her hands in a placating gesture. Frightened by Su Jio's outburst, Li Feng frowned, challenging Su Jio. Uncle, what do you mean? We merely returned a little late. Is that deserving of such remarks? Are you trying to provoke me, you mutt? Su Jio, already irritable from the earlier argument, felt his annoyance escalate at the audacity of these two country bumpkins daring to retort. He pointed at Yang Shui and Li Feng, barking at Lu Fuxiu. Look at the kind of people you've invited into our home, lacking in decorum. Did you want them to drive me to my grave? Lu Fuxiu's expression darkened. Please don't speak like that. They have nothing to do with our issues. Li Feng was not one to take insults lightly. You're insulting me? Who do you think you are? He retorted fiercely at Su Jio. Who is driving you to your grave? You seem quite alive to me. You little bastard. Su Jio was taken aback by Li Feng's audacity. His face shifted through shades of blue and white. As a leader in a state-owned enterprise, he was accustomed to respect. How could this country bumpkin, taking refuge in his home, dare to speak back? Do you think I want to hit you? Su Jio raised his hand, poised to strike. Come on, who is afraid? Li Feng took a step forward, his demeanor fierce as he glared at Su Jio. Standing tall, exuding a reckless bravado, his eyes were filled with ferocity, which naturally intimidated Su Jio, leaving his hands suspended in midair. Yang Shui and Lu Fuxiu rushed to restrain Li Feng. No, don't fight. Child, please don't resort to violence. Seeing the two women attempting to shield Li Feng, Su Jio regained his bravado, his face flushed with anger as he spat venomously at Lu Fuxiu. You shameless woman. How many years have I wasted on you without marrying anyone else? And here you are, married yet unable to bear children, still arguing with me and questioning my fidelity. What is wrong with me having someone on the side? Look at you, perpetually wearing a sour face. Being with you feels like being with a salted fish. You disgust me, you egg-laying hen. Lu Fuxiu, struck at her most vulnerable point, felt tears welling in her eyes as she lunged at Su Jio. You scoundrel. Have you no shame? Get lost. Su Jio didn't hold back, delivering a slap that sent Lu Fuxiu sprawling to the ground, leaving a vivid handprint on her face. Her mouth bleeding profusely. Yang Shui screamed in terror. Annie, what? Li Feng's eyes lit up, a righteous roar escaping his lips. You dare to hit my aunt? I'll kill you. He landed a punch squarely on Su Jio's face, followed by a barrage of blows. From their first encounter, Su Jio had always looked down on him, even warning him not to dirty his home. This grievance had lingered in Li Feng's heart, and now he finally had the opportunity for retribution. How dare you harm my aunt? Wang Daji, though not inclined to fight, was not above kicking covertly. Stop. I'll give you a kick. Su Jio, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a corpulent figure and a penchant for alcohol, was no match for the robust Li Feng, who easily overpowered him. Su Jio found himself flailing on the ground, eventually scrambling in a panic to open his own door, retreating into the courtyard. I want to let you off today. Li Feng was not yet satisfied, eager to pursue and continue his assault on this man. Lu Fuxiu coughed blood, crying out, Don't hit him, child. Yang Shui, terrified, supported Lu Fuxiu and urged Li Feng. Let us hurry and take Annie to the hospital. You wait for me. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jio hurriedly scrambled to his feet and fled. Though his legs were shaky, the instinct for survival propelled him forward, enabling him to flee with surprising agility. Li Feng watched Su Jio escape as if he had mastered the art of evasion. Spitting in disdain, damn, he runs fast. He had unleashed his full strength, intending to leave Su Jio incapacitated, yet the man still managed to flee. Truly, even a rotten boat can have 3 nails to cling to. He was fortunate. Come on, Annie, let us go to the hospital. Li Feng crouched down, prepared to carry Lu Fuxiu. Wang Daji eagerly chimed in. Let me help. Li Feng couldn't help but scoff. I just finished the fight, and now you want to show off? Are you trying to play the role of Zhu Beiji? I kicked him a few times too, Wang Daji admitted sheepishly, uncertain of how to handle a fight. Lu Fuxiu weakly shook her head. I'm fine, just a cut on my mouth, I want to die. I have iodine in my room. I can clean it myself. Yang Shui tearfully protested, but we should still go to the hospital. No need. Go to the hospital would draw too much attention. It would be good for others to find out. Lu Fuxiu managed to smile, urging her not to worry. Since she had said so, the others felt it inappropriate to press further. After applying some antiseptic and cleaning her face, Lu Fuxiu sat on the sofa, staring vacantly and sighing deeply. The atmosphere was heavy with tension. Unable to endure the oppressive silence, Li Feng, frustrated with the situation, said, Auntie, this isn't your first time being hit, is it? Why don't you just get a divorce? In that moment, Lu Fuxiu was no longer the aloof figure she once was. She seemed more like a flickering candle, fragile and vulnerable. She sighed heavily, shaking her head slightly, seemingly at a loss for words, yet her silence spoke volumes. Divorce in the 1980s was fraught with difficulty, especially for people like them, government employees in state-owned enterprises, where even the process required institutional approval. The first step was mediation, with attempts to dissuade separation. Relatives and friends would intervene, urging reconciliation, making it nearly impossible for the man to agree to a divorce. Moreover, the societal scrutiny and whispers from coworkers, neighbors, and family members were burdens too heavy for any woman to bear. She had witnessed several women who successfully divorced, only to be suffocated by rumors, leading to tragic ends, either suicide or fleeing to far-off places, none of which ended well. She lacked the courage to pursue divorce. The entangled grievances between her and Su Jio were not matters that could be easily articulated. You don't understand. Divorce isn't as simple as it sounds. Yang Shui said sorrowfully. She had several aunts on her husband's side who had suffered domestic violence. Among them, some wished to divorce, yet none succeeded. Either they were subjected to continued beatings or resisted fiercely, wielding kitchen knives in desperate struggles. Ultimately, successful divorces were nearly non-existent. When she was taken by Li Feng, her fears of missing out on education and enduring domestic abuse compelled her to flee. The old adage, marry a chicken, follow the chicken, marry a dog. Follow the dog rang true for rural women of the 1980s and 1990s, as few could defy their fates. Li Feng was acutely aware of the plight faced by women in the 1980s. In some regions, women were even forbidden from dining at the table. He couldn't help but scoff, bemusedly lamenting her choice of such a scoundrel for a husband. What were you thinking when you chose someone like him? Your judgment leaves much to be desired. Lu Fuxiu forced a bitter smile, reminiscing about the past. She and Su Jio had become engaged in their youth, promising to marry upon returning from the countryside. However, during her time there, she met the Yang sisters, Yang Shui and Yang Qing, and found herself reluctant to leave, wishing to nurture their potential and help them escape rural confines to explore broader horizons. This delay extended her return to the city by several years, and before she knew it, she was approaching 30, regarded as an old maid by others. Both families urged her to return to the city with increasing fervor. Unable to withstand the mounting pressure, she hastily abandoned Yang Shui's further education and returned to the provincial capital. By then, Su Jio, once a worker, had ascended to a leadership position in a state-owned enterprise, engaging in flirtations with other women and dismissing Lu Fuxiu. Regrettably, the Lu family wielded considerable influence. Her father was a city official, her mother led a public hospital, her brother served in the armed police, and her relatives held respectable positions. Thus, Su Jio felt compelled to marry Lu Fuxiu. After marriage, Lu Fuxiu spent years without conceiving, and their intimate life lacked passion, leading Su Jio to lose interest. Given that his family had only one heir, whispers among the community labeled him as having married a hen that doesn't lay eggs, turning him into the subject of ridicule. Consequently, he sought solace outside the marriage, mingling with other women. Lu Fuxiu, not oblivious to the rumors, noticed lipstick on his clothes and the lingering scent of women's perfume, resulting in explosive confrontations. Yet, each time, Su Jio delivered a devastating blow to her heart. You're just a hen that doesn't lay eggs. This left her feeling insecure and overly sensitive. Thus, she pinned all her hopes on Yang Shui, yearning for her to attend university and alter her fate, aspiring for a life better than her own, on a grander stage with a brighter future. However, Li Feng's sudden appearance shattered that hope once more, solidifying her disdain for him. If Li Feng were to fathom Lu Fuxiu's thoughts, he would likely feel frustrated. After all, if she couldn't resist her fate or marriage, why burden Yang Shui with such expectations? Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. The group exchanged surprised glances, wondering if Su Jio had returned. Li Feng rolled up his sleeves, eager for confrontation, thinking, so he dares to come back? This time, I will thoroughly enjoy beating him. Lu Fuxiu wiped her tears, rose to open the door, and found two police officers standing there. She inquired, "Who are you?" The officers saluted and replied, "We received a report from Mr. Su Jio, claiming he has been assaulted." They glanced around the room and asked, "Who is Li Feng?" Li Feng raised his hand and stepped forward. "I am. You assaulted Su Jio, didn't you? Come with us." The officer's gaze hardened as he moved to detain Li Feng. Unfazed, Li Feng shrugged, thinking this domestic abuser dares to call the police. "Just wait. I'll settle the score with you at the station." Yang Shui's face turned pale. "Li Feng, will you be okay?" "Don't worry, I'll be fine. Just wait for me at home." Li Feng replied with a gentle smile. Wang Daji chimed in, "Brother, you won't get into trouble, will you?" "What trouble could I possibly face?" You would relish my good fortune, wouldn't you? Li Feng rolled his eyes. Wang Daji was infuriated. You're so double-standard. Your attitude towards your wife and me is like night and day. It's outrageous. Just then, as the officers prepared to escort Li Feng away, Lu Fuxiu stepped forward, took a deep breath, and calmly stated, Su Jiu is my husband, and I am responsible for his injuries. Take me instead. This child has nothing to do with it. Chapter 84. Domestic Violence. False. She is lying. In the 1980s, the concept of domestic violence as a crime was virtually non-existent. Spousal altercations were deemed private matters. Thus, when the seriously injured Su Jiu saw Lu Fuxiu arrive at the police station and assert that she had inflicted his injuries, he was bewildered. No, she didn't hit me. It was him. He pointed at the smirking Li Feng, his words tumbling out in a flurry of agitation. I sustained these grave injuries, came here to report this rogue, and yet you, Lu Fuxiu, protect him by claiming that you inflicted my injuries. What do you mean by turning this into a domestic issue? You're completely turning your back on your husband. The officer inquired, who actually inflicted the injuries. He did. Su Jiu's face had swollen grotesquely as he pointed at Li Feng, gritting his teeth. Look at what he did to me. I can barely face anyone. I feel as though several of my ribs are broken. I am a leader in a state-owned enterprise, a societal elite, a pillar of our city. The mayor knows me. How dare he strike me like this? This is a blatant disrespect for state enterprises and a contempt for the law. Indeed, his injuries were severe had this occurred during a crackdown a few years prior. Li Feng would have faced execution. Alas, the man remained oblivious to reality. Lu Fuxiu had already resolved to protect Li Feng, and thus, she would not allow Su Jiu to implicate him. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing her own injuries and the marks of slaps on her face. Officers, do not believe his words. My husband is completely innocent. The injuries on him are indeed from me, and he has struck me as well. Look at these wounds. They are from him. My nephew has not laid a finger on anyone. You must support me. Her bruises and slap marks served as irrefutable evidence. This was a case of domestic violence, a mutual altercation between spouses, with Yang Shui and Wang Daji also affirming that Li Feng had not laid a hand on Su Jiu. The situation quickly shifted to being a private matter between Lu Fuxiu and Su Jiu. The officer's approach changed accordingly, admonishing Su Jiu, how could you inflict such harm on your wife? Do you even consider yourself a man? Though domestic violence was not classified as a crime in this era, men who engaged in such behavior were looked down upon, a societal consensus rooted in fundamental values. The female officers were particularly incensed, questioning how a leader in a state enterprise could bully a fellow woman. You deserve to be beaten. How could you not have been killed? Su Jiu was so furious he felt like he might vomit blood, convinced his insides were injured. I did hit her, but my injuries were not caused by her. It was him. At that moment, he felt utterly wronged, more so than the most tragic of characters. It was not Lu Fuxiu who struck me. It was that madman. Li Feng laughed, genuinely amused. Where's your evidence? I will sue you for defamation. He had thought he would end up in custody, but Lu Fuxiu's bold intervention, claiming responsibility for the violence and transforming it into a mutual brawl, dramatically reversed the situation. Watching Su Jiu's chest heave with frustration, unable to articulate his grievances, filled Li Feng with an uncontainable joy. Are you really going to sue me? You did this to me, yet you act as if nothing happened, playing the innocent victim? No way, that's impossible. Officer, quickly arrest him. Officer, please arrest him. He is slandering me. I want to sue him for defamation. Li Feng and Su Jiu found themselves embroiled in a heated argument, resembling two impostors of the Monkey King, each accusing the other of malevolence. The police officer, exasperated, interjected. Enough. Silence, both of you. As the clock approached midnight, tempers were bound to flare, and he cast an irritated glance at Su Jiu. Do you understand the consequences of filing a false report and wrongfully accusing someone? I did not make a false report. I am not wrongfully accusing anyone. It was indeed him who struck me. Su Jiu hastily shook his head, his face a picture of indignation. Who is making false accusations? I was indisputably assaulted by this scoundrel. Lu Fuxiu interjected without reservation. Do not wrongfully accuse this child. The injuries you bear are the result of my actions. Preposterous. Utter nonsense. It was he who assaulted me. Su Jiu exclaimed, his panic akin to that of a child denied candy, pointing accusingly at Li Feng. Li Feng, brimming with confidence, shrugged nonchalantly. Where's your evidence? You think you can condemn me with mere words? Wang Daji chimed in, exactly, present your evidence. Otherwise, we shall accuse you of slander. Yang Xuan nodded in agreement. Do not attempt to wrongfully accuse anyone. Su Jiu, infuriated, nearly leaped in frustration. You lot are all in cahoots, all in cahoots. You are fabricating testimonies. You must confess to receive leniency, or I shall have you all detained. His threats proved ineffective. Yang Shui and Wang Daji were not children, and they retorted sharply, "Who is fabricating testimonies? Do not wrongfully accuse anyone. You struck my aunt and have the audacity to slander us. You have no shame." Lu Fuxiu intervened, shielding the three fiery youth. Casting a glance at the visibly agitated Su Jiao, she addressed the police officer. "The truth is, I struck him, and he struck me. This has nothing to do with the children. Officer, please decide on the appropriate course of action." The officer waved his hand dismissively. "All right, we understand the situation now. You may all return home. It is difficult for a fair judge to resolve domestic disputes. You two should settle this at home. Comrade, you cannot do this. I was assaulted. Look at my injuries." Su Jiao protested vehemently, pointing at his battered face, seeking sympathy. "Is it only you who is injured?" The officer retorted, pushing Su Jiao's face away. "You also struck your wife. What more do you have to complain about? The one who hit me was not my wife. It was them. Enough. This is a police station, not a court of law. We do not handle domestic matters here. Go home." The officer, growing impatient, urged Su Jiao to sign the case closure. Naturally, Su Jiao refused, insisting, "No, you must detain them. If you do not wish to close the case, then you shall stay here until you reflect on your actions. You will be released only when you come to a resolution." The officer was unwilling to engage further with Su Jiao, deeming him a nuisance. To Lu Fuxiu and Li Feng, he said, "You may leave now. Be cautious tonight." "Thank you, officer," Li Feng replied, elated, casting a triumphant glance at Su Jiao and tauntingly remarked, "Uncle, you can spend the night here at the station. With the police present, you need not fear further assaults." Su Jiao, incensed by Li Feng's arrogance, jumped up in rage. "You scoundrel! You shall not escape unscathed. I will not let this matter rest. Come on, who is afraid? Do not think this is the end. I hold grudges, and you will await my retribution." Li Feng retorted, gritting his teeth and clenching his fists. Su Jiao, transforming his anger into delight, excitedly tugged at the officer. Look, he admits to having assaulted me." The officer, growing weary, brushed Su Jiao's hand away. "Release me. What is he admitting to? Are you signing the closure? If not, you will be confined to the detention room until tomorrow morning. Sign only when you come to your senses." Seeing that the officer was disinclined to engage further, Su Jiao felt a swell of grievance, silently cursing their neglectful duty. But the chill of the night air and the pain in his body reminded him of the station's ominous reputation, leading him to concede, I will sign. I will close the case." The case was indeed closed with his signature, but he had no intention of letting Li Feng off easily. "Just wait. I have not spent all these years idly. It will be a simple matter to make you, an outsider, pay for the injuries I have suffered." As Su Jiao finally departed, the duty officer remarked with irritation, "That man is truly detestable for striking his own wife. He deserves to be punished." "Oh, what insight you possess," the investigating officer replied, surprised by his colleague's observation. The female officer scoffed, "That lady is so delicate. How could she possibly harm such a man? Clearly, it was that young man named Li Feng who struck him. You must have seen that, which is why you were reluctant to intervene." The male officer chuckled. "I hold a particular disdain for men who strike their wives. Look at how graceful that lady is, yet she bears such visible marks of assault. This Su Jiao is truly despicable." "Ah, indeed, you did so intentionally. How delightful," the female officer exclaimed, her eyes lighting up. The male officer maintained a composed smile. Meanwhile, an older officer on duty thought to himself, "It seems our station may witness a budding romance. I must prepare a gift." Chapter 85, The Maternal Family. I was so nervous at the police station that my legs were trembling. Me too. On the way home, Yang Shui and Wang Daji exchanged thoughts on their experience at the station. Noticing Lu Fuxiu's somber expression, Li Feng inquired, "Aunt, what troubles you?" "Do not worry. As long as I am home, if he dares return, I will confront him." Lu Fuxiu was momentarily taken aback, her gaze towards Li Feng softening with warmth, gratitude, and a hint of guilt. "Thank you, Li Feng." Initially, she had harbored prejudice against him, yet she was taken aback by his sense of justice. Moreover, she had noticed his attentiveness towards others, particularly Yang Shui, whom he cared for with great diligence. He was undoubtedly a good child, and she regretted her earlier harshness towards him. Li Feng waved dismissively. "What need is there for formality? You are Yang Shui's benefactor, and thus mine as well. I would gladly care for you in your old age." Yang Shui eagerly nodded. Yes, I can care for you." She understood the immense debt Lu Fuxiu had incurred by delaying her return to the city for her sake, and was willing to support her in her later years, if Lu aunt had no children of her own. Lu Fuxiu was deeply touched. "Good children. All of you are good children." Wang Daji pondered whether he should join in, but he hesitated, thinking it might be too sycophantic to intrude upon their heartfelt moment. "Aunt, given the turmoil with that man, you should consider divorcing him. Li Feng stated bluntly. If you do not divorce, how can you continue living like this? Lu Fuxiu took a deep breath, her resolve solidifying. Yes, Aunt will divorce him. I will indeed seek a divorce. No matter the rumors that may arise, she was determined to end her marriage. Aunt, Yang Shui said, moved by Lu Fuxiu's newfound determination. It is good that you can see things clearly. Li Feng sighed in relief. Su Jiu was clearly vengeful. If Lu Aunt did not divorce, she might eventually face dire consequences. However, he too harbored a strong desire for retribution. Su Jiu, I wonder who gave you the audacity to strike Lu Aunt and then report me to the police. Just wait. I will ensure you do not have an easy time. That night, Yang Shui stayed with Lu Fuxiu, while Li Feng and Wang Daji shared a room. The next morning, Li Feng rose early to prepare breakfast for the children. Lu Fuxiu, surprised to see him awake so early, asked, Child, why are you up so early? Li Feng was momentarily taken aback. It was the first time Lu Fuxiu had referred to him as child, and it felt warm. Previously, she had only called him by his name in a rather cold manner. Clearly, his standing had risen following the events of the previous day. With a grin, he asked, Aunt, how is your injury? Would you like to take a day off? I can take you to see the giant pandas. My injury is nothing. The swelling has gone down, Lu Fuxiu replied gently. Upon hearing Li Feng's suggestion for a day out, she instinctively thought to decline, but reconsidered and agreed. All right. I will take a day off, and will take you all to the city for some fun. Great, Li Feng replied with a beaming smile. He was unaware that Lu Fuxiu was a workaholic who never took a day off. Today, having promised to take them into the city for a day of leisure, she had entirely set aside her prejudices against him, intending to make amends. However, as an elder, she found it difficult to lower her pride, opting instead to silently compensate for her guilt towards Li Feng in this manner. Hey, where are you going? I'm making boiled eggs for you. I have something to attend to. Don't wait for me for breakfast. The Armed Police Corps. In the 1980s, the armed police were a formidable force, comprising meticulously selected warriors. The newly equipped 87-style police uniforms were both striking and imposing. The guard stationed at the entrance, wielding a submachine gun, exuded an aura of invincibility. Upon noticing a stranger approaching, he immediately barked, What do you want? Step back. Li Feng quickly raised his hand, stating, I'm here to see Captain Lu Qingyu. I'm his nephew. Lu Qingyu was Lu Fuxiu's brother and the captain of the armed police team. Su Jiu, a leader in a state-owned enterprise, appeared to harbor a deep-seated desire for revenge, prompting Li Feng to consider that if he wished to avoid being ensnared, it was best to strike first. But how to initiate action? Naturally, it was wise to enlist the aid of others. Lu Fuxiu had been assaulted, and her brother Lu Qingyu could not remain passive. He must seek justice for his sister. Looking for Captain Lu, are you? A guard stepped forward, signaling for Li Feng to come closer. What is your name? I'll call him. All right, I'm Li Feng. After making the call, Lu Qingyu expressed unfamiliarity with Li Feng. The guard cast a puzzled glance at Li Feng. You're not known to him? It was only then that Li Feng recalled that during their first encounter, Lu Fuxiu had not introduced him, only Yang Shui. He quickly added, Uncle Lu, I'm Yang Shui's husband. We're currently staying at Aunt Lu's house. We met a few days ago. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Aunt Lu has been attacked, and you must help her seek vengeance. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingyu finally recognized Li Feng and, upon learning of his sister's plight, was instantly engulfed in fury. Who dared to harm my sister? It was Su Jiu. He is quite ruthless. What? Lu Qingyu roared in unrestrained rage. Wait a moment. He then hung up. Shortly after, a jeep screeched to a halt before Li Feng. Lu Qingyu poked his head out and asked, You must be Li Feng, right? Are you telling the truth? Su Jiu actually dared to strike my sister? Absolutely. We just returned from the police station last night. Li Feng nodded vigorously, noticing Lu Qingyu's agitation and anger. Thinking to himself that it seemed Lu Qingyu was quite protective of his sister, and Su Jiu would certainly face consequences. Get in the car. Without further ado, Lu Qingyu instructed Li Feng to enter the vehicle, which then sped towards Fuxiao Street. Upon entering the house, he saw his sister eating and immediately approached her to scrutinize her face, pulling back her long sleeves to reveal injuries on her mouth, treated with iodine, and bruises on her arms. Fury surged within him, and he exclaimed, Sister, was it Su Jiu who did this? Realizing that Li Feng had followed him, Lu Fuxiu understood where the boy had gone so early in the day. She felt deeply moved, yet somewhat helpless. She did not wish for her family to be burdened by this matter. Qingyu, I can handle this myself. What do you mean you can handle it? Who does Su Jiu think he is to strike you? If it weren't for our father's efforts back in the day, wouldn't he have risen from a mere worker to a leader? He is truly overstepping. Lu Qingyu's expression darkened, radiating a murderous intent. Li Feng was already aware of Su Jiu's various misdeeds. But their parents had always insisted that his sister could not bear children, urging him to refrain from intervening in her affairs with Sujio. Thus, he had endured the whispers and refrained from confronting Sujio. But now, with Sujio daring to inflict violence, he thought, how dare he treat the Liu family with such disdain? Sister, I will help you reclaim your dignity. Liu Qingyu turned and strode away. Li Feng's eyes brightened. He thought, I must follow to witness the unfolding drama. He hopped into the jeep. Liu Qingyu glanced at him, but did not order him out. Instead, seizing his vehicle's radio and bellowing, gather at the entrance. I'm taking you to confront him. Qingyu, don't act impulsively. Sister, leave this to me. The jeep sped away. Liu Fengxiu felt a surge of anxiety, pacing restlessly, fearing it might escalate into a fatal situation. Wang Daji, clutching a bun, looked puzzled. What's going on? Li Feng got into someone's jeep for a trip without us. How inconsiderate. Yang Shui, frazzled, shot him an annoyed glance. Just eat your bun. At a state-owned factory, a jeep came to an abrupt halt at the entrance. The guard approached, asking what is going on. Get lost. Came an angry shout from inside the vehicle. The young guard was about to retort when an older guard swiftly pulled him aside. Are you out of your mind? Do you not recognize what kind of vehicle this is? The young guard, being a relative of someone influential and rather careless, glanced at the jeep and remarked sarcastically, it's just a big jeep, I know that. The older guard spat, look at the license plate, that's the armed police corps vehicle. Don't stir up trouble, or you'll find yourself in serious trouble. In the 1980s, the armed police were a fearsome presence, skilled in various martial arts, reputed to possess formidable abilities. Goodness, it's the armed police corps vehicle. The young guard finally recognized the significance of the license plate and promptly retreated into the duty room, thinking, the city's armed police are no joke. I heard they recently shot a robber in broad daylight. If you provoketh them, my uncle won't be able to protect me. Inside the jeep, the atmosphere was tense. Liu Qingyu remained silent, eyes closed, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel, resembling a tiger contemplating its next meal. The oppressive aura was palpable. Li Feng swallowed hard, contemplating whether it would be inappropriate to ask to use the restroom at such a moment. Suddenly, Liu Qingyu opened his eyes, a glint of determination shining within. In the next moment, 3 or 4 armed police vehicles roared into view, including trucks and off-road vehicles. A dozen armed police officers dismounted, fully equipped, exuding a menacing presence. Liu Qingyu gestured coolly, follow me, then revved the jeep and drove into the state-owned factory. The well-trained armed police fell in a step behind him, their synchronized footsteps resonating like a heartbeat. The young guard swallowed again, relieved he attempted to stop them. The jeep arrived at the office building. Liu Qingyu exited and instructed the armed police, I'm going inside to find someone. You all guard the entrance. Not a single person leaves, or you'll all be running drills today. Yes, sir. The armed police responded in unison, fanning out to secure the front of the office building, while another 5 or 6 positioned themselves at the back entrance, lying in wait, armed to the teeth. Their gazes were so fierce that even a mosquito would be shot down. The surrounding workers were startled, wondering, what kind of bandit is attempting to invade our state-owned factory? Seated in the jeep, Li Feng swallowed hard, contemplating whether to follow into the office building or remain behind. Liu Qingyu had clearly come to confront Sujio, and it would be a shame to miss the spectacle of Sujio being thoroughly beaten. However, he had already missed the ideal opportunity to exit the vehicle. He was uncertain if stepping out now would result in being subdued by the armed police. Never mind, he thought, I'll wait for Uncle Liu to return victoriously. He settled back in a jeep, choosing not to dwell on it further. Before long, he heard screams emanating from the office building, and a smile crept across his face. It was undoubtedly Sujio's voice, and he couldn't be mistaken. It seemed he was receiving quite the thrashing. After a while, Liu Qingyu emerged from the office building, his fist stained with blood, signaling the retreat. Yes, sir. A command was issued, and the armed police began to withdraw from the state-owned factory. Liu Qingyu then drove off in the jeep, while an ambulance arrived at the factory, leading Li Feng to ponder, have they really taken it that far? Liu Qingyu brought the car to a halt and addressed Li Feng, saying, thank you for informing me about my sister. How about this? I shall treat you to dinner tomorrow. Li Feng instinctively wished to express modesty, but Liu Qingyu, whose mood was less than favorable at that moment, interrupted him. Li Feng, you should head back in the car now. I still have to go to work, so I want to be able to escort you. He added, I will visit your home at noon. Oh, all right. Li Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly nodded and exited the vehicle. As Liu Qingyu started the engine and was about to drive off, he paused once more to say, please tell my sister not to worry about me. I am fine. All right, understood. Li Feng nodded in acknowledgement. As he watched the jeep drive away, his mind involuntarily conjured the image of the blood on Liu Qingyu's knuckles, reflecting, your sister shouldn't be concerned about you. Instead, she should worry about whether Sujio is alive or not. He hailed a taxi and returned to Fuxiao Street. Lu Fuxiu was still waiting at the door for their return. Upon seeing him, she hurriedly asked, "Where's Uncle Lu?" "Uncle Lu has gone to work." Lu Fuxiu breathed a sigh of relief and inquired further, "Did he go looking for Sujio?" Knowing her own brother's temperament, she understood that if he discovered she was being abused, he would undoubtedly become furious, possibly beating Sujio half to death. She was already thoroughly disillusioned with Sujio, feeling as if they were strangers, yet her brother was still family. Naturally, she wished for him not to cause any trouble that might jeopardize his career. He did go looking for her, and apparently, there was an altercation. What? Upon hearing this from Li Feng, Lu Fuxiu's eyes widened, a mix of confusion and anxiety washing over her. Ultimately, she sighed. It was too late for words now. She turned and retreated inside to make a phone call. "Dad, I need to talk to you in the living room." Li Feng, Yang Shui, and Wang Daji sat casually, though they were secretly eavesdropping on Lu Fuxiu's phone conversation. She was updating her family on the situation, and soon enough, the conversation escalated into a heated argument, culminating in tears. Before long, Lu Fuxiu emerged from the room. Her eyes reddened and offered an apologetic smile to the three, saying, "I'm sorry, but it seems many people from my family might come over soon. If you feel uncomfortable, you can take a stroll or shop around and return in the afternoon." As she spoke, she handed several large bills to Yang Shui. No, we can manage." Lu Fuxiu was insistent on giving the money to Yang Shui, her expression filled with regret as she turned to Li Feng. "I'm truly sorry, dear. I won't be able to accompany you to the zoo to see the giant pandas. Perhaps another day." "It's fine, really." Li Feng waved his hand dismissively, jokingly adding, "Annie, you needn't worry about Sujio coming over while we're not home. He has probably incapacitated from the beating. One shouldn't resort to violence, haha." He found the joke amusing, but the others regarded it as somewhat morbid. Lu Fuxiu, still eager to maintain her composure, forced a smile and replied, "No, Auntie isn't afraid of him." As they departed from the house, the trio felt somewhat disheartened, uncertain whether their actions today were correct. Li Feng, wishing to uplift their spirits, clapped his hands and declared, "Let us cheer up. Annie Lu is escaping from her hardships. What is there to frown about? Gulme, let us go find Chu Fuling and see if she has any plans. After our meeting, we can head to the zoo to see the pandas. You know about pandas, right? They're incredibly adorable. And there are also alpacas that can spit. Aren't alpacas a vulgar term?" Wang Daji interjected, resembling a confused bear. Yang Shui nodded subtly, thinking, "It is indeed a vulgar term. What kind of animal is called an alpaca? Indeed, there are alpacas that can spit. They're a type of llama. I'm not deceiving you." Chapter 87. Auntie Lu assists in resolving issues in the following days. Lu Fuxiu was quite occupied, with relatives and friends frequently visiting. Some urged her to endure, suggesting that a divorce would be embarrassing, especially at her age, while others, aware of Sujio's scandalous reputation, encouraged her to proceed with the divorce. They recalled that equality between genders had long been established, asserting that women could stand on equal footing. Especially as society transitioned into the 1990s, divorce was no longer a stigma. Given your situation, what does it matter if you divorce and remarry? If you can't find a younger partner, there are always men willing to take on someone with children, they would say. By the way, I heard your uncle is making progress, correct? Nothing has been confirmed yet. I'm not quite sure. Lu Fuxiu managed to deflect her relative's inquiries. Feeling drained as she sank onto the sofa, Yang Shui hurriedly poured her a glass of water. "Annie, please drink some water." The influx of visitors had kept Lu Fuxiu from going to work, as she spent her days attending to relatives and friends, some advocating for reconciliation while others pressed for her to leave. Yet, she could discern that many were merely going through the motions, with most visiting primarily to inquire about her father's well-being. It seemed her father was making strides toward becoming a member of the city committee, and many were subtly leveraging their connection to him. Lu Fuxiu rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on, and sipped some warm water. How has Li Feng been these past few days? She knew he was busy preparing to open his factory, having already purchased the premises and equipment, and was now occupied with obtaining the necessary business licenses. He was seldom home, and she was unaware of how his endeavors were faring. One of his friends has connections, and most of the other permits are manageable. The only issue is that the sanitation permit is being withheld unless he pays a hefty sum. Yang Shui hesitated before revealing Li Feng's recent difficulties. She also noted that Lu Fuxiu's family background seemed quite influential in the provincial capital. The incident involving Lu Qingyu and Su Jio's uncle appeared to have been resolved without significant fallout, merely requiring some financial compensation. However, Su Jio's family had also sent individuals to apologize, tearfully requesting Lu Fuxiu's forgiveness and expressing a willingness to facilitate Su Jio's divorce. From these signs, It was clear that Lu Fuxiu's family held considerable power. Given that Li Feng was currently facing challenges, she naturally wished to alleviate his burdens, hoping her family could lend assistance. However, despite the sanitation permit being stalled due to excessive demands for payment, Li Feng's factory had already hired staff and commenced operations. Yet, this was against regulations, and Yang Shui refrained from mentioning it, fearing it would upset Lu Fuxiu. In the 1980s and 1990s, Li Feng's actions were not uncommon. Given the sluggish efficiency of bureaucracy at the time, many businesses would begin operations clandestinely to avoid losses, managing relationships to evade whistleblowers. I see. Lu Fuxiu nodded thoughtfully, a trace of contemplation crossing her face. She then retreated to her bedroom and dialed a number. Hello, Director Zhang. This is Lu Fuxiu. Yes, I'm doing well. I am indeed considering a divorce. After a brief conversation, she hung up and returned to inquire of Yang Shui. Do you know where Li Feng is right now? He's at the factory, Yang Shui replied, a hint of anxiety in her voice. She had overheard Lu Fuxiu mention Li Feng's name during the call and the matter of the sanitation permit, realizing that seeking Li Feng would likely be beneficial. Does the factory have a phone? Please ask him to return. I need to speak with him. All right, I will. Li Feng's food factory was already in operation, filled with the aroma of spicy snacks. He had hired numerous individuals from nearby towns to promote the products, and the first batch of orders had already arrived. Despite the influx of orders, he wore a frown, troubled by the unresolved sanitation permit. Operating without it meant he was technically breaking the law, and a single complaint could spell disaster. Damn it, they want 3,000 yuan just to process the sanitation permit. Why don't they just rob me? Li Feng thought bitterly. His teeth clenched in frustration. The director's wife, introduced by Chu Fuling, had many connections, and once everything was in order, acquiring the other necessary permits would be straightforward. However, the individual responsible for the sanitation permit was demanding an exorbitant fee, stating that without the payment, he would not process it until next year. It was nothing short of extortion. Li Feng hesitated, contemplating whether to part with the 3,000 yuan. Suddenly, a capable-looking young woman emerged from the office, waving at him. President Li, your wife called and asked you to come home. It was Chu Fuling. She had been recruited to assist at the factory. This woman is quite astute and perceptive, possessing a profound understanding of social interactions and an extensive network of acquaintances, surpassing even Li Feng in her demeanor akin to a factory director. In contrast, Wang Daji has much to learn in terms of management experience and social acumen. He lags significantly behind, relying solely on his honest, earnest nature. His lack of authority among both workers and leadership raises concerns about his ability to uphold operations after leaving the provincial capital. Nonetheless, Li Feng remains willing to provide him with opportunities for growth, as he is a trusted comrade. Tell my wife I want to be home for dinner, he instructed. It wasn't merely about the meal, it seemed to pertain to other matters. Fine, I'll return home for a bit. Keep an eye on the factory. As he stepped out, he encountered Wang Daji and could not help but inquire, what are you doing out during working hours? As a member of the leadership, you must adhere to factory regulations and set an example. Brother, it's only 1 o'clock. We start at 2, Wang Daji replied. Oh, I've been so busy I lost track of time. I haven't even had lunch, Li Feng acknowledged with a nod. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed Wang Daji clutching a few books and asked, what is this? Planning to retake your college exams? What books are you buying? You haven't been to school in years. Are you thinking of reapplying to university? Indeed, working does cultivate one's character. It makes one realize the importance of learning. Wang Daji replied shyly, revealing the titles of the books: The Art of Management for Bosses, Management Techniques in European and American Factories, and The Growth Story of Bill Gates. These selections are not particularly impressive. While understanding the value of learning is crucial, the choice of literature is equally significant. Otherwise, one risks wasting time without gaining any knowledge. Li Feng decided not to linger, promising, when I have the opportunity, I will buy you some worthwhile management books. Good. Wang Daji nodded eagerly, relieved that Li Feng did not look down on his perceived foolishness. At home, Lu Fuxiu noticed Li Feng returning, looking disheveled and drenched in sweat. Where's your factory located? She inquired. Not far. It's just the heat that made me sweat, he replied after sitting down and sipping some tea. So what is on your mind, Auntie? Do you have any instructions? Lu Fuxiu smiled. What instructions could I possibly give? I've heard your factory is quite busy, so I was curious about how things are progressing. Everything is going splendidly, truly thriving, Li Feng responded, as he typically refrained from discussing his troubles at home, preferring to bear them alone without causing concern for his family. Yang Shui felt a mix of exasperation, thinking, why are men always like this, keeping everything to themselves? Lu Fuxiu looked at Li Feng with maternal affection. Child, I consider Xiaoxiu as my own daughter and you as my younger kin. You are doing wonderfully, and I am aware that you will soon be returning. I shall miss you. I want to help in any way I can. By the way, regarding the sanitation permit that has not yet been processed, I have contacted someone. Go see Zhang Shuhua at the sanitation department. She will assist you in obtaining the necessary documentation. Upon hearing that Lu Fuxiu had facilitated the procurement of the sanitation permit, Li Feng was taken aback with joy, embracing her exuberantly. Auntie, you are truly wonderful. This resolved a significant hurdle for him. Why are you hugging me? Lu Fuxiu exclaimed, flustered. Let go of me. I want to let go. He insisted playfully. Lu Fuxiu was astonished, having never seen him act in such a manner before. Yang Shui beamed with warmth and delight, reflecting on how just over a week ago they had been at odds, but now their relationship had transformed to one resembling that of a mother and son. Lu Fuxiu, being his benefactor, hoped for harmony between them. She recalled how everything had changed since Li Feng confronted Uncle Su and thought to herself, that was indeed a worthwhile confrontation. By afternoon, the sanitation permit was successfully processed. When Li Feng returned home to share the good news with Lu Fuxiu, his smile was unyielding. He was even tempted to embrace her again. Please, no more hugs. Save that for your wife, Lu Fuxiu urged, waving her hands. Li Feng chuckled sheepishly. Lu Fuxiu then turned serious. Child, you must promise me to prioritize food safety. Your snacks are for children. Food security is paramount. If there are any issues, I will not shield you. While she aided Li Feng in navigating connections, it was essential for her to remind him of the ethical responsibilities of conducting business. Li Feng straightened up, earnest and solemn. Annie, rest assured, I guarantee the food safety in my factory is top-notch. We produce only one type of snack, strictly adhering to food safety regulations. The relevant authorities conducted an on-site inspection this afternoon and praised our cleanliness. How could he not understand the significance of food safety? While he could not claim to surpass all food manufacturers nationwide, he was undoubtedly a leader among the factories of the 1980s. Furthermore, he planned to upgrade sterilization equipment and create a sterile environment. I aim to set a benchmark for domestic food manufacturers, demonstrating what exemplary food safety truly entails. Indeed, you must follow through on that promise, Lu Fuxiu noted, recognizing Li Feng's character and reliability. She nodded in agreement and added, have you completed your tax registration? Paying taxes is our civic duty and a corporate responsibility. Never entertain thoughts of tax evasion. Ensure timely payment. Understood, understood. Auntie, you're more verbose than my mother. Li Feng feigned innocence, pouting. Yang Shui shot him a reproachful glance. How can you say that? Annie just helped you immensely. It was inappropriate to compare her to your mother, as that is rather disrespectful. Yet, Lu Fuxiu merely smiled gently, understanding that Li Feng's intention was to foster closeness, placing her on par with his mother, thus establishing a familial bond. This was the art of conversation, often referred to as building rapport. Come, Annie, let's dine out today. It's my treat, Li Feng exclaimed joyfully, insisting they go out to eat, while also hoping Yang Shui might assist in selecting a few garments for Lu Fuxiu as a token of gratitude. There's no need. We can eat at home. Don't waste money. Waste money? We aren't short on funds, Li Feng insisted, leading Lu Fuxiu onto the street, where he and Yang Shui walked ahead, engaged in conversation. Should we invite Wang Daji? No, today is a family gathering. We want to be inviting him. Isn't it inappropriate not to invite him? Lu Fuxiu observed the young couple walking side by side, their conversation filled with warmth, and she couldn't help but reflect on her own circumstances. She had scheduled a divorce with Su Jio for the following day, hoping for liberation from that union. Their initial engagement had been a mistake. What are you thinking about, Annie? Li Feng paused, curious. Lu Fuxiu was momentarily taken aback, shaking her head as she returned to the present. It's nothing. Let us go eat. In a moment, I'll take Xiaoxiu and you to the department store. Annie will help you select a few outfits. Look at you, Xiaofeng, your clothes are all soiled. Goodness, how do they get dirty? Look at how carelessly you treat your clothes. These were a gift from me, and you've already sullied them. Just look at the ink stains on the fabric. Cough, cough. It was Wang Daji who dirted it. It must be him, and yet you shift the blame onto others. Lu Fuxiu, witnessing their playful bickering, couldn't help but smile, her heart swelling with a sense of admiration. The couple's affection for one another was truly remarkable, and she regretted her initial reservations about their relationship, having previously given Li Feng a disapproving glance. In hindsight, she realized how short-sighted she had been, meddling in matters that were none of her concern. Yang Shui was indeed living a blissful life, blessed with a wonderful husband, while her niece, Yang Qing, was not as fortunate. After their meal, the trio ventured to the department store to purchase clothing. Lu Fuxiu spent a considerable sum, resolutely refusing to let Li Feng pay. He felt a twinge of embarrassment, exclaiming, "Aunt, if you continue this way, I cannot accept the clothes you buy." Yang Shui fervently nodded in agreement. "Yes, Aunt, please don't just spend on us. You should treat yourself to something nice as well." With a gentle shake of her head, Lu Fuxiu replied, "I have no need for anything." As you prepare to depart, I cannot help but feel reluctant and wish to buy you both a few more items. Come, let me get you some shoes. Oh no, that is unnecessary. Let us go. There is no need to save money for me. I'm more affluent than you think. As she watched Yang Shui being led away, Li Feng mused to himself about the remarkable transformation in Aunt Lu. She had truly grown more tender-hearted. He understood that her generosity stemmed from a desire to express gratitude, yet he felt no such obligation to receive anything in return. After all, Lu Fuxiu had propelled Yang Shui to a level of education sufficient for university, helping her escape from the confines of rural life, a kindness that could never truly be repaid. What he had done was merely a small act, insignificant in comparison. Suddenly, Li Feng came to a halt, his expression rigid with shock. Before him knelt a small beggar on the street, half of his face disfigured, one eye blind, clad in tattered garments resembling a fragile, mud-caked doll. He was missing an arm and a leg, yet he still managed to perform a bowing gesture with his remaining limbs, begging passers-by for alms. The small beggar emitted a sound from his open mouth, a mournful whimper, and upon closer inspection, Li Feng noted the absence of tongue. How can he still be here? Li Feng muttered, his complexion darkening. This was indeed the same beggar he had encountered a week prior. There could be no mistake. But had he not reported the incident? The boy should have been taken to a welfare institution by now. Why was he still begging? Was it possible that the traffickers had not been apprehended? Li Feng stepped forward, intent on examining the small beggar more closely. Just then, a figure approached from the side, a young man in his 20s, bearing several scars on his face, his eyes filled with malice. He brandished a dagger, threateningly demanding, "What do you think you're doing? Stay out of this. Just walk away, or you seem rather familiar."